Miracle Doctor Wild Empress, Genius Summoner Chapter 399 to Chapter 480. Unbeknownst to the people in the medical hall, Yunba sat beside the magic formation and scrutinized Xianxia. After finding out about Yunxing's background, he went around and found out about Xianxia's whereabouts. When he saw Xianxia in this state for the first time, Yunba almost couldn't accept it. He even had the urge to beat Xianxia awake. However, when he came into contact with Xianxia's ice-cold hands and feet and is almost still breathing, Yunba shrank back. However, tonight, Yunba was a little different. "Sanhai, I'm afraid that I won't be able to come and see you in the future." He sat for a moment and said, "You are much more capable than your old man. You raised a good daughter. It's a pity that I won't have the chance to see her grow up, get married, and have children. You have to work harder and wake up. As long as you wake up, I won't chase you out of the house anymore." At this point, Yunba couldn't continue. He stood up abruptly and looked back at the firstborn, who was still unconscious in the magic circle. Then, he walked out sadly. When Yunba walked out of the house, the Yin Dream Eye Slumber magic formation shone brightly with blue light. Xianxia, who had been unconscious for many days, suddenly had a trace of crystal at the corner of his eyes. A drop of hot tear slid down from the corner of his eye. A day later, Uncle Yun indeed followed Yunxing's instructions and delivered the soup that Xianxia had brewed. After Yunxing checked it, she found that there was nothing wrong with the soup. The remaining 2 days were the same. Uncle Yun secretly ordered Xianxia's maidservant to leave a portion of the soup, but she didn't find anything. Until the day before the competition, Yunxing checked Xianxia's soup one last time, but she still didn't find any clues. Tomorrow was the day of the competition between Xianxia and Yunba. The news had already spread throughout the entire Jade capital. As the Great Zhou dynasty worshipped martial arts, the commoners of the Great Zhou dynasty looked forward to such competitions. However, the Jade capital was not Hunting Citadel after all. The commoners could not afford the tickets to the Hunting Citadel's arena. This time, it was a competition between 2 martial sages of the Great Zhou dynasty. Furthermore, it was the Great Zhou's archenemy, Ho Qin. All the commoners of Jade capital fell into an unprecedented passion. In the city, many bets had already been set up. They were betting on the battle between the martial saints of the 2 countries. If the Emperor of Zhou State hadn't had the foresight to hold the competition in the Imperial Palace, just the tickets alone would have been a sizable income. But this time, Yunxing had no intention of using this competition to make a killing. She was still worried about Yunba's health. "Yunxing, we have a way to sneak into the Imperial Palace. Do you want to watch the competition with us?" Gufeng and Qi went to the medicine hall to find Yunxing. Although the competition this time was held in the Imperial Palace, the Emperor of Zhou State still invited some of the nobles and members of the imperial family to watch the competition. In the Yun residence, only direct blood relatives could watch the competition. Yunxing hadn't returned to her family, so she shouldn't be able to enter the Imperial Palace. Qi, on the other hand, was a member of Wanlong Gambling House, so he was able to get a few places to enter the palace. Wanlong Gambling House is also participating in this bet, right? What are the odds? Yunxing asked casually as she fiddled with the medicine in her hands. In the past, Yunxing couldn't help but join in the fun, but this time, most people are betting that old General Yun will win. We also joined in the fun and bet a little. "Yunxing, don't worry. We all support old General Yun," Gufeng said. The citizens of Zhou State naturally supported Yunba, but Yunxing knew that Yunba's chances of winning this time weren't high. However, she couldn't say too much about this matter. But last night, there was a bet of unknown origin that Xianxia would win. The amount was as much as 100,000 purple gold coins, Qi interrupted. When Yunxing heard this, she was careless and the soup bowl fell to the ground. The sharp shards cut her hand. "Hey, Yunxing, why are you so clumsy? I said that person's head must have been kicked by a mule. He actually bet on Xianxia to win. No matter how you look at it, old General Yun is more powerful than that guy called Xianxia. Besides, this is Zhou State's territory. If we each spit a mouthful of saliva, we can make those later Qin people suffer." Gufeng helped Yunxing clean up in a flurry. "Hey, Yunxing, what medicine is in your bowl?" Why did it become like this when it was stained with blood? Gufeng looked at the broken bowl and found that Yunxing's blood had already turned the color of ink. He knew that Yunxing liked to fiddle with strange things. Yunxing and Qi lowered their heads to look. How could it be? That bowl contained the leftover soup that Yun Xianxia had given to Yun Ba under Uncle Yun's orders. That's the medicine that old General Yun has been taking recently. Yunxing looked at the blood that had changed color and felt a little puzzled. Why did the medicine change color when it was stained with blood? She had checked it earlier and found that there was no poison in the medicine. Why would old General Yun take this kind of medicine? Qi took a look and his expression changed slightly under the cloak. He squatted down and picked up the broken bowl. Little green. A small green snake slithered out from under his cloak. It slithered around the mouth of the bowl and flicked its tongue, making a hissing sound. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the soup? But I've already checked it. There's no poison in it. It's just an ordinary medicine. Yunxing found it strange. This isn't poison in the ordinary sense. It's not poisonous in itself. Who prepared this medicine for old General Yun? How could they be so vicious? How long has old General Yun been taking this medicine? Even Qi, who was usually as calm as a cucumber, couldn't help but change his tone at this moment. About 3 months. This medicine was given to old General by Yun Xianxia, the third miss of the Yun residence. Yunxing's heart sank. How could she be so careless? She had forgotten that Qi was the most knowledgeable about poisons. Why didn't she think of getting Qi to study it together? It was all her fault for being too confident. She thought that she could see through any illness or poison just because she was well versed in traditional Chinese and Western medicine, ancient medicine, and magic medicine. Wasn't the third miss of the Yun residence Yunba's daughter? Qi couldn't help but become cautious. He checked the medicine again to make sure that his and Little Green's judgment wasn't wrong. Qi, if you have something to say, just say it. No matter who it is, as long as I'm sure there's something wrong with this medicine, even if it's the Heavenly Emperor, I'll find out who it is. Yunxing was extremely anxious. Yunba was going to compete tomorrow. At this critical juncture, how could she not be anxious after confirming that Yunba was really poisoned? If I'm not wrong, Yun Xianxia added some magical beast amniotic fluid into the medicine that she gave old General Yun, Qi said slowly. Amniotic fluid? Wasn't that the fluid that humans and magical beasts used to nourish their babies when they gave birth? Yunxing didn't understand. What did this have to do with Yunba's current condition? Is amniotic fluid fatal? Yunxing tried to recall. She had never heard of such a thing. Not under normal circumstances, but if it's mixed with blood, it will. The reason why I know amniotic fluid is fatal is because of Little Qing. Abandon rarely spoke about his and Little Qing's past. This was the first time he spoke about Little Qing in front of Yunxing and Gufeng. When Abandon was still a child, he was an orphan. One day, when he passed by a forest, he saw a dying giant snake. The snake's body was as thick as 2 buckets. The scales all over its body were like armor made by the best blacksmiths. Its eyes were the size of lanterns, and there was a small protrusion at the top of its head. It was a magical beast of unknown rank. If Abandon encountered such a magical beast on a normal day, he would only die. But that day, the giant snake Abandon encountered was already on its last breath. There was a bloody opening under the snake's abdomen. Blood gushed out endlessly like a fountain. When Abandon saw the giant snake, he was so frightened that he didn't dare to move. What puzzled him was that the giant snake wasn't like ordinary snakes that laid eggs. There was a lump of bloody flesh wriggling at the opening under its abdomen. Abandon boldly walked forward and saw the thing under the snake's abdomen clearly. As it turned out, the giant snake was a female snake that was giving birth. Because it was giving birth alone, it accidentally let the amniotic fluid in its body flow into its abdomen, causing a hemorrhage. Blood clots and blood clots blocked the bottom of the giant snake's abdomen. The little snake was about to suffocate to death. At this point, the giant snake knew that it was not going to live. It hissed at Abandon. For some reason, the pleading look in the giant snake's eyes made Abandon feel sorry for it. He even forgot about his fear and walked forward to help the giant snake dig out the blood clot from its belly. It was also with Abandon's help that the thumb-sized snake finally came back to life. Unfortunately, the large snake could not stop bleeding and was unable to heal itself. In the end, it bled to death. That little snake that was abandoned and rescued was later Little Green. From then on, Abandon and Little Apple depended on each other for survival until Abandon was discovered by Teacher Mary and brought into the Royal Magic Academy. Hearing Chi's words, Yunxing suddenly recalled the news of a pregnant woman giving birth that she had heard on the internet before she transmigrated here. It was a very controversial news back then. The pregnant woman's condition was similar to what Abandon had said about the magical beast giving birth to the baby snakes. In medical terms, this clinical phenomenon was called amniotic fluid blockage. Whether it was the amniotic fluid of a human or a magical beast, the amniotic fluid itself was very dirty. If the amniotic fluid was not careful during the operation, it would cause blood contamination and eventually lead to massive bleeding. At that time, that woman's amniotic fluid blockage also caused massive bleeding and required a blood transfusion of more than 10,000 milliliters. The hospital was helpless, and the only solution was to remove the uterus. However, due to the indecision of the pregnant woman's mother-in-law and husband, the uterus was not removed in the end. In the end, she bled to death on the operating table. When this news was spread, Yunxing felt ashamed for a long time and cursed that there was actually such a medical accident in this era. What she did not expect was that she would encounter a similar situation on the boundless continent. The hidden danger that had been dormant in Yunba's body for several months was actually caused by the magical beast's amniotic fluid, and the cause of this situation was actually Xianxia. The magical beast's amniotic fluid is a very special poison. It is not poisonous by itself, but it is the most overbearing poison. Once it is consumed for a long time, regardless of whether it is a mage or a warrior, the magical power and chi in the body will weaken. The most fatal thing is that once a person is injured, the wound cannot be stopped bleeding, and the poisoned person will bleed to death. Until today, every time Abandon recalled the scene of the large snake bleeding non-stop that day, his heart would still palpitate. With Abandon's explanation, Yunxing and Gufeng already understood. If they had not met Abandon, Yunxing would not have been able to find something like the magical beast's amniotic fluid no matter how long she searched. At this moment, the expressions and moods of the people present were greatly different. It can't be, right? Then the third miss of the Yun residence actually wanted to murder her own father? Gufeng was shocked. He had heard that it was easy for large families to fight and scheme against each other, but he did not expect that Xianxia, who looked so graceful and noble, would actually do such a thing. Yunxing was also struggling in her heart. Although she had already figured out the peculiarity of the medicinal soup, the matter was still very troublesome. Not to mention that the person who had poisoned her was actually Xianxia. The competition between the martial sages of the two countries was imminent. If Yunba knew the truth at this time, he would definitely be heartbroken. This matter could not be told to Yunba. Abandon, can you determine which magical beast's amniotic fluid belongs to? Also, is there a way to save him? What Yunxing wanted to know the most now was whether there was a way to cure the amniotic fluid poison in Yunba's body. Yunxing, to tell you the truth, I only know that the amniotic fluid of magical beasts has such a harmful effect. I am not a doctor and do not know how to cure this amniotic fluid of magical beasts. Moreover, you said just now that the old general has unknowingly consumed this medicinal soup mixed with the amniotic fluid of magical beasts for 3 months. I am afraid that the amniotic fluid of magical beasts has already contaminated all the blood in his body. Abandon shook his head. Is there no way? Yunxing was still unwilling to give up. She had no clue at all. Yunba's blood must have been deeply contaminated. Let's not talk about how much battle chi he could still use. Regardless of how much fighting power he had, if it was in the modern world, she could use medical equipment to circulate his blood and replace it with new blood for a period of time. But in the boundless land, she simply did not have such means. Yunba would definitely not believe that the amniotic fluid of magical beasts was the real deal. But as long as he was not careful during the competition, he would be injured. Once he was injured, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, Yunxing was already certain that Xianxia must have colluded with the later Qin or even the people of the Grand Emperor city. That despicable person Tian Kazi would definitely catch Yunba's hidden danger during the competition. Oh right, Yunxing, you can ask the people in the Dharma temple. Perhaps if there is no way with ancient medical skills, there might be a way with light magic. Gufeng thought for a while and said somewhat guiltily, actually, there is a special purification spell in light magic. It's a pity that I am too useless. I am not good at light magic and can't help you. That's right, Gufeng. You reminded me. Yunxing recalled the light magic that Xiao Wenqiu had used in front of her previously. That miraculous effect of reviving the dead. Perhaps Xiao Wenqiu really had a way. Xiao Wenqiu was surprised that Yunxing had come in the middle of the night. Why are you looking for our Siming in the middle of the night? Umo had an ominous feeling when he saw Yunxing. Umo, don't talk too much. Bring me some tea. Xiao Wenqiu smiled faintly when he thought that Yunxing would think of him when she was in trouble. Yunxing hid the fact that Yun Songxue had poisoned Yunba and told him that Yunba might have been poisoned by the amniotic fluid of magical beasts. I didn't expect that the poison in old General Yun's body would be amniotic fluid of magical beasts. Amniotic fluid poison, I've also heard of it in the Zhaoting. I just didn't think that it would be used on old General Yun. Xiao Wenqiu muttered to himself. He was very surprised by Yunxing's discovery. I'll get straight to the point. I came here today to ask for your help. I heard that the Dharma temple has a high-level light magic that can purify a person's body. I want to ask you. Yunxing hesitated for a moment, but still said it. Xiao Wenqiu was startled when he heard it. I knew that nothing good would come out of you. Do you think that high-level light magic is like cabbage or radish that can be found everywhere? Our arbiter of fate can't use light magic casually, especially on people who are destined to die. Solitary Rain, who had just delivered the tea, immediately stomped his feet. Xiao Wenqiu also revealed an awkward expression. Because light magic was too heaven-defying, it really couldn't be used casually. However, when he saw the pleading look on Yunxing's face, the rejection that was already at the tip of his tongue could not be said. Siming. This time, even Umo, who usually didn't speak much, spoke up to oppose Xiao Wenqiu's help. He and Umo both knew that Yunba's matter wasn't simple this time. Although they didn't know about the existence of the heavenly fate mirror, Elder Siming's letter had already stated that Yunba's death was destined to happen. Elder Siming had also warned that Xiao Wenqiu only needed to protect Zhou State's royal family and not interfere in other matters. Young Judge Ming had always obeyed Elder Judge Ming's words, but this time was an exception. First, Xiao Siming ignored their persuasion and recklessly told Yunxing that when Yunba was going to face a bloody disaster, she had already revealed part of the heaven's secret. Revealing the heaven's secret, even if it was just a small part, would cause a backlash in the future. If young Master Ming were to help Yunba, it would be going against the will of the heavens. It would affect his future cultivation. Yuji and Umo didn't dare to think any further. At this moment, the two of them were somewhat resentful towards Yunxing. Although they were still young and didn't know much about the matters between men and women, they have already discovered that since young Master Ming pretended to be GMO and entered the little Ciandong, young Master Ming became somewhat different. In the past, young Arbiter Ming was a woman of few words, like an ice sculpture. However, the current young Master Ming was clearly much more amiable. Just like his name, a smile would appear on his face from time to time. This was especially true for this female magus called Yunxing. When she appeared, young Master Ming's gaze towards her became as gentle as a ball of cotton, causing the two of them to whisper to each other. Disaster. He was a living source of calamity. Yunxing naturally didn't know that because of her appearance, the hearts of the two little magi in the Dharma temple had been turned upside down. In Xiao Wenqiu's heart, how could it not be the same? He also knew that he could openly reject Yunxing. Since Yunba's death was shown by the heaven's mandate mirror, it was destined. No one could change it. However, if Yunba died, she would probably be very sad. Seeing the difficult expressions on the faces of the people in the Dharma temple, Yunxing thought that Xiao Wenqiu didn't want to harm his own magic power to save Yunba. Xiao Siming, I won't let you waste your energy for nothing. If you save old General Yun, I will hand over the secret method to refine the tribute of the moon god. I believe that this secret method can raise the grade of the magic medicine in the Dharma temple by at least 1 grade. When Yinxing said this, Yu Ji and Umo, who were originally glaring angrily at Yunxing, were shocked. The two of them pointed at Yunxing and stammered, "What did you say? You were the one who refined the high-grade magic medicine, tribute of the moon god?" It was no wonder that Yu Ji and Umo were so shocked. In the past half a year, the appearance of this high-grade magic medicine on the mainland had caused almost all the magi in the Dharma temple to be in a terrible fix. All the magus apothecaries had tried to refine the tribute of the moon god, but even the most skilled magus apothecaries in the Dharma temple had failed. "Miss Yun, you don't have to do that," Xiao Wenshu hurriedly said. He didn't know why, but he hated interacting with Yunxing in this way of bargaining. He only wanted to help her because he wanted to make her happy. He didn't know when it had started, but it might have been during his time in Little Xiandong, but he had already gotten used to it. Every evening, Yunxing stood in the medical hall and flipped through the daily accounts. Sometimes she frowned, sometimes she smiled faintly. The two dimples at the side of her mouth would cause him to fall into a daze. Ah! Umo almost spilled the tea that was about to be served. Had Siming gone crazy? That was the tribute of the moon god. It was a high-grade magic medicine that could change a person's magic constitution and turn a good-for-nothing into a magus. If they could unravel the secret of this magic medicine, it would undoubtedly be extremely beneficial to the Dharma temple. Xiao Wenshu waved his hand unhappily. "It's not that I don't want to save old General Yun, but just using light purification magic won't be able to cure the poison in old General Yun's body." Xiao Wenshu had heard from Yunxing that Yunba had misused the amniotic fluid of magical beasts for 3 months. He was well versed in medicine and had a good understanding of the human body's condition. He knew that 3 months was neither too long nor too short a period of time. It was enough for the poison to seep into Yunba's internal organs. Even with high-level purification magic, it could only remove the amniotic fluid on the surface. But if they wanted to completely remove the amniotic fluid in Yunba's bones, internal organs and blood, magic alone would not be enough. "What else do you need?" "I will definitely think of a way to prepare it." Yunxing had the everlasting Chamber of Commerce behind her. She believed that even if she couldn't cure Yunba's poison in a short period of time, she could definitely use the everlasting Chamber of Commerce's power to find other ingredients. But what Yunxing didn't expect was that the one that could cure Yunba's poison was actually, "I'm afraid that you won't be able to prepare that item. That item is the fairy clan's water of life. The water of life can only be found in the depths of the immortal residence's sacred mountain of the fire fairies. The water of life is very precious. Even the fairy clan can't easily use it. And everyone knows that the fairy clan of the immortal residence hates humans the most. Also, looking at the time, it's already too late to go back and forth between the immortal residence and Zhou State." Xiao Wenshu sighed. It would take at least 2 months to travel from Zhou State to the immortal residence, and they would have to cross Tangyuan on the way. Even if they reached the immortal residence, Yunxing might not be able to find the water of life. In that case, it's almost impossible to save him, Yunxing pondered. It's very difficult. And from the looks of it, it's already too late. It's better to persuade old General Yun to give up on this competition. Seeing Yunxing's gloomy appearance, Xiao Wenshu also felt a wave of pain in his heart. Since it was a calamity of death, it was not so easy to resolve. This time, Yunba still had a slim chance of survival. He won't give up, and he can't give up. If he loses this time, the Yun residence will collapse. Yunxing looked at the clock. It was already midnight. "Xia Siming, I will still hand over the refining method of the praise of the moon goddess." Yunxing quickly made a decision in her heart. After hearing Yunxing's words, Xiao Wenshu nodded. Yunxing also very readily wrote down the refining method of the high-grade magic medicine, the praise of the moon goddess, to Xiao Wenshu. When Xiao Wenshu saw the prescription, he couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. As expected of Yunxing. Every time, she would surprise him. Around daybreak, Yunxing, who had slept through the night, returned to the medicine hall. To her surprise, Yi Baiming was waiting for her in the medicine hall. He seemed to have been waiting for the whole night. In front of him was a chessboard. On the chessboard, there were 2 black and white pieces. They must have gone through a fierce battle earlier. The black and white pieces each occupied one side and were evenly matched. For a moment, they were in a deadlock. Why are you here? Yunxing was a little surprised. Logically speaking, Yi Baiming, as a prince, should be in the palace to receive the crown prince's visit. Yi Baiming did not speak, and the atmosphere was a little cold. Yi Baiming was very unhappy. A rare low pressure was brewing around him. To be exact, Yi Baiming had been waiting for Yunxing in the medicine hall since yesterday evening. In today's competition, he knew that although Yunxing did not say anything, she must be worried about old General Yun. However, Yunxing was not a member of the Yun residence and did not have an official position. She could not enter the palace. Therefore, Yi Baiming specially thought of a way to ask Yunxing as a maidservant for her to follow him to the palace to watch the competition in a few days. Yunxing. Ever since the day of old General Yun's birthday, Yi Baiming had a vague feeling that Yunxing had something on her mind, but she did not say anything. She just ran back and forth between the medical hall and the medicine hall. Why did she go to the temple in the middle of the night? What happened to that damned little wildcat? Why didn't she look for him? Why did she look for Xiao Wenqiu? She had only met him a few times and was always pretending to be friendly. What was there to look for? Night Fox, if you want to play chess, go back to your room. Yunxing looked at his constipated face and tried to recall how she had offended him recently. She was upset and did not have time to guess what was on his mind. Why did you look for Xiao Wenqiu? Yi Baiming asked gloomily. How did you know I went to look for him? I looked for him to ask about some medical matters. You don't understand. Yunxing huffed. She looked at Yi Baiming and her expression darkened. He was being despised. The little wildcat dared to despise him. Yi Baiming's heart ached at the thought of her and Xiao Wenqiu discussing medical issues in such a lovey-dovey manner. Yi Baiming suddenly grabbed Yunxing's hand and pulled her into his arms. Yunxing jumped in fright. She did not know what was wrong with Yi Baiming. His gray eyes darkened. Yi Baiming stared at Yunxing. His handsome face was only a few inches away from Yunxing. The two of them were so close that they could feel each other's breath on their faces. This prince forbids you from having any more contact with Xiao Wenqiu. It looks like I'm not good enough as your retainer. From now on, I'll really have to follow you 12 hours a day. Yi Baiming's domineering tone made Yunxing's heart beat faster. She forcefully pushed Yi Baiming, but found that this guy's body was really hard. He was like a wall and she could not move him at all. Yi Baiming, speaking of which, were you behind the purple gold mine incident? Yunxing glared at him. She thought about it and felt that Yi Baiming's sudden appearance during the purple gold mine incident was not the right time. In addition, he was so black-bellied. If Tang Yuan's Li Xiao was stolen by someone else, then the first person to suspect would definitely be Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming smiled wickedly and did not answer. He lowered his head and pressed his forehead against Yunxing's neck. He shifted Yunxing into a more comfortable position and held her in his arms. He also did not sleep the entire night, but when he smelled Yunxing's pleasant medicinal fragrance, his originally depressed mood improved a lot. It really was you. Aren't you embarrassed? You caused the trouble and you want the Yun residents to take the blame for you? That Tian Kazi should be looking for you to compete. Yunxing was not in a good mood. She thought about how she had worked so hard and was almost eaten by Bian, but only managed to get a quarter of the purple gold mine. Yi Baiming had pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger and took half of the mine. Her heart was extremely unbalanced. Why are you being so calculative? What is this prince's is yours? Yi Baiming pressed his nose against Yunxing's neck. Yunxing's skin was very good and the fragrance on her body was different from the cosmetics of other women. Only the heavens knew that he loved the feeling of holding this little wildcat in his arms. Perhaps it was because the two of them were used to dual cultivating magic, but Yunxing's resistance to Yi Baiming's intimate actions had lessened. Yunxing did not understand at first, but when she thought about it again, why did it sound so ambiguous? It sounded like, were you born in the year of the dog? Don't keep scratching my neck. Since what is yours is mine, then take out half of the purple gold mine. In any case, you are a nosy prince and don't need money. Unlike me, who has a hunting squad and a medical center, everything is a bottomless pit. Yunxing felt a tickle on her neck and unhappily pushed Yi Baiming's face away. Yi Baiming had already expected her reaction and nimbly avoided her hand. He pressed her wrist under his armpit and continued to hug Yunxing tightly. In front of a martial artist, a magician's skills could not be more useless. Yunxing wailed endlessly. She really wanted to give Yi Biming a freezing spell and freeze him until his hands and feet were crippled. Unfortunately, she did not dare. To be honest, ever since Yunxing met Yi Biming, she had never truly seen through his cultivation. Whether it was a martial artist or a magician, Yi Biming would never reveal his true abilities. Yunxing only knew that his strength was very high. After all, just by looking at his soul, Yi Biming's soul was at least twice as big as hers. Wait a few more days, this prince will naturally give it to you. Don't worry, this time, old General Yun will be fine. When Yi Biming saw Yunxing's angry appearance, his gray eyes softened. Thank you silently for the tip. Yunxing had lost a lot of weight recently. Yi Biming felt a little heartache as he held her in his arms. His little wild cat had been running around and was most worried about the Yun residence. No matter how much Yunxing disliked the Yun residence, she was still of the Yun residence's bloodline. This was something that couldn't be changed. As long as Yunxing wasn't willing, he definitely wouldn't let the Yun residence collapse. What are you saying? Could it be that you have full confidence that this competition? No, you don't even know that old General Yun was poisoned. Actually, I went to find Xiao Wenxu yesterday because of this. When Yunxing heard this, she couldn't help but stop joking around. There was only one person who dared to say that he would give her whatever she wanted in Zhou State, and that was the Zhou State's emperor. However, the Yi Biming that Yunxing knew wasn't someone who would easily make promises. Once he opened his mouth, it meant that he had full confidence. It was the amniotic fluid of a magical beast, right? The poison in old General Yun's body, and it was Yun Xianxia who poisoned him, Yi Biming said slowly. How do you know? You went to the clinic and saw the decoctions? Yunxing became nervous. Little wildcat, you are very clever, but still a little naive. Do you think that you can solve today's matter by yourself? Do you know why Yun Xianxia did that? Because Tang Yu was taken away by someone. The person who took away Tang Yu was the bloody Han Tycoon controlled by Xuan Wuji. Yi Biming's face was unfathomable, as if nothing could be hidden from him. In just one night, Yi Biming had already found out that Tang Yu was taken away by a group of unknown people a few months ago. Yun Xianxia must have been controlled by others because of Tang Yu. In terms of medical skills, Yunxing could be considered the best in Zhou State. She was also very smart and was the calmest woman Yi Biming had ever met. Sometimes, Yi Biming would even associate Yunxing with his mother, Empress. Of all the women Yi Biming had seen in his life, his mother, Empress, was the one who left the deepest impression on him. Not only was she unparalleled in beauty, but she was also better at scheming than others. But for a peerless beauty like Empress, she had lost to love. For the sake of Zhou State's emperor, a man who didn't love her, her reputation was ruined, and she ended up without a corpse. Every time he thought of this, Yi Biming couldn't help but feel indignant, and his gray eyes flashed with anger. He turned his head to look at the person in his arms. After learning the reason for Yun Xianxia's betrayal, Yunxing fell into deep thought. She didn't notice Yi Biming sizing her up. Yi Biming carefully looked at Yunxing. From her dark red petal-like lips to her delicate oval face and pitch-black eyes, he didn't miss anything. When Yunxing was thinking seriously, she exuded an aura that didn't match her age. That aura made Yi Biming feel like he couldn't take his eyes off her. Yunxing was still young. In terms of appearance, she couldn't be compared to Empress, who used to be the most beautiful woman in Zhou State. She didn't know anything about the four arts, but her medical skills and understanding of magic were incomparable to Empress. Today, for example, even though she knew such a big thing, if it were anyone else, they would probably have panicked. However, Yunxing was able to calm down and think about the whole story. Yi Biming had a feeling that Yunxing was growing at an astonishing speed. As long as she was given enough time, she would transform into a woman who was even more dazzling than his mother. She was Yunxing, not Empress. And he wasn't the emperor of Zhou State. He would never let her down in this life. When Yi Biming's spiritual soul entered Yunxing's body, he already knew that this little woman was tightly bound to him in the past, present, and future. However, if she were to discover the obstacles in front of him one day, Would she still be like today, leaning in his arms and not moving at all? Yi Baiming's heart was filled with thoughts. Yunxing was also filled with thoughts. In terms of scheming for benefits, she was indeed not as good as Yi Baiming, who was born in a royal family since he was young. She never thought that Xianxia would be so rebellious. Compared to the father, the son was more important in the end. Night Fox, can you do me a favor? Yunxing looked up. She knew that Yi Baiming knew much more than her. She was a typical modern woman. Due to the early death of her parents, she had been taking care of herself since she was young. After coming to the Boundless Land, due to Yun Songhai's deliberate training, she had always been taking care of herself and never asked others to help her. This was the first time she had asked someone for help. Her show of weakness made Yi Baiming raise his eyebrows. The smile on his face deepened. Yunxing asked him for help. Did this mean that she had already opened her heart and started to accept him? Yunxing was originally very smart. It was just that because of the environment she was born in, she was not good at scheming. However, after she recognized the environment she was in, she immediately made a decision. Whether it was Xian Wuji, the Dark Prince, or Tian Keizi, did these people really think that she, Yunxing, and the entire Yun residents could be bullied? If they had come in the open, Yunxing might not have done anything in secret. However, since they had used all kinds of methods, how could she, Yan Yunxing, let them play tricks like this? I'm at your disposal. Yi Baiming saw a hint of determination in Yunxing's eyes. He knew that the little wildcat had been enlightened. Yunxing thought about it again and quickly connected the whole thing together. Tell me the whereabouts of the Bloody Hand Tycoon. Yunxing almost gritted her teeth as she said this sentence. Yi Baiming raised his eyebrows. You want to find the Bloody Hand Tycoon? Those who come out to make a living will eventually have to pay. Yunxing's eyebrows were filled with a murderous aura. Why should I dirty my hands? If you don't like it, after tomorrow, there will be no more Bloody Hand Tycoon in this world. Yi Baiming pursed his thin lips and held Yunxing's hand. The size of a man's and a woman's hands were different. Yi Baiming stroked Yunxing's hand. Her hand could be used to save people. As for his hand, since it was already stained with blood, he did not mind staining it with more than 100 lives. If anyone dared to make his woman unhappy, he would make sure that they would not be able to rest in peace. Early in the morning, in a valley located dozens of miles northwest of Zhou State. It was at least half a month's journey from here to Jade Capital. The valley was filled with fog all day long. Once hunters and magical beasts entered the valley, they would not be able to walk out again. No one noticed that there was a magic array set up outside the valley. The grass and trees outside the valley looked very ordinary, but upon closer inspection, one would realize that these were all poisonous plants. The fog was also an illusion created by the magic array. This was the headquarters of the Bloody Hand Tycoon. Bloodhand's main camp was located in this valley where there were few signs of human habitation. If a skilled magician managed to break through the misty magic formation outside and enter the depths of the valley, he would see many trench-like buildings built in the valley. Tang Yu had been locked up here for the past half a year. Although he was locked up, Tang Yu's life was not bad. At least in the eyes of young Master Tang, this life was 1,000 times better than the life in the Northwest Barracks. He was served by 2 delicate beauties. Every day, there was good wine and good meat, not a single thing was lacking. Tang Yu still did not know the origins of these people. He only knew that after being exiled by the military, he had been exposed to the elements all the way to the Northwest Barracks. He completely ignored Yun Ba's painstaking efforts to train him. After wailing and wailing for a few days, he realized that no one regarded him as the little young master of the Yun residence anymore. He completely gave up. He inwardly cursed Xianyu, who had died for no apparent reason. He was also angry at Yunxing. Even his grandfather, Yun Ba, who had not helped him, was hated by him. One night, Tang Yu went to the toilet in the middle of the night and was knocked on the head. When he woke up, he realized that he had left the Northwest Barracks. At first, he was afraid, but when he realized that his life here was 1,000 times better than in the barracks, he felt at ease to live a life of luxury. However, he did not expect that such a good life would suddenly come to an end a few days ago. He roughly knew that the group who had captured him belonged to an organization called the Blood Hand Gang. The people here did not show their faces and were all dressed in red robes. Their skills were very high, and there were magicians and warriors among them. If he wanted to escape from these people, the chances of him escaping were zero. Usually, these people were only responsible for providing him with good wine and meat and did not make things difficult for him. However, 3 days ago, a red-robed man suddenly walked in with a fiendish expression. Without saying a word, they cut off Tang Yu's little finger. Tang Yu was so frightened that he fainted. When he woke up, he realized that the beauty was gone and he was locked in a small room. He did not know what had happened and cursed for an entire day, but no one paid him any attention. Around dawn, the door opened. A red-robed man walked in. Behind the red-robed man were 2 delicate beauties. When they saw Tang Yu, they warmly welcomed him. "You. What do you want?" Tang Yu did not have the ability to keep these beauties this time. He just wanted to leave this damned place as soon as possible. "Young Master Tang, there's no need to panic. You've been on tenterhooks all this while. But don't worry, you'll be able to leave in a few days." The red-robed man sneered. As long as the competition between Yunba and Tian Kezi ended, the Yun residents would lose all standing and reputation. At that time, Tang Yu would no longer have any value. The Bloody Hand Trenches people also promised Yun Xianxia that as long as the competition ended, they would release Tang Yu. "A few days? How many days? Who ordered you to capture this young master?" Tang Yu's fat face was pale with fright. He was originally a cowardly rat with a brain the size of a mung bean. After being frightened like this, there was only one name left in his mind. "All right, I know. It must be Yun Xing, right? You guys are all acting mysterious. You must be the hunters under that wretched girl in disguise." Tang Yu believed that he had a noble status and was quite popular in the Jade capital. After thinking about it, he could only think of Yunxing as his enemy. It must be because Yunxing wanted to acknowledge her ancestors and was afraid that he would steal her grandfather Yunba's favor. Therefore, she ordered people to capture him. A burst of uncontrollable laughter came from above the house. Hearing the commotion, the Bloody Hand Trenches people were shocked. "Who's there?" On the roof, 3 people were standing. The Bloody Hand Trench was an extremely important stronghold of the Grand Emperor city on the boundless continent. Therefore, the valley where their base camp was located was well hidden, and there were layers upon layers of traps outside. The fact that someone was able to sneak in without them noticing shocked the red-robed leader, and he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. So there's really someone as stupid as a pig. "Tang Yu, oh Tang Yu, if Yunxing wanted to harm you, you would have already died 1,000 times. The 3 men descended from the roof. These were 3 men with different styles. Anyone who saw them would remember them. The one who snickered just now was the man on the right. He had a dignified appearance and always had a kind smile on his face. He held a white jade bone fan in his hand. With such a configuration, he was just like a white-robed scholar. The man on the left was like an iron-faced soldier. He was not old, but his tyrannical battle chi was like a sword that had been sharpened for a long time. Once he made a move, it was earth-shattering. As for the man in the middle, the one that the red-robed man couldn't see through the most was the man in the middle. He should be the youngest of the 3. He looked to be around 15 or 16 years old, but he was the most good-looking of the 3. His pair of slightly upturned red phoenix eyes reflected a cold light in the morning light. He was not like the man on the right who liked to laugh, nor was he as cold as the man on the left. There were no magical waves on his body, nor was there any biting cold battle chi. However, just by standing there, he made people feel an unbearable pressure. "It's you, Lord Biming, Senior Brother Ching, Senior Brother Bu." When Tang Yu saw the 3 of them, it was as if he had seen his saviors. He shouted loudly for help. His eyes were more like a girl who had seen her sweetheart. How could there be any anticipation? Qingbai shuddered and glared at Yi Biming resentfully. It was all this kid's fault. Early in the morning, before the rooster crowed, he was dragged out of bed by Yi Biming and thrown into a magical array in a daze. When he woke up, he found himself in Bujioxiao in the western region of Zhou State. It would take at least 10 days to travel from Yujing to the western region of Zhou State, even with flying magical beasts. Yi Baiming, on the other hand, used a magical array of unknown attributes to bring him and Bu Jiuxiao thousands of miles to the west. When he woke up and asked around, he found out that Yi Baiming was actually looking for Tang Yu. He was really unlucky for 8 lifetimes. He, Qingbai, never had the chance to be a hero saving a damsel in distress. How could he have the chance to save a fatso? F*ck off, who's your senior brother? When Qingbai heard Tang Yu's voice, which was even more feminine than a girl's, he felt goosebumps all over his body. A trash who had been kicked out of the dojo half a month after joining dared to call him senior brother. Bloody tycoon? Bu Jiuxiao frowned unhappily. What he noticed were the people in red who were quickly gathering around him. If he was not wrong, these people were the infamous assassins of the bloody tycoon. However, when did Yi Baiming provoke this group of people, or? Bu Jiuxiao did not even bother to look at Tang Yu. This matter was related to the residents of Yun. Yi Baiming and the residents of Yun did not have much of a relationship. If there was a relationship, it would be because of Yun Sheng. Qingbai glanced at Yi Baiming and then looked at Bu Jiuxiao, roaring sorrowfully, "In this day and age, men are like clothes and women are like hands and feet. Baiming, you are not kind." Qingbai's appearance was clearly a naked accusation. His own woman was still comfortably staying in Jade Capital, yet he had pulled his 2 childhood friends to come to this kind of godforsaken place to fight to the death with someone. Yi Baiming's gray eyes turned and the corner of his mouth curled up with a hint of evilness, instantly making people dumbfounded. At that time, there was only one sentence in Tang Yu's mind: "Oh my god, a man can actually smile so beautifully." Yi Baiming spat out a sentence that was neither painful nor itchy. "Wrong, there is no way to compare. There are 4 brothers and only 1 woman." Qingbai's face instantly became that of a little wife, while Bu Jiuxiao helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Seeing the 3 of them singing the same tune and not putting the famous blood hand tycoon in their eyes, the red-robed man was so angry that his teeth were about to shatter. "What's the point of saying so much? You are Zhou State's Baiming King, and you are Wuji's 3 talents that recently rose to prominence from Wushuan Limitless School?" The most famous people on the continent were Wuji's 5 paragons, the 5 peerless geniuses of the 5 great countries. Wuji's 5 paragons had been famous for a long time, but in the past 2 years, the hottest newcomers in Zhou State were Wuji's 3 talents. If Wuji's 5 paragons were said to be famous because of their genius and illustrious background, then Wuji's 3 talents were famous for killing blood cloud beasts. However, because they were only moving around in Zhou State, the fame of Wuji's 3 talents was only spread in a small area. Blood Hand Tycoon had only heard of their reputation, but had never truly fought with them before. Seeing them today, he only felt that the 3 of them had first-class appearances, but in terms of strength, they were only SOSO. Since they came from Wushuan Limitless School, their strength naturally wouldn't be weak, but no matter what, they were just a group of teenage martial artists, and their cultivations were at most martial marquee. These assassins of the Blood Hand Trench, perhaps their martial realm cultivation could not compare to these 3, but they all lived their lives licking blood from the edge of the blade. When it came to a real fight, they believed that they would not lose to these 3 youngsters who looked good but were not of any use. It was also the red-robed man who had let down his guard. He had overlooked one thing. If the 3 people in front of him were really just martial arts practitioners, how could they have rushed here from the Jade Capital, which was thousands of miles away? "Brothers, capture the leader first. Capture Zhou State's Baiming King first." The red-robed leader was able to become the leader of the Bloody Hand Trench. Naturally, he had some skills. With a single glance, he recognized Bu Jiuxiao as the most powerful of Wuji's 3 prodigies, followed by Qingbai and Yi Baiming. However, Yi Baiming was the leader of the 3, so he made a prompt decision to capture Yi Baiming first. Within the Blood Hand Trench's main camp, there were still more than 200 people. More than 200 red-robed people, under the command of their leader, rushed over like a dense swarm of locusts. Tang Yu was so scared that she could not move. She hid to the side. Yi Baiming and the other 2, who were surrounded in the middle, did not react at all. "What are you waiting for? Let them see that the title of Wuji's 3 prodigies is not for nothing." Qingbai laughed. The 3 stood in a row, but no one was in a hurry to make a move. The 3 of them were about the same age and height, but at this moment, the 3 bursts of Duki that erupted from their bodies were completely different. The three bursts of Duki burst forth in an instant, like three peerless swords being unsheathed together. The dochi collided with each other like a flood. The entire valley seemed to have experienced a small-scale earthquake. Tang Yu, who was hiding to the side, only heard a series of crackling sounds. It was as if a string of firecrackers had suddenly been lit on the quiet street on New Year's Eve. However, the source of the firecrackers came from the joints of the three men in front of her. It was the sound of the exploding Duki flowing in all directions. It was September, and it was around sunrise. The weather was cool, but the three men were drenched in an instant. That was sweat. No, that was not sweat. Red liquid flowed down from the three men's skin. The red-robed men at the side looked at each other. The red-robed leader's face changed in shock. That was not sweat, that was beast blood. The three men had entered the beast blood frenzy state at the same time. Red beastly blood and sweat flowed out from the three men's bodies. The clothes on their upper bodies were torn apart. Like small green pythons, veins popped out. Their muscles bulged, emitting a terrifying aura. In just a moment, the three men, who were originally 1.8 meters tall, had undergone a terrifying transformation. Their height suddenly increased by 20 to 30 centimeters. Each of them looked like a small giant, at least 2 meters tall. Their facial features had also changed. Among them, Yi Baiming's beast blood frenzy state was the most shocking. A black gas circled around his body. His naked upper body was covered with a layer of strange black scales. He roared loudly, like a spring thunder. When the sound fell into the ears of the assassins of the Bloody Hand Trench, their eardrums buzzed. Some of the assassins with weaker cultivation actually bled from their ears, nose, and mouth under the roar. They fell to the ground instantly, their heart meridians broken on the spot. With a roar, he could break people's heart meridians. With such cultivation, he was definitely not a martial marquis. Could it be? Only then did the red-robed man know that the Lord Baiming he looked down on was actually a man. Zhou State, Yujing City, there was not only one. As if he had foreseen the result of the competition a few days later, the red-robed man only had one thought left. He had to escape. He had to tell the young city lord that the most terrifying person in Zhou State was not Yunba. However, in the next moment, he found that he could not move his hands and feet. Like a ghost, Yi Baiming killed his way out of the heavy encirclement. In an instant, he was in front of him. His hands covered with black scales grabbed the red-robed man's hands and feet. The red-robed man only felt that his limbs were making cracking sounds. He did not even have time to cry out. His body was as strong as a martial marquis. Even under the force of 1,000 kilograms, his body would not be damaged in the slightest. However, Yi Baiming's tyrannical strength tore his body into two halves. Red blood that was even redder than the red-robed man instantly dyed Yi Baiming's eyes red. Perhaps stimulated by the smell of blood, Yi Baiming's mind was scarlet. Countless broken limbs, a rain of blood, and minced flesh. The scene in the valley was too horrible to look at. Qingbai and Bu Jiuxiao had finished off more than half of the assassins of the Bloody Hand Trench. When they stopped, they found that Yi Baiming was strange. Not good. Jiuxiao, Baiming seems to be out of control. Qingbai looked at the corpses around them and then looked at Yi Baiming's crazy killing method. His heart trembled slightly. According to their agreement, once they entered the Blood Hand Trench's camp, they would quickly enter the beast blood frenzy state and end the battle quickly. After all, there were more important things waiting for them in the Jade Capital. They had seen Yi Baiming enter a frenzied state after entering the beast blood frenzy state. Previously, when the three of them were killing blood cloud beasts, they had encountered commander-grade demonic beasts that were even more dangerous than the Blood Hand Trench. At that time, Qingbai and Bu Jiuxiao had encountered danger. It was Yi Baiming who entered the beast blood frenzy state at the last moment that saved the two of them. It was only then that the two of them knew that Yi Baiming could enter the beast blood frenzy state on his own even before the real beast blood fusion. Furthermore, Yi Baiming's beast blood frenzy state was different from that of ordinary warriors. Normally, after entering the beast blood frenzy state, the person would be weakened for half a month or even 3 months depending on their cultivation. However, Yi Baiming was different. Every time he entered the beast blood frenzy state, he would be able to recover quickly and would be no different from his normal state. Furthermore, his strength in the beast blood frenzy state was terrifying. He could even reach the strength of a martial sage. However, correspondingly, Yi Baiming's personality would also change greatly. He would be like a demonic beast that was filled with hostility and was obsessed with killing. Previously, after Yunxing had really performed the beast blood fusion on Yi Baiming 3 times, Yi Baiming's strength seemed to have become even more terrifying. It seemed that when Yunxing's medical skills fused with Yi Baiming's beast blood fusion, it also stimulated the most terrifying power in his body. At this thought, Qingbai and Bu Jiuxiao were secretly shocked. Think of a way to control Baiming, otherwise. Bu Jiuxiao also looked anxious. The Blood Hand Trenches camp could be said to have been cleared out by them. However, Yi Baiming did not seem to have any intention of stopping. Help! Save me! Lord Baiming, I'm Tangyu. I'm not a member of the Bloody Hand Tycoon. As he spoke, Yi Baiming picked Tangyu up. Tangyu's 200 kilograms of fat was like a defenseless chicken in his hands. Tangyu was also scared out of his wits by Yi Baiming's crazed murderous look. He was choked by the neck and his face was the color of an eggplant. It looked like he was about to be choked to death. When Qing and Bu saw this, they hurriedly stepped forward and held Yi Baiming from both sides. They were here to save people. Not to mention that the Bloody Hand Tycoon didn't kill Tangyu. Tangyu was strangled to death by Yi Baiming in the end. However, Yi Baiming did not care about this. His eyes were bloodshot from killing. The beast blood frenzy had filled his entire body with a ruthless aura. His pair of gray eyes were like rubies, emitting a bewitching light. His 10 fingers were like iron rods that kept tightening. Qing and Bu were both martial marquee experts, but no matter how they tried to persuade or pull Yi Baiming's body, he did not move an inch. Seeing that Tangyu's limbs were getting weaker and weaker, and his eyes were rolling back, Qingbai shouted anxiously, "Baiming, calm down. He's Tangyu, Yunxing's cousin." Yi Baiming, who had entered a frenzied state, had entered a state where all 6 of his senses had disappeared. His eyes were covered with a layer of red. He could not hear Qingbai's words. But just as he was in a daze, he heard a name. Yunxing. Yunxing's cousin. It was as if a bright light had suddenly appeared in the darkest night. A part of his heart softened. Yi Baiming's hand loosened. Tangyu fell to the ground, gasping for breath, his fat jiggling like rice bran. It was too frightening. He had almost died. Yi Baiming was also gasping for breath. After regaining consciousness, the strange scales on his body immediately disappeared, and his body quickly returned to its original appearance. The redness at the bottom of his eyes also dissipated. He looked at the horrifying corpses on the ground, his eyes calm, as if the massacre had nothing to do with him. Just now, in the instant that he regained consciousness, Yi Baiming understood that his strength had broken through again. "Baiming, you're finally awake. You scared us to death." Qingbai wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead, and exchanged a look with Bu Jiuxiao. Just now, if he had not said Yunxing's name in a moment of desperation, most likely, such a Yi Baiming would be too frightening. Qingbai and Bu Jiuxiao already understood that Yunxing was probably the only bottom line for Yi Baiming to maintain his consciousness. Just based on this point, they silently agreed that Yunxing was Yi Baiming's woman. "Everyone in the Bloody Hand Tycoon's camp has been killed. What should we do next? And this kid, what do you plan to do with him?" Qingbai looked at Tangyu bitterly. This kid could not be killed. But if they did not kill him and brought him back to the Jade Capital, and if Yi Baiming's secret was exposed, the consequences would be, "Tangyu, I won't kill you. I promised her that I would bring you back." Yi Baiming looked down at Tangyu. When Tangyu met Yi Baiming's gaze, he shuddered. The Lord Baiming in front of him was like the god of the underworld from hell. He was handsome, bloodthirsty, and could take a person's life with just a breath. "Lord Baiming, I won't say anything. I swear that if I reveal even a little bit of the secret, my intestines will be pierced and I will die a horrible death." Tangyu was scared out of his wits. He knelt on the ground mechanically and kowtowed. "Bring him back. Also, cut off the heads of everyone here and bring them back. I want to give a big gift to the young city lord of Grand Emperor City and the Dark Crown Prince." Since they had come to Zhou State, he, as the Zhou State's Lord Baiming, would take the place of the weak Zhou State Emperor and entertain them properly. Only half an hour passed. There was still a faint light on the horizon. The Bloody Hand Tycoon, an organization that was once notorious on the boundless continent, had disappeared. On the same morning, there was another person who was restless. Xianxia had already gotten up. She had not slept at all last night. That day at the birthday banquet, when Xianxia challenged her father to a duel, Xianxia felt as if she had been struck by lightning. For a moment, she even lost her ability to think. She finally understood that she had been secretly used by the Grand Emperor City and the later Qin state. At this moment, she was filled with regret. Xianxia was not a fool. She understood the principle of sharing glory and loss together. Originally, she had poisoned her father because of her only son, Tang Yu. However, she had thought that the other party only wanted to slowly exhaust Yunba's life. After a few years, Yunba would die naturally like he had died of old age. At that time, she could rightfully inherit the Yun residence's property. Who knew that the dark crown prince of the later Qin state and the martial saint of the later Qin state, Xianxia, would suddenly appear at the birthday banquet? Only then did Xianxia understand that those people not only wanted to frame Yunba, but they also wanted to viciously ruin the reputation of the entire Yun residence. Xianxia knew very well that if the Yun residence collapsed, even if you were returned, the mother and daughter would be stray dogs. Their lives would be 1,000 times harder than they were now. In these 3 days, Xianxia often wanted to confess to her father, Yunba. She still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. Her father doted on her the most. If she said that she was forced, perhaps there would still be some leeway. But that person from the Bloody Hand Tycoon refused to leave. That night, he had appeared in her room without anyone noticing. He had even brought along one of Tang Yu's fingers. "Third Miss Yun, you are a smart person. You should know that if you speak carelessly, young Master Tang will pay with his life." Xianxia had been so frightened that her face had drained of color. She had dismissed the idea of confessing. No, father will definitely lose the competition in a few days. Once father loses, the Yun residence will collapse. I can't just sit here and wait for death. I must find you. Xianxia's head was splitting from thinking. It was only at dawn that she abruptly stood up. She searched the room for a while and found a few purple gold cards and some jewelry. She wanted to take all the valuable things and sneak out of the mansion. These aren't enough. There are also the treasures and medicinal herbs in the Yun residence's storehouse. Only those can ensure that you and I will not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of our lives. Xianxia hurriedly took out the key to the storehouse and secretly walked towards it alone. It was still early. Because Yunba was going to compete, the Yun residence was very quiet these days. This was to ensure that Yunba was in his best condition. Outside the storehouse, there were 2 guards standing guard. They found it strange that Xianxia had come to the storehouse so early in the morning. "Third Miss, you want to enter the storehouse so early in the morning?" The guards found it strange. They had also noticed that the third Miss's complexion wasn't very good. "Father will be competing in a few days. I want to take some medicinal herbs to nourish his body." Xianxia forced a smile. The 2 guards didn't ask any more questions. They opened the door to the storehouse and walked in. The Yun residence's storehouse was the place with the most treasures in the entire residence. The various treasures and precious medicinal herbs that the Yun residence had left behind after many years of operation were all hidden here. Because Xianxia had been the steward of the residence all these years, Yunba had given the key to the storehouse to Xianxia. The other key to the storehouse was in Uncle Yun's hands. Xianxia took out 2 storage rings. She gritted her teeth and stuffed all the precious herbs in the storeroom and a few purple gold cards into it. In a short while, the warehouse was almost emptied. Almost 99% of the Yun residence's savings had already landed in Xianxia's hands. "Father, don't blame me for being ruthless. Anyway, second brother has become a hunter and eldest brother has betrayed the Yun residence for a woman. These family assets will belong to me and you sooner or later." Xianxia turned to leave after ransacking the storehouse. Unexpectedly, as soon as he left, he saw Yunxing and Uncle Yun standing outside the storehouse. Third Miss. You. So little Miss was right. You really harmed Master. If Uncle Yun hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that the third Miss, who was the old master's favorite, would actually do such a thing. Early this morning, Yunxing quietly entered the residence and found Uncle Yun. Yunxing had also thought about it. She still had to tell Yunba about the magical beast amniotic fluid, but she couldn't tell him directly. After all, there had always been a grudge between her and Yunba. If she rashly said that Xianxia was the one who put the poison in, Yunba would probably give her a good scolding. After thinking it over, Yunxing felt that Uncle Yun was the most suitable person. When Uncle Yun heard it, he didn't believe it at first, so Yunxing told him to directly question Xianxia. Unexpectedly, Xianxia was so disappointing that she actually planned to escape. Moreover, she was prepared to take away all of the Yun residence's assets to escape punishment. This way, Uncle Yun completely believed Yunxing's words. Uncle Yun. Yun Song, you are just a servant. What right do you have to question me? Get out of the way. Xianxia's expression was ugly. When she saw Yunxing appear, she already knew that the matter of her poisoning had most likely been exposed. If they found Yunba, she really wouldn't be able to explain herself. Third Miss, how can you treat Master like this? If he knew, how sad would he be? If you have any difficulties, feel free to tell Master. Uncle Yun was heartbroken. Even now, he still believed that Xianxia must have some difficulties that she had no choice but to do. Difficulties? Haha, would he still care about my difficulties? Xianxia simply smashed the pot to pieces. She stared maliciously at Yunxing. Ever since this wretched girl came back, everything has changed. Father used to dote on you so much, but now. You and I were humiliated by this little wretch, but he was indifferent. That's fine, but you is his only grandson. He has raised her in the Yun residence for more than 10 years. No matter what, their relationship should be better than that wretch who was chased out of the house. In the end, Yuer was exiled, but he was indifferent. Xianxia's words were malicious. She believed that her actions today were all because of Yunxing. That day, when her father scolded her and told her to get out of the Yun residence, she already understood that in her father's heart, she couldn't compare to Yunxing. When her eldest brother was still around, it was the same. Now that her eldest brother was gone, another Yunxing had appeared. Third Miss, you've misunderstood Master. Uncle Yun still wanted to explain. He put in so much effort for the little young Master. Although being exiled to the northwest is a bit difficult, Master's subordinates are there. He ordered people to take care of the little young Master. Along the way, Xianxia's heart ached and she smiled bitterly. Take care? If he really took care of him, how could you have fallen into the hands of the bloody Han Tycoon? He doesn't care about me, his daughter, or his grandson. Uncle Yun, no need to say any more. If you didn't provoke the bloody Han Tycoon, how could so many things have happened? You only have yourself to blame. I advise you to quickly go to old General Yun to ask for forgiveness and leave behind the Yun residence's belongings. Yunxing originally wanted to personally rush to the bloody Han Tycoon's headquarters. Although she didn't like Tang Yu couldn't die now. However, Yi Baiming stopped her. Yi Baiming said that he would save Tang Yu. After saying that, the night fox disappeared. Yunxing also didn't know what Tang Yu's current situation was. The bloody Han Tycoon belonged to Grand Emperor City and was definitely not weak. Yunxing wasn't worried. Yi Baiming's strength was unfathomable. She just didn't know when he would be able to return to the Jade Capital. Little slut, what right do you have to question me? Xianxia raised her eyebrows when she heard that. Her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. A wave of fighting aura rose around her body and she struck her palm towards Yunxing's face. That palm carried a force of 500 kilograms. If it landed, it would be enough to shatter a huge rock. She hated and was angry at Yunxing. She hated her for stealing her position in the Yun residence and was angry at her for causing her and Yuer to have no place to stay. She used a killing move the moment she attacked. Third Miss. You can't. Uncle Yun turned pale with fright. Thank you Minion, Fish, and Tin for your tips. Thank you everyone for your votes. Yunxing was already prepared. With a wave of her magic scepter, a small lightning bolt immediately appeared in the sky, rumbling loudly. She had fought with Yun Songxue before, but after 3 days, Yun Songxue was still the same Yun Songxue, while Yunxing was no longer the same Yunxing. Yun Songxue was a martial honor, while Yunxing was a master magician. In close combat, Yun Songxue was a martial artist, so she had the advantage. However, after Yunxing obtained the second demon charm soul stone, her attacks had a paralyzing effect. Lightning flash struck Yun Songxue's hand, and Yun Songxue only felt numbness all over her body. Immediately after, a majestic water-type magic element transformed into a water python, opening its mouth towards her. Yun Songxue felt her entire body go numb. She had already been firmly bound by Yunxing's water bind. Yunxing kicked her and found several purple gold cards and 2 storage rings on her body. Little b****, how dare you treat me like this? You'll definitely die a horrible death. Yun Songxue cursed. Uncle Yun had a difficult expression. Take her to old General Yun, Yunxing said coldly. Early in the same morning, Xian Wuji and the Dark Crown Prince were both staying in the residence of the later Qin state in Zhou state. The day of the martial sages of the 2 states was getting closer and closer. The 2 of them were confident of victory. Suddenly, a guard came to reporting to Your Highness, martial sage. This morning, a box was sent to the door. It was said to be for Your Highness, martial sage, and young city lord. A gift came early in the morning. The Dark Crown Prince and the others were astonished. Over the past few days, the Great Zhou Emperor did not dare to neglect the few of them in the Great Zhou Empire. He treated them very well, but secretly, he was closely monitoring every movement in the envoy residence. Who would send a gift at this time? The person who sent the gift was an ordinary-looking servant. After giving the gift, he left. Several guards carried a box in. The gift was a square box. It looked like an ordinary box used to transport goods on the continent. The outside was made of willow wood and high-quality copper leather. There were 2 heavy iron locks on the lock. It was so tight that no one could see what was inside. Open it. Dark Prince Duguxiu frowned. Tian Kz and the others were on high alert, afraid that there were hidden weapons in the box. Clack. The bodyguard swung his saber and cut off the lock. There was a dull sound of the box being opened. A hot, fishy smell assaulted their nostrils. Several heads rolled out of the box. The blood on it had yet to solidify. There were more than 200 human heads in the chest. Even though the Dark Crown Prince and Tian Kz were used to killing, their expressions couldn't help but change slightly. Of all the people present, the one who was most shocked was Xian Wuji. He recognized the heads as belonging to one of his subordinates, the Blood Hand Tycoon. How could that be? Who was it? Who the hell sent this box here? Xian Wuji's expression was ferocious. More than 200 people were killed. This meant that the Blood Hand Tycoon's headquarters had been massacred. Last night, he had contacted the leader of the red-robed men. At that time, there were no signs. How could the forces that Grand Emperor City had painstakingly cultivated for many years be wiped out overnight? And he, the young city lord, was completely in the dark. Young city lord, are these people your subordinates? Later Qin Crown Prince Duguxiu quickly retracted his surprised expression. It was obvious that this person sent this box to provoke them. Looking at the expressions on the faces of the human heads, they all died with their eyes bulging out of their sockets. It was obvious that they had died in fear. To be able to make a group of assassins who killed without batting an eyelid reveal such an expression, what kind of terrifying existence was the murderer? Was there such a ruthless character in Zhou State? The Dark Crown Prince was like a cat that smelled blood. Unlike Xian Wuji, he was not angered by the other party. Instead, the blood in his body was like boiling water, boiling endlessly. Only such a ruthless character was worthy of being Duguxiu's opponent. Unfortunately, that servant came and went without a trace. He did not leave behind any clues. It must be the Yun residence. Xian Wuji had not been in the Jade capital for long. Grand Emperor City was also a hidden city. Other than the Yun residence, he did not have any other enmity in the Jade capital. The relationship between the Blood Hand Tycoon and Grand Emperor City was even rarer. It's not the Yun residents. Yun Ba and Yun Songlong are pedantic and righteous people. They would not be so ruthless. The Dark Crown Prince's gaze darkened as he thought of Yun Xing. However, that little girl did not seem to have the ability to travel between the northwest and the Jade Capital in one night. But Tang Yu's head is not here. That person must have saved Tang Yu. Without Tang Yu, that woman Yun Xianxia will definitely fly into a rage out of humiliation. She might even tell the Yun residents about us. If Yun Ba knows the truth, he might regret the match. At that time, wouldn't our many days of preparation be in vain? Xian Wuji was furious. The box had already been transported away, but the smell of blood lingered for a long time. The Dark Crown Prince and Tian Kazi were used to this smell, but Xian Wuji's expression was not good. After this battle, the Blood Hand Tycoon had probably been uprooted. He left the Grand Emperor city this time and caused the city to suffer such a great loss. He would probably be punished by his father when he returned to the city. All of this was because of the Yun residents and Yun Songlong. No, even if someone like Yun Ba knew that he was poisoned, he would not go back on his word. We will just sit and wait for the match in a few days. Tian Kazi was unconcerned. Tian Kazi's guess was right on one point. Yun Ba was a stubborn stone. In a latrine pit. He was smelly and stubborn. The current situation in the Yun residence proved this point. Under Yun Xing's persuasion, Uncle Yun finally decided to tell Yun Ba about the matter. He ordered someone to call for Yun Songlong and escorted Yun Sanxue to Yun Ba. Yun Sanxue's battered and exhausted appearance, as well as his furious expression that was about to spit fire, deeply hurt Yun Ba. This old man, who had never been afraid even when facing hundreds of thousands of enemy troops on the battlefield, instantly aged a lot when he heard the entire story from Uncle Yun. He painfully closed his eyes, the expression in his eyes unclear. I will leave first. Yun Xing knew that this was a family matter of the Yun residence. With her current status, it was not suitable for her to stay here. You stay. Since you were the one who exposed this matter, it is impossible for you to stay out of it. Yun Xing, you are a member of the Yun residence and my granddaughter. You will never be able to escape responsibility for the matters of the Yun residence. The one who spoke was Yun Ba. He suddenly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he had already regained his composure. He knew very well that the Yun residence was now riddled with holes. Yun Sangshue's betrayal was the last straw that crushed the Yun residence. Yun Ba's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He was angry at his own daughter for failing to live up to his expectations and hated the people of Grand Emperor City for being the mastermind behind the scenes. However, he was also angry that he had been kept in the dark about this matter and it was actually a silly girl like Yun Xing who had discovered it. The most infuriating thing was that this silly girl was clearly concerned about the Yun residents and him, but she was stubborn and still refused to acknowledge him as her grandfather. To put it bluntly, he might not have many days left in his old bones, but this girl still refused to call him grandfather. Tang Yu's whereabouts were unknown, and if something really happened to him, he wouldn't even have a grandchild to wear mourning clothes with. Just thinking of this caused Yun Ba's stubborn temper to flare up again. Old General, this is your Yun residence's internal affairs. As an outsider, it's not appropriate for me to interfere. Yun Xing was very dissatisfied with Yun Ba's forceful attitude. Back then, he must have used the same tone to force her parents to scram out of the Yun residence. Outsider. Outsider my ass. You are my granddaughter, your surname is Yun, and your father is Yun Songhai. You have to acknowledge your ancestors and return to your family. Yun Ba jumped up, his old face pulling a long face. He jumped in front of Yun Xing, looking like he was jumping up and down. The scene became comical all of a sudden. Yun Xing smiled coldly. But my mother is Hu Jiuxing, the woman you don't acknowledge. If you want me to acknowledge my ancestors and return to my family, then bring my mother's memorial tablet into the Yun residence's ancestral hall. This woman once said that if my father and I want to return to the Yun residence, we must first kowtow 3 times and disassociate ourselves from my mother. If you want me to acknowledge my ancestors and return to my family, then you must acknowledge my mother's identity and let this woman kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times in front of my mother's memorial tablet as an apology. Yunxing was rarely so agitated, but she still remembered how Yun Songxue had blocked her outside the Yun residence and insulted her, her father, and her mother whom she had never met. Out of anger, Yunxing clenched the beast language ring in her hand tightly. That was the only thing Hu Jiuxing had left for her. When Yun Songxue heard this, he cursed loudly, "Little bitch. You think you're worthy? You're the same as your mother. Both of you have filthy blood that the world can't tolerate." Pa! There was a loud bang. Yun Songxue fell to the ground in shock, and the words that were about to come out of her mouth stopped in shock. She opened her eyes wide in disbelief, as if she had seen the most inconceivable thing in the world. Yunba raised a trembling hand. Uncle Yun and Yun Songlong were also stunned. "Father, you hit me. You hit me for this little slut." Yun Songxue seemed to have lost his mind. Yunba had never been as furious as he was today. He treated his two sons very harshly, but towards Yun Songxue, because she was the family's only daughter and her appearance was very similar to the late Madame Yun, Yunba doted on her very much. This was the first time Yun Songxue had been hit by Yunba since she was born. "Uncle Yun, from today onwards, Yun Songxue has nothing to do with the Yun residence. Take her back to her room and take her clothes. You can't take anything else with you. If she comes to the Yun residence to cause a ruckus, throw her out." Yunba's voice trembled, and it was unknown whether it was because of grief or fear. He waved his hand, unwilling to look at Yun Songxue again. "Father, you can't throw me out." Yun Songxue was in a daze. She must have been possessed just now. She actually brought up that matter carelessly. When her eldest brother had left the Yun residence that year, her father had warned her not to mention her sister-in-law in front of outsiders at any time. But today, she had made an exception. Yunxing was also astonished. Although she didn't hear what Yun Songxue wanted to say, it seemed that Yun Songxue was insulting her and her mother. The filthy blood that the world couldn't tolerate. Could it be that there was something special about her mother's background? Uncle Yun sighed and helped Yun Songxue up, softly persuading her, "Third miss, you've really made a mistake this time. You should leave. Master and the Yun residents have already suffered because of you." Yun Songxue didn't struggle anymore. She took a few steps, then suddenly remembered something and pounced on Yunxing. My since you know the truth, you must know Yu's whereabouts. It's all my fault. You can't hurt Yunba's slap just now had woken Yun Songxue up. Previously, she only knew to blame Yunxing, but after thinking about it, since Yunxing could find out the origin of the poison, she must know the whereabouts of her precious son. She had nothing left now except for her son, Tangyu. Yunxing cast a glance at Yunba. The old man's lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something. Blood was thicker than water. No matter how mischievous Tangyu was, he was still Yunba's grandson. Earlier, Yi Baiming had said that he would bring Tangyu back safe and sound by noon at the latest. She had also said that if Yi Baiming found Tangyu, he should settle him outside the city. After all, Tangyu was still a criminal in name and shouldn't appear in the Jade capital. "If you want to know Tangyu's whereabouts, tell me the method and location of the meeting between you and the Bloody Hand Tycoon." Even though Yi Baiming had gone to the Bloody Hand Tycoon's headquarters, Yunxing believed that the Bloody Hand Tycoon had contacts in the Jade capital. Perhaps she could use this point to dig out Xian Wuji. In the entire matter, the most despicable person was that shameless young city lord of the Grand Emperor city. Yun Songxue hesitated, but in the end, she couldn't resist her impatient heart. She gave Yunxing the method to contact the red-robed man, the secret signal to meet, and the remaining amniotic fluid poison of the demonic beasts. Only then did Yunxing reveal Tangyu's whereabouts. Yun Songxue didn't thank her and turned to leave. When she reached the door, Yunba opened his mouth. "Yun Songxue, you're on your own. Watch your mouth. If I hear anything about Yun Xing and her son, don't blame me for not remembering our father-daughter relationship." After Uncle Yun left with Yun Songxue, the three members of the Yun family stood in the main hall, no one saying a word. Yunxing was still muttering in her heart. She looked at Yun Songlong, who didn't have any reaction. It seemed that second uncle didn't know about this matter either. Yunba also didn't ask Yunxing to acknowledge her ancestors. For a moment, both grandfather and grandson were in a deadlock, not saying anything. Yun Songlong had also rushed over. In a day, he learned of his sister's betrayal and saw his father lose his composure. His mind was also filled with a myriad of thoughts. After a long time, he said, "Father, since we've already found out that you've been poisoned, and it's a strange poison, and no one in Zhou State can cure it for the time being, why don't we report this matter to the emperor and cancel the competition in a few days?" Yun Songshua's grave mistake had already been made, and there was no antidote. Under such circumstances, if Yun Ba were to compete with someone else, he would undoubtedly lose. Cancel? Why should I cancel? If I cancel, the entire continent will laugh at me, and Zhou State will lose those purple gold ores. This old man wants to fight this battle. Don't try to persuade me. Yun Ba was in a terrible mood, but his temper was even worse. He refused to give up on this competition no matter what. Father. Yun Songlong wanted to persuade him again. Say no more. This old man has already made up his mind. I'm going into seclusion for the next 2 days. If there's nothing important, don't disturb me. Yun Ba waved his hand impatiently. He didn't want Yun Songlong to say any more. After he finished speaking, he went to the training room. Yun Songlong looked troubled. Then, he glanced at Yun Xing and saw that the little girl was deep in thought. He didn't know what she was thinking about. Xing it's all thanks to you this time. Are you still thinking about what third sister said? Don't take it to heart. She has been jealous of eldest brother since she was young and doesn't like your mother very much. Don't take her words to heart, Yun Songlong comforted. Second uncle, have you ever seen my mother? Why is old General Yun so displeased with her? Although Yun Xing had never seen Hu Jiuxing, she had seen a memory fragment that Hu Jiuxing had left in the beast language ring when she received it. In the memory fragment, Hu Jiuxing's face was incomparably beautiful and her voice was gentle. She was a peerless woman. How could such a person attract old General Yun's disgust? Could it be that mother had done something unforgivable? Or was her identity very special? Yun Xing and Yun Ba had interacted for a while. Although she didn't like old General Yun's temperament that was easily ignited, she knew that this grandfather of hers wasn't a bad person. On the contrary, Yun Ba abhorred evil. His biggest flaw was that he cared a lot about his reputation and had a fiery temper. If Hu Jiuxing attracted his disgust, she must have violated some of his taboos. Xing second uncle has never seen your mother. Your father is always on the move. When he brought your mother to the Yun residence for the new year, it happened that there was a riot at the borders and I was still guarding the south. But third sister should have interacted with your mother for a while. Yun Songlong pondered for a moment. That's right, you can also ask Uncle Yun. He has been by father's side all year round and should know something. Yun Xing nodded. Xing you asked about the red-robed men's whereabouts just now. Are you planning to? Yun Songlong didn't want Yun Xing to be in danger. Second uncle, I'm afraid you don't know that the mastermind behind the so-called red-robed men of the Bloody Hand Tycoon is most likely Dihong City. Don't you want to take advantage of this opportunity to take revenge? Yun Xing revealed a sinister smile. Yun Ba was meditating in the training room. He circulated the dou qi in his body and found that the dou qi accumulated in his body was much less than before. What that little girl said was true. With his skills, he was afraid that he would not be able to compete with Tian Kz in the competition a few days later. Xianxia had actually tried to kill him. Yun Ba's aura was unstable, so he simply stopped meditating. Master, everything has been settled. Uncle Yun walked in quietly. Little young master has been sent back. This time, it's all thanks to little Mississippi Humph, that little girl's methods are brilliant. It's only been a few days, and even the dignified Bloody Hand Tycoon has been uprooted by her. Tang Yu, that disappointment, is she all right? Yun Ba also looked a little unconvinced. He hadn't expected that he couldn't even keep an eye on Tang Yu in his own territory in the northwest. This had given the Bloody Hand Tycoon and the later Qin people an opportunity to take advantage of. They're fine. They're just a little dispirited and listless. This old servant has already found a residence outside the city and settled them down. Uncle Yun also knew that Yun Ba had truly been angered this time. Especially since Xianxia had actually almost exposed the little Miss's identity at the very end. That little girl has a temperament that's prone to causing trouble. Xianxia's words must have aroused her suspicions. If she comes to ask you in the next few days, you definitely can't tell her what happened back then. Back then, if Xianxia hadn't accidentally overheard my conversation with Songhai, things wouldn't have gotten to this point today. Yunba looked very dejected. But master, little Miss is a clear-minded person. Her current identity isn't simple either, and she already has several forces by her side that can protect her. She will know the truth sooner or later. Uncle Yun also asked Tang Yu a few questions as he escorted Yun Xianxia and his daughter. He wanted to know who had rescued him. However, the little young master, who had always been a blabbermouth, gritted his teeth this time. Even when Third Miss asked, he didn't say a word. Looking at him, the other party seemed to be a very powerful person. It's precisely because she's gradually building up her own forces and has a tough personality that I'm worried. If she finds out one day that her mother didn't die at all, and that the poison in Songhai's body was caused by. Do you think, with her personality, she'll just let it go? Yunba was the martial saint of Zhou State, and he feared nothing. However, every time he spoke of the force that had forced his eldest son to abandon the family, and the force behind it, he couldn't help but change his expression. The darkness of this mainland was only the tip of the iceberg. Although the current Yunxing was exceptionally talented, she wasn't strong enough to defy the heavens. He couldn't let his granddaughter take any risks. Yun Song, don't forget that Empress Li was secretly imprisoned because of that incident and ended up in such a miserable state. Even if we don't consider that terrifying force, we still have to consider the pressure from the imperial family. Yunba was also worried about this point. Master, this old servant understands. I definitely won't tell little Miss about those things. Uncle Yun sighed. Master was right. Eldest young master was powerful enough back then. Eldest young master Yun Songhai was very talented. A large part of little Miss' talent was inherited from eldest young master. Yun Songhai was only in his 20s back then and was already a sky sorcerer. However, in the face of that terrifying force, he still ended up in his current state. Little Miss was exceptionally talented, but she was still far from eldest young master's sky sorcerer cultivation. Yunba and Uncle Yun had already made up their minds. Even if Yunxing didn't want to return to the family, they would still protect her. In the Jade capital, they couldn't let anyone touch Little Mississippi. Just as Yunba had predicted, Yunxing really did find Uncle Yun not long after. However, with Yunba's warning, no matter how she asked, Uncle Yun insisted that he didn't know anything about Yunxing's mother's background. Yunxing had no choice but to give up on the idea of getting information from Uncle Yun. She thought about it again. Her mother's surname was Fox. This surname was very rare on the mainland. Perhaps she could find some clues from this surname. Yunxing decided to use the local hunters guild in the Jade capital to issue a mission to search for information about the family or people related to the surname Fox. As long as someone had some clues, they could contact her through the Hunters Guild. After her inquiries were fruitless, Yunxing returned to Wuxuan Everlasting Hall, somewhat dejected. To her surprise, she met Yi Baiming. Yunxing looked at the clock. It was still the hour. She had already heard from Uncle Yun that Tang Yu had been rescued. Yi Baiming was true to his word. He had actually used only 1 night and half a day to rescue Tang Yu. You killed everyone from the Bloody Hand Tycoon? When Yunxing first heard the news, she was still a little shocked. She knew Yi Baiming's style of doing things. He had always been a lone wolf. Even if he had companions, it would only be Qingbai and Bu Jiuxiao. Not a single one was spared. And I also found clues to the connection between Xian Wuji and the Bloody Hand Tycoon. Yi Baiming took out a few letters. One of the letters clearly stated that Xian Wuji had ordered a high-level assassin from the Bloody Hand Tycoon to seduce Xian Yu and then took advantage of Tang Yu's drunken state to frame Tang Yu for adultery. The ins and outs of the entire matter were written clearly. Furthermore, in the letter, Xian Wuji had set a trap for Yun Xianxia to contact the Bloody Hand Tycoon. The Bloody Hand Tycoon then used Tang Yu's exile to kidnap and threaten her. Only then did the ins and outs of the entire matter surface. After Yunxing finished reading the letter, a ruthless look appeared between her brows. In addition, Yi Baiming had also brought back all the people the Bloody Hand Tycoon had killed over the years, as well as some of the Bloody Hand Tycoon's superstitions. After reading these letters, Grand Emperor City, which was behind the Bloody Hand Tycoon, slowly revealed its true colors. Yunxing clenched the letter tightly, anger rising in her heart. She had never been a bloodthirsty person. Because she was a doctor, she was even more opposed to killing. However, Grand Emperor City had pressured the Yun residents step by step, causing Yun Sunlong to suffer for several years. This time, the outcome of Yunba's competition was uncertain. Everything was because of Xian Wuji. If Xian Wuji escaped this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yunxing's brows were tightly knitted. Her delicate face was filled with murderous intent, exuding an unprecedented charm. Yi Baiming could not help but feel a ripple in his heart. Thank you so much this time. Yunxing looked up and saw Yi Baiming looking at her with a faint smile. She blushed slightly. Are you hurt? She noticed that there was a shadow on Yi Baiming's arm. Thinking that he was injured, she went forward to check. However, Yi Baiming grabbed her hand and quickly hid it behind his back. There seemed to be a flash of panic in his eyes. I'm not injured. Those people can't do anything to me. What do you plan to do now that Xian Wuji has not been caught? Yi Baiming had already put the heads of the Bloody Hand Tycoon in a big box and sent it to the later Qin embassy. At this moment, the later Qin embassy was probably in chaos. However, he was worried that he would frighten Yunxing, so he did not mention this matter to Yunxing. Scourges live for 1,000 years. The sooner we get rid of them, the better. Yunxing carefully read the letter again. In Xian Wuji's letter, there were only some daily orders. It did not mention where he had gotten the bottle of amniotic fluid poison. Although the Dark Crown Prince was a black-bellied and cruel person, he was not fond of using poison. The poison must not have been ordered by him. Behind this scene, there must be other forces involved. You plan to kill Xian Wuji personally? With your current strength, I'm afraid you're not strong enough. Yi Baiming shook his head. He did not want to let Yunxing take the risk alone. Yunxing was about to say that she had summoned a beast to help her when she heard Zhou Quan shouting loudly as he walked in. Young Master Yun, I'm back. Hearing Zhou Quan's voice, Yunxing remembered that Zhou Quan had been ordered by her to bring Tycoon Jin to various hunter citadels to participate in the competition. He had said that he would be back in 3 months. However, a full 4.5 months had passed and Zhou Quan still had not returned. Yunxing was also busy investigating Yunba's poison and the medical center, so she did not think of this matter for a while. Zhou Quan was here to claim credit. He brought along the cloaked weirdo and was ordered to participate in the competition. He only knew that the other party's name was Tycoon Jin. He did not know his gender, origin, age, or even appearance. Along the way, Zhou Quan even spoke to the other party enthusiastically several times, but Tycoon Jin did not respond to him at all. This hurt Zhou Quan greatly. He did not know how many times he had ridiculed Tycoon Jin in his heart. He even suspected that this fellow was mute. He also did not know what his young master's intentions were for him to bring this mute around. His first stop was Daoi Mountain Citadel. He had been there once and was quite familiar with the place. In addition, due to the Purple Gold Mine incident at the border of Zhou State, the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps had risen to fame in Zhou State. The Hunting Corps had also jumped 2 ranks from the initial E rank to a B rank Hunting Corps. Zhou Quan's journey could be considered very smooth. However, what made Zhou Quan very depressed was that in the first few days, he was almost angered to death by Tycoon Jin. Yunxing only said that Tycoon Jin was a new hunter that she had recruited and did not know anything. She wanted it to participate in more battles to increase its actual combat experience. Zhou Quan thought that with young Master Yun's perverted personality, how could a hunter recruited be bad? Young Master Yun must have been being polite. Tycoon Jin's ability was definitely not bad. Who would have known that Zhou Quan was gravely mistaken this time? As soon as Tycoon Jin entered the arena, it was sent flying by an E-rank hunter as soon as the fight started. It immediately lost the first match. For the next few days, Tycoon Jin was like this. In the competition, he was like a child who did not know what to do. Without exception, he would be sent flying the moment he stepped onto the stage. Those who were familiar with Zhou Quan all mocked him, saying that if such a hunter could enter the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps, it would seem that the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps was just SOSO. Zhou Quan was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. On the 10th day, Zhou Quan decided that if Tycoon Jin could not even win a single match, he would just take him back and hand him over to young Master Yun. He could not afford to lose face like this. Who would have known that on the day of the competition, Tycoon Jin would change? From its usual state, it was as if it had suddenly been enlightened. From the first match, its luck exploded and it won all the way. At the beginning, it did not know how to fight at all. Now, it exploded with all sorts of battle techniques and even some magic. From the 10th day to the 20th day, it went from an E-rank hunter with 0 points to a C-rank hunter. It won a total of 108 matches in a row. Its average win rate in a single day was as high as 100%. The entire Daoi Mountain Hunter Citadel was in an uproar. Zhou Quan was ecstatic. One had to know that all hunters had a little hobby. Zhou Quan's hobby was gambling. He had bet on quite a number of nouveau riche gold matches and lost most of them. Who would have known that in the next 10 days, he would win 108 matches in a row? After doing some calculations, Zhou Quan had won more than 10,000 gold coins. Zhou Quan also noticed that Tyrant Jin's learning ability was especially strong. In the first 10 days, it had been learning the other party's battle skills and magic. Zhou Quan finally understood young Master Yun's intentions. She clearly wanted him to bring Tyrant Jin everywhere to learn how to destroy the competition. From that day onwards, Zhou Quan was like a brothel keeper, valiantly bringing along the red card hired thug Tyrant Jin, all the way from Daoi Mountain to the north, south, east, west, and north. Almost all of the Great Zhou's hunter citadels had been visited by him. As Tyrant Jin's hunter level got higher and higher, his opponents also got stronger and stronger. Everywhere he went, he would still lose in the first few days, but after 10 days or at least 1 day, he would start to win. In the end, Zhou State's Hunter Citadel already knew that there was a hunter called Tyrant Jin who came from the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps. This person didn't say a word, but he was extremely strong. He could learn any battle skills in one go. It was fine if he lost the competition, but learning battle skills and magic in one go was a big problem. The hunters who were competing with them didn't want their unique combat skills to be inexplicably learned by someone else. Therefore, as soon as Tycoon Gold arrived, all the hunters in the major arenas stopped fighting and were unwilling to compete with him. In the end, even the Hunter Union was alarmed by this incident. The reason Zhou Quan and Tyrant Jin returned was because the Zhou State's Hunters Guild jointly issued a ban, forbidding Tyrant Jin from entering the Hunter Citadel in the future. So, we had no choice but to return. Young Master Yun, where did you find Tyrant Jin's treasure? Don't you know that he's now a fierce character that even the Hunters Guild is afraid of? Zhou Quan was very proud. Yunxing was listening on the side, laughing so hard that she almost cried. During this period of time, she rarely went to the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps and didn't contact the Hunters Guild. She didn't expect that Tyrant Jin, an eternal magic weapon that she unintentionally refined, would become such a powerful character. However, she had achieved her goal of training Tyrant Jin. From the looks of it, Tyrant Jin's strength must have improved greatly. While Zhou Quan was complaining, Tyrant Jin stood quietly on the side. To it, the training of the past was nothing more than a kind of mechanical training. He wasn't a human, but a magic weapon. He would do whatever his master, Yunxing, wanted him to do. Yi Baiming was also sizing up Tyrant Jin. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't see through Tyrant Jin's cultivation level. Yi Baiming didn't know that Tyrant Jin wasn't a human, but a magic weapon, so he couldn't help but be confused. Tyrant Jin was Tyrant Jin was Tyrant Jin's Tyrant Jin was Tyrant Jin was Tyrant Jin's Tyrant Jin's Tyrant Jin Tyrant Jin's Tyrant Jin. Jin Tyrant Tyrant's Tyrant Jin. Young Master Yun, hurry up and get this guy to do the mission. With his ruthlessness, he'll kill anyone he sees. Even if it's an A-rank mission, he won't even frown and solve it. Zhou Quan's face was full of smiles when he thought of Tycoon Jin accompanying his brothers to do missions. Right now, Tycoon Jin was simply a killing machine in human form. Yunxing didn't say anything. She just told Zhou Quan to report back to the hunting camp. After Zhou Quan left, Yi Baiming was still sizing up Tyrant Jean with a frown. It's not a human, right? If I'm not wrong, it's an eternal magic weapon? Yunxing raised her eyebrows and gave Yi Baiming a thumbs up. He was indeed a wild fox. Eternal magic weapons were extremely rare on the mainland. Yi Baiming saw through it at a glance. Is it really an eternal magic weapon? Yi Baiming couldn't help but be moved. Yunxing took off Tyrant Jin's cloak, and a purple gold man appeared in front of Yi Baiming. Purple gold, a magic weapon made of purple gold, no wonder it was called Tycoon Gold. With such a shiny golden artifact, it was enough to blind everyone's eyes. Yi Baiming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little Wildcat's thinking ability was really extraordinary. The shape of this magic weapon was really rich and domineering. He knew that Yunxing had obtained the remaining quarter of the purple gold mine, but he didn't expect that Yunxing would use the purple gold mine to refine an eternal magic weapon. He naturally didn't know that this purple gold man didn't use the quarter of the purple gold mine that Yunxing had obtained. Instead, it was forged from the more precious purple gold wall stone combined with elven hellfire. Little Wildcat, your eternal magic weapon is quite strong. Are you still worried about the competition in a few days? Yi Baiming narrowed his foxy eyes and looked at it for a while. Who's worried? I'm not worried about that old man Yunba, Yunxing said, half in a fit of pique. Yun Sunlong and Uncle Yun had already tried to persuade him, but Yunba was stubborn and didn't listen to them. He kicked everyone out. Yunxing was also unwilling to pry open that smelly and hard old latrine stone. Yunxing was angry, but Yi Baiming saw her reaction. Looking at Yunxing's obviously haggard face, Yi Baiming's eyes had an additional trace of deep thought. He somewhat missed the lazy little wildcat that was lying under the sun in Banana Leaf Village. However, he couldn't directly help in this matter. After all, his identity was special. Empress Qi and the Crown Prince hadn't made any moves recently, but there were many people secretly watching Wuxuan Limitless School. The words "I'm very worried" are written on your face. There's no need to quibble. Yi Baiming's words almost made Yunxing depressed to death. Night Fox was her destined nemesis. He would see through everything at a glance. What's the use of worrying? I can't help him. I can't cure the poison. I can't help in the competition either. Yunxing complained in a sulky tone. You can find someone to replace Yunba in the competition. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, you can avoid it. Yi Baiming pointed out. Replace Yunba? That's impossible. That old man won't agree. Furthermore, there were many people with 2 legs. However, there were only a few 2-legged martial sages in the Great Zhou dynasty. Excluding those who lived in seclusion, the only one who could compete with Tian Kezi was Yunba. Besides, Tian Kezi isn't easy to deal with. He knows very well whether or not his opponent is Yunba. Yunxing hadn't thought of this problem before. In fact, Yun Sunlong had wanted to replace his father and compete with Tian Kezi. Yun Sunlong's cultivation wasn't bad, but he wasn't a martial sage. After taking the purple herb 1000 golden pill, his doqi had greatly increased, but he was still a martial ancestor. The difference in strength between a martial ancestor and a martial sage couldn't be closed in a few days. You don't have to worry about the competition. Think about it. If Tian Kezi is unlucky and gets ambushed the day before the competition, he might be seriously injured or even killed. At that time, Yunba won't be able to find someone to compete with. He's just a martial sage. If you don't like him, you can just kill him. Yi Baiming's foxy eyes narrowed. The corners of his eyes curved as he smiled brilliantly. Yunxing shuddered. Night Fox's thoughts were too evil. However, she liked it. Thank you, Momo and Tin Drop, for your tips. Facepalm I'll be out of town for the entire week next week. There might be fewer updates on certain days. I'll make up for it later. Don't tell me you're planning to challenge Tian Kezi? Night Fox, you're really good at hiding your strength. Tell me honestly, are you also a powerful warrior? How powerful? Are you a martial saint as well? Yunxing was overjoyed. Why didn't she think of finding someone to slit Tian Kezi's throat? As long as Tian Kezi couldn't compete, Yunba wouldn't have anything to do with it. A quarter of Zhou State's purple gold mine would be saved, and the emperor of Zhou State wouldn't be able to pick on the Yun residents anymore. Yi Baiming wasn't happy. He couldn't help but knock Yunxing on the head. His eyes were half angry and half dissatisfied. "Little wildcat, you're not kind. I've been so loyal to you. Whenever something good happens, you're the first person I think of. You, on the other hand, are the first person I think of when it comes to courting death." Yi Baiming felt sour in his heart. Yunxing hugged her head and shrank to the side. She stuck out her tongue. "You're one of us. Why should I be so polite with you? Besides, you were the one who suggested it. You can't blame me. Who told you to be so heaven-defying? Nothing is difficult in front of you. If you don't make a move, there won't be a suitable candidate. You can't let my second uncle and deputy director Zhang do a sneak attack together, right?" Yi Baiming was still a little unhappy, but when he heard Yunxing say "one of us," his face instantly brightened. This sentence was quite pleasant to hear. Yi Baiming rubbed his chin. "I can't do it myself, but there's a very suitable candidate beside you." He glanced at the life artifact. "Tyrant gold? You wanted to assassinate Tian KZ? That's not very reliable, is it?" Yunxing glanced at the life ritual implement beside her. Tyrant gold had indeed grown a lot in the past few months, but that was only enough to upgrade it to a mid-level life ritual implement. According to the description in the Magic Weapon Encyclopedia, although an intermediate eternal magic weapon could cast any combat skill or magic spell, it could not fully exert the full strength of the caster. An intermediate eternal artifact could only display 50% of its combat skill or magic power at most. Therefore, Tycoon Jin's strength was enough to wipe out an army of ordinary warriors or mages. However, if he were to meet the true powerhouses of the continent, Tycoon Jin would not be enough. Whether it's reliable or not, I have my own judgment. If you're not worried, you can give it to me. You don't have to worry about this matter. Tian KZ definitely won't appear on the day of the competition. As Yi Baiming spoke, he gave off an indescribably shocking presence. That was absolute confidence. Only a true expert would be able to emit such an aura. Yunxing glanced at Tycoon Jin, then at Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming's net worth was much higher than hers. Although Tycoon Jin was precious, compared to Yi Baiming, Yunxing quickly made a decision. She promised Yi Baiming that she would give Tycoon Jin to him for 3 days. "However, I also have a request. I have helped you so much. You should at least give me something in return." Yi Baiming changed the topic. He stretched out his long arm and smoothly scooped up Yunxing. Yunxing was angry, but she could only stare. This was not the first time Yi Baiming had touched her. But she could not do anything to this guy. In terms of strength, Yi Baiming was like an iron King Kong. Yunxing suspected that even Puffed Egg would have a headache if it met him. In terms of magic, well, her magic was no match for him. Although Yi Baiming did not use a magic scepter, he could always easily break Yunxing's magic. Since violent resistance was useless, she might as well lie down and enjoy it. In any case, Yi Baiming was born with good looks and his figure was also quite good. From Yunxing's angle, Yi Baiming's face was perfect and flawless. Even his eyelashes were black and dense. When they fluttered slightly, it could make one's heart beat faster. It did not feel bad to be in his arms. Yunxing treated it as if she was hugging a human-shaped pillow. But why was he hugging her for no reason? Yunxing regained her senses and realized that Yi Baiming's handsome face was getting closer and closer to her. His perfect lips were almost touching her cheek. In her previous life, she had dated Lu Minglang. But because of her personality, she rarely had any intimate actions with Lu Minglang. At most, it was just a kiss. But she had never felt the kind of feeling that Yi Baiming gave her. How old was her body now? The night fox would not suddenly turn into a big bad wolf, right? She did not need to repay him with her body to help him, right? Yunxing hurriedly turned her face away, her body stiff. Yi Baiming sensed that Yunxing was acting strangely. A mischievous look flashed across his eyes. His gaze fell on Yunxing's fair neck that was exposed because of her struggle, as well as the beautiful shape of her white and tender earlobes. His throat tightened slightly. Yi Baiming's heart moved. His thin lips suddenly landed on Yunxing's ear. His hot breath pressed against Yunxing's earlobes. Yunxing only felt as if the base of her ears had been cooked. It was boiling hot, and her hands and feet began to struggle violently. If this continued, she would really be swallowed alive by the fox. Little wildcat, don't move. Otherwise, this prince will really swallow you alive. Yi Baiming's lips lightly touched Yunxing's earlobes. He understood that Yunxing did not have any romantic feelings for him, so he could not be too anxious. Sooner or later, the little wildcat would be his. When she grew up, he would not let her off so easily. Help this prince refine a batch of weapons that are fused with purple gold, Yi Baiming said slowly. He had noticed that Tyrant Jean was able to refine life magic tools. From the looks of it, not only did the little wildcat know how to refine pills, she was also much more skilled in refining weapons than he had imagined. If she did not use the resources that she had, she would not be a night fox. Most of the purple gold ore that Yi Baiming had on hand had already been roughly refined. The refining skills of those magicians were much worse than Yunxing's. Yi Baiming's so-called repayment was to have Yunxing refine a batch of purple gold weapons for him. After Yi Baiming said this, Yunxing remembered that the biggest use of purple gold ore was not to refine it into purple gold coins, but to refine it into purple gold tools that all the martial artists and magicians on the continent scrambled for. Both Yi Baiming and Yunxing had obtained a sizable amount of purple gold ore from the purple gold mine the last time they went to the mine. The two of them had one thing in common: they were not lacking in money. Yunxing knew how to refine pills, the little Xianxia had gradually begun to make a profit, and the business of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps was also becoming more and more prosperous. Yi Baiming had a series of organizations under his control, including the Wanlong gambling house. The two of them were not lacking in money, so after they obtained the purple gold load, they did not immediately refine it into purple gold coins. Yi Baiming's request was very simple. He would provide the purple gold ore and the corresponding weapons, armor, and magic scepters, and Yunxing would be responsible for refining the purple gold sacred weapons for him. Yunxing thought for a while. This didn't seem too difficult. After she helped the old magician in the magic tower refine a magic scepter, she realized that the elven hellfire had a special effect in refining magic weapons, and pills. Yunxing also realized that the more she used the elven hellfire, the higher her ability to control the magic elements. The purity of the elven hellfire would also be higher. Thus, she simply agreed to Yi Baiming's request and escaped from Yi Baiming's bear hug. Yi Baiming was indeed very efficient. After Yunxing agreed to his request, he immediately took out 2 storage rings. In one ring, there were 500 high-grade weapons and 500 sets of battle helmets. In the other ring, there was a large amount of purple gold ore. In return, he also took away the tycoon gold and told Yunxing to wait for news from him. Looking at the pile of purple gold ores in the storage ring, Yunxing was overjoyed, but she also felt a sense of imbalance. As expected, Night Fox was not honest. His pile of purple gold ores was far superior to his own in both quality and quantity. Furthermore, from the looks of it, this was only a small portion of the purple gold ores he had obtained. Yunxing's lips curled into a sly smile. She immediately called Oriole over. Oriole, go to the hunting troops' encampment immediately and bring everyone's weapons and armor over. Also, ask Gufeng to bring the magic scepter over. Since she was going to refine them, she might as well refine them all. Anyway, Night Fox didn't know how much purple gold she needed to refine weapons. Only a fool would not take advantage of such a big spendthrift. Yunxing started to get busy. She simply went into seclusion in the magic tower. She first used the elven hellfire to purify the purple gold ore. Then, she fused a portion of the purple gold ore into the various armors, defensive equipment, and weapons of the Heaven Expedition hunting troop. Also, the purple gold could be fused into the magic scepter and various magic weapons. After the fusion, Yunxing realized that purple gold was indeed the #1 metal ore in the continent. Different grades of weapons and magic tools could fuse with different amounts of purple gold ore. After fusing with purple gold, the sharpness and strength of the weapon would greatly increase. The magic scepter, on the other hand, could improve magic compatibility and allow mages to use the magic scepter better. Take Yunxing for example. His armor and weapons had been fused with a lot of purple gold ores from Yunxing. Thinking about it now, Yunxing still felt pained. However, Yunxing's bewitching bone scepter was the one that had absorbed the most purple gold. Just the bewitching bone scepter alone had consumed 1/10 of the purple gold ore in Yi Baiming's storage ring. Yunxing also remembered that the Holy Wind King from the immortal abode had hinted that her magic scepter was not simple. A small amount of purple gold could unleash a miraculous power. This was enough to increase the overall strength of the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps by at least 20%. However, Yunxing did not intend to tell this to Yi Baiming. That brat Yi Baiming had silently swallowed half of the purple gold ore vein. Just thinking about this made Yunxing's teeth itch. The time in the magic tower was slow and long. When Yunxing was tired, she would meditate and use the magic power in the magic tower to recover her magic power. The jade marrow technique in her body was also slowly increasing unknowingly. At the same time, Yi Baiming had already brought Tycoon Gold back to his residence. Tycoon Gold was a magic weapon. It did not have the ability to think like a human. Its master's thoughts were everything. Before Yunxing left, she only told Tycoon Gold to follow Yi Baiming. In these few days, since Yi Baiming was her, she would do whatever he wanted. Yi Baiming changed into a set of training clothes and brought Tycoon Gold to the private training room he built in his courtyard. The benefits of the inner pavilion of Wushuan Everlasting Martial School were much better than the outer pavilion. As the #1 disciple of Wushuan Everlasting Martial School, Yi Baiming could build a training room that was suitable for him according to his needs. When Tycoon Gold walked into the training room, his feet were obviously sluggish. As a magic weapon of life, he could already feel the uniqueness of this training room. The training room was not big. It was about 10 square meters in size. It was square and bare without any furnishings. However, in the 4 corners of the room, there were several magic arrays that emitted magic power. Tycoon Gold was a magic weapon of life. He could feel the changes in his surroundings. He realized that after he entered the training room, his movements became sluggish. Those magic arrays were very special. They made everyone who entered the training room feel as if they were carrying a 1,000-pound stone lion. It was difficult for them to move. However, Yi Baiming looked normal. He must have been training in such an environment for a long time and was already used to the uniqueness of this place. I don't care how many times you've won in Hunter Citadel, but I can tell you that all the battle skills and magic you've learned are just trash that looks good on the surface but is useless. They're trash and should be thrown away. Yi Baiming changed his appearance. He exuded a terrifying aura from head to toe. The Dark North King in the day had long disappeared. Or rather, this was his true appearance. Tycoon Gold understood. Even its master, Yunxing, had never spoken to it in such a tone. After spending some time with Zhou Quan, it could probably understand the human language. Tycoon Gold was displeased that someone who was not its master would speak to it in such a tone. Not convinced? Then come at me. I will beat you until you are convinced. Therefore, Yi Baiming gathered his chi. A gust of fighting energy rose from his palms. The fighting energy was quickly compressed and covered his palms. It was as if Yi Baiming was wearing a pair of boxing gloves that were impervious to fire and water. Yi Baiming's arms shook. Fighting energy swirled around him. He threw a punch. The fighting energy was extremely powerful. Huh! A gust of fighting energy suddenly erupted from his body. The air seemed to be torn apart. With a loud bang, a black ball of fighting energy appeared in his hands. That ball of fighting energy was very special. It was pitch black, like a black hole. It could instantly swallow all the fighting energy and magic elements around it. As soon as it appeared, it exuded a terrifying destructive power. He was like a black hole in the universe. Any light, even the stars, would be swallowed as soon as it got close. Yi Baiming leaped and turned into a black shadow. In a flash, he was already beside Tycoon Gold. The black ball of fighting energy in his hands threw Tycoon Gold away. Tycoon Gold was thrown away. It was made of purple gold ore. Any attack would not be fatal to it. But this time, it struggled to get up. There was a hole in its chest. That hole could not be repaired in a short period of time. What made Tycoon Gold even more confused was that it could not imitate the opponent's attack. Strong. This man was very strong. Even if it did not have the ability to think like a human, Tycoon Gold still realized this point. Remember, this is the first battle skill that you cannot learn. Its name is Black Chelan Flame. You don't need to learn it. I just want to tell you, don't try to disobey me. Those who disobey me, even if it is a life instrument, I can destroy you in an instant. In the next day and night, you have to learn all the other fighting skills that I have taught you. In the future, they will be the only way for you to protect your little wildcat. We will call them killing skills for the time being. Yi Baiming said coldly. At this moment, he was like a supreme killing god who looked down on the world. Very good. Little Wildcat's life magic tool was even stronger than he had imagined. Yi Baiming didn't just want to train Tyrant Jean to kill Tian Kezi. He also wanted to nurture the continent's top killing tool. He had always wanted to find a true retainer for Yun Sheng. This retainer would protect Yun Sheng when he wasn't around. However, Yi Baiming hadn't found a suitable candidate. Tyrant Jin's appearance allowed him to find the best replacement for his retainer. One day and night passed. On this night, the wind was strong. Tian Kezi was cultivating in later Qin's embassy. In another day, he would be competing with Yun Ba. Although Yun Ba was heavily poisoned and would most likely lose, Tian Kezi didn't dare to lower his guard. He was also a martial sage, but he was still lacking compared to Yun Ba. Tian Kezi was a person who was extremely greedy for fame and fortune. Unlike Yun Ba, who was wholeheartedly loyal to Zhou state, Tian Kezi served later Qin's imperial family not only because he coveted power, but also because he wanted to rely on the imperial family to obtain better cultivation resources. He had become famous later than Yun Ba, and he didn't have Yun Ba's talent as a general. Therefore, in terms of reputation, he would always lose to Yun Ba. He had always wanted to replace Yun Ba and become Zhou state's and later Qin's #1 martial sage. Unfortunately, he had always been inferior to Yun Ba. Apart from the competition 8 years ago, when he had taken advantage of Yun Ba's perilous state to force a draw, he had been defeated by Yun Ba without exception in all their previous encounters. Yun Ba wasn't willing to publicize these matters, so the outside world had never known. Yun Ba, this time I will definitely defeat you. From now on, Zhou state, later Qin, and even the entire continent, I will be the one and only martial sage. Tian Kezi's heart couldn't help but sway when he thought of the future. Suddenly, a dark shadow flitted past the door. Tian Kezi's gaze darkened. Someone had actually entered the embassy without him noticing. Tian Kezi didn't hesitate. He immediately got up and rushed out. Later Qin's embassy, 2 figures dashed out. It was already around midnight. Within the Jade capital, not a sound could be heard. Only the barking of dogs could be heard from the narrow alleys. The more Tian Kezi followed, the more surprised he became. The figure in front of him had a strange movement technique. Even with his cultivation, he was unable to catch up to the other party in a short time. Could it be Yun Ba? Within Jade capital, the only one who could match up to him in terms of skills was Yun Ba. But on second thought, Yun Ba's competition was tomorrow, so there was no way he would be so sneaky. The two of them quickly flew past the walls of the Jade capital. A bright moon hung in the sky. After a few moments, the black shadow in front finally stopped. Tian Kezi looked around. They were already in the outskirts, surrounded by wild grass. A bright moon hung in the sky, and the person in front finally turned around. It slowly removed the cloak that covered its face. When he saw the person's face, Tian Kezi was slightly shocked. What was that? What he saw was not a person. Tian Kezi felt his hands and feet turn cold. It was a human-shaped golden man. Under the bright moonlight, the golden man's body emitted a dazzling golden light. It was the purest golden light. It was even purer than the purest purple gold coins. The golden man's body was comparable to a human's. Apart from its facial features, it had arms and legs. It looked almost like a human. If a normal person saw such a monster, their first thought would be shock. But Tian Kezi was the martial saint of later Qin. He quickly recognized that the golden man in front of him was not an ordinary object. It was an artifact with life. An artifact of life. Tian Kezi's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Let's go. Tian Kezi's expression changed. He moved quickly and was about to escape. He wasn't afraid of the artifact of life. What he was truly afraid of was the owner of the artifact. The appearance of an artifact of life meant that it was very likely that the person behind it was an expert on the level of the Master Summoner or even Emperor Zhao. Only such an expert could have a special artifact refining method to refine such a heaven-defying artifact of life. Suddenly, 5 or 6 dazzling flames appeared in the sky. The flames were unusual. They were as muddy as mud and were not the usual red flames. The flames turned into 5 or 6 raging flood dragons, blocking Xianxia's retreat in all directions. Running? In a place where the moonlight couldn't reach, a tall figure stood. The figure stood with his back facing Xianxia. His gray eyes were stained with blood and revealed a trace of ferocity. Xianxia, you can't escape. Xianxia couldn't see the figure's appearance clearly. He could only see the black and red dragons around him staring at him. The moon in the sky disappeared. The sound of the wind and the chirping of the insects seemed to have frozen. Xianxia felt as if he was trapped in a quagmire. His movements were no longer agile. Xianxia had always thought highly of himself. In his opinion, he was undoubtedly the most powerful martial artist on the continent. But at this moment, he felt as small as a speck of dust in front of that figure. He suddenly realized the true nature of those flood dragons. That was dark magic. Kill him. The man's voice was clear and loud. In the dark night, it was like a stone falling into a lake. His voice spread out. Tycoon Jean exploded with astonishing power in an instant. Around it, rings of golden dochi shot out like exploding flames. Boom! Xianxia and Tycoon Jean instantly clashed. Half an hour later, Xianxia was panting heavily. He looked at the artifact of life not far away with hatred. What kind of monster was that? Its speed, its attack power, and its imitation ability. How could such a monster appear in Zhou state? Who are you people? Why do you want to kill me? Xianxia was sure that whether it was the dark magic or this artifact of life, they were not something the residents of Yun could possess. Too slow. You're not enough to protect her. The man's voice was like the seduction from the depths of the dark night. It was low, lazy, noble, and full of killing intent. When it heard the man's voice, Tycoon Jin's body emitted a violent killing intent. In the past day and night of training, the man had used such words to provoke it every time. The man had repeatedly instilled a concept into it. It was the artifact of life, and its existence was to kill. As if it was hypnotized, Tycoon Jin only had one thought in its mind. Protect its master, Yun Xing, and kill all those who threatened Yun Xing's life. Tycoon Jin suddenly leaped into the air. His figure merged with the jade round moon in the sky. The moon was no longer bright and flawless. It was a bloody red, filled with killing intent and violence. A golden dot rose slowly, like a firework that suddenly bloomed under the moon. The sun had just risen in the Zhou state's Marshal Saint General's manor. You said that Xianxia ran away before the battle. Yunba had heard this shocking news early in the morning. For today's competition, Yunba had even brought out the armor he used on the battlefield back then. He polished it until it shone brightly in preparation for the big battle with Xianxia, blinding that little thief's dog eyes. Who knew that just as Yunba was about to step out of the Marshal Saint General's manor and valiantly prepare for the competition, a piece of news that shocked the entire Yujing city spread. The entire Yujing city was shaken. Xianxia had run away before the battle. No, to be more precise, Xianxia had gone missing. He had indeed gone missing. The Dark Prince's men had searched the entire Later Qin embassy. They were just short of digging 3 feet into the ground, but they still couldn't find Xianxia. The dignified Later Qin Marshal Saint had actually disappeared the night before the battle. There were no letters, no sudden illness, and no news. Xianxia had disappeared without a word. The only explanation was that he was worried that he couldn't beat Yunba, so he ran away before the battle. Otherwise, how could such an adult, and a martial saint at that, disappear just like that? Yunba first cursed a few times, but then he laughed. Now that Xianxia had disappeared, all the problems were no longer a problem. Running away before the battle was the biggest joke in the world. The Dark Prince of later Qin wouldn't have the face to ask for a quarter of the purple gold mine. Needless to say, the later Qin and Tang Yuan alliance could all go to hell. It was said that after the later Qin soldiers at the border received this news, their morale plummeted. All of them cursed Tian Keizi's father and mother, cursing all 18 generations of his ancestors. Tian Keizi's family in later Qin was also unable to recover from this setback. Compared to later Qin, the Tang Yuan kingdom's reaction was also very subtle. Tang Yuan's second prince, Li Xiao, also received this bizarre news in the shortest time possible. Li Xiao was good at scheming. In Zhou State, he had missed out on the purple gold mine and had always held a grudge in his heart. The other party was also powerful, snatching half of his purple gold mine, but no matter how hard he searched, he could not find any clues. Li Xiao could only take revenge on Zhou State. The alliance between later Qin and Tang Yuan had been secretly ordered by Li Xiao, and he'd been the one to pass the bottle of amniotic fluid to Xuanwu Ji. The entire plan was flawless. Li Xiao had even made meticulous preparations. As soon as Yun Ba was defeated, he would immediately invade Zhou State. Who knew that at this critical juncture, Tian Keizi actually disappeared? If he was alive, he wanted to see him. If he was dead, he wanted to see his corpse. Later Qin, what did they do? Li Xiao was still unwilling to retreat. The hidden crown prince has already ordered the army to retreat 100 li. Everything will be done to find Marshal Saint Tian Keizi, the spy reported. We will also bide our time for now. Li Xiao gave the order and waited for news from Jade Capital. No one was happier than the Emperor of Zhou State when Tian Keizi went missing. The Emperor of Zhou State was overjoyed and secretly delighted. This was undoubtedly the best result. Later Qin had lost a lot of face. It was said that the hidden crown prince of later Qin killed 2 of Tian Keizi's attendants in a fit of anger. However, what everyone didn't know was that there was another power that had obtained even greater benefits. That power was truly silent and had made a fortune. That was the Wanlong gambling house. In the previous competition between Tian Keizi and Yun Ba, because both of them were martial saints, roughly half of the people bet on each side. Who knew that after Tian Keizi made such a scene, no one won or lost, and all the bets went to the Wandong gambling house. The gamblers cursed at the Wandong gambling house, but they could only swallow their anger. When Yinxing received the news, she had just left the magic tower. She looked calm and collected, but in her heart, she couldn't wait to find Yu Baiming and Tycoon Jean, who she hadn't seen for a few days. What caught Yinxing's attention was that Tycoon Jean had changed a lot. Looking at its limbs carefully, it was very different from when Yinxing had just refined it. Every inch of its body was tougher and more powerful. The originally dazzling purple gold color had also turned red. That was because it was stained with blood. In just one day and night, Tycoon Jean, who was originally a middle-level life artifact, had reached the peak of the middle level. It could break through to the high level at any time, and could display more than 50% of the power of the battle skills and magic that it imitated. The current Tycoon Jean could be called a real war artifact. Yunxing couldn't help but feel happy when she saw this. Night Fox was quite reliable. Tian Keizi really disappeared, but she was soon depressed again. I made a mistake. I should have gone to the Wandong gambling house to bet on a draw before the competition. That way, I would have made a fortune. The Wandong gambling house is really lucky. The owner of the gambling house has really made a fortune this time. Oh well, I've also secretly scooped up some purple gold from Night Fox. It can be considered a consolation prize, Yunxing thought to herself. With Tian Keizi's disappearance, all of the gambling money went to the Wandong gambling house. A rough calculation showed that the Wandong gambling house had earned tens of millions of gold coins. If Yunxing knew that the person behind Wandong gambling house was Yu Baiming, she would probably vomit 3 liters of blood. Reality proved that a fox was a fox. It wouldn't lose out in anything. In the next few days, the entire Jade Capital was discussing Tian Keizi's disappearance. Yunxing distributed a portion of the purple gold sacred weapons that she had refined to the hunting corps. At a certain place in Wandong gambling house, Yunxing, Qi, and the others had come to participate in the stone gambling banquet. Longhua and the other stewards of Wandong gambling house stood to one side. The four stewards of Wandong gambling house were Long Hua, Long Shui, Long Feng, and Long Tuesday. The four of them were 3 men and 1 woman. Their appearances and ages were all different. They rarely appeared at Wandong gambling house at the same time, but today, they were all gathered together. Yi Baiming sat alone. Long Hua was the oldest of the 4. He was more than 10 years older than Yi Baiming, but in front of him, the 4 of them were all respectful and reverent. Yi Baiming was a natural-born king. This was something that the 4 of them already understood when he left the cold palace and appeared in front of them a few years ago. There was a person standing beside him. His back was somewhat familiar, but his entire body was like the people of Bloody Hand Tycoon. He was tightly wrapped in a set of fish scale armor, and there wasn't a single gap from head to toe. No one would have expected that the former martial saint of later Qin would become like this overnight, a puppet without any thoughts of his own. His empty eyes and silent appearance showed that he had long forgotten the fact that he was once Tian Kezi. Master, the gambling house has made a lot of profit this time. The total income is 33 million gold coins. Long Hua acted as if he didn't see the extra person at all. He had followed Yi Baiming for so long and understood many things. He didn't ask what he shouldn't. Allocate 5 million gold coins to recruit people and expand the Netherworld Guard. Yi Baiming flipped through the account book and took out a storage ring. Long Hua took the storage ring and looked at the things inside. He couldn't help but be shocked. In a place like Wandong gambling house, there were all kinds of people. Long Hua's eyesight was also much better than the average person's. When he saw the weapons in the storage ring, he couldn't help but be shocked. These weren't ordinary weapons. They were all saint-level weapons fused with part of purple gold. Where did Master get such a large batch of violet gold weapons? Master, there's something I don't understand. Long Shui, one of the 4 long men, walked out. Long Shui was the only woman among the 4 of them. She was also the youngest. She was about 18 or 19 years old. She had a graceful figure and a pair of watery eyes that were full of emotions. The 4 people of Wanlong gambling house were 4 very good magicians. Among them, Long Hua and Long Tu were old people who had served Empress Li. Long Feng and Long Shui were later discovered by Yi Baiming and joined Wanlong gambling house. The outside world thought that Yi Baiming had been secluded in the cold palace for many years. In fact, he had already been moving around the mainland when he was still blind. But at that time, his identity was only the owner of Wanlong gambling house. Long Shui was the latest to join. Her original name was Shui Yuran. She was born in a scholarly family. But because her family's fortune declined, she was bought into a brothel. At that time, she was only 10 years old, but she was already very intelligent. She was not willing to be buried in a brothel for the rest of her life. So, she escaped when a guest was drunk. Coincidentally, when Yi Baiming and Long Hua went out to do something, they happened to meet Shui Yuran, who was being chased by a brothel. So, they saved her. Yi Baiming checked and found that Shui Yuran was actually a genius in learning magic. So, he simply took her in and changed her name to Long Shui. Until now, Long Shui still remembered how she looked when she first met Yi Baiming. It was a snowy day. She was wearing the clothes of a prostitute and stumbled all the way out of the brothel. Behind her, the people of the brothel were shouting and cursing ferociously. It was like the sound of a demon urging her to die. She only knew to keep running forward. Until she fell to the ground and cold ice shards hit her face. Just when she thought that she would never have the chance to get rid of the group of demons behind her, 2 people appeared in front of her. Under Grey Fox's command, there was a boy who was so handsome that it made people fall into a trance. Beside him was a tall man. The boy's eyes were dim, but the aura on his body was so soul-stirring. Facing the people of the brothel, the boy only said one word, "Kill." That was clearly a child, but when that word was spat out from that mouth that was as thin as a blade, it made one's hair stand on end. Even a true emperor would not be able to maintain his composure in the face of an army of 10,000. The moment Long Hua made a move, he killed the head of the brothel. From now on, you will be called Long Shui. I am your master, Yi Baiming. The boy's words were like a brand that was branded in Shui Yuran's heart. That was the only time Long Shui had ever heard Yi Baiming's name. Since then, she could only call him master. Long Shui only found out about Ji Baiming's true identity a year later. In her mind, her master, who was born with the temperament of a royal family, had an illustrious background. He was the former crown prince of Zhou state. After learning about this, Long Shui was very indignant. She had seen Yi Balian, the crown prince of Zhou state, who was a lecherous, cowardly, and incompetent mediocre man. Such a person actually replaced her noble master in her mind and became the crown prince of Zhou state. Long Shui believed that her master would never succumb to such a person. Sure enough, in the next few years, she saw her master secretly cultivating forces. He was nominally an idle prince, but in fact, he had an army that could not be underestimated. This time, Long Shui met Yi Baiming again after several years. She was pleasantly surprised to find that her master's eyes had recovered. Her master, who was originally as handsome as a god, now looked as flawless as a beautiful jade. Looking at Yi Baiming, Long Shui could not help but be infatuated. Her memory suddenly stopped. Long Shui. Long Hua looked at Long Shui with dissatisfaction. She had obviously dressed up carefully today. Her beautiful face looked a little more enchanting. Long Shui collected her thoughts and looked at her master with half infatuation. It's fine. Long Shui, do you want to ask me why I don't take advantage of this competition to weaken Zhou state's power and force the crown prince to abdicate? Yi Baiming did not take Long Shui's rudeness to heart. Yes, according to master's plan these years, isn't it to make the emperor of Zhou state a mere figurehead? Within Zhou state, there are few martial practitioners. The residence of Yun is already the last support of Zhou state. If Yunba dies this time, won't we have a better chance? Although 10 million imperial gold coins was a considerable amount, it was nothing compared to the Wanlong gambling house, which made hundreds of thousands of gold coins a day. Yunba is now poisoned. He can no longer support the residents of Yun. As for Yun Songlong, when he finds out the truth of what happened back then, he will definitely no longer be loyal to the emperor of Zhou state. Yi Baiming muttered. Indeed, he had once wanted to use this opportunity to cut off Yunba, who was like the emperor of Zhou state's right-hand man. He had already started to make meticulous plans to weaken the residents of Yun several years ago. However, a small episode had appeared in the middle of this, forcing him to stop his plans. Yun Sheng, because he did not want her to be sad, he had stopped this plan. Fortunately, although there had been some changes to the plan, the final goal had been achieved. If he didn't guess wrong, the real crisis had just erupted. Within Yujing City, there was a surging undercurrent. The situation of some rejoicing and some worrying had yet to be broken. In the main temple of the Continental Law Temple, Elder Judge Ji Yu was meditating as usual. Suddenly, his eyebrows twitched. An ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger. Ji Yu immediately stopped meditating. With a teleportation, he was already standing in front of the heavenly mandate mirror. He looked at the mirror and found that there was a crack on the heaven's mandate mirror, which was originally intact. The crack was very small, but it was especially glaring on the mirror. The heavenly mandate mirror had broken. Could it be that something had happened to the situation on the continent? Ji Yu hurriedly performed a divination. Looking at the divination, his expression became even more gloomy. Elder Judge Ming, there's news from the Great Zhou dynasty. The martial sages of the Great Zhou dynasty and the later Qin dynasty are dueling. A boy from the temple ran in and handed a letter to Ji Yu. Ji Yu suppressed the unhappiness in his heart and opened the letter. The letter was sent by his old friend, Wen Dagua, the great master of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The ink on the letter was still wet. The few lines were especially glaring. Tian Quozi is missing, Yunba is alive. Ji Yu's originally calm expression changed drastically at this moment. There was only one thought in his mind right now, and that was to immediately contact Xia Wenqiu. The heavenly mandate mirror's predictions were never wrong. Yunba's fate had been a bloody disaster the last time he performed a divination. But this time, there was a glimmer of hope. Fate could not be changed. If there really was a change, there could only be one reason: someone had leaked the heavenly secrets. Ji Yu immediately drew a light magic array. Soon, Xia Wenqiu appeared on the other side of the array. Wenqiu, what's going on here? Ji Yu's expression was very grave. He had been very proud of this disciple of his for many years. He had never questioned Xiao Wenqu with such a serious tone before. Xiao Wenqu wasn't too surprised by his master's anger. This morning, when he learned that Tian Kezi had gone missing and that the martial sage competition had been forced to stop, he was also somewhat surprised. Although he had long known that Yunba had been poisoned by a strange poison, he didn't expect that it would be the later Qin that would retreat in the end. After all, Yunba's character was one that would never retreat even in death. Even if he knew that he was inferior to Tian Kezi, he would never give up. Being firm was easy to break. This was Yunba's greatest taboo in this bloody disaster. Xiao Wenqu had also performed a divination for Tian Kezi. The divination showed that it was a mystery divination. This divination was neither a death divination nor a death divination. Xiao Wenqu had guessed that Yunxing wouldn't just sit and wait for death. However, if he said that Tian Kezi's disappearance had something to do with Yunxing, it would be too much of a compliment to Yunxing. No matter what, she was only a master sorcerer. The current her was as insignificant as an ant in front of an expert like Tian Kezi. Master, this disciple also doesn't know what happened. Xiao Wenqu's expression was unchanged. He had only warned Yunxing, but didn't tell Yunxing how to avoid this bloody disaster. If one really wanted to calculate, it could only be said that Yunba's life wasn't meant to end this time. There was still a chance for him to survive. Seeing that Xiao Wenqu wasn't acting strangely, Jiyu's anger subsided a little. At least, he knew that Xiao Wenqu wasn't involved in this matter. In Wendagua's letter, he had also mentioned that he had met a disguised Xiao Wenqu in the medical center of the little girl from the Yun family. He had thought that it couldn't be. Xiao Wenqu was brought up by him. This child had always been cold and detached. How could a mere little girl from the Yun family make him do something as absurd as sacrificing his own lifespan and revealing the secrets of heaven? Jiyu heaved a sigh of relief. Pay close attention to Tian Kezi's whereabouts. Pay attention to Du Guxiu's actions later, Qin. That person is not a good person. This time, he had lost a martial saint in the great Zhou dynasty for no reason. He would definitely be unwilling to do so. Once this matter is settled, you can return to the temple. Disciple obeys. After saying that, the magic power in the magic formation dissipated, and Jiyu's voice and figure disappeared. Xiao Wenqu was in deep thought. Umo rushed in. Young Arbiter Ming, something bad has happened. Why are you so flustered? Xiao Wenqu saw that the one who entered was Umo. Looking at his expression, he couldn't help but be slightly startled. Solitary rain wasn't solitary rain. He didn't speak much. Something big must have happened to move him. Old General Yun is heavily injured. We don't know if he's still alive. The same words were also sent to Wushuan Limitless Hall. Hua, the porcelain medicine bottle in Yunxing's hand fell to the ground and shattered into several pieces in an instant. Yunba was heavily injured and bleeding profusely. How could this be? Didn't Tian Suzi already disappear? When Yunxing heard the news, she felt as if she had been struck in the chest. Blood was thicker than water. No matter how much she hated Yunba, she couldn't deny that she was a descendant of the Yun family. Today, the Crown Prince of Later Qin entered the palace to apologize on behalf of Later Qin's Tian Suzi. The emperor also invited old General Yun into the palace. Who would have thought that during the palace banquet, the Crown Prince of Later Qin, Du Guxiu, would actually challenge old General Yun to a duel? Old General Yun underestimated his opponent. When Uncle Yun heard the news, he immediately rushed over to tell Yunxing. Yunba's body was also poisoned by the amniotic fluid of the demonic beasts. Once he was injured, his blood would flow in reverse and he would definitely bleed profusely. Although Yunba knew this, both he and the imperial capital of Zhou state thought that the crown prince, Du Guxiu, was only a youth who wasn't even 20 years old. Even if his strength was extraordinary, it was impossible for him to hurt Yunba. Who would have thought that the result of the duel would give everyone a huge shock? After hearing Uncle Yun's words, Yunxing didn't have time to think anymore. She immediately packed up her medical kit. Because Yunba was injured in the palace, she could only go to the imperial palace. Once they reached the palace gates, the anxious Yunxing and Uncle Yun were stopped by the imperial guards outside the palace. The imperial palace is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. The two imperial guards didn't care whether they were from the Yun residence or not. After discovering that Yunxing and Uncle Yun didn't have a token to enter the palace, they stopped them outside the palace gates. "Brothers, we are from the Yun residence. Old General Yun is seriously injured and this is a doctor. Please let us pass." Uncle Yun hurriedly took out some silver coins, wanting to bribe the guards. Old General Yun has already been treated by Medicine Emperor Pavilion's Wendagwa. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. The two imperial guards still refused to let them pass. When Yunxing heard that Wendagwa had also come, she knew that Yunba was most likely dead. Otherwise, why would Wendagwa, who hadn't left the Medicine Emperor Pavilion for many years, come so easily? "Let them in. This is old General Yun's granddaughter." Yi Baiming walked out of the palace. When he saw Yunxing, a trace of guilt flashed across his eyes. Yi Baiming was also present at the palace banquet today. He saw the entire process of Yunba being injured. However, he wasn't able to stop this from happening. Hearing that the other party was Yunba's granddaughter, the two imperial guards let them pass. The corridors of the palace twisted and turned as Yunxing hurried along. What is going on? How can Du Guxiu be so powerful? Yunxing had also seen Du Guxiu's skills. He wasn't weak and shouldn't be inferior to Bu Jiuxiao. However, compared to second uncle Yun Songlong, he was still a distance away, not to mention Yunba. Even if Yunba was cautious of strange poisons, his strength wasn't something that Du Guxiu could compare to. "You'll know when you go in." Yi Baiming frowned. When he saw that scene, he was also very surprised. He didn't expect the hidden crown prince of later Qing to be so powerful. Yunxing hurriedly entered a palace. Outside the palace stood several people. Yun Songlong was also among them. At the outermost circle stood Du Guxiu, Xian Wuji, and the others. In the middle circle stood the Emperor of Zhou State, Empress Qi, the Crown Prince, Chen Lian and the others. In the innermost circle, around the bed, were the people of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. When Du Guxiu saw Yunxing, his eyes flashed, revealing a smug and mocking smile. When he saw Yunxing, his eyes shone brightly, as if he had seen his prey. He realized that when Yunxing was angry, she looked more beautiful than usual. Usually, she was like a lily in the morning, but now, she was like a thorny rose, exuding a different kind of beauty. Du Guxiu's gaze was too explicit. When Yunxing saw Du Guxiu, she felt as disgusted as if she had swallowed a fly. She noticed that Du Guxiu's right sleeve was stained with blood. Needless to say, she knew that it was Yunba's blood. An eye for an eye. Du Guxiu, if she had known that this would happen today, she would not have saved him at Daoi Mountain. Yunxing suppressed the anger in her heart and was about to walk in. "Stop. How dare you not greet His Majesty, the Empress, and the Crown Prince?" Chen Lianer was furious when she saw Yunxing and Yi Baiming enter together, and her words were filled with sarcasm. "A human life is more important than the heavens. Get lost." Yunxing was also furious. Her gaze sharpened and she quickened her steps, about to barge in. What a rude wild girl. She's just a doctor and she dares to be so impudent in the palace. Empress Qi was also displeased. "Let her in. Old General Yun wants to see her." Unexpectedly, the one who spoke up to help Yunxing was Wendaguashu. Wendagwa walked out with his hands behind his back. Wendaguashu, who was usually dressed neatly, looked exhausted today. His body was also stained with large patches of blood. He looked very helpless. He had already tried everything he could think of. Wendaguashu had already rushed here for an hour. He also did not expect that Yunba would be so severely injured. Yunxing walked in and saw bloody clothes all over the floor. There were also a few basins filled with blood around. After taking a few more steps, Yunxing saw Yunba on the bed. As a doctor in both her lives, Yunxing had seen serious injuries before. However, she had never seen such a tragic situation like today. Her entire body was ice cold. In her mind, she kept replaying the words that she had said. After the blood is poisoned by the amniotic fluid of magical beasts, once it comes into contact with a wound, the blood will not stop flowing until the person dies of blood loss. Yunba's originally tall and majestic body was now like a piece of paper that could collapse at any time. There was a fist-sized hole in the right side of his chest. Dugu Xiao, Yunxing only felt that her teeth were about to be ground into pieces. Dugu Xiao had actually used his fist to pierce through Yunba's chest. Yunxing didn't know how he did it, but Yunba, whose body had been pierced, was extremely weak. The large amount of blood loss caused his martial sage body to be unable to hold on any longer. However, it was also thanks to the stubbornness of his battered body that Yunba had been able to hold on until now. Yunba only had one thought the moment he was struck down. This time, he had really failed miserably. That little girl would probably look down on her grandfather even more. Cough, cough. Yunba's expression could no longer be described as ugly. He raised his hand with difficulty. When he heard Yunxing's voice just now, his originally blurry consciousness had a moment of clarity. He begged Wendaguoshu to let Yunxing in. Even if he was mocked, he wanted to hear Yunxing call him grandpa before he died. Yunxing walked to the side of the bed and immediately took out her 4 seasons glazed needles. Cough, cough. Don't waste your energy. Old man Wen has already inserted many needles into my body. It can't be stopped. Wendaguoshu is Wendaguoshu, I am me. After a moment of panic, Yunxing quickly regained her composure. Little girl, don't force yourself. Even the light magic of the Dharma temple can't heal his injuries. Wendaguoshu had some sympathy for Yunxing, but after hearing Yunxing's words, his sympathy immediately disappeared. If not for his friendship with Yunba, he wouldn't have entered the palace at all. Even Wendaguoshu was at his wit's end when he saw the injuries on Yunba's body. He had examined Yunba and found that his internal organs had been shattered in many places. His blood couldn't be stopped with needles either. The best hemostatic agent was immediately washed away by the blood when applied. He had been in the medical world all his life, but he had never seen such serious injuries. Perhaps I can help. Xiao Wenshu had also rushed to the palace. He didn't know why he had rushed over, but he knew that Yunxing would definitely need his help at this time. His master's earlier words had already been thrown to the back of Xiao Wenshu's mind. His arrival came as a surprise to Yunxing. But when she thought about it, Xiao Wenshu had the eye of the heavens. If he could predict that Yunba would face a bloody calamity, he must have also predicted that something like this would happen today. Saving a life was more important. Yunxing couldn't care about anything else. Without another word, she pulled Xiao Wenshu and walked inside. When the two of them held hands, Yi Baiming couldn't help but frown. Beside him, Dugu Xiao's eyes also darkened. Old General's injuries are very serious. I'm afraid that light magic can only stop his bleeding and treat his external injuries. However, his internal injuries are very serious. I can't use light magic to treat his internal and external injuries at the same time. Unless someone can use magic to stop the bleeding and stitch up his broken internal organs at the same time. Xiao Wenshu looked at the bloodstains on the ground and couldn't help but frown. Looking at Yunba's condition, he more or less understood why even Wendagua couldn't do anything about old General Yan's injuries. The amniotic fluid of magical beasts was very poisonous. He didn't have the spring of life and couldn't purify Yunba's blood. Therefore, if he wanted to stop the bleeding, he could only use light magic to stop the bleeding on the surface. However, there was no way to directly heal the internal organs. Under such circumstances, even if Yunba managed to stop the bleeding, he would very likely die from internal bleeding. Yunba's chest was rising and falling more and more slowly. He was also a tough guy. At this moment, he actually didn't faint and was still holding on, glaring at Yunxing and Xiao Wenshu. You only need to stop the bleeding. I will stitch up the internal organs. Yunxing licked her dry lips. Her small action stunned Xiao Wenshu, who turned his face away. No way. His internal organs are injured in many places. Even if you stitch them up, it will be too late. Your needle skills can't be faster than my magic. Xiao Wenshu still shook his head. I said it can be done. You only need to stop the bleeding. Yunxing's voice suddenly became louder. Even Yunba, who was lying on the sickbed, was shocked by Yunxing's words. Everyone in the hall was stunned by Yunxing's words. No one had ever spoken to Xiao Wenshu like this. At that moment, Yunxing's body was surrounded by a dense, murderous aura. There was an undeniable dignity between her brows. Xiao Wenqiu couldn't help but sigh. He still remembered the first time he met Yunxing. She had helped that pregnant woman deliver her child. At that time, she had the same expression. Xiao Wenqiu's eyebrows twitched. He suddenly remembered that at that time, he had also seen that the pregnant woman was about to die. However, that pregnant woman had survived in the end. So be it. Although the will of the heavens couldn't be defied, it wasn't impossible for man to overcome the will of the heavens. Since that was the case, he would help her again. Only this time, he was completely willing. Even if his master found out later and wanted to punish him, he wouldn't complain at all. Xiao Wenqiu began to chant, and a gentle light magic enveloped Yunba's body. However, Yunxing didn't use her needle for a long time. Wen Dugua also watched from the side. He wanted to see what kind of needle skills Yunxing would use to stitch up Yunba's wound. However, Yunxing didn't have a needle in her hand. She even slowly closed her eyes, her lips moving slightly, as if she was saying something. Xiao Wenqiu could only vaguely make out what Yunxing was saying. Yunxing was reciting the incantation for the soul-healing needles, the Yan family Shenong soul-healing needles. The fourth level of the dark needles. That's right, Yunxing didn't intend to use the bright needles. No matter how fast the needle technique was, it was impossible even if she used the trillium hand. Only the invisible dark needles had a chance. Yunba's wound couldn't be healed by ordinary needle techniques. Wen Dugua's words could be said to be correct. On the continent, there wasn't a single doctor whose needle technique could be faster than magic. It was almost impossible to stifle the wound while using light magic to stop the bleeding. But to Yunxing, as long as there was a chance, she would give it a try. When the light magic appeared, Yunxing's eyes flickered, and a glint flashed through her eyes. She pressed her hand on Yunba's wound. Her hand was very white, and it was even more shocking when contrasted against the bloody wound. Xiao Wenqiu didn't know what Yunxing's motive was, but he didn't get distracted and focused on reciting the incantation. Suddenly, he noticed a faint light flashing across Yunba's chest. In an instant, the power of the jade marrow technique in Yunxing's body turned into many dark needles. They quickly merged into the blood, and under the urging of Yunxing's power, they quickly swam through Yunba's body, quickly healing his organs. The dark needles were called dark needles. Apart from the person who used them, no one else could see them. Even Yunba only felt a slight itch running through his body. Yunba was seriously injured, and he didn't know what the pain was, like being bitten by ants. But he could feel that the fighting energy in his body was gradually recovering, and his originally scattered consciousness was gradually awakening. Yunxing's soul-healing divine needle was a miraculous needle technique left behind by Emperor Yan of Shenong. It was able to transform the power of the jade marrow technique into needle-shaped inner energy that flowed through the blood throughout the body. Under the effect of the hidden needles, the internal injuries that couldn't be healed by normal methods actually healed Yunba's shattered internal organs at a miraculous speed that the naked eye couldn't predict. However, all of this was happening within Yunba's body. Everyone looked over. Yunxing did not operate the needle. However, Xiao Wenqiu noticed that Yunba's complexion was gradually becoming better. However, Yunxing's face was getting uglier and uglier. The spirit-healing divine needle was divided into bright and dark needles. Usually, when Yunxing used the Four Seasons colored glass needles, it was easy for her to use the bright needles, but the dark needles were different. In Yunxing's previous life, she had cultivated the soul-healing divine needle for more than 20 years, but she had only reached the third level. In this life, she was only 8 years old, but due to her fortuitous encounter and the abundant spiritual energy in the boundless world, she had already reached the peak of the third level at such a young age. She could shoot out 10 hidden needles at once. However, just 10 hidden needles weren't enough to heal all of Yunba's damaged internal organs. In a moment of desperation, Yunxing had no choice but to forcefully activate the jade marrow technique and shoot out 15 hidden needles at once. The 15 hidden needles moved in an instant. That was the fourth level of the spirit-healing divine needle. When Yunxing forcefully activated it, it was as if a car that could only accelerate to a speed of 100 km per hour suddenly accelerated to 150 km per hour. Her body and inner energy were all overloaded. Every time she healed a wound in Yunba's body, the burden on her body increased by a little. In the end, her clothes and hair were completely drenched in sweat. Yunxing's entire body had become a water person. When the last part of Yunba's necrotic muscles was healed by the light magic, Yunxing's last hidden needle was also completed and healed Yunba's internal organs. Almost at the same time, her body went limp and she spat out a mouthful of blood. "Miss Yun." Xiao Wenqi panicked. Just as he was about to support Yunxing, a figure darted behind him. Yi Baiming wrapped his arms around Yunxing's waist. Just now, when Yunxing was treating Yunba, Yi Baiming was worried that he would disturb her, so he didn't go forward. Now, he saw that the little wild kitten's usually rosy face was completely pale. Her hands and feet were ice cold, and her small face was as pale as a sheet of paper. She was clearly exhausted. When Yi Baiming hugged her, she didn't move at all. Her long eyelashes covered her spirited eyes, making her look so pale and powerless. Yi Baiming had never seen Yunxing like this. At that moment, he panicked from the bottom of his heart. He had a panicked feeling that Yunxing would disappear in the next second. Xiao Wenqiu looked at his empty hands and then at Yunxing in Yi Baiming's arms. His expression changed slightly, like a piece of thousand-year-old ice that suddenly cracked after receiving a heavy blow. Dark Crown Prince Du Guxiu pursed his lips, his gaze falling on the person buried in Yi Baiming's arms. The Emperor of Zhou State and Empress Ji also noticed Yi Baiming's loss of self-control. Wen Dogwa hurried forward. He glanced at Yunba and couldn't help but let out a soft cry of surprise. On the bed, Yunba had already fallen into a deep sleep. The gaping wound on his chest had already completely healed. Wen Dogwa then checked the other wounds on his body. After checking, Wen Dogwa couldn't help but mutter to himself, "How is this possible? How is this possible? She clearly didn't use any needles just now." She didn't use any needles, but Yunba's ruptured organs had indeed been stitched up. At least, there were no signs of bleeding in his body. Xiao Wenqi went forward and also checked. After a long while, he said, "The bleeding has stopped. If he can wake up tomorrow morning, his life should be fine." "How is Xing'er?" Hearing that his father's life wasn't in danger for the time being, Yun Sunlong breathed a sigh of relief. He walked in front of Yi Baiming, wanting to check on Yunxing's condition, but was stopped by Yi Baiming. "She's asleep." Yunxing was like a kitten, quietly curled up in Yi Baiming's arms. Her breathing was steady, and her nostrils flared slightly. She had actually fallen asleep due to overexertion. At this moment, in the palace, no one dared to underestimate Yunxing anymore. In just a little more than 15 minutes, she had actually cured the wound that even Wen Dogwa couldn't do anything about. Zhou State's emperor's heart was in turmoil. He didn't expect Zhou State to have such a medical talent. How could such a talent be lost to the common people? Empress Qi's eyes also flashed slightly, looking back and forth between Yi Baiming and Yunxing. Chen Lianer looked at Yi Baiming and Yunxing with jealousy and hatred. This time, Yunxing, that little bitch, had stolen the limelight again. Du Guxiu looked at the unconscious Yunxing, his heart unbearably itchy. Whether it was Yunxing or Yan Yun, she wasn't just a summoner, she was also an astonishingly skilled healer. This woman, he was determined to have her. This child will take his leave first. Yi Baiming only looked at Yunxing in his arms. After feeling her steady breathing, his originally worried heart finally relaxed. At this moment, no one in the palace dared to underestimate Yunxing anymore. In just a little more than 15 minutes, she had cured the injury that even Wen Dogwa had been helpless against. Zhou State's emperor's heart was filled with countless thoughts. He didn't expect that Zhou State had such a medical talent. How could such a talent fall into the hands of the common people? Empress Qi's eyes also flashed as she looked back and forth between Yi Baiming and Yunxing. Chen Lianer looked at Yi Baiming and Yunxing with jealousy and hatred. This time, Yunxing, that little slut, had stolen the limelight again. Du Guxiu looked at the unconscious Yunxing, his heart unbearably itchy. Whether it was Yunxing or Yan Yun, she wasn't just a summoner, she was also an astonishingly skilled healer. He was determined to have this woman. This child will take his leave first. Yi Baiming only looked at Yunxing in his arms. After feeling her steady breathing, his originally worried heart finally relaxed a little. He ignored everyone's astonished gazes, as well as Xiao Wenqiu's unrelenting gaze behind him. He carried Yunxing and slowly walked out of the palace. Yunxing slept very soundly. Ever since she became a sorcerer and learned how to meditate, especially after she comprehended deep meditation, she rarely slept. This time, because she used the hidden needles, she was exhausted and unknowingly fell asleep. When she woke up, she turned over and suddenly felt that something was wrong with her hands and feet. She opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was an extra-large handsome face, just inches away from her. Yi Baiming. Night Fox. Why are you here? Yunxing vaguely remembered that she was applying needles to stop Yunba's bleeding. She remembered that because she was exhausted, after confirming that Yunba would be fine, she fainted from exertion. I should be the one asking you that. Yesterday, I kindly sent you back. Who knew that you would hug me so tightly and not let go? I saw that you were sleeping soundly, so I could only let you hug me until dawn. Yi Baiming pointed at Yunxing's hand. Yunxing looked down and was shocked. When she came to her senses, she saw that her arms were wrapped around Yi Baiming's neck like a koala. And her 2 legs were wrapped around Yi Baiming's narrow waist. This position was as ambiguous as it could get. His face instantly flushed red. Yi Baiming, on the other hand, was not in a hurry. Last night, he had been hugged by Yunxing like this all night. Only then did he realize that the little wildcat's sleeping posture was really not that good. Why did you send me back? Is old General Yun alright? Yunxing was still worried about the amniotic fluid poison in Yunba's body. Old General Yun is fine for the time being. Yi Baiming smiled. When Yunxing asked this question, she was still lying on the bed with Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming sent her back to the medicine hall. When he was half asleep, Yunxing treated Yi Baiming as the pillow on her bed in her previous life and refused to let go. Yi Baiming was also happy to let her hug him. This bed was originally used by Yunxing to rest in the medicine hall, so it was very small. Yi Baiming was at least 1.8 meters tall. When the two of them were squeezed together, Yunxing could even hear his strong heartbeat. Their posture was too ambiguous. Yunxing had no choice but to use her hand to push Yi Baiming away. The latter was half lying down with his left hand propped up. Yi Baiming's lapel was half open, revealing a piece of firm bronze skin. His fox-like eyes seemed to be squinting yet not squinting. That look, it was as if he could cause as much trouble as he wanted. Little wildcat, do you know that you have gotten into big trouble today? Yi Baiming looked at Yunxing and frowned. You mean, my unique needle technique? It's not a problem. I can just push the blame to Xiao Wenxiu and say that his light magic had a special effect. At that time, Yunxing was also forced to use the soul healing needle without thinking much. But after thinking about it, she also felt that it was a little inappropriate. The illness that even when Daiguoshu couldn't treat was cured by her. Although this was a great humiliation to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, at the same time, it also exposed Yunxing's true medical skills. Paper can't wrap fire. I believe that when I sent you back, when Daiguoshu already knew the truth from Xiao Wenxiu's mouth. You really used your unique needle technique? Yi Baiming was doubtful. He had seen Yunxing use the needles before, but he had never heard of such a technique. Not to mention today, she didn't even need to use the needles to save Yunba. The Yun residence was a family of generals. Even if Yunxing had led a wandering life since young, that kind of needle technique was definitely not something that could be learned in a place like Banana Leaf Village. Yunxing was at a loss for words. If Yi Baiming was suspicious, others would naturally be suspicious. That's my mother's unique needle technique. Yunxing had a sudden inspiration and found her cheap mother, Hu Jiuxing, to be her shield. Hu Jiuxing was indeed proficient in medical skills. This could be seen from the medical records left behind by the Yun family. Yi Baiming was skeptical, but he didn't pursue the matter. He knew that Yunxing lost her mother when she was young. Compared to him, she hadn't even seen her mother once. It was rare for her to be so open-minded. Yi Baiming's heart softened slightly. He raised his hand and rubbed Yunxing's hair. Yunxing's hair was very soft and felt good to the touch. Yi Baiming said half-truthfully, "Little wildcat, don't be stubborn in the future. I'm here for everything." Yunxing's hair was instantly rubbed into a nest of straw. She immediately became like an angry wildcat and slapped Yi Baiming's hand away. It'll be strange if I have you. Tell me, how did he get injured? Also, how did the hidden crown prince injure old General Yun? When she entered the palace just now, she was in a hurry to treat old General Yun's illness and hadn't asked clearly about the competition. When Yinxing examined Yunba's wound just now, she had already noticed that the wound was fatal. Yi Baiming's eyes were deep and serene. This time, he had miscalculated. His memory drifted back to yesterday, to that sudden blood disaster. Tian Keizi's disappearance caused this once-in-a-decade martial sage competition to come to an end without any results. The hidden crown prince was very regretful about this matter. However, according to the agreement, since Tian Keizi was missing, he couldn't continue to pester about the purple gold mine. Thus, he personally went to the palace to send him off. The other party was the crown prince of a state. Now that later Qin's fierce army was still eyeing the border, the Zhou state's emperor naturally had to be courteous. He personally held a banquet to welcome the hidden crown prince and even invited Yunba to attend. At the banquet, after a round of singing and dancing, the young city lord of Grand Emperor City, Xian Wuji, suddenly said that singing and dancing were boring. Since Zhou state and later Qin were both states that revered martial arts, why not have a duel to add some color to today's farewell banquet? The Zhou state's emperor also didn't expect this. Just as he was hesitating, the hidden crown prince suddenly stepped forward. The hidden crown prince claimed that he admired Zhou state's martial sage Yunba since he was young. He also received Tian Keizi's teachings and can be considered half of his disciple. Since Tian Keizi can't fight with Yunba this time, he's willing to exchange a few moves with Yunba as his disciple. Yi Baiming was the noble Lord Baiming and naturally attended this banquet. The hidden crown prince is the crown prince of another state and is also a junior. Why would old General Yun fight with him? Yunxing was very clear about the old man's personality. To put it nicely, he wasn't willing to flaunt his seniority. To put it bluntly, it was the so-called pride. He would never fight with a junior. Back then at the restaurant, if she hadn't forced the Yun residents into a corner, he definitely wouldn't have made a move. However, even if he did make a move, he still held back some of his strength. Old General Yun indeed didn't agree. After all, Du Guxiu's identity is there. If anything happens to him, it would be equivalent to giving other states a reason to criticize him. Later Qin and Tang Yuan's armies are still at the Zhou state's border. Yi Baiming was also somewhat puzzled about Du Guxiu's request. The Wuji Five Gems reputation was very resounding, but compared to Yunba, who had been famous for a long time, it was undoubtedly an egg striking a stone. However, the hidden crown prince used both the carrot and the stick. Under his insistence, old General Yun had no choice but to agree to his challenge. However, Yunba was still a little cautious. He didn't really fight with the hidden crown prince and only wanted to exchange 3 moves with him. The hidden crown prince also readily agreed. Only 3 moves? Yunxing was even more incredulous. It was only 3 moves, but Yunba actually suffered such serious injuries. Because during the last move, the hidden crown prince went berserk. Yi Baiming's gaze was solemn. He clearly remembered the scene at that time. After blocking the first 2 moves, Yunba originally thought that the Dark Crown Prince would give up. But who would have thought that during the 3rd move, the Dark Crown Prince would suddenly go berserk and punch Yunba's chest. Yunba vomited blood on the spot and his chest was hollowed out by the hidden Crown Prince. Punching through a martial sage's body with 1 punch? And it was an instant berserk? Then what exactly did the hidden crown prince fuse with? Yunxing was speechless. Although she didn't see the situation back then, just by looking at Yunba's smashed internal organs, she could guess how terrifying the might of the Dark Crown Prince's punch was. You should have guessed it already. The problem lies in the hidden Crown Prince's beast blood fusion. Yi Baiming paused. If I'm not wrong, the hidden Crown Prince should have fused with the blood of a divine beast. Divine beast, Yunxing's mind buzzed. The hidden Crown Prince Du Guxiu's beast blood berserk was only a partial berserk. The duration was extremely short and it was impossible to guard against. In an instant, black scales that looked like dragon scales appeared on his right arm. His heavy punch carried the force of 5,000 kilograms. Yunba's protective doqi was instantly torn apart by this heavy blow, and the fist landed squarely on his chest. The amniotic fluid poison in his body had also suddenly erupted, causing him to bleed profusely and nearly die. Speaking of divine beasts, Yunxing's first thought was Swanee. She had met the divine beast Swanee in the Earth's core furnace cave. How many years had it been since a divine beast appeared in the boundless continent? From the 1st rank to the 9th rank, the commander-level magical beasts were called sacred beasts. Above them were the lord-level divine beasts. All divine beasts had their own territory. As for above them, there were the so-called sacred beasts, which were existences of legends. My friends in the bookstore are looking over. I'm on a business trip for a week. I'm on a trip on Sunday and Monday. I'll update in 2 days. On the boundless continent, magicians, warriors, and summoners all flocked to magical beasts. This led to the great massacre of magical beasts many years ago, which eventually led to the emergence of the Dutian blood cloud realm. To people of different statuses, magical beasts had different values. To magicians, magical beasts' bones and soul stones were their most important magic tools. To warriors, magical beasts' blood strengthened their bodies and was the key to breaking through the martial realm. And to summoners, having a magical beast at the level of a holy beast or even a divine beast was a dream. Yunxing had also thought of forming a contract with Tao Wu, but when she felt the other party's powerful magical beast aura, Yunxing already understood that even if she had the summoning demon hand, she would not be able to form a contract with a divine beast. But the Dark Crown Prince Duguxiu had fused with the blood of a divine beast. This made his body's strength reach an unprecedented state. Part of his beast blood went berserk, and he punched through the martial saint's chest. What happened next was just like what you saw. This matter could only be dropped like this. We agreed that it was a competition, and the Emperor of Zhou State would not pursue the Dark Crown Prince's responsibility. After Yi Baiming finished speaking, Yunxing remained silent, but the flames of anger were burning in her eyes. Dropped like this? If it wasn't for my medical family's acupuncture technique, old General Yun would have died. Yunxing thought of Yunba's haggard face. The dignified martial saint of Zhou State was humiliated by another country's crown prince. As the Emperor of Zhou State, the Emperor of Zhou State dismissed him with the words a competition. This was the Emperor of Laozi. As the Emperor, he could not stand up for his subjects. To think that everyone in the Yun residence was loyal to him. Yunxing was indignant. Just then, Yun Songlong came to visit. Yi Baiming saw that the uncle and niece had something to talk about, so he took his leave. What happened in the imperial palace of Zhou State seemed to have subsided, but in fact, a new undercurrent was surging. The core of the undercurrent was Yunxing, who inadvertently exposed her magical acupuncture skills. Later on in the Qin embassy, the Dark Prince Duguxiu changed his clothes under the help of a maid. Even though he was unable to directly kill Yunba, the Dark Crown Prince appeared to be in a rather joyous mood. Congratulations, Dark Prince. I didn't expect you to have fused with the blood of a divine beast. Xian Wuji had been trying to curry favor with Duguxiu ever since he came out of Zhou State's palace. The Dark Crown Prince looked absent-minded and didn't take Xian Wuji's flattery to heart. Today's banquet was originally planned to secretly sow discord between later Qin and Zhou State. Who would have thought that in the end, the banquet would end with the Dark Crown Prince seriously injuring Yunba? Unfortunately, all his efforts were for naught in the end. That old fellow Yunba was still not dead. Thinking of this, Xian Wuji felt so resentful that the roots of his teeth itched. He didn't understand medicine, but he knew that Yunba's survival this time had a lot to do with that girl called Yunxing. He more or less had some memories of that girl. Last time in the west of Zhou State, it was that girl who ruined his plans. Dark Crown Prince, all our efforts were for naught this time. It's all that girl's fault. I don't know what kind of evil method she used to actually cure Yunba. But don't worry, even if it's a cure, it's only temporary. The amniotic fluid poison of a demonic beast isn't something that can be cured by ordinary antidotes. This time, that girl almost lost her life in order to save Yunba. She'll only be a disaster if we keep her alive. Why don't we find someone to kill her first? Xian Wuji still wanted to encourage the Dark Crown Prince. Who knew that the Dark Crown Prince didn't feel happy after hearing his words? Instead, he became displeased. Just now in the imperial palace, Yunxing vomited blood and her face was ashen. This made the Dark Crown Prince feel uneasy. He didn't understand where this feeling came from. Even if he wanted to torture that girl, he could only do it himself. The Dark Crown Prince recalled the nervous expressions of Lord Biming of Zhou State and Xia Wenshu of the Dharma Temple and felt even more uneasy. His face darkened. Xian Wuji's incessant chatter was especially annoying. Young City Lord, I think our cooperation ends here. I'll be leaving the Jade Capital in a few days. Young City Lord, please do as you wish. The Dark Crown Prince didn't have a good impression of someone like Xian Wuji. He more or less knew about the grudge between Xian Wuji and the Yun residents. The Dark Crown Prince never liked being used by others, so he didn't plan on being Xian Wuji's shield forever. Xian Wuji's expression changed when he heard this. The Bloody Hand Trench was massacred and he didn't have any capable guards by his side. Xian Wuji still remembered Yun Songlong's ruthless look when he looked at him in the Imperial Palace. After all, the Jade Capital was Yun Songlong's territory. If he didn't have the Dark Crown Prince's guards, he would definitely be attacked. Although he was the young city lord of Grand Emperor City, he couldn't be compared to the Crown Prince of a state. Zhou State wouldn't help him. The Dark Crown Prince waved his hand and ordered people to chase Xian Wuji out. Xian Wuji was flustered and exasperated, but he didn't dare to offend the Dark Crown Prince. He could only pack his luggage and escape out of the city. Crown Prince, Miss Chen Lian requests an audience. Not long after Xian Wuji left, the embassy guard came to report. Chen Lian you finally came to find me. The Dark Crown Prince had a mocking expression when he saw Chen Lian coming to find him. Please forgive me, Crown Prince. Lian won't dare to do it again. Please give me medicine. Chen Lian anxiously covered her face. Red marks appeared on her porcelain-like face. After her face was scratched by the water arrow finfish's poison, the Dark Crown Prince ordered people to treat it for her. She was also cunning. She pretended to agree to be a spy for later Qin and let him send her back to Zhou State unscathed. When she returned to Zhou State, she immediately cut off contact with the Dark Crown Prince. Who knew that the Dark Crown Prince was even more cunning and ruthless than her? This morning, Chen Lian discovered that her face was itchy. When she casually scratched it, a mark appeared. The more she scratched it, the more itchy it became. It made her feel like she was going to scratch her face and scratch her bones. The water arrow finfish's poison on your body has been cured. However, your face was inflicted with another type of poison. This poison is called the maggot goo. This type of goo is a type of small insect. It specializes in nibbling away at human skin. If you don't have this Crown Prince's antidote, it will slowly bite your skin and eventually break out of your body. First your face, then your body. In less than 3 months, your beautiful face that made the Crown Prince of Zhou State fall head over heels for will turn into a pile of bones. The Dark Crown Prince's voice was low and carried a bit of magnetism. However, when it landed in Chen Lian's ears, it was as bone-piercing as a cold wind. Her beautiful eyes widened in horror. She shrunk and didn't dare to disobey the Dark Crown Prince. She couldn't imagine her body being covered in maggots and turning into a pile of bones. Crown Prince, Lian won't dare to do it again. Please let Lian go. No matter what you want Lian to do, Lian will agree. What Chen Lian cared about the most was her face. She knelt on the ground and kept begging the Dark Crown Prince. Get up. It's really a bummer for such a delicate beauty to end up like this. The Dark Crown Prince was half regretful and half sorrowful. He lifted Chen Lian's smooth chin with his finger. Chen Lian's face was covered with tears. She looked so pitiful that it was enough to soften the hearts of most men in the world. It was a pity that the Dark Crown Prince wasn't someone who had tender feelings for the fairer sex. His appearance was outstanding, and with his red hair as a contrast, it made him look even more noble and handsome. His movements seemed gentle, but the coldness in his eyes revealed everything. Chen Lian was so frightened that her teeth chattered. How much do you know about Yunxing? The Dark Crown Prince asked gently. Chen Lian was puzzled. Crown Prince, what do you mean? Tell me everything about her. The Dark Crown Prince's voice was no longer cold. There was a greedy desire in his tone. If it was said that he had only been competing with Yunxing earlier, wanting to take revenge on her for her rudeness to him, then he would not have been able to do so. However, after witnessing her actions today, the Dark Crown Prince was even more determined to obtain her. He still remembered that when she was faced with blood, her pure white face was indifferent. At that moment, the aura emitted from her body was so beautiful that it was suffocating. She was clearly an incomparably black-bellied person, but at that moment, there was a kind of holy light. These two completely different temperaments appeared on the same person. Just thinking about it made the Dark Crown Prince's mind sway, and he couldn't control himself. Right now, even though Xianxia was still young, in time, she would definitely grow into a beauty that would cause people's hearts to palpitate. Unparalleled medical skills, a calm mind, and a mysterious summoning technique. Only such a woman was worthy of him, Du Guxiu. Chen Lianer saw the naked desire in the Dark Crown Prince's eyes. That kind of desire wasn't just a man's desire for a woman. It was similar to a beast's desire for a mate. Chen Lianer's heart surged with intense jealousy that bordered on hatred. It was undeniable that the Dark Crown Prince was cruel, but he was definitely a dragon among men. The Wuji 5 Annulus, the fusion of divine beast blood, and the position of the later Qin Crown Prince, all of which made him the target of countless girls. However, such a person showed a strong interest in Xianxia. Yi Baiming was the same. When she thought of how Yi Baiming had carefully hugged Xianxia in the hall, and the touch of love and affection in his eyes, Chen Lianer felt like her heart was about to be crushed. Chen Lianer had never seen Xianxia like that in Yi Baiming. He would only reveal such an expression in front of Xianxia. However, the Dark Crown Prince was also acting in the same manner. Merely, the Dark Crown Prince's expression was even more explicit. Right now, he was like a red-haired wolf king whose hair was standing on end. It couldn't be any better if the Dark Crown Prince wanted Xianxia. As long as she could deliver Xianxia to the Dark Crown Prince, Yi Baiming would never be able to see Xianxia again. Crown Prince, regarding Xianxia. Chen Lianer said tirelessly. When Xianxia arrived at the Yun residence, Yunba had already woken up. When he saw Xianxia enter, Yunba's old face flushed red, and then he coughed loudly. Your body. The two of them said at the same time. Uncle Yun, who was standing at the side, squeezed out a smile. Yunba had already heard the whole story from Uncle Yun. When he heard that Xianxia had fainted from exhaustion in order to save him, he was very touched and was also very concerned about Xianxia's injuries. The first thing he did when he woke up was to ask about Xianxia's injuries. Xianxia was also a little embarrassed. My injuries are fine, but let me take a look at your injuries. Earlier, when Dogwa came by and took a look at Master's injuries, he said that Master's internal organs have already been healed. He even called it a miracle and said that he had never seen anyone with such superb acupuncture skills. Uncle Yun clicked his tongue in praise. This time, Little Miss really gained a lot of face. However, Yunba didn't reveal much joy this time. He had a premonition that Yunxing's exposure of her abilities this time might lead to bad things. Yunxing forced a smile and still went forward to take a look at Yunba's injuries. Just as when Dogwa said, Yunba's injuries were basically fine, but the magical beast amniotic fluid in his body still hadn't been removed. Where's second uncle? Yunxing looked around and didn't see Yun Songlong. Yunxing had already informed Yun Songlong to issue a commission at the hunter branch to hire hunters to search for the water of life. As long as the magical beast amniotic fluid wasn't removed, Yunba would be in danger. Although Tian Kazi was already dead, there were still other martial saint-level experts who could emerge. Second young master and deputy director Zhan have gone out. Uncle Yun had just said this when a guard suddenly came in to report. Old General, the Dark Crown Prince has come to visit with gifts. Upon hearing that the Dark Crown Prince had come, Yunba and Uncle Yun were both stunned. Yunxing also felt a little displeased. Yunba's injuries hadn't healed yet, but the culprit, the Dark Crown Prince, actually dared to come visit. She had seen shameless people before, but she had never seen someone as shameless as him. However, since he was a guest, Yunba couldn't refuse another country's crown prince at the door. Thus, he had Uncle Yun welcome the Dark Crown Prince in. The Dark Crown Prince and his two guards entered the Yun residence. When he saw that Yunxing was also present, his eyes suddenly lit up and the corners of his lips curled up. However, Yunxing rolled her eyes at him. If it wasn't for the fact that she still needed to prescribe medicine for Yunba, she would definitely leave in a huff. Old General Yun, this Crown Prince is here to apologize. The Dark Crown Prince saw Yunxing's reaction and his smile deepened. Today, he had a humble expression and even brought 5 to 6 types of saint-grade medicinal herbs for a visit. Those who didn't know him would really think that he was here to visit a patient. Crown Prince Dugu is too polite. This old man and you had a normal amputation. I'm the one who's sorry to trouble the Crown Prince to come personally. Although Yunba spoke humbly, he had already cursed the Dark Crown Prince's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. Later Qin and Zhou state didn't see eye to eye with each other and had been in a deadlock for hundreds of years. Dugu Xiu was also the most authoritative prince of later Qin. The outside world had long known that he would inherit the later Qin throne. Yunba was a veteran general of Zhou state. Back then, he had killed countless later Qin soldiers on the battlefield of later Qin. When the two met, even if they didn't fight to the death, it was definitely difficult for them to get along peacefully. Not to mention, Dugu Xiu even brought a pile of gifts. His tone was cordial and he had a smile on his face. That appearance was like a son-in-law visiting his father-in-law. No matter how one looked at it, it was like a weasel paying a visit to a chicken. Yunba was just about to ask Uncle Yun to decline the other party's gifts when Yunxing had already taken the medicinal herbs and casually glanced at them. Dark Crown Prince, don't be so stingy. You almost killed him and you only brought a few saint-grade medicinal herbs. If word of this spread out, people would think that a great country like later Qin couldn't even take out a decent gift. When the two guards behind the Dark Crown Prince heard Yunxing's mocking tone, they were instantly infuriated. However, Dugu Xiu wasn't anxious at all. Miss Yun is right. It seems that this Crown Prince was lacking in etiquette. Someone, bring that fan leaf feather mushroom over and give it to the old general. Fan leaf feather mushroom? Yunxing was stunned. Yunba and Uncle Yun were also stunned. Yunxing studied medicine and was very familiar with the medicinal herbs of the continent. The fan leaf feather mushroom was a high-grade saint-grade medicinal herb. Its shape was very similar to a feather, but its color was pure white. It grew on the Snow Maiden Peak in the northernmost part of the continent. It was said that it only appeared once every 1,000 years. Although its grade couldn't be compared to the divine grade 9-leaf sage ginseng, it was already a top-grade saint-grade medicinal herb. The greatest use of this medicinal herb was to purify one's body. It was said that if a martial ancestor expert consumed a single fan leaf feather mushroom, they would be able to cleanse their bones and break through the bottleneck of the martial saint realm. Its effect might not be comparable to the water of life, but it was still somewhat effective in alleviating the poison in Yunba's body. Crown Prince. The guards were also at a loss. This saint-grade medicinal herb was specially prepared by the Emperor of later Qin for the Dark Crown Prince to break through to the martial saint realm in the future. The Dark Crown Prince gave it to Yunba. This person was also the enemy of the later Qin. They were afraid that this wasn't a good thing. This Crown Prince doesn't wish to say it a second time. The Dark Crown Prince's eyes darkened, as if a storm was coming. The guards didn't dare to ask any more and hurriedly returned to the embassy to retrieve the medicinal herb. Dark Crown Prince, you're too polite. This old man can't accept such a precious medicinal herb. Yunba could only stand up. Old General, you don't have to be so polite. This Crown Prince accidentally injured you, so please don't treat me as an outsider. Actually, this humble one came here today to ask for a favor. I hope that old general can agree to this Crown Prince's request. The Dark Crown Prince's face was still radiant, but his gaze landed on Yunxing from time to time. Yunxing felt that something was wrong. No one knew better than her the grudge between her and the Dark Crown Prince. However, this fellow had a constipated expression as if he wanted to beat or kill her just a moment ago, but now, he kept calling her Miss Yun. She didn't know what he was thinking. I've admired Miss Yun for a long time and hope to use this diplomatic trip to Zhou State to propose marriage to old general and betroth Miss Yun to me. I promise that as long as I'm the Crown Prince, she will be the Crown Prince consort. If I ascend the throne as the Emperor, she will be the Empress of the later Qin. The Dark Crown Prince spoke sincerely and carefully. He used I and not this Crown Prince, which showed his sincerity. Yunxing, who was drinking tea at the side, spat out all the tea in her mouth. Dugu Xiu was sitting very close to Yunxing, so when she spat out the tea, it sprayed all over his face. His brows didn't even twitch as he calmly wiped away the tea on his face. Yunxing's current expression couldn't be described with ordinary wonderful. Marriage proposal. Du Guxiu actually came to propose marriage. How could he be so shameless? How old was he, and how old was she? Although Yunxing's 2 lifetimes added together would make her almost 30 years old, right now, she had the appearance of a lowly but the heart of an older sister. Du Guxiu was at least 17 or 18 years old this year. This was a classic case of an old cow nibbling on young grass. Yunba also looked like he was struck by lightning. He muttered in his heart, "How old is this little lass? Isn't this marriage a little too early?" Putting aside the fact that the relationship between later Qin and Zhou state was like fire and water, his relationship with his own granddaughter had yet to be reconciled. This Du Guxiu's brain must have been kicked by a demonic beast and suffered brain damage. Compared to the grandfather and granddaughter pair who were struck by lightning and couldn't tell the difference between north and south, Uncle Yun's reaction was much faster. "Your Highness, you must be joking, right? Our family's young miss is still young. Moreover, as the crown prince of later Qin, you should already have a wife and children, right?" Uncle Yun's words made Yunxing's mouth twitch fiercely again. In the boundless world, people got married early. Normally, men would already have concubines by the age of 13 or 14. Even if that didn't work, they would still have servant girls to sleep with. With the Dark Crown Prince's body, it was obvious that he was a classic animal who thought with his lower body. If he was more diligent, the Dark Crown Prince's residents would have already raised a football team. For some reason, Yunxing thought of Yi Baiming. Speaking of which, the Night Fox was already in his teens. Then, was he, thinking of this, Yunxing felt a burst of unhappiness in her heart. When the Dark Crown Prince saw a flash of unhappiness on Yunxing's pretty face, he thought that she was concerned about the women in his harem. To be honest, the Dark Crown Prince really had a lot of beauties in his harem. Later Qin was a valiant country to begin with. Men advocated early marriage and having more wives. This way, they could choose the most outstanding successor among the many children. The Dark Crown Prince's father had several hundred concubines and he had over 100 children. Normal women indeed didn't like this style. The Dark Prince's eyes narrowed as he glanced at Yunxing. Miss Yun isn't young anymore. Women can get married when they're 12 years old. This consort can wait another 3 years until she turns 12 before we officially get married. As for this consort's harem, there are already 3 secondary consorts, 4 noble ladies, and 2 children. However, the position of main consort has always been empty. What he meant was that he was willing to treat her as his wife. When Du Guxiu said this, even Yunba couldn't help but be moved. Du Guxiu was the crown prince of a country, and he was also the powerful crown prince of later Qin. It was already very shocking that he could make such a promise to an ordinary woman from an enemy country. However, Yunba coughed. "Crown Prince Dugu, you should have heard that Yunxing didn't grow up in the Yun residence. Her marriage should be decided by herself." Du Guxiu had a face full of confidence as he looked at Yunxing. He had originally thought that Yunxing would definitely be moved by his words. It wasn't that Du Guxiu was conceited, but he did have the capital to back up his confidence. As the crown prince of later Qin, he was the most promising successor to the throne in later Qin. He held great power and wasn't like Yi Bailian, who was just a flower crown prince. What was even more commendable was that he was one of the Wuji 5 Jade Annulus. His strength was outstanding, and his appearance was handsome and imposing. The number of women in later Qin who yearned for him day and night was enough to circle the later Qin capital a few times. When these conditions were added together, he would be considered a golden bachelor in the modern era. Even in the Wuji continent, he would be unparalleled. The Dark Prince couldn't think of any reason why Yunxing would reject him. Who knew that Yunxing would snort softly when she heard that? "I don't agree to this marriage." The Dark Prince's face flushed red as if he had drunk a large mouthful of strong alcohol. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. He suddenly stood up. If Yunba wasn't present, he would probably have attacked Yunxing without a second word. This damned woman. She actually dared to reject his proposal. "Why?" the Dark Prince asked through gritted teeth. His red hair was like a ball of fiery clouds. "Firstly, I don't have any feelings for you. Secondly, the husband I marry in the future must be like my parents, a couple for the rest of our lives. I don't have the time to scheme against your women. Yunxing had a relaxed expression. Her pair of outstanding eyes were slightly raised, making her look flirtatious and pretty. The two dimples at the side of her mouth rippled. The words that came out of her mouth were clearly infuriating, but it made one unable to get angry. There are no feelings that can be nurtured. This crown prince's father and mother nurtured their feelings after marriage. As for being a couple for the rest of our lives, the dark prince pondered. Most of the women in his harem were bestowed by his father. There was also a personal maid chosen by the later Qin Empress for him. The rest were the daughters and sisters of some officials. These women were usually used by him to satisfy his physiological needs, so he didn't have much feelings for them. However, if he wanted to ascend the throne as the later Qin emperor, he would have to weigh the various relationships. Marrying some concubines in the harem was an indispensable means. Dark Prince, I admit that the first condition you mentioned might be feasible, but you can't do the second condition. But you can't do the second one. Either you disband the harem, or you accept my refusal to marry you. Thank you for the medicinal herbs. I thank you on behalf of the Yun estate. Uncle Yun, please send the guest out. Yunxing's words were also very unyielding. Yi Baiming had said earlier that it was a blessing and not a curse for her to display her medical skills this time. The Dark Prince must have coveted her medical skills, which was why he changed his hostile attitude from before. He didn't like the Dark Prince's personality to begin with. Since he came to propose so rashly, rejecting the marriage might not work. Uncle Yun had a difficult expression on his face, but he could also see Yunxing's reluctance. The Dark Prince wasn't in a hurry. He walked in front of Yunxing with a determined smile on his face. Little girl, this crown prince can tell you clearly that there is no person or object in this world that this crown prince can't obtain. One day, you will have to beg this crown prince to be this crown prince's woman. He left with his guards and a flick of his sleeves. Yunxing's face was a mixture of green and red. She had an ugly expression. Not long after the Dark Prince left the Yun estate, Yi Baiming received the news. What? You said that Du Guxiu went to the Yun estate to propose marriage? Yi Baiming had also noticed that Du Guxiu paid more attention to Yunxing when they were in the palace. At that time, he didn't pay much attention to it because of Yunxing's injury. He didn't expect that the latter would directly go to the Yun estate to propose marriage. Fortunately, the news that came was that the Dark Prince's proposal was rejected. It was even rejected by Yunxing herself. That little girl from the Yun estate really doesn't know what's good for her. She even dares to reject the Dark Prince's proposal from the later Qin? Long Shui listened from the side and said with half envy and half dissatisfaction. Long Shui, you've overstepped your boundaries. Long Hua looked at his master uneasily. Ever since Yi Baiming found out about the Dark Prince's proposal, his master's mood wasn't very good. When Yi Baiming was in a bad mood, he would not lose his temper like ordinary people. Due to living in the cold palace all year round during his childhood, when he was in a bad mood, he would choose not to say a word. Long Hua had followed Yi Baiming for a long time. He could feel that his master was in a bad mood right now. All of you, leave. Yi Baiming was distraught as he ordered his subordinates to leave. Du Guxiu, Yi Baiming's gray eyes were dyed with a red light. Without any hesitation, he immediately arrived at Wushuan Limitless Hall. In the medicine hall, Yunxing was frowning as she looked at the remaining amniotic fluid poison that she had seized from Yun Xianxia. She was deep in thought with a frown. From the looks of it, she was not affected by Du Guxiu's proposal at all. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Yunxing did not even raise her head. She was very familiar with Yi Baiming's footsteps. Just by listening to his breathing, she knew that he had arrived. Du Guxiu went to the Yun residence to propose? Yi Baiming was originally agitated, but when he saw Yunxing, he could not help but calm down a lot. Yunxing's appearance when she was completely focused was very beautiful. She was not like ordinary women who liked to use rouge and face powder. Her neck was very slender, and a few strands of black hair fell down her cheeks into her clothes. Her slender fingers flipped through the medicine encyclopedia. Hearing Yi Baiming's question, Yunxing said casually, yes. You rejected him? Yi Baiming subconsciously went to Yunxing's side. She had a very nice smell on her that made people's noses itch unconsciously. Yes. Yunxing did not pay attention to Yi Baiming's words at all. She had already looked through more than half of the medicine encyclopedia, and all the information showed that there was only one way to completely remove the amniotic fluid poison of the magical beasts, and that was to find the elf's most precious treasure, the water of life. If this prince were to propose to you, would you agree? Yi Baiming had unknowingly moved closer to Yunxing. And Yunxing replied out of habit. By the time she came back to her senses, Yi Baiming was already smiling happily. Wait, what did she just say? She seemed to have promised Night Fox something. Then it's settled. This prince will go to the palace tomorrow and ask Imperial Father for the marriage. Yi Baiming smiled brilliantly. Yunxing blushed immediately. Night Fox. You set me up. She had not heard what he had said. Yunxing admitted that compared to the Dark Prince, Yi Baiming was just a little bit better. However, the two of them were essentially the same. This was obvious just by looking at Chen Lianer's infatuated expression towards Yi Baiming. Both of them were members of the imperial family and would have wives and concubines in the future. At most, the Dark Prince would have more concubines in his harem, while Yi Baiming would have fewer. There was essentially no difference. Little wildcat, it's either me or Du Guxiu. You can only choose one of the two. Yi Baiming stretched out his long arm and calmly hugged Yunxing in his arms. He rubbed the tip of his nose against Yunxing's neck. Yunxing had goosebumps all over her neck. She was about to raise her hand to slap the other party, but Yi Baiming reacted faster and wrapped her hand in his. The moment he said this, Yunxing was stunned. She did not understand what he meant. What did he have to do with Du Guxiu? It was also at this moment that Yi Baiming had already hugged her petite body in his arms and said patiently, "Do you think that Du Guxiu will take this lying down? What kind of person is he?" The later Qin crown prince has always been arrogant since young. He won't give up even if he doesn't propose. If this prince didn't guess wrongly, he will enter the palace tomorrow to propose. Yunxing rejected the marriage, but this did not mean that Du Guxiu would give up. In Zhou State, most marriages were decided through a few channels. The marriages of commoners were mostly decided by their parents and matchmakers. However, for the children of aristocratic families, there was still the order of the emperor. Yunxing's rejection of Du Guxiu was actually a theory she brought from the modern world. In the ears of most people in the boundless land, it sounded extremely ridiculous. You mean that if the emperor of Zhou State grants a marriage, I have to marry? I have to marry him? Yunxing's face was blank. If the emperor wants his subject to die, the subject has no choice but to die. Similarly, if the emperor wants his concubine to marry, the concubine has no choice but to marry. Although you have not acknowledged your ancestors, you are still a member of the Yun residence. If you reject the marriage, the emperor of Zhou State can use the crime of disobedience to interrogate the entire Yun residence. Yi Baiming continued, Du Guxiu will not give up and will definitely ask for a marriage in the name of good relations between the two countries. With Yi Qingtian's personality, he will definitely not reject. This way, you will have to marry even if you don't want to. When Yunxing heard this, her heart sank. She had forgotten that this was not the modern world where everything was based on laws. In the boundless land, there was power and the emperor's orders. She was no longer alone. She had the blood of the Yun residents, the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps, and the Ci Endong on her body. These relationships intertwined layer by layer like a spider web. If one part was moved, it would affect the rest. Seeing the small wrinkles between Yunxing's brows, Yi Baiming's heart ached. His slender fingers rubbed between her brows. Feeling the coolness of the other party's skin, Yunxing raised her eyes. She looked at Yi Baiming and her heart moved. She suddenly understood why Yi Baiming proposed earlier. There was only one way to stop Du Guxiu's proposal, and that was to get engaged before Du Guxiu did. If there was an engagement, even someone as powerful as Du Guxiu would be helpless. Not to mention, the other party was Yi Baiming, who was also a prince. Even if Yi Baiming was not favored, he was still a prince of Zhou State. Du Guxiu would not be able to do anything about his fiancée. His brows slowly relaxed. Yi Baiming saw Yunxing's clear eyes. He knew that someone as smart as her had already understood his intentions. Ahem, Yi Biming, are you really willing to help me? Yunxing saw her face reflected in Yi Biming's gray eyes. Her heart rippled slightly. There was a subtle feeling that quietly sprouted. This was not an ordinary matter. It was related to Yi Biming's marriage. Of course I am willing. Who asked me to be your retainer? Yi Biming looked at Yunxing lovingly. He said in his heart, this prince is willing to take you as his wife. We will be together for the rest of our lives. Well, there is no time to lose. Go to the imperial palace and propose immediately. Yunxing's eyes lit up. She did not notice. Now? This time it was Yi Biming's turn to be in a daze. Yes, immediately. Otherwise, Du Guxiu will beat me to it. Rather than being engaged to him, I would rather be engaged to you. The sooner, the better. Yunxing did not know what Du Guxiu, that crazy man, would do. In order to avoid any more trouble, she desperately urged Yi Biming to go to the imperial palace and propose. When she happily agreed, a strange expression appeared on Yi Biming's face. Yi Biming smiled as if his scheme had succeeded. The next day, Du Guxiu entered the palace early in the morning as expected. When he explained the purpose of his visit, the Emperor of Zhou State revealed a strange expression. It's Yunxing again? Crown Prince Dugu, that Yunxing is just a commoner, and her appearance can only be considered above average. The Emperor of Zhou State was in a difficult position. This humble one has met Miss Yun once and hit it off with her. I've decided to marry no one else but her. This humble one hopes that the Emperor of Zhou State can grant my wish. If the Emperor of Zhou State can agree to this humble one's marriage proposal, this humble one can promise to never invade Zhou State's territory again in my lifetime, the Dark Crown Prince thought to himself. It didn't matter if the little girl was stubborn or if Yunba was pretending, they couldn't win against an imperial edict. If he married Yunxing, with her intelligence and outstanding medical skills, as well as her master who was as strong as Emperor Zhao, a mere Zhou State wouldn't be in the Dark Crown Prince's eyes at all. Moreover, empty words were useless. He only promised that the Emperor of Zhou State wouldn't invade Zhou State in his lifetime, but the fate of the Emperor of Zhou State was still in his hands. The Emperor of Zhou State didn't expect the Dark Crown Prince to have so many twists and turns in his heart. He laughed dryly and said, Crown Prince Dugu, you're late. It's not that this emperor doesn't agree to your marriage proposal, but last night, Lord Biming proposed before you. He even brought Miss Yun's handwritten love letter with him. The two of them are in love with each other and have already pledged their lives to each other. The Dark Crown Prince's expression changed when he heard this. Zhou State's Lord Biming, he recalled the man who carried Yunxing away in the palace hall earlier. As if someone had punched him in the chest, the Dark Crown Prince Du Guxiu froze. He was certain that Yunxing didn't have a marriage agreement before yesterday. But in one night, just one night, she had a marriage agreement, this damned little girl, what mutual affection. What love letter? It was all bullshit. The Dark Crown Prince clenched his fists in anger. If he were to meet Yi Biming now, he would definitely tear him into two. In his mind, Yunxing was already a piece of tender meat in his mouth. Who would have thought that in just a few hours, this fat duck would flap its wings and leave? To him, this was a great humiliation. He couldn't even remember how he walked out of the imperial palace of Zhou State. When he turned into the winding corridor of the palace, a person slowly approached him. Prince Dugu. The man's deep voice caused Du Guxiu to raise his head. It was a clear autumn day. Under the big leaf parasol tree in the palace, Zhou State's Biming King, Yi Biming, stood at the side like a fine stone statue, as if he was waiting for the Dark Crown Prince. Yi Biming. Du Guxiu had not paid attention to this person before. He was arrogant to begin with. In his eyes, Zhou State was just a declining martial arts nation. However, because of that marriage, he took notice of Yi Biming. He looked over and realized that he had really misjudged him back then. What a great Biming King of Zhou State. It was said that among the Wuji 5 Annulus, Xiao Wenqiu of the Temple of Justice and the Divine Wind King of Immortal Abode were the most handsome and extraordinary. Xiao Wenqiu was just like his name. He was like the spring breeze. Wherever he went, there would be a burst of warmth. The Divine Wind King of Immortal Abode had the bloodline of an elf. His appearance and bearing were suitable for both men and women. However, when he saw Yi Baiming today, even though they were both men, Du Guxiu felt like he couldn't take his eyes off him. Yi Baiming's appearance was rumored to be very similar to the deceased number one beauty of Zhou State, Empress Li. His handsomeness was like the quiet night, causing people to unknowingly sink into it. The dark crown prince coldly snorted in his heart. Lord Baiming King is so fast. However, don't be complacent. This prince's woman is never someone that others can covet. When Yi Baiming heard the words "this prince's woman," he felt displeased. He raised his eyebrows. Is Crown Prince Dugu talking about this prince's consort? I'm indebted to Crown Prince Dugu's misplaced love. Yunxing is this prince's woman. She has nothing to do with you. Yi Baiming spoke lightly, but as he spoke, a murderous intent flashed across his gray eyes. The dark crown prince was even more furious. His figure suddenly sped up, and a patch of black scales suddenly appeared on his right arm. A heavy punch smashed toward Yi Baiming's chest with a bang. This punch was no small matter. That day at the banquet, it was also a punch like this. The wind from the punch was like a flood dragon coming out of its cave. It was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Under this attack, the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart, creating waves of ripples. It was also this punch that caused Yunba to suffer a hidden loss. A loud bang was heard. That muffled sound could be heard from several kilometers away. Above the winding corridor, the glazed tiles shattered and rolled down from the eaves like fallen leaves. The guards beside the two felt a sharp pain in their hearts, as if someone had stabbed them in the chest. When they looked at Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu again, their shoulders had already collided. From afar, the two figures merged together, and their faces seemed to be covered by a layer of ice. It was impossible to tell who was the one who was attacked and who was the one who initiated the attack. On the dark crown prince's right hand, black demonic beast scales spread out one by one. His fist directly smashed into Yi Baiming's chest. Fighting aura emitted from his fist, but his fist didn't advance any further. Yi Baiming's left hand pressed down on the dark crown prince's right fist. The sharp black scales cut Yi Baiming's skin. Fresh blood dripped down. There wasn't the expected sound of bones cracking, nor was there the thrill of a fist piercing through flesh. The dark crown prince was in disbelief. He clearly felt that the other party's hand was like a hedonistic shield that blocked his most fatal attack. Even Yunba would suffer a hidden loss from this punch under uncertain circumstances. However, this seemingly weak prince of Zhou State, who had never been famous on the continent, actually blocked it. Moreover, he only used his left hand to block the attack. He actually couldn't defeat the other party even in the state of beast blood frenzy. A chill quickly extinguished the pride that Du Guxiu had accumulated for nearly 17 years. The black blood Qilin isn't omnipotent. Du Guxiu, remember, Yunxing is Yi Baiming's woman. If you see her in the future, you're not allowed to even look at her. Otherwise, I'll definitely drain every drop of blood from your body. A cold, hellish male voice echoed in his ears. At that moment, Du Guxiu felt as if he was on the brink of death. If he resisted for even a moment, the other party would crush him. Yi Baiming let go of his hand. He calmly wiped the blood off his left hand and walked over as if nothing had happened. The dark crown prince stood in the corridor for a while. The encounter just now wasn't a coincidence. Yi Baiming was warning him. It was because of this warning that they met by chance. Yi Baiming, where exactly did you come from? Du Guxiu's expression was gloomy. He glanced at the mess on the ground, and only Yi Baiming's words echoed in his mind. Yi Baiming took a few steps in the corridor of the palace. When he reached the vicinity of the cold palace, he waved his hand and the two guards tactfully retreated. Today was the 14th of the 8th lunar month, the anniversary of Empress Li's death. Every year on this day, Dark North King would come to pay respects to Empress Li. After the guards left, Yi Baiming frowned. He suddenly leaned against a pillar and unbuttoned his left sleeve. Under the long robe, what was revealed was not Yi Baiming's arm, but an arm covered in scales. It wasn't just his left arm. His entire shoulder was covered in scales. The scales looked even more similar to Du Guxiu's, except that his scales were golden. Yi Baiming secretly adjusted his breathing. The scales on his back also gradually disappeared. About 15 minutes later, his body returned to its original smoothness, looking no different from before. Recently, the frequency of berserk transformation seems to be getting more and more unstable. Yi Baiming pulled up his clothes. Other than his mother, no one else knew about this secret. The night gradually darkened. Yi Baiming took out a marriage contract from his chest. On it was the imperial seal of Zhou state. The cold palace was silent. Yi Baiming looked towards the palace where Empress Li used to live. Mother, your son has already found the woman he likes. Your son has promised her that he will be with her for the rest of his life. Mother, will you protect your son? A gust of wind suddenly blew in the desolate cold palace. The plain white curtains flew up, looking especially eerie at night. Achoo! Yunxing sneezed. Sheng you've lost weight recently. This is second uncle's personal matter. You don't have to ask. Yun Sunlong looked at his niece with a worried expression. Recently, Yunxing's small face had become even smaller than before. It looked like it could be covered with a palm. Second uncle, Xian Wuji has plotted against us time and time again. He's so cunning. How can you win against him alone? My crown prince failed to propose and left Yujing City. Yunxing sent people to keep an eye on his whereabouts and found that Xian Wuji didn't travel with him. The Bloodhand Tycoon had been destroyed and Xian Wuji had lost his protection. He was also not traveling with the Dark Prince. Now was the best time to kill him. Yun Sunlong had wanted to kill Xian Wuji for a long time, but he could not do anything about Grand Emperor City. Now that he had recovered his strength and Xian Wuji had harmed the residents of Yun several times, Yun Sunlong swore to kill Xian Wuji. However, Xian Wuji was also very cunning. He knew that he was in Zhou state and was in danger. Once he left the Jade capital, he lost track of his whereabouts. Even Yun Sunlong couldn't find any clues about him. Second uncle, Xian Wuji is in the dark while you are in the light. If he contacts the people from Grand Emperor City, you won't have a chance. Although Yun Sunlong was skilled in martial arts and had rich battle experience, he was still inferior to Yunxing in some aspects. Yun Sunlong could not stop Yunxing, so he could only agree to go with her to find Xian Wuji. Southern Cliff Town in the southern border of Zhou State. A middle-aged man in ordinary clothes walked into an inn. He had a sickly look on his long face. His facial features were very ordinary and he looked a little nervous. Waiter, get a room and prepare some food for me. The middle-aged man looked at the inn. It was a very inconspicuous inn. It was very simple and crude. Usually, he would not even bother to stay in a place like this. But now, he had no choice. Sir, please wait a moment. When the waiter saw the guest, he hurriedly went forward to greet him. He was not in a hurry to get a room. He took out a painting and looked at the man. The man quietly looked at the painting. When he saw the person in the painting clearly, a trace of imperceptible panic flashed across his eyes. He pretended to be nonchalant and asked, "Brother waiter, is this a warrant for arrest? What kind of heinous crime did the people above commit?" "Sir, this is a hunting warrant." A hunting warrant is similar to a warrant for arrest. However, a hunting warrant is issued by the Hunters Association while a warrant for arrest is issued by the government. The two have similar effects. The waiter made a comparison and did not pay much attention to it. He casually put it aside. A hunting warrant. When the sickly middle-aged man heard that, he knew something was wrong. The waiter arranged a room for him. He was not in the mood to eat and hurriedly entered the room. When he walked past the inn, he heard a few drunk men say, "TSK TSK, did you see that? The Jade Capital Hunters Association has issued a hunting warrant. They said that an elder of the association has issued a reward of 100,000 gold coins to capture the fugitive of the Bloody Hand Trench." The Bloody Hand Trench was notorious on the mainland. They had long been in conflict with the Hunters Association. The hunting warrant stated that this fugitive of the Bloody Hand Trench named Xian Wuji was responsible for more than 100 lives. All over the country, wherever there were hunters, such hunting orders would be issued. The hunting warrant stated that as long as traces of this person were found, the local Hunters Association should be notified immediately. As long as a clue was provided, the elder who issued the mission would provide a huge reward of 100,000 gold coins. There was no need to capture him. They only had to provide clues and they could get the money. This was the first time such a good thing had happened since the beginning of time. The waiter and guests in the inn all opened their eyes wide and searched for the fugitive called Xianxia. The sickly man returned to his room. It was very simple and crude. There was a bed, a small wooden coffee table, and a bedding that smelled moldy. The sickly middle-aged man did not know whether to sit or stand. He took off the human skin mask on his face and revealed his original appearance. Because he had not seen the sun for a long time, the man's face was somewhat pale. His gloomy inverted triangular eyes were filled with resentment. This person was Xianxia, who had disappeared from Zhou State for a long time. Xianxia threw the human skin mask on his face in frustration. He slammed the table heavily, causing the teapot and teacups on the table to vibrate. After Xianxia broke up with the Dark Crown Prince, he became a street rat. He knew that things were bad when Yunba was not dead and Yun Xianxia was chased out of the Yun residence. He also knew that he was in Zhou State, which was the Yun residence's territory. Leaving Zhou State as soon as possible was the only way for him to escape. He hid from place to place and bought his way through. Finally, he reached the southern border of Zhou State. Yun Songlong, don't think that you can catch me with this method. Humph, once I leave Zhou State and enter Tang Yuan's territory, you won't be able to do anything to me even if you have 1,000 methods. When I return to Grand Emperor City, I will definitely ask my father to kill everyone in the Yun residence. Xianxia was furious. He had never lived such a life in his life. Along the way, he could not sleep at night. He could only stay in the most rundown inn, afraid that the Yun residence's spies would discover him. When he finally reached the border of Zhou State, he did not expect Yun Songlong to use the soldier hunting order. Not daring to expose his whereabouts, Xianxia could only hide in his room. He did not notice that the moment he entered the room, a bat perched on the roof beam quietly flew out. Xianxia forced himself to stay in his room for a night. As soon as the sky brightened, he immediately set off. He planned to cross Zhou State's border and enter Tangyuan City today. The border between Tangyuan and Zhou State is just ahead. I failed this time, but at least that old man Yuba has been poisoned. As long as I return to Grand Emperor City and find someone to assassinate him, I'll definitely cause chaos in the Yun residence. Xianxia walked for half a day. He was nearing the border between Tangyuan and Zhou State. If he continued forward, he would reach Tangyuan's border city. He crossed a mountain and looked ahead. Suddenly, his body stiffened. There was a cemetery in front of him. Where is this? Xianxia frowned. He vaguely remembered this place. This was the place where Zhou State, Tangyuan, and later Qin had fought. It was also where Southern Clifftown used to be. Xianxia, this is where thousands of brothers from the Yun family army and tens of thousands of people from Southern Clifftown are buried. A cold voice that sounded like it came from hell made Xianxia shiver. This feeling? Yun Songlong. Xianxia was so scared that his face turned pale. He looked carefully and saw a few people standing in the middle of the tombstones. In the middle was Zhou State's Yun Songlong, a young girl and a young man. It was Yinxing and Zhongyi. Xianxia knew that something was wrong when the three of them appeared here. His face, which was still wearing the human skin mask, was already wet. Young City Lord Xian, you're quite cunning. You must have changed at least 3 or 4 masks along the way, Yunxing said softly when she saw his miserable expression. Hee, master, you don't know how cowardly this guy is. If there's any trouble, he'll run away faster than a rabbit. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he is, he can't be faster than my babies, Zhongyi teased. A few bats immediately circled around him. It turned out that Zhongyi had received Yunxing's orders when Xianxia was still in Grand Emperor City to keep an eye on him. Xianxia had fled all the way from the jade capital of Zhou State to the southern cliff town. His whereabouts had never escaped the grasp of the Zhong family. Seeing the three of them appear together, Xianxia knew that something bad had happened. Even now, he still did not forget his identity as the young city lord of Grand Emperor City. Yun Songlong, what do you dare to do to me? If you hurt me, Imperial Grand Emperor absolutely won't let you off. TSK, what a useless piece of trash. Other than your Emperor Zao level old man, what else can you do? The Zhong personality mocked. Xianxuji's father was a powerful figure, but it was a pity that he gave birth to such a son. Second uncle, we found him. You can decide how to deal with him. Yunxing glanced at her second uncle. Sheng this is between me and him. You and Master Zong should step aside, Yun Songlong said in a low voice. When Xian Wuji heard this, he was secretly delighted. Yun Songlong was indeed stupid, just like he was in the past. There were clearly 3 of them, and each of them was quite strong. However, Yun Songlong wanted to fight them alone. This was undoubtedly a suicide mission. Xian Wuji took out a short flute. Yuan Bupo used a long flute, but Xian Wuji's flute was much shorter. It was only 1/3 of the length. The flute was made of an unknown material, and it was blood red in color. The sound of the flute was like a blunt weapon cutting through glass, and it made one's scalp tingle. A blood-red summoning formation appeared beneath Xian Wuji's feet. Yunxing had heard of the Dihong song before. It could be used to summon demonic beasts. Xian Wuji was a suspected summoner who used music to summon demonic beasts. Unlike Yuan Bupo, who had just turned 16, Xian Wuji already had his own demonic beast. However, during the battle at the southern border, his demonic beast was killed by a furious Yun Ba with a single punch. No one knew what kind of demonic beast he would summon today. The blood-red summoning formation turned into a huge pool of blood. Blood bubbled in the pool. An unknown demonic beast slowly poked its head out of the blood. It was a murderous earthblood crocodile. The earthblood crocodile crawled out of the pool of blood. It was a peak rank 9 earthblood crocodile king. Its entire body was covered in ugly blisters, and sharp nails grew from its tail to its spine. Its stubby limbs were strong and powerful. Under its long mouth was a row of gleaming teeth. There was a bloodstone on the earthblood crocodile king's forehead. The demonic beast let out a furious roar as soon as it appeared. Yunxing and Zongyi's expressions changed. Both of them were summoners, and they could tell at a glance that Xian Wuji's demonic beast was no ordinary demonic beast. The demonic beast was surrounded by a bloody aura, and it looked ferocious and murderous. It was a blood cloud beast. Master, can your second uncle do it? That's a tamed blood cloud beast. It must have hatched not long ago. When it was still a cub, the people of Grand Emperor City used a special method to capture it and carefully raised it for many years. Zongyi's gaze trembled as he recognized the blood cloud beast's true origin. There were many types of demonic beasts on the continent, but only blood cloud beasts were born from blood and emitted a bloody aura or magical element. Blood cloud beasts were hatched from the Dutian blood cloud beasts that floated over from the Dutian blood beast world. But depending on how long it took to hatch, the blood cloud beasts would be in different states. Adult blood cloud beasts were the hardest to kill. Once they were killed, their blood and bones would be excellent materials for refining one's body and equipment. Young blood cloud beasts were rare, and they were also the favorite demonic beasts of the continent. As long as they were properly raised, blood cloud beasts were much stronger than demonic beasts of the same rank. Grand Emperor City must have spent a lot of money to find a earthblood crocodile. The appearance of the earthblood cloud crocodile caused Yun Songlong's expression to change slightly. Seeing the shock on their faces, Xuan Wuji was even more pleased with himself. He even forgot about his current predicament. Xuan Wuji, you never would have guessed that I actually obtained a blood cloud beast as my summoned beast. All these years, I've meticulously used living humans and demonic beasts as food to raise this peak 9th level blood cloud beast. I don't believe that I can't tear you to pieces with this blood cloud beast. Yunxing and Zongyi were filled with righteous indignation. What a deranged Xuan Wuji. He actually used living humans as food for demonic beasts. Not everyone had a heaven-defying divine artifact like the exquisite beast pagoda. Even if the magicians on the continent had a magical dimension, they still needed to feed demonic beasts. But most of the summoners were only fed some ordinary magical beast meat. Xuan Wuji actually used living humans to feed the earthblood crocodile. If news of this were to spread, Grand Emperor City would definitely be criticized by the outside world. Xuan Wuji, you're truly inhumane. Unfortunately, I'm no longer the Yun Songlong of many years ago. Yun Songlong's strong body trembled, his throat moving as he shouted. Xian Wuji hurriedly blew his blood flute. The blood jade on the earthblood crocodile's forehead glowed. The blood cloud crocodile roared angrily and swung its whip-like tail at Yun Songlong. The blood crocodile was very fast. Its tail was like countless whips, slashing horizontally and sweeping sideways. Countless whips appeared and surrounded Yun Songlong. Yunxing and Zhongyi watched without blinking. Yun Songlong's eyes darkened. He didn't panic at all. When he was young, he also had a young temperament. On the battlefield, he had the momentum to sweep away thousands of troops, sweeping everything before him. However, after the war a few years ago, he had been silent for more than 8 years. He had once sunk into depression, but once again pulled himself together. His temperament had been greatly tempered. Ever since Yunxing taught him the jade marrow technique, he had practiced it in private and discovered that it was very mysterious. Especially when he was impatient, the jade marrow technique was like a clear stream that washed away the impatience in his heart. Yun Songlong wasn't in a hurry to attack the earthblood crocodile. After seeing an opening in the crocodile, he threw a punch. His fist chi was like a thrown bomb, turning into a sky full of fist shadows. Bang! 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 They landed on the blood cloud crocodile's back. Yun Songlong knew that the blood crocodile's skin was thick and that normal attacks were useless against it. His eyesight was incomparably sharp. Every punch landed on the crocodile's spine, the weakest part of its body. The blood cloud crocodile was hit repeatedly. Its long tail was swept to the side, and it let out a miserable cry. When Xian Wuji saw this, he turned pale with fright. Although he knew that Yun Songlong had recovered from his injuries, he thought that a person who had been crippled for more than 8 years, no matter how well he preserved his strength, would at most be the same as before. However, when he saw Yun Songlong attack today, he realized that he was gravely mistaken. Yun Songlong's advance and retreat were measured. He was completely different from the impatient Yun Songlong of the past. If this continued, even the blood cloud crocodile wouldn't be his match. Xian Wuji's heart sank. The hand holding the flute immediately changed. His thumb and index finger lightly pressed on the 2 holes on the flute. The sound of the flute became much deeper. Unlike Yuan Bupo's Dihong song, which was like the sounds of nature, Xian Wuji's Dihong song had a strange style. It carried a faint whining sound that made one's ears uncomfortable. The Dihong song was divided into 9 chapters. The Xianyuan and Xianyuan families each occupied the first 6 chapters. The remaining 9 chapters could only be learned by the future city lord of Dihong City. As the young city lord of Dihong City, Xian Wuji had naturally learned the first 6 chapters of Dihong song. However, his talent was average. Although he had learned the first 6 chapters, he was still unable to comprehend the essence of the 5th and 6th chapters. Today, he was playing the 4th chapter of Dihong song, Ghost Corpse Transformation. The Ghost Corpse Transformation could stimulate the evil thoughts in the hearts of humans and magical beasts, causing them to become violent and restless, greatly increasing their attack power. However, under the effect of the flute, the earthly blood crocodile, which had been beaten to a pulp, was covered with a layer of red light again. The earthly blood crocodile's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Its limbs became thicker in an instant. Countless sharp spikes grew out of its tail. Its speed was also much faster. It actually dodged all of Yun Songlong's attacks. Even worse, under the effect of the ghost corpse transformation, the earthly blood crocodile spat out a blood blade from its mouth. Yun Songlong's eyes narrowed. He condensed a pair of battle aura wings behind his back. He leaped lightly and dodged the blood blade. The blood blade brushed past Yun Songlong's shoulder, leaving a bloody wound. Second uncle, attacked the blood jade on the earthly blood crocodile's forehead. Yunxing's eyes were sharp. She noticed that the blood jade on the earthly blood crocodile's forehead was as red as a hot iron when the ghost corpse transformation was played. Yunxing couldn't help but recall the magical beast belt she'd obtained from the leader of the Phantom Beast Corps. It seemed that the blood jade on the earthly blood crocodile's forehead had the same effect as the blood jade on the summoning belt. As a summoner, Yunxing was certain that Xian Wuji didn't have the ability to contract the blood cloud beast with his true strength. Therefore, it could only be said that Grand Emperor had used some special method to allow Xian Wuji to control the blood cloud beast. With Yunxing's reminder, Yun Songlong also noticed the blood jade on the earthly blood crocodile's forehead. After hearing Yunxing's words, Xian Wuji's expression changed greatly. He stared at the blood jade with a face full of apprehension. Yun Songlong snorted inwardly when he saw the change in Xian Wuji's expression. He circulated the jade marrow art. His battle aura and the jade marrow art merged together. Yun Songlong's battle aura wings flapped. With a whoosh sound, he had already turned into a shadow that was galloping away. With a crack, Yun Songlong shattered the blood jade on the earthly blood crocodile's forehead. When the blood jade shattered, Xian Wuji's expression changed drastically. The flute in his hand also broke into two. Second uncle, beautiful. I want that beast. Teach it a lesson. I want it alive. Yunxing couldn't help but cheer. When Yin Songlong heard Yunxing's words, the corner of his mouth twitched. When the blood jade shattered, the earthly blood crocodile was already in a daze. Yun Songlong ignored the sharp barbs on the earthly blood crocodile's tail and picked up the 100-pound earthly blood crocodile. He was at the peak of the martial arts grandmaster realm. With his cultivation, lifting a 10,000-pound boulder was a piece of cake. This 100-pound earthly blood crocodile was like a piece of grass in his hands. Bang! 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 Several consecutive bangs were heard. Yunxing and Zhongyi's eyebrows twitched involuntarily. The vicious beast, which had eaten countless people, was being flung to the left and right by Yun Songlong. It was thrown dozens of times in a row, and the impact was enough to make it dizzy. If Yunxing hadn't said that she wanted to keep it alive, Yun Songlong would have turned it from a blood crocodile into crocodile meat paste. Xian Wuji was scared half to death by this scene. He even forgot to run away. Yun Songlong held Xian Wuji in one hand and the blood crocodile in the other. The blood crocodile had already fainted, but Yun Songlong had a sense of propriety. He held back a breath and threw it in front of Yunxing. Zhongyi looked at the blood crocodile, who was foaming at the mouth, and pursed his lips. Master, you're not thinking of keeping it, are you? This thing is so ugly. You can't take it out. Yunxing thought to herself, Zhongyi, what's wrong with your eyes? Do you think that your ugly dragon-clawed bat is better looking than this blood cloud beast? Besides, the blood cloud beast had a good bloodline. Xian Wuji obviously hadn't unlocked its true potential. If Yunxing placed it in the exquisite beast pagoda to recuperate for a while, this peak 9th rank blood cloud beast would be comparable to the dragon-clawed bat king. Zhongyi, who said I wanted to contract it? I prepared this thing for someone else. Yunxing smiled. She nimbly controlled the blood cloud beast with her magic space. Yunxing hadn't even told the truth. It didn't matter if it was ugly or not. The key was that it had to be strong. Who was Yunxing? She didn't even want a peak 9th rank blood cloud beast to take up her summoned beast spot. After Yunxing came into contact with Zhongyi, she learned a lot about summoners from him. There was one point that Yunxing could not understand. That was, a summoner on the continent could only contract one magical beast before becoming a sacred beast summoner. They could also cancel the contract midway and contract more powerful magical beasts, but only one. Of course, a sacred beast summoner at Zhongyi's level could also contract more than 2 magical beasts, but most of them would not do so. This was because the more magical beasts they summoned, the more magical power they would consume. Summoners at the sacred beast level and above would usually contract a magical beast that was at the commander level or close to the commander level. That way, they would be able to control the magical beast and then use the magical beast to control other magical beasts. However, on the boundless continent, not to mention commander-level magical beasts, even peak level 9 magical beasts were becoming fewer and fewer. Zhongyi was already extremely lucky to have a Bat King as his summoner. However, this luck fell on Yunxing. That was a joke. Not to mention that when she was still a scepter summoner, she had already broken through the limits of a summoned beast contract. The magical power she consumed when summoning was much less than ordinary summoners. It was only about half of what other summoners consumed. This phenomenon was even more obvious after Yunxing obtained the summoning demon hand. As she familiarized herself with the summoning demon hand and her own magical cultivation increased, she now used only 1/10 of the magical power to contract and summon a magical beast. In the past, Yunxing might have coveted a blood cloud beast at the peak of the 9th level. However, ever since she had seen the divine beast Swanee, she no longer had any interest in these magical beasts that were not even at the peak of the 9th level. However, Yunxing's lack of interest did not mean that the people around her were not interested. After Yunxing saw the phantom beast core, she already had a new idea. Even if they were not summoners, they could still use magical beasts. She wanted to give the hunters of the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps a makeover and let them have magical beasts that they could control. This way, under the same conditions, the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps' fighting and defensive capabilities would greatly increase. This blood cloud crocodile was something that Yunxing had found for her second uncle. However, before this matter was completely put into practice, Yunxing didn't intend to tell anyone about it. Seeing that Yun Songlong and the others had easily taken down the blood cloud beast, Xuan Wuji knew that he was doomed. Yun Songlong, you can't kill me. Grand Imperial City will not let you off. Xian Wuji is still stubborn, he still wants to threaten Xian Wuji. Second uncle, don't listen to him. If you let him go, there will be endless trouble in the future. Yunxing hurriedly reminded Yun Songlong when she saw that he did not continue to attack. If you kill me, the Yun residents and the Heavenly Hunting Corps will not have a good ending. Xian Wuji knew that Yun Songlong was most worried about his subordinates and the Yun residents. Sheng'er is right. If we let you live, Grand Imperial City will not let us off. Xian Wuji, 8 years ago, you almost caused the annihilation of the Yun family army. Today, I will use your blood as an offering to the Yun family army and the tens of thousands of residents of Southern Cliff Town. Yun Songlong's gaze turned sharp. He knew that if he hadn't been so indecisive back then, the Yun family army wouldn't have lost so many soldiers. He suddenly tightened his grip, his iron-like fingers strangling Xian Wuji's throat. Wait, don't you want to know the whereabouts of Yuan Shahua? Xian Wuji used the last of his strength to shout. When Yin Songlong heard this familiar name, he couldn't help but pause, a pained expression appearing on his face. The land under his feet was also the place where he and Yuan Shahua had spent countless beautiful days. However, those days were all shattered after the war. Yun Songlong's momentary pause gave Xian Wuji an opportunity. He pulled out a dagger from his sleeve and stabbed it towards Yun Songlong's throat. Second uncle. When Yunxing saw this, she waved the magic scepter in her hand, and a wind blade shot out. Almost at the same time, a rock-like figure flashed out from the side and snatched Xian Wuji from Yun Songlong's hands. Like a cloud, he flew several feet away in a flash. Young General Yun, have mercy. The person who came was dressed in gray. His beard and hair were all snow-white, and the wrinkles on his face were piled together like old tree bark. However, his eyes were bright and full of wisdom. At a glance, it was impossible to tell how old he was. Behind him was a pair of transparent wings made of battle chi. The old man flew with incredible speed, grabbing Xian Wuji by the collar as if he were carrying a chick. Xian Wuji coughed dryly, but when he saw the newcomer, his ashen face lit up. Grand Elder, you're here. Grand Emperor City's Grand Elder, Yunxing and Zhongyi exchanged a glance, seeing the wariness in each other's eyes. At the same time, they sensed the overwhelming battle chi emanating from the other party. This doqi was comparable to that of Yun Ba and Tian Kezi earlier. This old man, who had appeared out of nowhere, was actually a martial saint expert. Grand Emperor City was a city away from worldly affairs. There were many experts hidden in the city. The city lord, Xianxian, was a peerless expert on the same level as Emperor Zhao. The Grand Elder was also a martial saint. Lu Chongfeng's appearance caused the situation on the field to change drastically. Xian Wuji was ecstatic. He pointed at Yun Songlong. Grand Elder, you're finally here. Did father send you? They want to kill me. Lu Chongfeng glanced at Xian Wuji with dissatisfaction. With just one glance, Xian Wuji didn't dare to make a sound. In the Grand Emperor City, there was a hierarchy of seniority based on strength. Although the city lord, Xianxian, was the city lord, he still had 4 Grand Elders under him. Usually, important matters in the city had to be discussed by the 4 Grand Elders and the city lord before a decision could be made. This time, Xian Wuji had accompanied Xian Mimi to train. Who would have thought that not only would the siblings fail, but they would also cause trouble? Xian Mimi's face was disfigured by the spirit wildfire. After returning to Grand Emperor City, she was extremely distressed. Before her matter was resolved, the Marquis of Jiayuan sent a secret letter, saying that the city lord's son had caused a great disaster outside. The Bloody Hand magnate had been uprooted and the city lord's son was now wanted by Zhou State's Hunters Association. The city lord was in a terrible fix because of the siblings. On one hand, he comforted Xian Mimi. On the other hand, he ordered the Grand Elder to bring Xian Wuji by all means. After receiving the order, the Grand Elder transformed his battle chi into wings and rushed over. While he was looking for Xian Wuji, he had accidentally discovered Xian Wuji's Dihonga. That was why he had rushed over. As soon as he arrived, he saw Xian Wuji being captured and almost beaten to death. He hurriedly stepped in to save him. The Grand Elder ignored Xian Wuji's words. He first looked at Yun Songlong. Yun Songlong was the man Yuan Shahua admired. Back then, Yuan Shahua was the most outstanding genius of the Yuan clan. She was also the Great Elder's favorite descendant. Back then, Yuan Shahua's matter had caused a huge commotion in the Grand Emperor City. The elders were also very curious as to what kind of person could cause a sensible child like Yuan Shahua to end up in such a state. Later, when they heard that Yun Songlong's fighting aura had been sealed by the city lord's son and that he had ended up crippled, everyone felt that it was a pity and assumed that a talented young man had fallen. The Great Elder also felt that it was a pity that Yuan Shahua had been expelled from the Grand Emperor City. Who would have thought that a few years later, there would be rumors that Yun Songlong had risen again? Today, when he saw Yun Songlong, he only took a few glances at him and secretly praised him in his heart. It was no wonder that Shahua liked Yun Songlong. This person had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a magnanimous temperament. His fighting aura cultivation had already reached the peak of the martial ancestor realm. Such a good man was indeed much better than a spoiled brat like Xian Wuji. It was a pity that such a talent was not from the Grand Emperor City. The Great Elder sighed and retracted his gaze. He then looked at Yunxing and the Zong family head. With one look, the Great Elder's white beard and long eyebrows could not help but twitch a few times. Good heavens, this was truly heaven-defying. Yun Songlong alone was already very impressive. The other two people from Zhou State in front of him also shocked the Great Elder. Let's talk about that man first. He looked to be in his 20s, not even in his 30s. But the terrifying magic beast beside him was actually a commander-level magic beast. This man was a summoner, and his strength was definitely not below that of a holy beast summoner. The other person was the sorcerer beside him. This little girl did not look very old and was probably a few years younger than Xian Mimi. However, her magic rank was at least that of a master sorcerer. The most terrifying thing was the few soul stones on her magic scepter. The first two in front of her was a 100-year-old mutated soul stone, the second was a demon soul stone from the elf clan, and the last one, there was also a soul stone that he could not determine its rank at a glance. A soul stone that even a martial sage could not see through. What rank was that soul stone? The first elder could no longer remain calm. It was said that Zhou State's power was declining day by day, but looking at it today, it was not declining day by day. It was simply the younger generation that would surpass the older generation to the extreme. Is this the Grand Emperor City's Great Elder? When Yin Songlong saw that the old man's battle chi was incomparably pure, he knew that the old man's skills were extraordinary. He had already missed the best opportunity to kill Xian Wuji. Yun Xingzi watched from the side and thought, it seems that second uncle still can't let go of Yuan Shahua. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost his composure after hearing her name and missed the opportunity to kill Xian Wuji. Yun Xing shifted her gaze back and forth between Elder Lu and Xian Wuji as she tried to come up with an idea. Young General Yun, if the young city lord has offended you in any way, please forgive him. The city lord already knows of his actions during this period of time. In the future, Hongdi City will definitely send an apology gift. I hope that the residents of Yun and young General Yun will forgive us. Elder Lu also knew that Hongdi City was in the wrong this time, so even someone as arrogant as him had no choice but to put on a humble attitude. First Elder, the grudge between Songlong and Xian Wuji is no longer something that can be resolved with an apology gift. If an apology is useful, then wouldn't the lonely graves behind me have died in vain? If an apology is useful, then would the people who died tragically in the Jade capital, Xianxia, and my father who was nearly murdered be safe and sound? Yun Songlong's words were unyielding. He looked coldly at Xian Wuji as if he would snap his neck in the next second. Xian Wuji felt a chill in his heart when he was stared at by Yun Songlong. However, when he thought of the First Elder's arrival, he felt much more confident. First Elder, that brat wants to kill me. Quickly kill him. Xian Wuji only wanted to encourage the First Elder to kill Yun Songlong to prevent future troubles. Young General Yun, I'm very sorry, but I have to take the city lord away today. If you stop him, you will become the enemy of the entire Grand Emperor city. Although the Grand Elder knew that Xian Wuji was a good-for-nothing, the city lord only had one son, Xian Wuji. If he died, the city lord would have no successor. You can take him away, but you can only take away a corpse. It was at this moment that the young female magician who had been standing at the side without saying a word, all this while spoke in a crisp voice. Her voice was very pleasant to the ears. In the spacious and quiet wilderness, it sounded like a gentle song. However, the words that came out of her mouth caused the First Elder's heart to involuntarily turn cold. The young female magician was the youngest among them, but when she spoke, Yun Songlong and the sacred beast summoner beside her did not speak. The First Elder couldn't help but be curious. Who exactly was this person? This young lady, you can't speak carelessly. Or are you saying that you have the confidence to snatch him from this old man's hands? The First Elder's white eyebrows twitched. This young lady's appearance was very delicate and pretty, but her tone of voice was a bit unyielding. First Elder, I don't have the confidence to snatch him from your hands, but I believe that you alone are definitely not a match for the entire continent's guilds and even the government. Do you know that the city lord you keep saying has another identity? He is the head of the continent's most notorious assassin organization, the Bloody Hand Tycoon. Yunxing finished speaking and took out a few letters. She had come prepared today and handed all the letters she took out to the First Elder. The First Elder opened the letters and read them. The more he read, the more gloomy his expression became. Xian Wuji stole a glance and his face turned green. Those letters were actually the secret correspondence between him and the red-robed man. The contents of these letters were mostly related to the Bloody Hand Tycoon's many transactions over the years. Most of them involved killing people and robbing them of their goods. The First Elder understood that once these letters were made public, Xian Wuji's only fate was death. The First Elder's hand shook and the letters immediately turned to dust. Yunxing was not in a hurry. She took out 2 more letters. First Elder, you don't need to be in a hurry to destroy the evidence. I found a few large boxes of similar letters in the Bloody Hand Tycoon's headquarters. There were all kinds of letters and gold coins they collected from killing people in the past. These gold coins would flow into the limitless gold card opened in the name of City Lord Xian Wuji every year. If you don't believe me, you can go to the major banks or chambers of commerce on the continent to take a look. First Elder, oh First Elder, do you really think that I would hand over the most important evidence to you? I want to see whether Xian Wuji, the City Lord's son, or the reputation of Grand Emperor City is more important. Yunxing's information was naturally obtained through Zhou Qingchuan's investigation. Since she wanted to kill Xian Wuji, how could she not have a backup plan? When the First Elder heard this, his beard blew and his face was filled with anger. What a reckless little girl. Are you threatening me? The First Elder was very famous in Grand Emperor City. Even the City Lord of Grand Emperor City did not dare to speak to him in such a tone. Who would have thought that he would be ridiculed by a little girl today? Naturally, he was furious. Threaten you? First Elder, I'm afraid you've made a mistake. I'm threatening the Grand Emperor City. The Grand Emperor City is a famous city on the continent. For many years, it has enjoyed a good reputation on the continent. Who would have thought that it would be related to the Bloody Hand Tycoon for no reason? Let me calculate. In these few decades, how many murders have been related to the Bloody Hand Tycoon? How many of them have been related to famous hunters or the nobles of the 5 major countries? Tell me, what kind of scene would it be if others found out that behind the Grand Emperor City is the Bloody Hand Tycoon? Yunxing's eyes lit up, as if he was thinking about the situation at that time. If the relationship between Grand Emperor City and the Bloody Hand Tycoon was exposed, the families of the victims and even some important people of the country would come looking for Grand Emperor City. Grand Emperor City was very powerful, but if they were to face the hunters and nobles of the various countries on the mainland, then, even the first elder did not dare to imagine the situation. Xian Wuji was so scared that his face turned pale. He looked at the first elder as if asking for help. The latter's face was gloomy and he did not say a word. If I were the city lord of Grand Emperor City, I would place righteousness before family. I would simply kill this unfilial son with one slap and then announce to the world that this was all the fault of this debauchee. After all, no one would collect debts from a dead person. Yunxing blinked. The first elder's grip on Xian Wuji's hand unconsciously tightened. Xian Wuji felt a chill crawl up his spine. Haha, little girl, I almost fell for your trick. The first elder suddenly laughed loudly. His laughter rumbled, as if thousands of magical beasts were running over together. As he laughed, all of his battle chi was released. Yunxing felt as if her chest was being squeezed and she felt a burst of stuffiness. Zhongxi and Yun Songlong were also on guard. The two of them stood on either side of Yunxing. The first elder's eyes darkened. He looked at the three people who were on guard and could not help but shake his head. Little girl, you are not bad. You are quite brave and clever. It's a pity that you said something wrong just now. You're right. No one will collect debts from a dead person. If you have evidence, I can destroy your corpses. If I kill the three of you, those letters will be useless. Yunxing's expression also changed. However, she quickly calmed down. Great Elder, it's true that you're a martial saint. However, are you certain that you can kill the three of us by yourself? It would be difficult for a martial sage to kill a sacred beast summoner, a magic master, and a martial ancestor in an instant. After the Great Elder finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand. In his hand, there was an additional jade pendant. When Yunxing saw the jade, she felt a sudden heat on her right arm. That feeling was as if her Shenong medical bracelet had suddenly come to life. The material of that jade pendant was exactly the same as the Shenong medical bracelet on her hand. They were both the legendary ancestral treasures of the Shenong Yen clan, the Xianyuan 9 Dragon Jade. Yunxing was shocked. Xian Wuji was also overjoyed. It's the Emperor's totem jade. Haha, Xian Wuji, you're dead meat this time. Yun Songlong did not know the origin of the jade, but he knew that the first elder's item was no small matter. Grandmaster Zhongren, no matter what happens later, take Xing and leave as soon as you find the opportunity. Yun Songlong was vexed. If he had not hesitated, Xing would not have fallen into such a state. The first elder tossed the Emperor's totem jade into the air. The red jade was like a sharp arrow. It let out a low cry and shot into the air. The red jade flashed with a strange light. Then, as if it was burning, it suddenly turned into a ball of fire. The ball of fire was very beautiful, like a fire peony blooming in the air. Another nimble bird with a long neck like a swallow suddenly appeared in the flames. Its body was different from that of ordinary birds. Its feathers were rich and soft. There were fire-shaped patterns on its back and abdomen. It was very tall, about 6 feet to 10 feet. Its cry sounded like it was descending from the 9th heaven. People could not help but feel afraid. It looked incomparably arrogant. As soon as the bird appeared, the surrounding scenery was overshadowed. It was the most beautiful bird Yunxing had ever seen. Its body was covered in fiery feathers. Behind it were fiery plumes that looked like balls of fire. Its wings were long and slender. Wherever it flew, it was as if it had been set on fire. It was such a beautiful bird. But at the same time, it gave people a terrifying feeling that they had never felt before. That kind of pressure made everyone feel their skin tighten. It was as if they were not careful, their souls would be burned by the bird's heat. Yunxing also felt that kind of pressure. Yunxing's eyelids twitched. The elven hellfire brand on her forehead was hurting badly. As soon as the fiery red bird appeared, the dragon claw bat king that was originally beside the Zhongyi let out a cry of horror. Commander-level magical beasts would all let out such cries. This fiery red bird was actually a legendary divine beast-level bird. But Yunxing quickly realized that this bird was not a real divine beast. Because this bird was different from the other birds. It was unable to speak human language. It also did not seem to have human intelligence. Instead, it just hovered in the air. This was a divine beast totem. It was not a real divine beast. It had part of a divine beast's power, but it could not stay in the outside world for long periods of time like a divine beast. It turned out that when the first elder went out this time, the city lord was worried that Xian Wuji would get into big trouble. If the Hunters Guild really stepped in, the first elder alone might not be a match for them. He thought for a moment, then had the first elder produce an Emperor Jade. The Emperor Jade was an extremely precious magic tool. It was left behind by the first city lord of Grand Emperor City, an outstanding expert on the level of Emperor Zhao. There were 4 Emperor Jades in total. Each one had the image of a divine beast on it. Each Emperor Jade could only be used once. It could only be used when Grand Emperor City was facing a real threat. The Emperor Jade that the first elder used today was a vermilion jade. Hidden inside was the illusion of one of the ancient divine beasts, the vermilion bird. As soon as the vermilion bird appeared, the pressure of a divine beast immediately appeared. The Zhongyi cursed inwardly. No matter how he ordered the Dragon Claw Bat King, it was useless. The hierarchy of magical beasts was clear. The Dragon Claw Bat King had just advanced to commander level not long ago. When it saw a divine beast, it naturally trembled. Not only that, when the 3 people present felt the divine beast's pressure, they felt as if they had sunk into mud. Their 5 senses, 6 senses, and even their reactions were much slower. You can only blame yourselves for choosing the wrong opponent from the start. The first elder shook his head. But, the first elder was slightly taken aback. He noticed that Yun Songlong, Zhongyi, and Zhongyi's magical beasts were more or less affected when facing the vermilion bird. But that female sorcerer didn't seem to be affected at all. The first elder naturally didn't know that Yunxing had already seen the real Tao Wu. She still had the imprint of the fairy hellfire on her body, and the summoning demon hand on her body also had the ability to resist the divine beast totem. Second uncle, let's split up. You hold back the first elder, Zhongyi, and I will think of a way to capture the vermilion bird. Yunxing wasn't afraid of the vermilion bird totem. She didn't even care about the real Tao Wu, let alone a divine beast totem. Although she didn't know the origin of the Emperor's totem jade, Yunxing faintly felt that it might have something to do with the Shinong medical bracelet she had injured. Perhaps obtaining the Emperor's jade would be beneficial to her. Yun Songlong looked at Yunxing worriedly, and the latter gave him a don't worry look. First elder, I must kill Xian Wuji. If you stop me, I'll really fight to the death. Yun Songlong cupped his fists and bowed, his fighting aura gushing out again. Today, I'll show you the difference between a martial ancestor and a martial saint. The first elder saw that Yunxing and the others weren't willing to give up, and he was a little angry. Ignorant juniors, they actually wanted to compete with the vermilion bird totem. The first elder, Lu Chongfeng, saw this and secretly mocked Yunxing and the others for overestimating themselves. Yun Songlong didn't say anything else. The fighting aura wings behind him flapped, and he was already 100 meters in the air with the first elder, facing each other. 2 sides, Yunxing and Zhongyi against the vermilion bird. Yun Songlong and the first elder were evenly matched. In an instant, killing intent surged, and the situation was set in stone. Facing the divine beast totem, Yun also put away her previous attitude of underestimation. She and Zhongyi were also prepared for battle. On the ground, a wisp of emerald green wind element floated under Yunxing. Ever since she had become a master magician, her control over magic had become much better. It was as if she was riding on the wind as she floated in the air. Zhongyi jumped onto the back of the dragon-clawed Bat King. The vermilion bird totem was only a part of the mythological beast's power, and its true strength was only 1/10 of the mythological beast's true strength. However, even this 1/10 was enough to defeat Yunxing and the others. Yunxing was not in a hurry to make a move. She floated in midair. Unfortunately, the vermilion bird was of the fire attribute, and her centipede ant general was not good at aerial combat. The Zong persona chanted and waved a grayish-black magic scepter that looked like a withered tree. Black magic elements appeared beside the dragon-claw bat. These magic elements turned into bats with sharp claws and teeth. The Zong persona waved his scepter, and the bats were all unstoppable. It was as if countless ants were attacking a giant elephant. The vermilion bird totem flapped its fiery wings, emitting a crisp and melodious bird cry. The fiery feathers behind it fluttered in the wind, and balls of flames rained down like rain. The rain of fire covered the sky and covered the earth. Once it touched the bats, they were like moths to a flame. The bats did not even have time to struggle before they were burned into ashes and fell to the ground. The wild grass on the ground was touched by the totem's divine fire, and it immediately turned fiery red. After the fire fell to the ground, it did not seem to be extinguished at all. Instead, it was as if oil had been poured on it, and it became more and more intense. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of bats were killed by the divine fire spat out by the vermilion bird. The Zhongyi complained. His Bat King was also a flying magical beast, but it was afraid of fire. Especially when the vermilion bird totem's fire was not ordinary fire. The Bat King had no choice but to dodge. The scorching flames made the Bat King stumble, and it looked very dangerous. On the other hand, Yunxing did not feel uncomfortable in the raging fire. On the contrary, she felt that the fire magic elements in her body were like rain after a long drought, and there was only a slight warmth around her. This was the benefit of inheriting the fire of the fairies. Yunxing, who had seen enough from the side, shouted, "Zhongyi, back off." She had already passed through the fire. Seeing the enemy attacking, the vermilion bird spat out a tongue of fire. "Master, be careful." The Zhongyi saw that Yunxing did not dodge and actually ran straight into the flame. He was so frightened that his face changed. Xian Wuji, who was watching the battle on the ground, thought viciously, "Burn her to death. Burn the stinky girl of the Yun residence to death." This time, if it had not been for Yunxing, his plan would have succeeded long ago. It was all because of this girl. He did not know what kind of medical skills she had used to save Yunba. Even Yun Songlong's hand was cured by her. Xian Wuji rejoiced in Yunxing's misfortune. Once a mortal's body touched the divine fire, it would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Who knew that in the next moment, Xian Wuji's smile would dry up. What did he just see? Yunxing collided with the flame head-on. The blazing red flame burned fiercely around her body, but not only did she not wail in pain, she even revealed a comfortable smile. On her forehead, there was a flame-like brand that illuminated her small face. At that moment, she appeared abnormally enchanting. The vermilion bird let out a crisp cry, its melodious voice soaring into the sky. The sound was filled with joy and intimacy. After dozens of moves, the first elder and Yun Songlong heard the vermilion bird's strange cry and turned to look down. The vermilion bird flapped its fiery red wings. Not only did it not attack Yunxing, but it also circled around her non-stop. Its feathers fluttered and its wings fluttered, as if it was singing and dancing at the same time. How can this be? The first elder had never seen the vermilion bird totem react so strangely. The vermilion bird totem was a divine beast. It rarely got close to people. Even the city lord, who possessed the Emperor Jade, had never received the vermilion bird's special treatment when he used the Emperor Jade. But today, the vermilion bird was so close to a female magician it had met for the first time. The first elder took a closer look and his old eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a bright red brand on Yunxing's forehead. The brand was brightly colored and shaped like a lotus flower. He looked at Yunxing's body. When the flames approached her, they retreated as if they had seen a king, not daring to take half a step closer. Elven hellfire. It was the elven hellfire that made all other flames in the world retreat. It was the last hellfire left behind by the fire elven queen. It could burn the sky and the sea, turning everything into ashes. Could it be that this female magician who came with Yun Songlong was a powerhouse who had inherited the elven hellfire? The first elder's heart trembled and his hand slowed down. He never thought that he would encounter such a strong enemy today. Speaking of this matter, it was also a coincidence. Today, Yunxing was also very lucky. Among the mythological beasts, according to their natural attributes, they were divided into water, earth, wind, and fire. Among them, mythological beasts of the same attribute were best friends. As a fire-type magical beast, Tao Wu had the best relationship with the true body of the vermilion bird totem. The vermilion bird totem recognized Yunxing's spiritual fire and thought that it had met its old friend, Tao Wu. Naturally, it was happy to recognize her and happily danced around Yunxing. Although Yunxing didn't understand, she noticed that the vermilion bird totem had lost its earlier hostility. It kept circling around her and occasionally used its beak to touch Yunxing. Yunxing gathered her courage and reached out to touch the vermilion bird's head. Who knew that when her hand touched the vermilion bird's forehead, the vermilion bird would suddenly turn into a red light and burrow into the Shinong medical bracelet on Yunxing's wrist. Yunxing only felt the bracelet heat up for no reason. When she looked down at her bracelet, she found that there was an additional piece of red jade on it. The jade was slightly protruding, as if it was naturally embedded in the Shinong medical bracelet. It flowed with light and was very beautiful. In the sky, the first elder only saw the emperor totem enter Yunxing's hand and the vermilion bird totem disappear. His cheeks couldn't help but tremble. He had no idea what had happened down there. Xian Wuji's face was ashen. He didn't expect that the vermilion bird totem would suddenly disappear instead of turning Yunxing into ashes. How could the emperor totem jade disappear? Could it be that the emperor totem jade had betrayed Grand Emperor City and changed its master? The first elder and Xian Wuji's hearts were in a mess. They were both shocked and panicked. The emperor totem jade was a divine jade with spirituality. After it arrived in Grand Emperor City, it was carefully safeguarded by the successive city lords. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Grand Emperor City would never use the emperor totem jade. The emperor totem jade was extremely important to Hongdi City. This time, because of him, even the emperor totem jade had been taken away by the girl from the Yun Manor. This time, even if he could return to Hongdi City safely, his father would not let him off so easily. Yunxing was also bewildered, but when the vermilion bird emperor jade and her Shinong medical bracelet merged into one, Yunxing felt a change quietly take place in her body. She didn't have time to think about what changes the bracelet had brought to her body. Yunxing did not forget the current situation. The battle on the ground had ended, but the battle in the sky had only just begun. Xian Wuji was also worried about the battle in the sky. Xian Wuji understood that if the first elder did not kill Yun Songlong now, he would definitely die a horrible death this time. The first elder was indeed one of the top cultivators on the mainland. When he saw the fairy wildfire brand, he had already begun to suspect whether Yunxing was related to the fairy royalty of the immortal residence nation. He never thought that Yun Songlong would bring such a helper with him this time. Yun Songlong and the first elder began to fight again. A quarter of an hour passed and the two of them had already exchanged more than 100 blows in the sky. However, as the battle continued, Yun Songlong's inadequacies in the martial boundary were gradually revealed. There were a few times when Yun Songlong barely avoided the first elder's attacks and was surrounded by danger. Second uncle's situation was not good. She knew that there was a huge difference in strength between a martial saint and a martial ancestor, but she never thought that Yun Songlong would be so tenacious. Zhong Yi, prepare for a sneak attack. Yunxing did not have any sense of propriety, justice, integrity, or shame in her mind, nor did she understand the rules of the competition. She glanced at Xian Wuji from the corner of her eyes, then looked at the two people still fighting in the sky. To her, second uncle's safety was more important than anything else. Just as she was about to make a move, she suddenly paused. He noticed that not far away, there was a veiled woman standing there. The woman had a graceful figure and her long black hair was casually decorated with a wooden hairpin. She wore a simple and elegant blue dress and held a guzheng in her hands. She stood alone and looked at the two black dots in the sky. Her eyes flickered with worry. Although her appearance could not be seen clearly, she left a deep impression on others. Who is she? The Zhongyi glanced at Yunxing suspiciously. Yuan Shahua? Yunxing was only suspicious. At that moment, the battle in the sky changed again. The first elder suddenly exerted force and hit Yun Songlong's shoulder. Yun Songlong felt a sharp pain in his shoulder and knew that his shoulder bone had been shattered. Yun Songlong, you can also be considered a top figure. How many years has it been? No one has been able to withstand 100 of my moves. The more the first elder fought with Yun Songlong, the more he had a whole new level of respect for him. The difference in strength between a martial great master and a martial saint was not small, but Yun Songlong had relied on his skills to withstand 100 moves from him. If the two of them were not enemies, the first elder would be very happy to befriend Yun Songlong, an old friend of his. Unfortunately, you and I are enemies. Today, I can only defeat you with my palm. The first elder sighed. As he spoke, his eyes turned cold and the doqi in his body seemed to explode. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Yun Songlong. Yun Songlong was laughing and crying in his heart. He did not even have the time to look down at the battle on the ground. However, he believed that with Xing Er's intelligence, she must have escaped from danger. He was afraid that he would die in the first elder's hands today. Unfortunately, he would never see her again. Just as Yun Songlong was feeling disheartened, he suddenly heard a sonorous and powerful sound. Army destroyer. The first elder and Yun Songlong were both startled and looked toward the ground. They saw a blue-clothed woman sitting alone on a low hill. A gentle breeze blew past. The woman's blue clothes seemed to merge with the blue sky. The woman's fingers were like spring onions as they gently plucked the strings of the zither. Her expression was unclear, but her eyes were fixated on the outstanding man in midair. Army Destroyer, the fifth movement of the Dihong song. It was a type of ancient war song. The sound of the zither stimulated one's will. Time seemed to have returned to more than 8 years ago. It was still on the battlefield, and there was a beautiful woman in blue who was playing a familiar tune. Although they were all Dihonga songs, when played by different people, they were completely different. Unlike the song Xian Wuji played in front of Bayan that day, Yuan Shahua's song was majestic and filled with endless emotions. It was like a soldier's wife, playing music in a distant place, waiting for the return of her husband who had joined the army. Xian Wuji's expression darkened. Yuan Shahua, you bitch. He stepped forward to stop her, but Yun Xing and the others would not allow him to do as he pleased. Bat King, the Zone Master ordered. The Bat King flapped its wings and was about to twist Xian Wuji's neck with its sharp claws. But at that moment, someone was even faster than the Bat King. Xian Wuji had never imagined that he would one day die at the hands of Yuan Shahua. Yuan Shahua waved her right hand, and the strings on her guzheng cracked. The strings were extremely sharp, and like an arrow, they pierced Xian Wuji's throat. Xian Wuji could only smell blood. His eyes widened. Even in death, he could not believe that Yuan Shahua would kill him. Xian Wuji, when you threatened me with Bupo's safety back then, you should have known that you would end up like this. Yuan Shahua's face was as cold as ice under her veil. Back then, she had been forced to write a letter to lure Yun Songlong to the southern border because Xian Wuji had used her younger brother, Yuan Bupo, as a hostage. He had also promised that he would not kill Yun Songlong. Who would have known that in that battle, Yun Songlong would be crippled and suffer a fate worse than death? The Yun family army would suffer countless casualties. By the time Yuan Shahua rushed over, it was already too late. Yun Songlong hated Yuan Shahua to the core. Because of the pressure from her family, she had no choice but to leave the southern border of Zhou state with Xian Wuji. Because of this, she had missed the best opportunity to bury the hatchet with Yun Songlong. Yuan Shahua looked weak, but in reality, she was the most unyielding. If she loved someone, she would not abandon them. If she hated someone, she would hate them to the point of death. She insisted on leaving Grand Emperor City. Over the years, every winter, she would quietly wait for Yun Songlong at the Yun family army camp on the outskirts of Jade Capital, hoping to meet him. Unfortunately, Yun Songlong remained in the Yun residence. Because of a misunderstanding, the two of them were separated for 8 years. It was also a coincidence that the Oriole accidentally froze while washing clothes by the river. Yuan Shahua saw it, and a Dihong song saved the Oriole's life. All of this seemed to have been predestined. After killing Xian Wuji, Yuan Shahua's expression did not change. She looked up at the sky in disappointment, at the man she had not seen for many years. After 8 years, she met Yun Songlong again. He was still as handsome and stalwart as before. He was still the good boy that the two of them had first met, but she was no longer the same as before. Yuan Shahua couldn't help but cry. Her tears wet her veil, but the strings under her fingers didn't relax in the slightest. Even with one string missing, Yuan Shahua's zither music was still surging with passion. This was indeed true to the ancient saying, evil has its retribution. When the first elder saw this scene, he didn't show much anger. He already knew what would happen to Xian Wuji. Indeed, Xian Wuji had made a huge mistake this time. Although the Grand Elder had been ordered by the city lord to do his best to bring him back, he had even used the Emperor Totem Jade. However, he did not expect that the Emperor's Totem Jade would be snatched away by the opponent's female sorcerer. This was something that the Great Elder did not expect. Judging from Yunxing's situation just now, she must have something to do with the mythological beasts, and she seemed to have inherited the elven hellfire. Even Lu Chongfeng, the Grand Elder of the Grand Emperor City, did not dare to offend a young lady who might have a close relationship with the elf tribe. The Grand Elder had a clear conscience for not saving Xian Wuji in front of such a person. In fact, the Grand Elder had his own selfish motives from the bottom of his heart. About a month ago, after Yuan Bupo brought the injured Xian Mimi back to the Grand Emperor City, he told the Yuan clan leader about his fortuitous encounter. He then set off to the place that Bayan mentioned, and he was lucky enough to find a sacred beast, the Chongming bird, that had just hatched. Since he had comprehended the 6th chapter of the Dihong Song and gained the recognition of the sacred beast, the Chongming bird, Yuan Bupo's status in the Grand Emperor City immediately rose. Although the city lord of the Grand Emperor City had not made it clear, everyone in the city, including a few elders, unanimously believed that Yuan Bupo would become the city lord of the Grand Emperor City in the future. As such, it was no longer important whether Xian Wuji returned or not. From the bottom of his heart, the Grand Elder was also unwilling to bring Xian Wuji back to the Grand Emperor City. Otherwise, if he angered the Yun residents and revealed the power behind the Bloody Hand Tycoon, the reputation that the Grand Emperor City had built up over the years would be destroyed. That was why he pretended to compete with Yun Songlong and left Xian Wuji at the side. To him, Xian Wuji's death was within reason. However, if Xian Wuji was killed, it would be difficult for him to explain to the city lord and his wife. As such, killing Yun Songlong was imperative. However, when he saw Yuan Shahua, he could not help but sigh. He did not expect Yuan Shahua, who had left the Grand Emperor City many years ago, to live in Nanming town. It was probably because of the Dihong song that she heard the sound of the flute and came looking for him. The sonorous ancient war song fell beside Yun Songlong's ears. He felt that his exhausted battle energy had been completely restored at that moment. He remembered. During the battle of life and death, when he and the Yun family army had narrowly escaped death, it was the same song. Shahua, is that you? Ah, there was an earth-shattering roar. Within Yun Songlong's body, a biting cold incomparable qi, like a sword, gushed out from his body. The first elder could not help but be shocked. This feeling, could it be that he was about to break through? Yun Songlong unexpectedly broke through at the critical moment of the battle of life and death. Yun Songlong's body, with the help of the 9-leaf sage ginseng, had always retained divine power in his body. Yun Songlong's breakthrough was earth-shattering. The advancement of a martial saint was earth-shattering, and could cause strange phenomena to occur. In the sky, there was a sudden clap of thunder, and countless thick clouds gathered toward Yun Songlong. The sky suddenly darkened, and on the ground there were gusts of hurricanes, flying sand and stones. A faint violent thunderstorm force was constantly gathering in the clouds. Seeing this situation, the first elder was greatly alarmed, and did not dare to attack rashly. He suddenly landed on the ground, grabbed Yuan Shahua, and dashed into the distance. Zhongyi, what's going on? Yunxing's eyes widened, looking up at her second uncle who was standing upright and unafraid in the sky. Master, your second uncle is about to advance, and it's the most powerful advancement among the martial saints. There are many ways to advance to the martial saint realm, and it is said that the most powerful way can attract the help of heavenly lightning, and refine the body. This process is extremely dangerous, but if he can endure it, he is bound to become a top expert among the martial saints. The Zhongyi clicked his tongue in wonder, pulling Yunxing to one side. Heavenly lightning refining the body, this was not an encounter that ordinary people would encounter, it was a challenge from the strongest. Even though there had been many martial saints on the continent over the years, the only one who could attract heavenly lightning to refine the body was Yun Songlong. I can't afford to stay up late, I've been working hard recently, begging for monthly votes, I've seen everyone's rewards and votes. The reception at the hotel is not good, I'll thank you when I get home on Sunday. When Yunxing heard this, she could not help but wonder inwardly. Second uncle's advancement and heavenly lightning body tempering was very likely due to the 9-leaf sage ginseng. When the nine-leaf sage ginseng had advanced to the nine-leaf divine stage, it had also attracted heavenly lightning. However, at that time, due to Yunxing and Yibiming, the sage ginseng had only absorbed a small portion of the lightning energy. However, it had later been used on Yun Songlong. When its divine power had dissipated, it had coincidentally coincided with Yun Songlong's advancement. That portion of the lightning energy had attracted several heavenly lightning bolts. Although she knew that heavenly lightning was beneficial, Yunxing could not help but tremble in fear when she thought of the lightning strike that she and Yibiming had encountered earlier. She was afraid that something would happen to her second uncle. Master, this process can only be undertaken by your second uncle alone. Others can help. Zhongyi saw that Yunxing's face was full of worry and continued to console her. Since ancient times, cultivators have always pursued strength above all else. To be able to reach the martial saint realm, apart from having outstanding talent, the most important thing is an unyielding heart. If your second uncle can overcome this, his future cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. If he fails, it is also his fate. No one else can be blamed. Zhongyi was older than Yunxing and Yun Songlong combined. He had long seen through the various aspects of human nature. After he did this, Yunxing secretly clenched her fists and said, "Second uncle, this time, you must endure it. Second sister-in-law is still waiting for you." The appearance of Xianxia painting was like a shot in the arm. It was also her appearance and her Guqin music that had stimulated Yun Songlong's fighting spirit. Yunxing believed that if Yun Songlong could endure this time, he would definitely be able to reconcile with Xianxia painting. As she spoke, there was a roar between heaven and earth. A bluish-purple lightning bolt that resembled an old tree's withered vines surged out of the sea of clouds like a furious dragon. The lightning flashed and the grass and trees turned to ashes. That furious lightning bolt struck the top of Yun Songlong's head. A 7-foot-tall man stood between heaven and earth. Yunxing clenched her teeth and was very nervous. When Yun Songlong was struck by thunder flash, he felt as if all the blood vessels and pores in his body had exploded in an instant. Countless amounts of do qi were like thousands of tadpoles, crazily moving all over his body. He felt a tightness in his chest, as if his body was going to explode in the next moment. His 6 orifices were bleeding because they could not withstand the power of the lightning. At that moment, Yun Songlong felt as if his limbs were about to explode, and he was about to die in the next second. On the verge of death, he seemed to see the Xianxia painting again. The scene where the two of them first met appeared so clearly in his mind. Earlier, at the most critical moment, Xianxia Hua's zither music had appeared again. It turned out that she had been waiting for him in southern Cliff Town, the place where they had first met. It was like suddenly seeing a ray of light in the dark night. Yun Songlong's heart quietly changed. In his body, the power of the jade marrow technique and the power of lightning were fiercely fighting. The violent power of lightning that seemed like it would tear his body apart at any moment was slowly calmed under the effect of the jade marrow technique. The two forces merged together and gave birth to the most vigorous and pure do qi. Yun Songlong's clothes had already been reduced to ashes, and his skin had also been charred black by the power of lightning. However, when the two forces fused into a new force, his body once again glowed with an unprecedented vitality. His limbs and bones were full of vitality. His skin quickly fell off and quickly grew back. In just a moment, Yun Songlong was like a phoenix born from fire, breaking his body and being reborn. An unprecedentedly vigorous do qi surrounded him. The do qi wings behind him also changed shape, becoming wings like those of an eagle. Yun Songlong took out clothes from his storage ring and changed. Then, his do qi wings flapped and he swooped down from the sky like an eagle. At this moment, his aura was completely different from 15 minutes ago. The impetuous and arrogant Yun Songlong of the past seemed to have completely disappeared. Yun Songlong's gaze was calm, and his breath was long and powerful. His eyes were also more steady and powerful. At this moment, his aura was actually somewhat similar to Yun Ba's. After 30 years, Zhou State finally had its second martial saint. The strange phenomenon of heaven and earth in the southern part of Zhou State meant that a new martial saint had appeared in Zhou State. The new martial saint of Zhou State was Yun Songlong of the Yun residence. This piece of news was quickly spread by interested parties. In a few days, the news reached the Jade capital. When the news reached the Yun residence, Yun Ba was first stunned, but then he laughed heartily. Uncle Yun hadn't heard Yun Ba laugh in a long time. As he laughed, Yun Ba's eyes turned red. In the end, he actually burst into tears. This gave Uncle Yun a fright. Yun Ba cried beside the river, "Yun Song, your master, I can finally hold my head up high. In the future, who dares to say that the Yun residence has no successor? My Yun residence's descendants are all stronger than the last." When the emperor of Zhou state heard the news, he was pleasantly surprised, but also annoyed. He regretted agreeing to Yun Songlong's resignation. Now, Yun Songlong had left the imperial court and become a hunter. The Hunter Guild was overjoyed. The Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps was truly a group of two heroes. Not only did they have an expert on the level of Emperor Zhao, but they also had a new martial saint. The Hunters Guild immediately began to rope in the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps. At this moment, Yun Xing, Yun Songlong, and the others were still in the southern part of Zhou state. After Yuan Shahua was taken away by First Elder Lu Chongfeng, Yun Xing and the others asked around in town and finally found out where Yuan Shahua had been living in southern Cliff Town all these years. It was a very ordinary one-story house with simple decorations. According to the surrounding residents, a young woman had moved here 8 years ago. After the woman came to town, she lived alone and didn't have any friends or servants. She only hired an old maid in town to help her clean the house. However, the woman always wore a veil on her face, so her appearance and age were unknown. The woman rarely went out, but every year around winter, she would go on a long journey. About half a year ago, a handsome young man came to look for the woman. According to the old maid who helped clean the house, the young man did indeed call the woman big sister. "Second uncle, that person must be Yuan Shahua. So she left Grand Emperor City long ago and lived here alone." Yunxing couldn't help but sigh. A young and beautiful woman had abandoned her family and lived in such a simple place alone for 8 years. Yuan Shahua's feelings for Yun Songlong could be said to be extremely touching. Yun Songlong didn't say anything. He stood in the room for a day and a night. He only came out on the second day. Yun Songlong told Yunxing and Zongyi about a shocking decision. "Second uncle, you said you wanted to go to Grand Emperor City personally?" Yunxing also knew that Yuan Shahua's appearance this time had caused waves in Yun Songlong's heart, which had been silent for many years. On this day, Yun Songlong thought about many things. He looked around the house and saw that Yuan Shahua had left behind a book and a piece of paper. He imagined that she had been waiting in this simple house for the past 8 years. Unfortunately, he had been living in hatred for her. Yuan Shahua had been taken away by the Great Elder because he wanted to pursue the matter of her killing Xian Wuji. Xian Wuji had been killed by Yuan Shahua. She had done this for Yun Songlong. She knew that Yun Songlong hated Xian Wuji to the core. As long as Xian Wuji did not die, the Yun family army and the humiliation of the Yun residents would not be forgiven. As long as Xian Wuji did not die, her 8 years of grievances would not be forgiven. Therefore, in order to make Yun Songlong let go of the past, Yuan Shahua was willing to risk being punished by the city to kill Xian Wuji. Her return to the Grand Emperor City this time would not bode well for her. When Yunxing and Zongyi heard this, they fell silent. "Second uncle, I will go with you. I will go with you to find second aunt," Yunxing suddenly said with a smile. "Hee, how can I miss out on such a lively event?" "Master, I will go with you. With my Dragon Claw Bat King around, the journey to the Grand Emperor City will be much more convenient." The Zong persona patted his chest and laughed. However, Yun Songlong was unwilling. "Xing'er, this matter started because of second uncle. It has nothing to do with you and Master Zong persona. Father's body has not recovered yet and I am worried about leaving him alone in the Jade Capital. Second uncle, we are also worried about you going alone. As for old General Yun's body, with the medicinal herbs sent by the Dark Crown Prince, it should not act up for a while. The mission of the Spring of Life has not been released for long, so there will be no news for a while." Yunxing insisted on not letting Yun Songlong go alone. She had long been cautious and released the news of Yun Songlong's breakthrough. A new martial sage of the Great Zhou dynasty. Moreover, he was a martial sage who had been tempered by heavenly thunder that was rarely seen in 100 years. Such a title would definitely cause a huge uproar whether it was in the Great Zhou dynasty or in the Grand Emperor city. His reputation would spread before he arrived. At this moment, whether it was Zhou state or Dihong city, they would probably have some misgivings about Yun Songlong. The residents of Yun would be even less of a problem. The three of them were in a deadlock for a while. Yunxing had no choice but to come up with an idea. "Second uncle, you have to take me with you. A few days ago, I received news that Xian Wuji's younger sister, Xian Mimi, was disfigured in an accident. I am a doctor and my medical skills are among the best in the continent. If you can take me with you, maybe it will be good for saving second uncle and sister-in-law Shu." Xian Mimi's injury probably wouldn't heal for a while. Yunxing had no way to cure her face, but it was a good excuse. Yun Songlong hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he couldn't stand Yunxing's dawdling and agreed to her request. As for Zhong Yi, he was considered one of Yunxing's men. Yun Songlong really couldn't control where he went. The three of them stayed in southern Cliff Town for another 2 days. During this time, Yun Songlong wrote a letter to the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps and asked Zhou Quan to keep an eye on the hunting corps. In order to prevent old General Yun from worrying, he only said that he was going out on a mission and that Yunxing and Zhong Yi would be accompanying him. Yunxing took advantage of these 2 days to train the Earthblood crocodile. Yunxing first took apart the summoning belt that came from Zhou State. She carefully analyzed the various materials used to make the summoning belt and the magic arrays on it. With the help of the summoning hand, everything went smoothly. Yunxing even used Yun Songlong's blood to fuse with some magical materials to create a magical beast ring that was meant for personal use. This ring had a magic space on it. Even if one wasn't a summoner, they could still control this magic beast ring. Yun Songlong followed Yunxing's instructions. After wearing this magic beast ring, he realized that he could really control the Earthblood crocodile. This kind of magic beast ring could control different magic spaces and magic beasts according to the strength of the owner. For a warrior sage like Yun Songlong, controlling a peak level 9 magic beast was not a problem. "Wow. Master, you're too amazing. If this kind of ring can be sold on a large scale, it would be amazing." After witnessing Yunxing's new invention, even Zhong Yi was full of praise. He had been a summoner for so many years, but this was the first time he saw someone who could allow a warrior to control a magic beast freely. "Master, you should be more careful. If the news that you created this kind of magic beast ring reaches the Zhou state, it would be bad," Zhong Yi reminded Yunxing. He thought that although the magic beast ring was good, it shouldn't be sold on a large scale. After all, it was acceptable to use the magic beast ring on a warrior sage like Yun Songlong. However, if everyone had one, it wouldn't be good. "So what if it's the Zhou state? Do you think your master looks like someone who fears the Zhou state?" Yunxing's face was full of arrogance. If this kind of arrogance was on someone else, Zhong Yi might have ridiculed them. However, when Yunxing showed it, it became a kind of confidence. Zhong Yi laughed involuntarily. He suddenly realized that his master did indeed have the ability to be arrogant. He could roughly guess what Yunxing was going to do next. It was very likely that she was going to rearm the Heaven Extermination Hunting Group. She was going to arm them from head to toe. For example, last time, his master had taken out some weapons and armor without saying anything and distributed them to the 50 to 60 core hunters of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Group. Those weapons looked ordinary, but the moment the hunters used them, they realized that those weapons were extraordinary. They could easily break gold and jade, and their defensive power was very strong. Pills, magic tools, weapons, magic beasts, and magic rings. Yunxing was like a huge treasure trove. Her secrets and potential were endless. Even Zhong Yi, who had lived for 60 to 70 years, couldn't help but be jealous. They were all raised by the same parents. How could his little master be so monstrous? Just the things that his little master had done in the past few months were already heaven-defying. Not only did she create the praise of the moon goddess, which could change a person's magic body, but she also created a holy pill. Now, she even had the magic beasts and magic rings. It had to be known that these things were the giants of the continent. The Dharma Temple, the Zhou State, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Any one of them was in existence that could shake the continent. But so what? Wasn't the Medicine Emperor Pavilion subdued by his little master in the end? Zhongyi couldn't help but feel lucky that he had chosen to follow Yunxing back then. Otherwise, if he were to become her enemy, not to mention an open competition, just his master's various secret tricks would be enough to make him suffer. After a few more days, when I return to the Jade Capital, I will create a magic ring for every member of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Group. For so many years, the Zhou state has monopolized the resources of summoners on the continent. It's time to break this monopoly. Yunxing didn't have a good impression of the Zhou state. This was even more obvious when she found out that her mother, Hu Jiuxing, had offended a certain important person in the Zhou state and was hunted down for her life. In particular, most summoners were arrogant and rude. Even Zhongyi had said that a large part of the reason why he had traveled around the continent was because he didn't get along with the people of the Zhou state. After everything was prepared, Yunxing, Yun Songlong, and Zhongyi set off for the Grand Emperor City. As for the whereabouts of Grand Emperor City, it was thanks to Zhongyi. The outside world had never known the true location of Grand Emperor City. At that time, the Zhong persona was smart enough to order a bat grand disciple to follow the Great Elder. The bat had tracked them all the way and brought them a rough route to Grand Emperor City. A few days later, in the city lord's manor of Grand Emperor City, Xian Wuji's corpse was placed in a coffin. There was a gash on his throat, the bones of his throat shattered. Xian Wuji's eyes were open, his face filled with grievances. First Elder and the city lord's family were all in the hall. A servant girl supported First Madam as they walked out. "Wuji, my poor son." In Grand Emperor City, the city lord's wife, Madam Being, cried her heart out when she saw her son's corpse. Grand Emperor City's city lord, Xian Cidian, was in his 40s and had 2 wives. Xian Wuji was the first wife and the son of Madam Being. Xian Mimi, who had been disfigured and returned to Grand Emperor City, was the daughter of the younger wife, Madam Lan. Xian Sihai didn't have many children, only 1 son and 1 daughter. Xian Wuji was his only son. He had carefully raised him since he was young, hoping that he would inherit his position as city lord in the future. Unfortunately, Xian Wuji's talent was average, and because of Yuan Shahua, he had a grudge with Zhou State's residents of Yun. Although he had crippled his rival in love, Yun Songlong, in the end, his own Dharma soul had been injured by Yun Ba. For many years, his cultivation had not improved, and his reputation in the Grand Emperor City had also plummeted. Xian Sihai had tried many times to persuade Xian Wuji to stop causing trouble for the Yun estate. However, Xian Wuji was unrepentant. After going out with Xian Mimi, he colluded with Tang Yuan and ended up like a rat on the street. Although he resented his son for not living up to expectations, Grand Emperor City's city lord still felt sorry for his only son. He was worried that Xian Wuji had caused trouble in Zhou State, so he had sent First Elder to search for Xian Wuji's whereabouts with the Totem Emperor Jade. Unexpectedly, not only had they failed to rescue him, the Totem Emperor Jade was missing, and his son, Xian Wuji, had been killed. It was Yuan Shahua who had killed Xian Wuji. Along with Xian Wuji's corpse were the Grand Elder and the expressionless Yuan Shahua. "You bitch, you killed my son." After Madam Being heard the Grand Elder's explanation, she stepped forward to beat Yuan Shahua. Madam Bai hated Yuan Shahua to the core. She raised her hand and slapped Yuan Shahua twice. Yuan Shahua did not struggle. Her hair was messed up and her face was swollen. Yuan Shahua did not say a word. "First Madam, please show mercy." The Yuan couple, who were also Yuan Shahua's parents, rushed over after hearing the news. When they found out that their eldest daughter, Yuan Shahua, had returned to Grand Emperor City, they didn't expect that Yuan Shahua would kill Xian Wuji, so they rushed over. Sarah. Yuan Shahua's mother hadn't seen her daughter for more than 8 years. She had always doted on her eldest daughter the most. Seeing her daughter in such a state, she felt as if a knife had pierced her heart. She hugged her daughter and cried. Yuan Shahua was petrified and allowed her mother to hug her. "Yuan Buju. Your daughter killed my son. She will pay with her life." Madam Bai was also from a prominent family in the city. Back then, when Yuan Shahua broke the engagement and caused Xian Wuji to lose face in Grand Emperor City, Madam Bai hated the Yuan family. But at that time, the elders and Yuan couple were protecting her. She could only ask the city lord to chase Yuan Shahua away. Who would have thought that 8 years later, Yuan Shahua would kill her son? Shahua, what is going on? You really? Yuan Buju's expression was ugly. He didn't expect his daughter's hatred for Xian Wuji to be so deep. Although Xian Wuji had committed many evil deeds, he was still the son of the city lord. The Grand Elder had witnessed Yuan Shahua killing Xian Wuji with his own eyes. This time, even if he wanted to protect his daughter, he was powerless. He deserved to die. Yuan Shahua's voice was cold. There was no remorse in her eyes. If she had known that Xian Wuji would harm so many people and caused Song Lang to suffer for 8 years, she would have killed him long ago. You bitch. You're Wuji's fiancé. It's one thing for you to sleep with a wild man outside, but you even killed my son. See hi, I want her to die with Wuji. The city lord's wife said viciously. She hated Yuan Shahua. This woman had harmed Wuji for his entire life. Madam Bai, what do you mean by that? If the young city lord hadn't been so aggressive, Shahua wouldn't have done this. Now that she is dead, I hope the city lord can spare Shahua's life on account of our many years of friendship. When Madame Yuan heard that Yuan Shahua was going to be executed, she hugged her daughter in fear and refused to let go. Life? If she lives, wouldn't my son have died in vain? Not only her, but that adulterer as well. That adulterer with the surname Yun, I want him to pay for Wuji's life. Madame Bai pointed at Yuan Shahua and said word by word. It has nothing to do with Yin Songlong. I will take responsibility for my own actions. If you want to pay with your life, then I will be buried with your son. Since I, Yuan Shahua, have returned, I will take responsibility for my own actions. Either way, I will die. Yuan Shahua's face turned red as she struggled free from Madame Yuan. Enough, all of you shut up. City Lord Xian Xidian rebuked angrily. Do you think this matter hasn't blown up enough? Lock Yuan Shahua in the dungeon. Grand Elder and Yuan Buju stay behind. Everyone else, get out. City Lord Xian Xidian waved his hand and the servants hurriedly carried Xian Wuji's corpse away. City Lord, this matter can't be blown out of proportion. I've already received news that Yun Songlong has made a breakthrough. Furthermore, it is the heavenly lightning body tempering, the rarest breakthrough in the martial saint realm. This child's future strength cannot be underestimated. When the first elder saw the heavenly phenomenon that day, he already knew that something bad was about to happen. However, he didn't expect that Yun Songlong would be able to endure the heavenly lightning body tempering and become Zhou State's new martial saint. After hearing Grand Elder's words, the city lord and Yuan Buju had different thoughts in their hearts. Yuan Buju sighed. If he had known earlier, he would have risked his life to let his daughter, Yuan Shahua, and Yun Songlong be together. A martial saint who had undergone the heavenly lightning body tempering was a top-notch existence among martial saints. How old was Yun Songlong this year? He was only in his early 30s. If he could become a martial saint at such a young age and undergo the heavenly lightning body tempering, then it was very likely that he would become a legendary martial god in the future. Compared to Xian Wuji, who was a spoiled brat, Yun Songlong was like heaven and earth. The city lord's heart was in turmoil. On one hand, he hated Grand Elder for not doing a good job and causing his only son to be beheaded. On the other hand, he hated Yuan Shahua for causing his son's death. However, Yun Songlong's rise had already become a reality. The city lord could no longer oppose the Yun mansion. Buju, what do you think about this matter? The city lord of Grand Emperor City was cunning. He wanted Yuan Shahua to pay for Xian Wuji's life, but he did not say it out loud. Instead, he pretended to ask Yuan Buju. Yuan Buju and Yuan Shahua were the same. Both father and daughter looked kind, but in fact, they were extremely unyielding. Yuan Shahua had killed Xian Wuji this time, so logically speaking, she should pay for it with her life. Yuan Buju closed his eyes in pain and said with a trembling voice. Buju, I'm sorry. Men, bury Yuan Shahua alive in 7 days. Madame Yuan returned to the Yuan residence in a daze. Yuan Bupo and his second sister, Yuan Shanshan, who were waiting in the residence, quickly gathered around her. Mother, how is it? Have you seen eldest sister? The three members of the Yuan family were very close. When they heard that eldest sister had killed Xian Wuji, they were very anxious. The city lord said that he wants your eldest sister to be buried with him, Madame Yuan sobbed. What? Xian Wuji, that bastard, deserved to die. Why should he want eldest sister to be buried with him? Yuan Bupo was furious. He had said that he wanted to go with his parents, but his father, Yuan Buju, was worried that he would be reckless and did not allow him to go. That's right. We can't let them bury eldest sister alive. What time is it now? If they want to bury her, they should let Xian Wuji's women be buried with her, Yuan Xianxia said angrily. Xian Wuji was not a good person at all. After eldest sister left, he used the excuse of drunkenness to harass her a few times, but was chased away by her younger brother. Yuan Xianxia felt that Xian Wuji deserved to die. But what can we do? Your eldest sister did kill Xian Wuji. Why is that child so foolish? It has been so many years, but she still can't let it go, Madame Yuan wiped her tears. I heard that Yun Songlong was also there. I think eldest sister must have done it for him, Yuan Bupo said. Eldest sister had a stubborn temper. When she left Grand Emperor City, she had already let go of all her grudges. Needless to say, she did it this time because of Yun Songlong. Eldest sister is so foolish, Yuan Xianxia sighed. Is it worth it for her to do this for that man? When the first elder returned, he also brought back news that Yun Songlong had broken through and become the new martial saint of Zhou State. Big sister's face was ruined, and the other party definitely didn't want her anymore. However, she was willing to take on the crime of betraying the city for him. No, I have to say big sister, Yuan Bupo was annoyed. No matter what, he could not watch his elder sister being buried alive. Bupo, don't be rash. You're in an awkward position right now. You can't be rash. Now that Xian Wuji is dead, you'll most likely inherit the position of city lord. If anything happens to you, the people from the city lord's mansion will definitely use this to threaten you. Lady Yuan wiped the corners of her eyes. The relationship between the Shen Yuan and Shen Yuan clans was very special. They seemed to be very close, but in the 100 years since the establishment of the Grand Emperor City, there had been a lot of internal strife between the two clans. Especially in the matter of the succession of the city lord, it was even more mutual deception. Back then, Xian Cidian and Yuan Buju were both popular candidates for the position of city lord. However, Yuan Buju fell in love with Lady Yuan, who was born a commoner, while Xian Cidian abandoned his childhood sweetheart and chose Lady Bai, who had a more honorable status. That was how he successfully seized the position of city lord. This matter had been a burden in Lady Yuan's heart for many years. Now that Xian Wuji was dead, Yuan Bupo became the popular candidate. Lady Yuan was unwilling to let her son get into trouble at this critical juncture. Yuan Bupo opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, his second sister, Yuan Xianxia, shook her head at him. Yuan Bupo understood tacitly. At night, the Yuan mansion was silent. After Yuan Buju returned from the city lord's mansion, he had a discussion with Lady Yuan. Lady Yuan sobbed softly, "It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me back then, if Yuan Buju had not given up the opportunity to marry Lady Bai, who was from a wealthy family in the city, and married her, he would have been the city lord by now. He would not have had to live by Xian Xitian's face and Xiaohua would not have fallen to this state today. Look at you. What are you talking about? If it wasn't for you, where would Xiaohua come from? This is also the child's own choice. You can't blame anyone else. The underground prison is gloomy and there is only one escape route from the sewer. After a few days, go to the underground prison and take a look. It can be considered as the last time you see that child." Yuan Buju comforted his beloved wife. His gaze seemed to have drifted outside the window. Outside the window, Yuan Bupo and Yuan Xianxia held their breaths. They bent their backs and slipped out of the mansion. The Yuan siblings had pretended to compromise in order to appease their mother. Tonight, when they heard what their father said, they knew that the city lord's mansion was determined to kill their sister. Therefore, they discussed and went to rescue Yuan Xiaohua under the cover of the night. To Yuan Bupo, he did not care about the city lord's position. He only wanted to save his sister. At most, he would leave the Grand Emperor city. A smiling face flashed across Yuan Bupo's mind. The woman's smile with dimples was like the brightest star in the sky. He could not help but fall into a daze. Third brother? Why are you in a daze? Yuan Xianxia saw that Yuan Bupo was still in a daze. She could not help but become impatient and pushed Yuan Bupo. Recently, her little brother had been acting weird. He used to be cool and handsome. Recently, he would be in a daze from time to time. It was as if he had become a fool after leaving the Grand Emperor city. Second sister, are you sure that the sewer of the underground prison is on the west side of the city lord's mansion? Yuan Bupo's handsome face turned red as he collected his thoughts. Are you still doubting your second sister? Yuan Xianxia had a face of confidence. Actually, she did not know why there was an extra map of the city lord's mansion's underground prison in her room. However, it was a matter of life and death. She could not be bothered to investigate so much. She had to think of a way to save her sister first. Both the brother and sister were top-notch fighters in the city. Although the city lord's mansion was heavily guarded, the siblings still managed to sneak in. The underground prison was dark and humid. Anyone who entered the underground prison would have their duki and magic sealed. Their sister's body was not well. In such an environment, sister. The two of them saw the torture rack in the underground prison. Their sister was tied up at the side. Her long hair was scattered and her clothes were covered in blood. Her limbs were also heavily shackled. At the side, there was a blood-stained whip and a bucket. Yuan Bupo only felt a surge of anger in his heart. Yuan Xianxia hurriedly cut off the shackles and put down her sister, Yuan Xiaohua. Yuan Xiaohua had already fainted. After a while, she woke up. Is it Madame Bai? That bitch. Yuan Bupo looked at his sister. They actually dared to use torture on his sister. The Yuan clan was also a prominent clan in the city. According to the city's laws, even if they had committed a serious crime, they should not be punished so severely. It was obvious that Madame Bai was the one who did it. It was not enough to bury her sister alive. She had to be humiliated before she died. Yuan Bupo got up and wanted to question Madame Bai. However, he was stopped by Yuan Xiaohua. She said weakly, "What are you doing here?" "Big sister, we're here to save you." Yuan Xianxia supported Yuan Xiaohua. "What happens after you save me?" Yuan Xiaohua asked hesitantly. "Of course, we'll send you away from Di Hongqing and find Yun Songlong. Back then, you didn't dare to find him because of Xian Wuji. But now, Xian Wuji is dead and Yun Songlong has broken through. As long as we send you to Zhou State, the people of Yun residence will be able to protect you." Yuan Bupo saw that his big sister's eyes were wandering. Yuan Xiaohua looked at her second sister and third brother blankly. She broke free from Yuan Xianxia's hand and said, "Don't be silly. I won't leave Di Hongqing. Born as a citizen of Di Hongqing, dead as a ghost of Di Hongqing. This is my fate." The Yuan siblings didn't expect that their big sister wouldn't appreciate their kindness. Yuan Xiaohua's state of mind had changed greatly after being locked in the dungeon for a few days. The injuries on her body were caused by Madame Bai. After Madame Bai insulted Yuan Xiaohua, she even mocked her. Those vicious words pierced Yuan Xiaohua's heart. Madame Bai told Yuan Xiaohua that Yun Songlong had broken through to Martial Sage. This should have been good news, but Madame Bai laughed and said, "That wild man is quite lucky. Unfortunately, your luck isn't. In a few days, you'll be buried with Wuji. As for the man you've been thinking about for so many years, you'll soon forget about him. Look at your wretched appearance. I feel disgusted just by looking at you." Yuan Xiaohua's face was scratched by the cold water and the whip. It became even uglier. She didn't even want to look at her own face. With this face, even if they saved her, she wouldn't have the face to see Yun Songlong. He was a high and mighty martial sage. As for her, she was already a pile of mud. She didn't deserve him. Big sister. Yuan Bupo and Yuan Xianxia panicked. Big sister. Yuan Bupo and Yuan Xianxia didn't expect their big sister to reject them so decisively. "You can leave." Yuan Xiaohua didn't say anything else. The gentle and considerate Yuan Xiaohua from many years ago was no longer there. After walking out of the dungeon, Yuan Bupo and Yuan Xianxia fell silent. Yuan Bupo walked towards the city gate without another word. "What are you doing?" Yuan Xianxia hurriedly stopped him. "Needless to say, I'm going to look for Yin Songlong." Yuan Bupo understood his eldest sister's stubborn temper. Unless Yin Songlong came to persuade her, she would not leave even if their parents came. Without the city lord's token, leaving the Grand Emperor city without permission is a crime of betrayal. Besides, do you know where Yin Songlong is? It will take at least a month for Dihong City to go to Zhou State. Eldest sister will be executed in a few days. Don't tell me you want to bring Yin Songlong to collect her corpse. Yuan Xianxia was also very anxious. Are we just going to watch big sister get executed? Yuan Bupo was discouraged. His eyes suddenly lit up. I've got it. I can release Little Red and Blue. It can travel thousands of miles in a day. It will only take a few days to reach Zhou State. Little Red and Blue was the holy beast summoned beast that Yuan Bupo found on the Ice Fire Island under Tao Wu's orders. The summoned beast could leave the city without anyone knowing. It would not violate the city lord's token. Yuan Xianxia listened and agreed with Yuan Bupo's idea. The two of them secretly released Yuan Bupo's summoned beast under the cover of the night. They anxiously waited for Little Red and Blue's reply. Yunxing and the rest who set off from Zhou State traveled day and night. Zhongyi asked the Dragon-Clawed Bat King to find 2 fast bats. They followed the Dragon-Clawed Bat King's directions and flew towards the west. As they were worried about Yuan Shahua's safety, they traveled day and night. They only rested for a short while on the bat's back at night. Unknowingly, they had already passed the border of the Great Zhou dynasty and were flying between the lofty mountains and jagged shoals of grotesque shapes. 3 to 4 days had passed. On this day, the bats were flying in the vast sky as usual. There was a sudden gust of wind in front of them. The bats that Yunxing and Yun Songhai were riding on were only ordinary level 5 magic beasts. They could fly normally, but when faced with the gust of wind, the bats were immediately blown around. The gust of wind was very violent. It blew on their faces and caused them to feel pain. Yunxing could only control the bats and asked loudly, "Zhongyi, what's going on?" "Master, this gust of wind is strange. It seems like someone set up a special wind magic formation in this area. If I'm not wrong, this place is very close to Grand Emperor City. However, it's not easy to control magic beasts in this area. I'm afraid you can't ride on magic beasts anymore." Zhongyi looked at Yunxing worriedly. Grand Emperor City was a hidden city. Its location had been the biggest secret for thousands of years. Without the guidance of the people of Grand Emperor City, it was very difficult for ordinary people to find the exact location of Grand Emperor City. This gust of wind was obviously a natural barrier that Grand Emperor City used to block people from the outside world. Flying magic beasts could save a lot of energy. However, most of the magic beasts had large bodies. When they encountered strong winds, they would be easily swept away. In this kind of environment, it was easier to control the warrior's battle energy wings and the magician's magic wings. Zhongyi was a sacred beast summoner and Yin Songlong was also a warrior sage. The two of them had already condensed wings. It was not difficult for them to fly through this gust of wind. Yunxing was only a master magician. Without magic beasts, she would not be able to pass through this gust of wind. "I see. It's not a problem. Second uncle, Zhongyi, you guys go up first. I'll follow behind." After Yunxing said this, Zhongyi immediately withdrew the Dragon Claw Bat King. Yun Songlong also immediately transformed his battle energy wings. Yunxing steadied the bat beneath her and immediately started chanting. A magical space appeared in front of Zhongyi and Yun Songlong. Zhongyi was still puzzled. He had always known that Yunxing was a summoner, but he had never known what master summoned beast was. Thinking that she had a master on the level of Emperor Zhao, her summoned beast should not be bad. In the magical space, a round, pink egg appeared. What was that? Zhongyi could not help but rub his eyes. That was an egg, and it was a flying egg with wings. Zhongyi was even more dumbfounded. With a whoosh, the egg drilled into Yunxing's body. In just a short while, a pair of wings appeared on Yunxing's back. Those were real wings, not the illusory wings behind them. that's a fusion? Oh my god, master, your summoned beast is actually an egg with the ability to fuse. Zhongyi had obviously forgotten about the environment they were in. He pointed at the pair of wings behind Yunxing's back. He could not close his mouth. A magic beast that could fuse. This was a magic beast that only appeared in ancient summoning books. Regardless of what was inside the egg, one thing was certain. A magic beast that could fuse must meet two conditions. First, it must have a life contract with the summoner. Second, it must be a magic beast that was above the level of a divine beast. Zhongyi was instantly in awe of Yunxing. Thank you for Yu Liang's bug. About Auntie and Auntie's bug, please forgive my brain for writing in the middle of the night. Monthly votes for the end of the month. Battle of the Chrysanthemum. Thank you all for your monthly votes and rewards. Without the magical beast as a mount, the three of them were less affected by the wind. The three of them quickly passed through the hurricane area. However, another problem appeared. The Zhong personality had followed the scent left behind by the little bat to find the whereabouts of the Great Elder and Yuan Hua. However, after passing through the hurricane area, the little bat probably could not pass through the hurricane area. After passing through the hurricane area, he could not find any scent at all. Facing the boundless land with no end in sight, the three of them revealed a troubled expression. At this moment, Yunxing heard a cheerful chirping sound. Not far away, a red and blue little fella flew over. It was a little fella about the size of a sparrow. Its feathers were a strange color, half blue and half red. However, the strangest part was its head. It had two heads, just like Xiaohei that Yunxing had seen before. One of its heads was red while the other was blue. Two-headed Icefire Luan. This is a mutated species of the Chongming bird. The Zhong personality's eyes lit up when he saw the little red and blue bird. It was like a drunkard who saw good wine or a pervert who saw beauty. Yunxing could also tell at a glance that although this magical beast was still a young bird, its attributes were very special. It was a rare dual attribute of water and fire. If one could have such a dual attribute magical beast, it would be a great help to any summoner. Although the Zhong personality already had a dragon claw bat king, such a sacred beast was still very tempting. The two-headed Icefire Luan was Yuan Bupo's bird. It was ordered to search for Yun Songlong. Before Yuan Bupo left, he secretly found a letter written by Yun Songlong that Yuan Hua had left in her boudoir. The Icefire Luan relied on the scent left behind in the letter to find Yun Songlong. However, Yuan Bupo forgot that although the two-headed Icefire Luan was a sacred beast, it had not been long since it was born. It was still ignorant of the outside world. After it flew out, it was confused for a while and actually got lost. When it finally reacted, it smelled the scent of living people. One of them was the scent of the person in the letter that its master had given it. It flew over happily. However, the Zhongyi's eyes were filled with greed, as if he was going to roast and eat the Icefire Luan at any moment. Little Honglan was so scared that she didn't dare to approach. Zhongyi, don't be greedy. Can't you see that the little guy has an owner? And it's someone else's life-bound magical beast. Yunxing laughed. It was only then that the Zhong personality realized that the Icefire Luan had a very strong human aura. Don't scare it. It looks like it wants to tell us something. Yunxing noticed that little red blue had been flying around Yun Songlong non-stop. With a thought, Yunxing secretly circulated the divine power of the Linglong Beast Pagoda in the beast language ring. The exquisite beast tower was a supreme treasure in itself. Ordinary magical beasts would drool endlessly upon seeing it. Needless to say, little red blue was a baby bird at the level of a holy beast. As soon as it smelled the scent that made it feel comfortable, it immediately landed on Yunxing's shoulder intimately. It used its beak to gently peck Yunxing's ear in a fawning manner and let out a series of pleasant chirps. Yunxing's ears itched and she smiled. Little guy, quickly tell me who sent you here. If you answer well, you will be rewarded. Little Red Blue understood Yunxing's words. It opened its wings to please her. Yunxing took a closer look and realized that there was a letter under its wings. When she opened it, Yunxing's expression instantly became serious. Yun Songlong took the letter and looked at the date. His heart couldn't help but jump. The handwriting on the letter was very messy. It was written by Yuan Bupo in a hurry. It clearly stated that Xianxia was banished from the Grand Emperor city because of Yun Sunlong. For more than 8 years, she wandered alone outside. For Yun Sunlong, she was willing to be regarded as a traitor by the Grand Emperor city. A few days later, she was executed to pay with her life for Xian Wuji. After reading the letter, Yun Sunlong's heart was filled with pain. He didn't expect that Xianxia had suffered such a great grievance. And for so many years, he had been blaming her. Second uncle, don't be sad. The most important thing now is to immediately rush to the Grand Emperor city. The letter was written 6 days ago. Counting the days, isn't Aunt's execution day tomorrow? Yunshin was also anxious. They had wasted too much time on the way. If they didn't rush to the Grand Emperor city now, it would be too late. The 3 of them followed Little Red Blue and rushed to the Grand Emperor city. Early the next morning, in the Grand Emperor city's dungeon, a group of Grand Emperor city soldiers walked in. Following them was Madame Bai. Xianxia, whose heart was like dead water, didn't even raise her head. Xianxia, change into these clothes. Madame Bai ordered her personal maid to bring over a set of clothes. When she saw the clothes, Xianxia's originally expressionless face couldn't help but change. It was a set of wedding clothes. The fiery red color stung Xianxia's eyes. What do you mean by this? Xianxia coldly asked. What do you mean, Xianxia? Today is the day my son is buried. It's also the day you're buried with him. When he was alive, he always wanted to marry you. Unfortunately, you little slut, fooling around outside and shamelessly breaking off the engagement. Madame Bai's face was filled with ruthlessness. If you don't want to be the wife of the junior city lord, then today, I'll let you accompany Wu Ji on his way as a concubine, Madame Bai said through gritted teeth. Madame Bai wanted to humiliate Xianxia so that she wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Madame Bai. Don't you go too far. Even a clay figurine had a temper. If Xianxia had felt some guilt towards Madame Bai for killing Xian Wuji, then that guilt had completely disappeared. Madame Bai wasn't just humiliating her, she was also humiliating the Yuan clan and Yun Sunlong. Although Xianxia and Yun Sunlong hadn't done the deed of husband and wife, in her heart, Yun Sunlong was her only husband. Just hearing Xian Wuji's name was enough to make her feel disgusted. So what if I'm forcing you? My son couldn't have you when he was alive, and now he wants you to accompany him in death. This should let him rest in peace. Do you think the Yuan clan's people will disobey me, the wife of the city lord, for a little slut who's about to die? Men, strip this slut of her clothes and change into her wedding clothes. Madame Bai ordered her subordinates as she held Xianxia down. Poor Xianxia had been locked up for several days without food or water. Her battle chi was also suppressed, so she couldn't struggle at all. She was humiliatingly stripped of her clothes and changed into her wedding clothes. Her eyes were filled with despair. In the afternoon, Grand Emperor City is packed with people. All the citizens know that today, Grand Emperor City is going to bury the young city lord and execute the traitor who killed the young city lord, Xianxia. Yuan Bupa and the Yuan family couple were unable to sit still at this moment. Little Honglan has been out for 5 or 6 days. They do not know if she has found Yun Sunlong. Yuan Bupo and Yuan Xianxia exchanged glances. The 2 of them are unable to sit still. Madame Yuan's expression is miserable. Yuan Wuxu's expression is also gloomy. He originally thought that after revealing the map of the underground prison, he would lead Yuan Bupo and Yuan Xianxia to rescue Xianxia and then secretly send her out of the city. Who knew that Xianxia already has the intention to die and is unwilling to leave? Could it be that he can only watch as his eldest daughter is executed? She's out. That traitor is out. The citizens are in an uproar. A group of people appeared on the city gate. When they saw the woman in the middle, the people in the city all cursed angrily. Yuan Bupo and the rest also saw Xianxia. At the same time, they also saw Xianxia's wedding dress that is redder than flames. Damn it. They dare to humiliate eldest sister like this. Yuan Bupo saw the wedding dress and saw the smug Madame Bai at the side. He was instantly enraged. This is too much. Father, mother, isn't Madame Bai's actions clearly humiliating our Yuan family? Yuan Shanshan saw her sister in agony and felt terrible. Madame Yuan's eyes were filled with tears. She tried her best not to look at her daughter. Yuan Wuxiu could not help but hold on to his chair. His tiger eyes flashed with anger, humiliation and agitation. "Father, I want to save eldest sister." Yuan Bupo could no longer stand still. "No. Your eldest sister, she does not want to burden us." Yuan Wuxiu looked at his eldest daughter Yuan Xiaohua for the last time. Despite the humiliation, Yuan Xiaohua did not look at her family. At this point, Yuan Xiaohua only wished for a quick death. She did not want to burden her family. Xian Wuji's coffin was brought out. Beside his coffin, there was another coffin. It was prepared for Yuan Xiaohua. They wanted to nail her to the coffin and bury her with Xian Wuji. At noon, Yuan Xiaohua, dressed in red, was escorted to the coffin. Yuan Xiaohua was pushed towards the coffin. With every step she took, Yuan Bupa felt pain in his heart. The moment Yuan Xiaohua was pushed into the coffin, Yuan Bupo couldn't stand it anymore. "No, father, I can't do it." He held the dragon flute in his hand and was about to rush into the crowd. At this moment, the crisp sound of birds chirping came from the sky. Following the sound of birds chirping, a clear male voice could be heard echoing outside the Grand Emperor city. "I am Yun Songlong from Zhou State. I am here to pay my respects to the city lord of Grand Emperor city." Outside the city gate, there were 3 people standing in the air. They were Yun Songlong in the middle, Zhong Yi on the left, and Yun Xing on the right. Yuan Xiaohua, who already had one foot in the coffin, trembled when she heard that familiar yet strange voice. She looked up at the sky in disbelief. The city lord of Grand Emperor city, Xianxia, also noticed the 3 people in the air. He noticed that the 3 of them didn't have any flying demonic beasts. 3 experts with flying abilities came all of a sudden? Even the city lord of Grand Emperor city couldn't help but look askance. Yun Songlong looked down from above. He struggled to find Yuan Xiaohua's figure in the crowd. Although he didn't see Yuan Xiaohua's face clearly, Yun Songlong recognized that familiar figure at a glance. When he saw that Yuan Xiaohua was wearing a wedding dress, a ruthless aura surged wildly around him. "City Lord, that person is Yun Songlong. Beside him is the sacred beast summoner, Zhong Yi, and his niece, Yun Xing. Yun Xing is the female magician who stole the Emperor Jade. She seems to have the elf clan's Hellfire brand on her body. Also, I heard that her medical skills are very good. She was the one who cured Yun Songlong's hand." When the great elder saw Yun Songlong again, he realized that he had indeed become a martial saint after being tempered by heavenly lightning. In less than half a month, Yun Songlong's strength had increased by a lot. In his rage, he wasn't sure if he could defeat Yun Songlong. When Xianxia heard this, Lady Ro, who was beside him, hurried forward. "City Lord, you said that girl is a divine doctor? Then can she help Mimi see her face?" Lady Ro was Xian Mimi's mother. She only had one daughter and doted on Xian Mimi very much. Xian Mimi was burned by the hellfire and no one in Grand Emperor city could heal her. Although Lady Ro was only a concubine, she was Xianxia's personal maid. If it wasn't for Xianxia wanting to snatch the city lord's position and having to marry Lady Bai, she would have been the city lord's wife. However, Xianxia was deeply in love with her and didn't hesitate to take her as his concubine. When Xian Wuji died, the happiest person was Lady Ro. Without a child, Lady Bai would definitely fall out of favor in a few years. On the other hand, Xian Mimi's talent was better than Xian Wuji's. It was only because she was a girl that she lost the right to inherit the city lord's position. However, Lady Ro had already planned this in her heart. Although her daughter's chance of inheriting the city lord's position was very small, it wasn't just a matter of a day or two that her daughter admired Yuan Bupo. If she could take this opportunity to sell a favor to House Yuan, then in the future, when the 2 families become in-laws, she would still be the future city lord's mother-in-law and her power wouldn't be weakened. Thinking of this, Lady Ro didn't hate Yun Songlong and the others. Instead, she was grateful to them. However, before that, she had to find a way to heal Mimi's face. Coincidentally, at this moment, Great Elder mentioned that one of them was a divine doctor. Lady Ro became cautious and kindly advised him. "Lady Ro, what do you mean by this?" Yun Songlong is the enemy of Grand Emperor City. How can we let him enter the city? City Lord, although Wuji was killed by Yuan Shahua, in the end, it was because of Yun Songlong. In my opinion, we should immediately kill them with arrows. After Lady Bai finished speaking, she had already summoned archers and aimed at the people in the sky. Wait. Xianxia looked at Yun Xing and Yun Songlong meaningfully. As the city lord, he definitely wouldn't let hatred get to his head. Although he had to avenge his son's death, 3 powerful experts couldn't be killed in an instant. Moreover, these 3 people weren't ordinary people. Behind them, there was a high possibility that Zhou State and Immortal Zhu Nation. Although Grand Emperor City's strength wasn't bad, they obviously didn't have much chance of winning against 2 powerful nations in the continent. It's her? Yuan Bupo also saw the 3 people in the sky. However, his gaze immediately landed on Yun Xing, who was on the right. Yun Xing was in the sky. Her long hair was casually tied behind her back and she wore a moon-white magic robe. Her delicate face was like a piece of beautiful jade under the sunlight, white and flawless. Yuan Bupo was mesmerized by her. Only then did he realize how much he missed the beautiful figure in the sky. The city lord of Grand Emperor City pondered for a moment. He suddenly soared into the sky and a boundless and powerful aura instantly attacked. Yun Xing, Zhongxi, and Yun Songlong all sensed the intimidating aura emanating from the other party. It was rumored that the Grand Emperor City's city lord had already surpassed Emperor Zhao. Was this the strength of Emperor Zhao? Yun Xing couldn't help but feel shocked. Although she possessed the demon summoning hand and had once disguised herself as an expert on the level of Emperor Zhao, she only realized how weak she was when facing an expert on the level of Emperor Zhao. Xianxia soared into the sky and stood there. He didn't attack. An expert on the level of Emperor Zhao could instantly kill the 3 of them if he summoned his demonic beast. However, Xianxia clearly didn't intend to do so. Time passed by slowly. City Lord. I beg City Lord to grant Shahua death. Yun Songlong's sudden appearance touched Yuan Shahua, but more than that, she was worried. She hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for death. No. Shahua, I already know. It's been hard on you all these years. Everything happened because of me. Even if I have to die, I should be the one to do it. Yun Songlong looked at Yuan Shahua affectionately. The woman's delicate body couldn't help but tremble when she heard his confession. Even though I've become like this, are you still willing to die for me? Yuan Shahua suddenly raised her head. Her face, which was covered with all kinds of scars, was presented to Yun Songlong. Yun Songlong's expression changed. He looked at Yuan Shahua and was speechless for a long time. Yuan Shahua wept in pain. Even she didn't want to look at her current appearance, let alone Yun Songlong. Men all liked to have a good appearance. Now that Yun Songlong was a newly ascended martial saint, the woman standing beside him must be an unparalleled beauty. Yuan Shahua was disheartened. She suddenly took out a hairpin from her body. The tip of the hairpin was extremely sharp. She had prepared that hairpin long ago. She had already prepared herself. If Madame Bai insisted on humiliating her, she would rather commit suicide than share the same coffin as Xian Wuji. The sharp end of the hairpin glinted coldly as it pierced down towards Yuan Shahua's delicate neck. Like a flash of lightning, Yun Songlong suddenly swooped down from the sky. His palm blocked Yuan Shahua's hairpin. When the hairpin met with his duki, it was immediately repelled. Beauty withered to bones in an instant. Shahua, I've never cared about such things. What I like has always been the pure and beautiful Yuan Sha painting, which resonates with my zither and flute. It was the Yuan Shahua who did not hesitate to sever ties with her family for me. She accompanied me on the battlefield for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep. All these years, you've always been in my heart, said Yun Songlong affectionately. His eyes were filled with affection. Yuan Shahua felt a lump in her throat. She raised her head and looked at the man who was as affectionate as ever. She could not help but cry. The 2 of them ignored the gazes of the crowd and hugged each other. At that moment, the citizens of Grand Emperor City were also deathly silent. They seemed to have been touched by the feelings of the 2. The eyes of the Yuan clansmen could not help but moisten. Madame Yuan kept wiping her tears. Yuan Bupa and Yuan Shanshan heaved a sigh of relief. Only Madame Bai had an angry look on her face. The Grand Emperor City Lord coughed a few times. Yunxing and Zhong Yi, who were in the sky, were also a little embarrassed. They did not forget that they were in a dangerous situation. Second uncle, if you want to confess to second aunt, you should at least look at the situation. We seem to have more important things to discuss. Yunxing landed lightly on the ground. The wings on her back had disappeared. She gave Yuan Shahua a friendly wink. When Yuan Shahua heard Yunxing call her that, she was extremely shy and hid her face in Yun Songlong's embrace. Yun Songlong smiled awkwardly. The two of them had been so emotional that they had forgotten the situation. Xianxia also noticed it. Only then did he realize that the wings on Yunxing's back were not ordinary battle chi wings or magic wings. This made him even more suspicious of Yunxing's identity. City Lord Xian, the matter between me and Shahua has caused a lot of trouble for Grand Emperor City. If you want to investigate the death of the young City Lord, Songlong will not shirk his responsibility. However, the young City Lord is already dead. I hope that City Lord can take into account Songlong and Zhou State's Yun residence and handle this matter appropriately, Yun Songlong said to Xianxia in a clear voice. In order to resolve the many years of grievances between Grand Emperor City and Yun residents, I hope that City Lord can find a quiet place for us to sit down and discuss. Yunxing was very clever. She could also see that the City Lord of Grand Emperor City had some misgivings about them. Xianxia ordered someone to invite Yunxing alone to discuss the matter. When Yuan Shahua saw this, she wanted to stop her but was stopped by Yun Songlong. Don't worry, Xing'er is very clever. She won't be taken advantage of. Why don't you take me to visit your parents? Before he left, Yunxing had said that once they entered the city, she would have a way to make the City Lord promise to let Yuan Shahua go. Yunxing followed the City Lord into a side hall. Zhongyi wanted to follow but was sent away by her. Seeing Yunxing so fearless, the City Lord became even more suspicious of her identity. City Lord, Yunxing has come to visit and disturbed you. I have specially prepared 2 gifts for you. She took out a bottle of pills and a box and handed it to the City Lord. The Grand Emperor City Lord ordered the Great Elder to accept it. The Great Elder opened the medicine bottle and saw 3 purple gold myriad ginseng pills inside. As for the wooden box, there was a stack of letters. They were all evidence of the correspondence between the Blood Hand Tycoon and Xian Wuji in the past. City Lord, these are Saint Grade pills. The first elder saw the myriad golden pills and was overjoyed. Saint Grade pills had always been monopolized by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Moreover, these 3 myriad golden pills were refined from the purple ginseng. For ordinary people, they could preserve their youth. For warriors and magicians, they could be reborn. The other party had taken out 3 pills at once. It was clear that she was a true genius doctor who could refine Saint Grade pills. When he looked at the wooden box again, Xianxia's expression turned ugly. He glanced at Yunxing and realized that this female magician was very cunning. This was a classic example of giving a sweet date and then a slap in the face. What do you mean by this? Are you threatening the City Lord? Xianxia said angrily. As the City Lord, he had never been threatened in such a way. City Lord, please don't misunderstand. Yunxing is just returning it to its rightful owner. From now on, no one will know the relationship between the Blood Hand Tycoon and the City Lord, Yunxing said with a smile. City Lord. Lady Ro walked in from outside. Beside her was Xian Mimi, who was wearing a gauze hat. Lady Ro was indeed gentle and graceful. Compared to the fiendish Lady Bai, she was much more likable. She softly said a few words to the City Lord. It's you. Why did you come to the City Lord? Father, it's this woman who caused me to become like this. Xian Mimi was filled with anger when she saw Yunxing. Miss Xian, you should be careful when lying. Your face was clearly injured by Baiyan's fire array. Why are you blaming me? To think that I even planned to help you recover your appearance this time. Yunxing rolled her eyes. Did this woman eat gunpowder? She's jumping up and down every time she sees me. Yunxing was considered slow when it came to relationships. She did not know that the reason why Xian Mimi hated her was because she vaguely felt that Yuan Bupo had feelings for this female sorcerer with the surname Yun. Previously, she did not pay much attention to Yunxing and only thought that her appearance could only be considered delicate. However, after fusing with the hellfire in the earth's core, Xian Mimi realized that Yunxing's aura was slightly different. Yunxing's facial features had changed to a certain extent. From time to time, she would exude a terrifying charm that was as bright as a flame. In a few more years, who knew what kind of devastatingly beautiful appearance she would become? Thinking of this and thinking of her current appearance, Xian Mimi became even angrier. She wanted to take out a knife and cut Yunxing's face into pieces. Lady Ro and City Lord Xian knew their daughter's temper well. When Lady Ro heard this, she ignored Xian Mimi's complaints and asked Yunxing earnestly, "Little magic doctor, do you really have a way to cure Mimi's face?" Xian Mimi's face had become a sore point for Lady Ro these days. She only had one daughter, Xian Mimi. Now that her daughter was of marriageable age, her face was very important. Originally, Lady Ro had planned to think of a way to get the city governor to settle the marriage between Xian Mimi and Yuan Bupa after Xian Mimi returned from her training trip. Who knew that Xian Mimi's face would turn out like that at such a crucial moment? Yuan Bupo did not like Xian Mimi very much. If she had a face that was burned by the hellfire, it would be even more difficult to settle the marriage. Mother, don't listen to her nonsense. What ability could she possibly have? Even the doctors in the city can't do anything about the injuries on my face. Xian Mimi couldn't help but burst into tears at this point. She even tugged at Xian Sidian as she cried, "Father, you must find a way to heal this face. I don't want to end up like Yuan Shahua and live with this ugly face for the rest of my life." Yunxing frowned when she heard that. She really hated Xian Mimi. What was wrong with Yuan Sha's face? In her eyes, her second aunt's face was 1,000,000 times prettier than Xian Mimi's. It was all because of the coercion of the Xian clan that she had no choice but to scratch her own face. Such an unyielding woman should be worthy of admiration. However, Yunxing had already made up her mind. No matter what, she had to cure Yuan Shahua's face. Although second uncle didn't care about these things, second aunt would inevitably hold a grudge in her heart. For the sake of their marriage, she had to cure Yuan Shahua. As for Xian Mimi's face, she would just treat it as a convenient treatment. City Lord. Young Master Yuan Bupa is outside seeking an audience. After the report, that rash kid, Yuan Bupa, barged in. This kid didn't care about the occasion. The moment he entered, he said, "City Lord, Mimi's injury has nothing to do with Miss Yun. Please don't blame her." After Yuan Shahua was rescued by Yun Songlong in time, the city lord didn't say anything about pursuing Yuan Shahua's crime. The entire Yuan residence was naturally overjoyed. However, Yuan Bupo's face was filled with worry. He was worried that Xian Mimi would frame Yunxing when she saw her. Hence, he ignored his parents' objections and insisted on rushing to the city lord's residence. Just as he entered, he discovered that Xian Mimi and Lady Ro were both present. Yunxing was standing there perfectly fine. When she saw him, she nodded in a friendly manner. When Yuan Bupo saw Yunxing standing there with a sweet smile on her face, he suddenly blushed. His voice, which was originally shouting, immediately quieted down. He did not know where to look and where to put his hands and feet. When the city lord and Lady Ro saw this, they looked at Xian Mimi, who was so angry that her eyeballs were about to fall out. They instantly understood. Everyone in the city lord knew that the genius of the Yuan family, Yuan Bupa, had always been arrogant. He had never shown any good attitude to any woman in the city, not even Xian Mimi. However, looking at his current appearance of being in love for the first time, it was clear that he had a good impression of Yunxing. Perhaps Yunxing was the only one present who didn't feel anything. The city lord couldn't help but complain. He looked at Yunxing, who was standing at the side. She was like a proud snow plum, smiling sweetly. No matter when, she was calm, polite, and natural. Then, he looked at his own daughter, who was unruly and willful. With such a comparison, anyone would know who to choose. "Bupa, you child, you're also impetuous. Why did you barge in so recklessly? If your mother knew, she would scold you again." Lady Ro had followed the city lord for many years. She was very clear about a man's mentality. She didn't expose him. Miracle Dr. Yun is an important guest. How could we neglect him? just now, I brought Mimi to see Miracle Dr. Yun. Miracle Dr. Yun said that he has a way to cure Mimi's face. That's right, I have a way. Miss Xian's face was injured by the elven hellfire. There's only one way to cure it, and that's the water of life from the elven imperial court. The moment Yunxing said that, the city lord and Yuan Bupo's expressions changed slightly. When Xian Mimi heard that, she immediately shouted, "Father, what are we waiting for? Quickly order someone to find the water of life. Mimi, don't mess around. Do you think it's so easy to find the water of life?" The city lord was considered a top expert on the mainland. However, when he heard about the elven imperial court, he still revealed a cautious expression. The elven imperial court had always been a very special existence on the mainland. It was the only one among the 5 major countries on the mainland that had never been at war. Even during the most turbulent years on the mainland, the elven imperial court had always existed in a neutral position. This was because whether it was the elven race or their descendants, they all liked peace and didn't like to invade. However, this didn't mean that the elven imperial court was easy to bully. In the past, the Tangyuan kingdom had tried to invade the elven imperial court because it was adjacent to the elven imperial court. However, just as they approached the border of the elven imperial court, countless elven warriors appeared. In just a moment, the elven imperial court's invading army, which had a powerful sorcerer, was annihilated. The Tangyuan kingdom's army was completely annihilated. In the end, no one was left alive. That was the most tragic defeat since the founding of the Tangyuan kingdom. As there were no survivors, no one knew what kind of defense the elven imperial court had sent. Some people said that it was countless elven warriors. Others said that the elven imperial court had only sent a powerful elven sorcerer. The sorcerer only used a powerful elven sorcerer to annihilate the Tangyuan kingdom's army. However, since then, no one dared to invade the elven imperial court. Even the citizens of other countries found it difficult to enter the elven imperial court. The water of life that Yunxing mentioned did exist. However, it was a legendary item in the elven imperial court's forest. The outside world had no chance of obtaining it. The only way to obtain the water of life was to enter the elven imperial court and obtain the elven queen's permission. And this was undoubtedly a very difficult point. We still need to consider this matter at length. The city lord didn't make a decision immediately. However, his attitude toward Yunxing was obviously much more respectful. He even ordered people to arrange accommodation in the city for Yunxing and the other 2. Yun Sunlong was relieved to see that Yunxing had returned safely. He arrived at the Yuan residence with Yuan Shahua. Perhaps it was because he had confessed to Yuan Shahua earlier, but Yuan Wuxiu and Madame Yuan had a much better impression of this son-in-law. The family happily accepted Yun Sunlong and were very polite to Yunxing. Yuan Shahua did not expect that things would take such a turn. After her joy, she felt a little lonely. Yunxing noticed this and sneaked over to Yuan Shahua's side. "Hello, second aunt. I am Yunxing, second uncle's precious niece. Is there something on your mind, second aunt?" Yuan Shahua was embarrassed by Yunxing calling her second aunt. She spat, "Who is your second aunt? Little girl, you're so mischievous. Be careful that you won't be able to get married in the future. A good girl doesn't have to worry about marriage. Besides, I already have a fiancé." Yunxing pursed her lips. She had a fiancé. Yuan Shahua was stunned. She had asked around earlier and found out that Yunxing was not even 9 years old. She already had a fiancé at 9 years old. Yunxing did not say much and only looked at Yuan Shahua. "Second aunt, are you unhappy because of your face?" Yuan Shahua did not expect that Yunxing would see through her. She nodded silently. Back then, she had seen Yun Sunlong's crippled body and blamed herself. After returning to Grand Emperor City, Xian Wuji had repeatedly pestered her. Helpless, she had simply destroyed her face. At that time, she had thought that she and Yun Sunlong would never be able to continue their relationship in this lifetime, so she no longer cared about her appearance. But now that she and Yun Sunlong had reunited, her face had become her greatest worry. A woman would doll herself up for the one she loved. She knew that Yun Sunlong did not care about her face, but she did not want him to be made fun of by others. "I have a way to cure second aunt's face, but I need to make a trip to the immortal Ju Nation. Yunxing told Yuan Shahua about the water of life. Yuan Shahua's reaction was exactly the same as the Grand Emperor City Lord. She also didn't approve of Yunxing going to the Immortal Keeper Nation. Elves were a very strange race. They were very resistant to humans, not to mention that Yunxing and the others still had to find their holy water, the water of life. It's too dangerous. It's not worth it to take such a huge risk for my face. Yuan Shahua knew that Yunxing's position in Yun Songlong's heart was similar to her own. She was very considerate and didn't want Yunxing to take the risk for her. Second aunt, to tell you the truth, I have to find the water of life. You should have heard about old General Yun and Xian Mimi's face. Both of them need the water of life to heal. If we want to completely resolve the enmity between Grand Emperor City and Yun residents, we must find the water of life. Yunxing had heard from Xiao Wenqiu that the water of life had a miraculous effect. It could purify a person's physique. Not only that, it also had a strong healing effect. She had checked the wound on Yuan Shahua's face. It was drawn with a blunt instrument. It could be seen that Yuan Shahua had been ruthless back then. Since the water of life had such a strong effect, Yunxing even thought that if she found the water of life, she might be able to cure the strange poison in Yun Songlong's body. As for Grand Emperor City, after considering it, he would definitely go to the Immortal Keeper Nation to find the water of life for Xian Mimi. In order to resolve the enmity between Grand Emperor City and Yun residents, and to facilitate the marriage between Yun Songlong and Yuan Shahua, the water of life must be found. When Yuan Shahua heard that, she knew that Yunxing had already made up her mind. She thought for a while and said, "How about this, I will discuss with Yuan Bupo and let him accompany you to the Immortal Keeper Nation." When Yuan Bupo heard that he was going with Yunxing, he didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. As for the city lord residents, Grand Emperor City had also decided to send people to the Immortal Keeper Nation to find the water of life. Xian Mimi heard from somewhere that Yuan Bupo was going with Yunxing. She refused to go no matter what and insisted on going with them. Yunxing didn't mind. She remembered that Divine Wind was in the Immortal Keeper Nation. He was a noble prince of the Immortal Keeper Nation. He might be able to help her with the water of life. Yun Songlong originally planned to go as well. However, at this moment, a letter was sent from Zhou State. The letter said that the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps had received an A-rank mission. Zhou Quan couldn't handle it alone, so he wrote a letter to Yun Songlong asking him to return immediately. This was the first time the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps had received an A-rank mission. As the leader, Yun Songlong was duty-bound to return. Yunxing knew that her second uncle would feel guilty and comforted him. Yunxing even asked Zhongyi to accompany Yun Songlong back to the Jade Capital. The Blood Cloud Beast Ring was also given to Yun Songlong. Yunxing still had a divine weapon like the Demon Summoning Hand. She believed that she had absolute confidence in snatching the water of life from the fairies. Yun Songlong and Yuan Shahua hadn't been reunited for long before they had to part again. The two were reluctant to part. That day, Yun Songlong left Grand Emperor City. Grand Emperor City's city lord personally selected a group of elites from Grand Emperor City. There were more than 30 people in total. Yunxing saw the large number of people and understood that Grand Emperor City's city lord was still worried about her. Rather than saying that these people were accompanying her, it was more accurate to say that they were here to monitor her. The group stayed in Grand Emperor City for 2 more days before setting off for the Immortal Keeper Nation. "Miss Yun, this Chongming bird is mine. It flies very steadily. You should ride it." Yuan Bupo and the rest left Grand Emperor City. As the journey to the Immortal Keeper Nation was longer than before, Grand Emperor City's city lord prepared dozens of Chongming birds. Most of the people in Grand Emperor City had mounts. Only Yunxing didn't have one. Most of the Chongming birds in the city were shy with strangers. Yuan Bupo very considerately gave one of the Chongming birds that he had tamed to Yunxing. "Brother Bupo, why did you give your mount to her?" Xian Mimi's mouth was full of jealousy. Just as Yuan Bupo was about to get angry, the red-blue ice fire Luan perched on Yuan Bupo's shoulder flapped its wings and landed on Yunxing's body. It pecked at Yunxing's hair affectionately. It looked as if it was trying to curry favor with her. Yunxing had the exquisite beast pagoda hidden on her body. The ice fire Luan liked to be close to her so that its cultivation could increase faster. However, this intimate action had an unusual meaning in Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi's eyes. Yuan Bupo's eyes lit up. He looked at Yunxing with a burning gaze. Although his ice fire Luan was small in size and had hatched not long ago, its wild nature was still very strong. Even if it was Yuan Bupo's parents, when they got close, it would chirp nonstop. If it was serious, it would just fly away and ignore them. It was the first time that it had behaved so intimately with someone. It could be seen that the ice fire Luan liked Yunxing very much. Xian Mimi snorted and went up to touch the ice fire Luan's feathers. Little Hong Luan, come to me. I have delicious demon beast meat here. Just as her hand got close, the ice fire Luan's feathers stood up. Like a red-eyed rooster, it stretched its neck and pecked at Xian Mimi's hand. This peck scared Xian Mimi. She wanted to retract her hand, but it was too late. Suddenly, a deep wound appeared on his hand, and blood kept flowing out. You'd *MN bird. Xian Mimi clenched her teeth and wanted to catch the ice fire Luan. However, the ice fire Luan was smart enough to dodge her. Mimi, that's enough. Why did you provoke little Hong Luan for no reason? Yuan Bupo felt a headache coming on. He nodded apologetically at Yunxing and pulled Xian Mimi to the side to bandage her wounds. Seeing that the evil woman had left, the ice fire Luan landed on Yunxing's shoulder again. The group left the Grand Emperor City quickly. In a dark corner above the city gate of the Grand Emperor City, Madame Bai watched the dozens of Chongming birds leave. Her eyes were as venomous as a poisonous snake's. She said darkly, "Don't think that I can let this go just because you killed my son. I don't believe that you will be able to reach the immortal residence nation alive." Behind Madame Bai, a servant who looked like a summoner said softly, "Madam, everything has been done according to your instructions. We have sent the news to the Tangyuan nation. I believe that the second prince should have received the news by now." Yunxing and the rest rode the Chongming birds to the west. The immortal residence was an otherworldly place. It was Yunxing's first time coming to such a remote place. She heard from Yuan Bupo that they had to pass through the Tangyuan nation to reach the immortal residence. Yuan Bupo, how much do you know about the sorcerers in Tangyuan? Yunxing was a sorcerer. She had heard that Tangyuan had the most sorcerers in the mainland. Even the headquarters of the Dharma Temple was located in Tangyuan. Yunxing decided that if she had enough time, she would stay for a while after passing by Tangyuan. Or, after finding the water of life, she would go to the Dharma Temple to pay Xia Wenshu a visit. After all, she didn't know how to use the water of life. I don't know much. It was all my father who told me. There are indeed many sorcerers in Tangyuan nation and many of them are very powerful. There are also many sorcerer families in the nation. We have to be careful not to offend them. I'm afraid we'll have to be more careful when we head to the immortal residence this time. We'll have to pass through the Tang Abyss in order to reach the immortal residence. While passing through the Tang Abyss, we'll have to draw the symbol of the Grand Emperor City on every Chongming bird. Yuan Bupo was a little embarrassed when he heard Yunxing's question. The rule of Grand Emperor City was that one could not leave the city without permission before reaching adulthood. Therefore, Yuan Bupo did not have many chances to leave the city. Most of the major cities in the Tangyuan kingdom had implemented a flight ban. If the flying beasts of other kingdoms wanted to pass through, they had to show specific signs. The Grand Emperor City had a close relationship with the Tangyuan kingdom. Therefore, whenever the citizens of the Grand Emperor City passed by the Tangyuan kingdom, they would draw special magical markings on their flying magical beasts. What will happen if we don't draw the magic symbol? It was the first time Yunxing had heard of such a prohibition. When she was in Zhou State and later Qin, she seemed to have never heard of such a special rule. The consequences are serious. Any sorcerer in the Tangyuan kingdom can attack a flying magical beast without a symbol if they see it. The loot after killing it belongs to the sorcerer. Yuan Bupo even gave an example when he said this. According to Yuan Wuxiu, there was once a warrior from another kingdom who still did as he pleased even after knowing the rule of the Tangyuan kingdom. He passed by the capital of the Tangyuan kingdom. Guess what happened? That warrior, who had the abilities of a martial arts grandmaster, was hit by hundreds of magic spells in an instant. In the end, he fell from the sky together with his magical beast. Even the bones of his family members have not been found yet. Yuan Bupo's fearless personality could not help but reveal a taboo expression at this moment. The number of sorcerers in the Tangyuan kingdom was much more than the number of warriors in Zhou state and later Qin. Moreover, sorcerers were good at long-range attacks. They could attack anyone who hid in any corner. The process of being hit by hundreds of sorcerers' magic spells could only be described as tragic. Oh, then we have to be careful. Let's not delay any longer. Let's draw a symbol on our mounts first so that we don't become the target of other sorcerers' magic spells. Yunxing's scalp went numb when she heard that. There were only a few dozen of them. If they were attacked by a group of sorcerers, there would be nothing left of them. Yuan Bupo smiled and ordered a few of them to draw a magic formation. Yunxing asked a few more questions, and Yuan Bupo patiently told Yunxing everything he knew about the Tangyuan kingdom. Although Yuan Bupo did not have much experience in leaving the city, he had read a lot of books since he was young and knew a lot about music theory. Yunxing even took the opportunity to ask some tricks about the Dihong song, and he answered all of them. The two of them seemed to be getting along well. Xian Mimi listened to the laughter that came from time to time and looked at Yuan Bupo's blushing face. She could not get a word in. Brother Bupo had never spoken to her like this before. What right did he have to treat Yunxing differently? Along the way, even a blind person could see that he had good intentions towards Yunxing. Xian Mimi walked to the side angrily, thinking of ways to make things difficult for Yunxing. However, with Yuan Bupo around, she did not have a chance to do anything. After a while, the magic formation was drawn. The group set off again, preparing to go to the immortal residence after passing through the Tangyuan kingdom. In the Tangyuan kingdom, an urgent secret letter was sent to the second prince, Li Xiao. Xian Wuji is dead? What a useless piece of trash. Li Xiao opened the letter and was shocked. The letter was written by Madame Bai. In the letter, she told him about the failure of the plan and Xian Wuji's death. This time, Li Xiao thought that he was well prepared. He did not expect that it would be a complete failure in the end. In the end, Xian Wuji was too useless. Although Li Xiao was the second prince of the Tangyuan kingdom, he had been intelligent since he was young. Even among the Wuji 5 annalists, he was known for his intelligence. He was good at scheming and was shrewd. He said that he was working with Xian Wuji, but in reality, he was secretly controlling Xian Wuji. He thought that Xian Wuji, as the young governor of the Grand Emperor city, would at least be a little scheming. He did not expect him to be a useless idiot. His plot against the residents of Yun had failed, and Tian Kezi and Yun Ba had also failed in their competition. Later on, the Dark Crown Prince of Qin had also broken off his cooperation with him. This had caused Li Xiao, who had originally planned to take advantage of this opportunity to invade the Great Zhou Empire, to suffer a loss. He felt that things were not going well for him recently. Since the beginning of the Purple Gold Mine, Li Xiao had always thought that his plan was flawless and that no one would be able to disrupt it. Who would have thought that during this period of time, several matters had been inexplicably sabotaged by others? The whereabouts of that batch of purple gold ore was still unknown, causing Li Xiao to suffer several losses. This time, it was the same with the amniotic fluid of the magical beasts. The biggest reason for this failure was a female doctor named Yunxing. Yunxing of Zhou State, this person must be eliminated. Li Xiao had also heard of Yunxing a long time ago. Before the martial sage competition, Li Xiao had not heard of this female physician at all. Only after that did he find out that her background was not simple. Other than being Yunba's granddaughter, she had many other identities. She was a hunter, a magician, and a doctor. It was said that when she was in Zhou State, she had defeated the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. What was even more commendable was that this girl named Yunxing, according to the investigation, Yunxing was about 9 years old this year, was also an outstanding potion master. When she was in the Royal Magic Academy, she had already created a high-grade potion and was praised by the Moon Goddess. This time, a large part of the reason why Yunba was able to escape danger was because of this female doctor. What made Li Xiao surprised was that in Madame Bai's letter, he saw the name Yunxing again. Yuan Bupo did not tell Yunxing the whole truth about Tangyuan Kingdom. The current situation in Tangyuan Kingdom could be said to be turbulent. As the Crown Prince, Li Qing, and the second prince, Li Xiao had been scheming against each other. The second prince, Li Xiao, was famous and thought that he was the best candidate to inherit the throne. He was very dissatisfied with Crown Prince Li Qing. His mother was Emperor Tang Yuan's favorite concubine. For many years, Li Xiao had been suppressing Crown Prince Li Qing. However, in name, Li Qing's mother was born in a prestigious family. With the support of her family, she had been protecting the Crown Prince's throne. The brothers had been fighting openly and secretly without stopping. Hongdi City was adjacent to Tang Yuan Kingdom. It was inevitable that they would be related to Tang Yuan. The Xian clan led by Xian Wuji was on good terms with Li Xiao. On the other hand, the Yuan clan was on good terms with Crown Prince Li Qing. That was why Madame Bai was secretly communicating with Li Xiao. Her son was dead and she could not bear to see others live well. Whether it was Xian Mimi, Yuan Bupo, or Yun Xing, she wanted to kill all of them with a borrowed knife. Both sides were on good terms with different forces. However, this was the internal affairs of Hongdi City. That was why Yuan Bupo did not say much. What a good move of borrowing someone else's knife to kill. However, this person really can't be left alive. A genius of Zhou state with such talent will only be one more scourge if he's left alive. He must be dealt with as soon as possible. A flame appeared in Li Xiao's hand, and Xian was immediately burned to ashes. Second prince, we've already ascertained the flight path of Hongdi City. Tonight, they will pass by the outskirts of Biantong, the soldiers reported to Li Xiao. Send 50 mages who are good at attacking and lay an ambush in the suburbs. If they see any suspicious flying team, intercept them and kill them, Li Xiao ordered coldly. Yun Xing, Yuan Bupa and the others entered Tang Yuan. Around nightfall, the Chongming bird flew in the sky. In the distance, they could see the capital of Tang Yuan, Biantong. In the suburbs, a group of mages in black magic robes were lurking. These people were all Li Xiao's subordinates. The prince has ordered us to attack immediately if we see anyone from Grand Emperor City. The magicians had been guarding this place for 2 days. Just as they were getting impatient, a flock of colorful Chongming birds appeared in the sky. It's Hongdi City's Chongming birds. Begin the operation. At this moment, Yun Xing and the others had not noticed the abnormality on the ground a few hundred meters below them. We'll enter Tang Yuan's capital tomorrow. We'll rest nearby for a night. After we pass the capital, we'll reach the immortal residence in 7 or 8 days. Yuan Bupa commanded the team in an orderly manner. No one would have thought that they would be ambushed when they had the sign of Hongdi City. In an instant, countless magic spells were launched into the sky. *T. There's an ambush. When Yuan Bupa noticed it, an extremely cold wind blade had already chopped off the head of a warrior beside him. Yuan Bupa leaped into the air. His first reaction was to protect Yun Xing. However, there were too many magic spells. More than 50 mages and all kinds of magic weapons were aimed at the sky. It was as if fireworks had been set off. Although the warriors from Hongdi City were all skilled, not many of them had reached the level of martial marquis. When the Chongming bird was hit, it panicked and threw the people on its back off. Some of them did not even have time to react before they fell to their deaths. Some of them were hit by the magic spells in the air and were torn into pieces. It was a horrifying sight. In an instant, screams could be heard. Blood rained down like rain. Yun Xing. Yuan Bupa could not find any trace of Yun Xing. His eyes were bloodshot. The Chongming bird that he was riding on shrieked in agony. It was hit by a thunder magic spell. Brother Bupa, save me. Xiao Hong Lan. The ice fire Luan flew up from Yuan Bupo's back. A blue and a purple glow was emitted from its tiny body. Its body enlarged and turned into a beautiful red and blue feather Luan. The Luan was a unique magic beast. It was immune to normal magic attacks. Yuan Bupa grabbed the Luan and pulled Xian Mimi, who was in a panic, up. Brother Bupa, let's go down. Xian Mimi took the opportunity to hug Yuan Bupo's waist and snuggled up to him. On the other side, there was a sudden ambush. Countless magic spells were launched at Yun Xing. Yun Xing had never been attacked by so many magic spells in one go. No matter how fast she reacted, she was caught off guard. No. She could only hear Yuan Bupo's screams of agony. Yunxing could only feel that the Chongming bird that she was riding on was torn into pieces by the magic spells. In the next moment, she felt her body falling. A golden figure appeared in front of Yunxing. "Mimi, let go of me. I want to find Yunxing." Yuan Bupa lost track of Yunxing. His heart was burning. Let her fall to her death. What's so good about that B*TCH? Xian Mimi was jealous when she saw how agitated he was. "She won't die. If you say another word, I'll throw you down." Yuan Bupa heard the word die and felt his heart being pierced. Looking at the magic attacks on the ground, his heart suddenly turned cold. There was only one person who dared to attack them directly on Tang Yuan's territory. Tang Yuan's Li Xiao. "Li Xiao, if anything happens to Yunxing this time, I, Yuan Bupa, will not let you off." The wind howled as the magic spells were launched one after another. When Yunxing fell from the Chongming bird, numerous magic spells surrounded her. It was difficult for Yunxing to perform the body fusion technique in midair. Just as she was hesitating, Tycoon Gold appeared. Tycoon Gold did a beautiful somersault and blocked the magic spells with its body. Tycoon Gold was refined with hellfire. Weapons and magic spells were almost useless against it. Tycoon Gold protected Yunxing in its arms. It slid down from the sky nimbly and landed on the ground. After Tycoon Gold was trained by Yi Baiming, it would appear to protect Yunxing immediately whenever she was in danger. Yunxing quickly reached a safe place under its protection. However, due to the urgency of the situation, Yunxing could not inform Yuan Bupo in time. She looked up and saw that the troops from Grand Emperor City had been attacked by magic. Yuan Bupo had flown to a safe altitude under the cover of Little Red and Blue. However, he looked very anxious as he looked around. It was obvious that he was looking for Yunxing. Yunxing did not make a sound. She was worried that she would alert the group of sorcerers on the ground. Those sorcerers were quite powerful. They were indeed from the Magic Kingdom, Tang Yuan. When Yunxing landed, she had already noticed that the sorcerers had a variety of attacks. There were fire and wind elemental magic attacks, and there were also lightning elemental attacks. Those people were very vicious. Their first attack was mid-level magic. It was obvious that they wanted to kill them. When did she make such an enemy in the Tang Yuan kingdom? Yunxing thought about it. She did not move around much in the mainland. The only one who could be considered as her enemy was the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, Tang Yuan. Yunxing recalled something and took out a waste token. Could it be Li Xiao from Tang Yuan who had a grudge with her because of the purple gold mine? The amniotic fluid from the magical beasts seemed to have come from the Tang Yuan kingdom. Xian Wuji was dead, Li Xiao's conspiracy was exposed, and they could not find the purple gold mine. Someone must have told Li Xiao about the purple gold mine. "Humph, Li Xiao. I haven't settled the score with you and you came knocking on my door. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude." Yunxing looked coldly at the sorcerers who were lying in ambush in front of her. Previously, Yi Baiming became the Oriole and killed more than 100 sorcerers from Li Xiao's smelting factory. It seemed that the lesson from Li Xiao was not enough. Should she return the favor and teach him a lesson? The sneak attack in the sky was almost done. Yunxing and Tyrant Jean approached the sorcerers quietly. Compared to Yi Baiming who killed 50 sorcerers in one go, what she did was considered merciful, right? She was too merciful. A fierce light flashed in Yunxing's eyes. She quietly used Earthmeld and approached the group of magicians. Are they all dead? Dozens of Tang Yuan's mages looked at the sky, which had returned to calmness. The people of Grand Emperor City are only SOSO, unable to withstand a single blow. This time, the second prince must be very happy, a magician said proudly, being able to wipe out the enemy so cleanly. After confirming that there were no survivors at the scene, Tang Yuan's sorcerers relaxed. Some of the greedy sorcerers even took the valuables from the corpses or cut open the bellies of the Chongming birds to dig out the soul stones and magical beast meat. The people of Grand Emperor City were not to be offended. The second prince had said that they must clean up the scene as if nothing had happened. The magicians released fire magic to burn the corpses left on the ground, destroying all traces of the corpses. A sorcerer was cutting open Chongming bird's chest and digging out a soul stone. The Chongming bird was a demonic beast unique to the Grand Emperor City, and the price of its soul stones on the market was quite good. That sorcerer was digging with all his might when someone behind him asked. Speaking of which, the route that the people of Grand Emperor City took this time was so secretive, how did they get discovered? The sorcerer did not even turn his head. These people were unlucky to have offended Madame Bai of Grand Emperor City. She told us the entire route. Not only did His Majesty the Second Prince prepare a group of people, he also planted people on the other two routes that they had to take. They escaped this time, but they won't be able to escape next time. Oh? His Majesty the Second Prince? Li Xiao? The indifferent voice behind him made the sorcerer stop what he was doing. He turned his head vigilantly, but it was too late. On the ground, a fireball engulfed his body in an instant. Yunxing and Tycoon Jin stood in the night. The second Prince Li Xiao and Madame Bai, Yunxing said lazily, Tycoon Jin, kill the rest of them. Remember, pay them back in their own coin. Yuan Bupo could not find Yunxing's whereabouts, and he could not fight against dozens of sorcerers alone. Helpless, he could only take Xian Mimi and hide first. Around daybreak, in the outskirts of Biantong, when the morning light fell, the hillside was still green, and round dew rolled down from the leaves. Tycoon Jin was agile, and he had already cleaned up all 50 sorcerers. Yunxing kept the treasures in her hands without hesitation. Looks like we have to enter the capital of Grand Tang and find Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi first. Yunxing originally planned to go to the immortal residence directly, but with Li Xiao's interference, her plans were all messed up. Yunxing and Tycoon Jin, who was disguised as a sorcerer, rushed towards Biantong. As soon as the two of them left, Yuan Bupo brought Xian Mimi and rushed over from another direction. Yuan Bupo's eyes were a little dark. He searched the hillside and did not find Yunxing's corpse. While he was relieved, his heart was in suspense, because he realized that the corpses of his brothers in Grand Emperor City were all gone. It was as if this place was cleaned up overnight. Or could it be that Yunxing had already? Yuan Bupo did not dare to think further. Xian Mimi watched from the side and said, Brother Bupo, don't look anymore. We haven't eaten anything since last night. Why don't we enter Biantong and send the news back to Grand Emperor City? Yuan Bupo thought that maybe he could get some information in Biantong City. In Biantong City, the second Prince Li Xiao just got up, and one of his concubines was helping him undress. Did the people from last night come back? If the route provided by Madame Bai was not wrong, or if the people from Grand Emperor City followed the original route, they should have been wiped out by now. Those who got in the way of Tang Yuan and Li Xiao's plan could forget about living in this world. Second Prince, they haven't come back yet. I'm afraid they're still cleaning up the scene, Li Xiao's personal guard reported. If they come back, immediately order them to come and greet me. Li Xiao was very confident in his group of sorcerers. Li Xiao waited until noon, but his group of sorcerers still did not come back. Li Xiao was a little uneasy. What? Not a single person came back? A trace of gloom streaked across Li Xiao's elegant face. There was no news from the 50 sorcerers since last night. Second Prince, I've already sent people to check the area, but they didn't find any traces. The guard's face was not looking good. Who knew that when they arrived at the outskirts, they could not find a single person? Not to mention the sorcerers, they could not even find a corner of those people's clothes. This happened in the outskirts of Biantong City. It was too strange. The sorcerers sent by the second prince, Li Xiao, were all gone. It was as if the 50 sorcerers were like dew in the morning, evaporating and disappearing upon contact with the light. Even the people from the Grand Emperor City did not find a single one. After the second prince's guards investigated carefully, they could only find some traces of magic being used. However, they were only traces of magic being used by the sorcerers in the residence. There were no other clues. Could it be that the sorcerers in the second prince's residence had an internal strife and killed each other? Li Xiao and his guard captain naturally did not think that the one who killed those sorcerers was Tyrant Jin. In order to confuse the public, Yunxing even specially let Tyrant Jin kill the sorcerers one by one according to their magic. Facing Tyrant Jin, who was invulnerable to fire and water and almost immune to magic, he killed them one by one. Li Xiao and the others naturally could not tell. Just thinking about this matter was very unimaginable. That was a large group of sorcerers. Moreover, to be safe, the second prince had chosen sorcerers who were at least at the level of Archmage. It was obviously impossible for so many people to go missing and betray him at the same time. After thinking about it, there could only be one result, which was that they had all been killed. Second Prince, the guards at the city gate said that 2 people suspected to be from the Grand Emperor City entered Biantong early this morning. Could it be that the people from the Grand Emperor City did it? The guard captain saw the Second Prince's gloomy expression and did not say a word. He knew that his master was in a bad mood. 50 sorcerers, and they were not ordinary sorcerers. The last time, they lost more than 100, and this time, another 50. No matter how many aides the Second Prince had, sorcerers were not leeks after all. They could grow back after being cut. The people from the Grand Emperor City don't have that ability. Li Xiao pondered. He was also able to keep his composure. If it were someone like Yi Balian, he would have been angered half to death after encountering such a situation. Send someone to keep an eye on the city gate and see what kind of people have entered the city these few days. Especially people from other countries, especially warriors and sorcerers. Once they enter, immediately keep an eye on them. Li Xiao pondered. Li Xiao had the ability to remain calm and collected. From this, it could be seen that this person was not simple. This time, it was almost exactly the same as the previous time at the Purple Gold Mine. They did not know who the other party was, and they acted quickly and ruthlessly, not leaving a single person alive. No matter who it was, once he found out, he would definitely make the other party pay a corresponding price. The Imperial bodyguard captain obeyed and immediately went to carry out the order. Zhou State, Wushuan Limitless Library. Yi Baiming was in a trance. Baiming, master is talking to you. Can you hear me? Zhongli glanced at his disciple with dissatisfaction. Master, I'm sorry. I was distracted for a moment. Yi Baiming rubbed his nose. He was a little absent-minded. Just now, he seemed to have felt a little uneasy, as if something was about to happen. Yi Baiming couldn't help but think of Yunxing. It had been a few days since Yunxing left Zhou State. With Tycoon Jin's protection and her intelligence, she shouldn't be in any danger. You've been absent-minded for a while. Have you considered the matter of the mainland's elite camp? How could Zhongli not be able to see that Yi Baiming was not in the right state? It seemed that after Yunxing left, he was always absent-minded. Master, your disciple wants to take it slow. Yi Baiming pushed away the letter in front of him. Baiming, 2 years ago, you said that you wanted to take it slow. Master agreed. But this time, Master can't indulge you anymore. The signs of your body turning into a beast are becoming more and more obvious. Zhongli looked at Yi Baiming. This was the disciple he was most proud of. Yi Baiming's future was limitless. As his master, Zhongli felt that there was nothing else he could pass on to Yi Baiming. Zhou State's current situation was that Empress Qi favored Yi Baiming. Ever since Yi Baiming's Dharma soul was damaged and it was difficult for his cultivation to improve, Yi Baiming became even more hostile. He targeted Yi Baiming every day. Although Zhongli vaguely knew that Yi Baiming wouldn't just sit and wait for death, he was still not strong enough to compete with the Zhou State Emperor and the others. The best way was for him to temporarily leave Zhou State. 2 years ago, Yi Baiming had been faced with a similar opportunity. But at that time, he had used his insufficient cultivation as an excuse to temporarily reject it. But ever since he met Yunxing again, especially with Yunxing's help, he had fused with the beast blood. The mysterious beast energy in his body had been catalyzed and accelerated, and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Zhongli had previously exchanged blows with him and discovered that his strength had actually surpassed his own. If it was under the influence of that mysterious beast energy, he would have probably reached the martial sage realm. This was a terrifying test. Yi Baiming was only 13 years old, but he had already reached the martial sage realm. If this news were to spread, it would probably force Empress Qi to retaliate fiercely. Empress Qi didn't mind, but would the Dharma temple behind the Zhou State Emperor let the matter rest? Therefore, for now, Yi Baiming could only go there. Only there could he learn more battle skills that would make him stronger. That was the mainland's elite camp, the training ground for martial artists. As the curator of Wushuan Everlasting Hall, Zhongli had a spot to recommend students directly to the mainland's elite camp. 2 years ago, he had originally wanted to leave this spot for Bu Jiuxiao, but Bu Jiuxiao had rejected it. He felt that Yi Baiming was more qualified than him to go to the mainland's elite camp to train. At that time, Yi Baiming had suddenly appeared in front of the world again, and he was indeed more suitable than Bu Jiuxiao. The mysterious power in Yi Baiming's body had become more and more active over the years. Zhang thought that only the instructors of the mainland's elite camp could suppress that mysterious power in his body. That power had already been in Yi Baiming's body when he was still a child. Zhang had seen it once by chance. Even though he was a martial arts grandmaster, he still felt that it was very terrifying. Every time it became active, Yi Baiming would even lose control, like a demonic beast. The mysterious power should be something that Yi Baiming was born with. Zhang sometimes wondered if it was related to Empress. It was just that Empress had been dead for many years. Even the old palace servants who served her were mostly dead. The mysterious power's origin was unknown, and Zhang had no ability to suppress it. Zhang was worried that if this continued, Yi Baiming would one day completely lose his humanity. Master, let me think about it again. How could Yi Baiming not know? Especially after he had killed Tian Kezi last time, he could feel that the power in his body was even more restless. He was also worried that this power would explode at any time and even hurt Yunxing. Therefore, even though Yi Baiming knew that Yunxing was going to the Grand Emperor city, he still resisted and did not accompany her. Did you make the deputy curator depressed again? Yi Baiming walked out of Zhang Li's training room. Bu Jiuxiao and Qingbai were waiting for him, one on the left and one on the right. The opportunity to join the elite camp is hard to come by. In a few years, the Octotera artifact will be unearthed. This time, there are rumors that the artifact is likely to be the halberd of the divine warrior. If you don't join the elite camp, I'm afraid we will clash with the warriors there. It was rare for Bu Jiuxiao to say so much at once. Any warrior would cherish the opportunity to train in the elite camp. If the other party wasn't Yi Baiming, Bu Jiuxiao would have already won this spot. In the past 2 years, the news of the Octotera artifact that was about to be unearthed had spread like wildfire. Recently, there was reliable news that the artifact was most likely to be the halberd of the divine warrior. If it was really the halberd of the divine warrior that was once the #1 warrior of the continent, even the elite camp would fight for it. For martial artists, especially those young martial artists who had yet to mature, the Continental Martial Artist Elite Camp was undoubtedly a holy land. All of the geniuses hoped to have the opportunity to train there. Baiming, are you worried about the little miracle doctor? Don't worry, if you go to the elite camp, we will take care of her for you. But then again, the little miracle doctor is vicious and cunning. It's good enough that she doesn't scheme against others. Qingbai patted his chest. Yi Baiming rolled his eyes at Qingbai. His words didn't sound like a compliment at all. Since you're worried, let her go to the elite camp. I heard that after the Royal Magic Academy worked hard, they also managed to get a spot in the elite camp. Bu Jiuxiao was speaking the truth. The elite camp was divided into the elite camp for warriors and the elite camp for magicians. They recruited the best warriors and magicians on the continent respectively. But there was a requirement. The students of the elite camp had to be under 16 years old. If they were over 16 years old, no matter how powerful they were, they wouldn't have the right to enter the elite camp. This was because it was publicly acknowledged that only warriors and magicians under 16 years old could develop their potential to the greatest extent. After the establishment of the Royal Magic Academy, because the standard of the school was too average, they never had the chance to get a spot in the elite camp. But the Crown Prince, Yi Bailian, had always wanted to enter the elite camp. The royal family had spent a lot of effort and a lot of money to get a spot. Who would have known that Yi Bailian was a disappointment? His Dharma soul was damaged. Even if he had gotten in through the back door, after entering the elite camp, his Dharma soul would be tested and he would be exposed. The continent's elite camp definitely wouldn't accept students with problems with their lost souls. As such, the Royal Magic Academy had no choice but to reselect suitable candidates to enter the continent's magic elite camp. Speaking of which, you all know the popular candidate this time. It's the Crown Princess, Chen Lianer, Bu Jiuxiao said. When Qingbai heard this, he said disdainfully, Chen Lianer's magic cultivation is very ordinary. What qualifications does she have to participate? Then we have to ask Empress Qi. Her son is useless. Maybe she wants Chen Lianer to replace him. TSK, it's embarrassing. In the future, Zhou state shouldn't be ruled by a woman, Bu Jiuxiao said with disdain. As for Empress Qi's special favor, it had even started to affect the Zhou state emperor. The military officials in the court had always been very disdainful. Yi Baiming frowned slightly. If it was Chen Lianer, things wouldn't be so simple. Recently, Chen Lianer's strength had improved very quickly. Especially after Yi Bailian's Dharma soul was destroyed, Chen Lianer had already broken through to become a master magician a few months ago. Speaking of which, she was indeed one of the top figures among the younger generation in Zhou state. If Yunxing was still young before, he wouldn't be very worried. But ever since the Dark Crown Prince proposed marriage, Yi Baiming had no choice but to be careful. Yunxing was no longer that inconspicuous little girl in Banana Leaf Village. As her cultivation and age increased, her silhouette and aura changed greatly. Perhaps in the eyes of some people, Yunxing wasn't as beautiful and eye-catching as Chen Lianer. But that was because Yunxing deliberately hid it. Yunxing was that kind of person. If she didn't want to attract attention, she could stand quietly in the crowd and be inconspicuous. But if she wanted to attract attention, she could reveal her sharpness in an instant and exude a breathtaking aura. He really couldn't be at ease leaving the little wildcat alone in Zhou state. The mainland warrior elite camp and mainland magician elite camp were in the same place. If he went with Yunxing, his future cultivation would be much better. Thinking of this, Yi Baiming couldn't help but smile. When will the recommendation for the Academy of Magic be confirmed? Yi Baiming was indeed worried about Yunxing. About 2 to 3 months. After the new year, the mainland magician elite camp will arrive in Jade Capital, Bu Jiuxiao said. 2 to 3 months. There was still time. The matter in Grand Emperor City should be more or less settled. What Yi Baiming didn't know was that Yunxing was no longer in Grand Emperor City. Just as Yi Baiming thought, when Yunxing wanted to hide herself, no one could tell. After finding out that the person who killed them was the second prince of Tangyuan, Li Xiao, Yunxing decided to go to Biantong, the capital of Tangyuan Kingdom. Yunxing used the disguise spell. After her magic cultivation increased, the duration of the disguise spell also increased. Right now, she looked like an ordinary girl with a sallow complexion and a slightly sickly appearance. She was exactly the same as the sickly girl Lin Yao had met earlier. After Yunxing walked for a while, a city gate appeared in front of her. The city gate looked to be heavily guarded. The soldiers were checking the passers-by. Yunxing didn't panic and walked over unhurriedly. Where are the two of you from? After the city guards received second Prince Li Xiao's order, they started to check the city gate strictly. Especially people from Zhou State or Grand Emperor City. If they encountered them, they had to be carefully monitored. Sir, I'm from Zhou State. Yunxing took out her identity card. Zhou State? Upon hearing that she was from Zhou State, the city guards immediately became alert. I'm a doctor. I'm here to practice medicine in Tangyuan. Yunxing was calm and collected. She took out her doctor's card. A doctor. Between countries, the exchange of doctors was relaxed. On the boundless continent, there was a type of person who was very respected even during wartime. That was doctors. Doctors crossed borders. Most of them practiced medicine to help the world. Yunxing's reason for coming to Tangyuan was very simple. Her medical qualification examination period had expired. She wanted to break through to the next level of traveling doctor. Her master, the imperial physician of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in Zhou State, wanted her to travel to other countries and learn the way of medicine. Not only was she a doctor, but she was also the personal disciple of an imperial physician. The city guards couldn't help but be in awe. Knowing that Yunxing was a traveling doctor, the city guards did not question her further and let her in respectfully. There was a summoner behind Yunxing. A few city guards stopped him. Who are you? I'm a summoner from Punlai. I came to Tangyuan to travel. Why, can't I? The summoner was very arrogant. He deliberately played with the summoner ring on his hand. It was very eye-catching. A summoner from Punlai, the two city guards were shocked by the other party's identity. Punlai was north of Tangyuan. Most summoners were arrogant and rude. They would summon demonic beasts at any time. However, most of them had the support of the Zhao state. Therefore, ordinary countries could not do anything to them. It would be troublesome to offend such a malefic person. The city guards trembled. They did not dare to ask more and let her in. It seemed that the identity of a summoner was very useful. Yunxing secretly watched from the side as she walked into Biantong City. After entering the city, Yunxing decided to stay in the city for a night. She wanted to see if she could find Yuan Bupo and the rest. She randomly found an inn and checked in. A day had passed. Yunxing did not hear any news about Yuan Bupo. Yunxing could not help but wonder if they had returned to Grand Emperor City. Naturally, Yunxing could not find Yuan Bupo. This was because Yuan Bupo contacted Crown Prince Li Qing not long after the night attack. Under Li Qing's cover, Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi arrived at the Crown Prince's residence successfully. "Brother Yuan, Miss Xian, I'm very sorry about what happened this time." In Crown Prince Li Qing's residence, Li Qing looked anxious. Li Qing was Li Xiao's eldest brother. He was the son of Empress Min of Tangyuan. His appearance was different from Li Xiao. He had thick eyebrows and a short nose. He was not tall and looked honest. Unlike his younger brother who was known as one of the Wuji 5 Jade Annulus on the mainland, Li Qing's talent was very ordinary. Although he was also a magician, he was over 20 years old and still only had the cultivation of a master magician. Because of this, Emperor Tang Yuan did not pay much attention to him. However, his mother's family was not weak and he was also cautious and conscientious. Thus, no one found fault with him and he firmly held the position of crown prince. In Grand Emperor City, the Xian and Yuan clan supported different princes. Yuan Wuxiu and Crown Prince Li Qing were very helpful. For many years, they had been secretly supporting Li Qing. When Li Qing woke up early in the morning, he found out that Yuan Bupo and the rest were ambushed by unknown people outside the city. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he quickly calmed down and secretly ordered someone to bring Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi who were filled with anger into the residence. "Your Majesty, there is no need to say anything more. Hongdi City will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Right now, I have an even more important matter that requires your Majesty's help." At that moment, what Yuan Bupo was most concerned about was not who had plotted against them. Instead, he was more worried about Yunxing. Yuan Bupo shuddered in fear when he recalled how the demonic beasts that were attacked by the magicians had died without a complete corpse last night. He was most afraid of hearing about Yunxing's death. After last night, Yuan Bupo suddenly realized that Yunxing had unknowingly occupied such an important place in his heart. His feelings for her had already been deeply rooted. It was only then that Yuan Bupo understood why his eldest sister was so loyal to Yun Songlong. Xian Mimi saw Yuan Bupo's nervousness and it was even more sarcastic. She wished that Yunxing was already dead. It would be best if she died in an extremely tragic manner. Although she did not know who had plotted against them, Xian Mimi wanted to thank that person. Although Xian Mimi was wearing a veil, her eyes were clear like water and her body was very graceful. She was obviously a beauty that could topple cities. Her angry expression at the side was even more eye-catching. When Crown Prince Li Qing saw her feminine appearance, he had a different kind of charm. A hint of adoration appeared in the Crown Prince's eyes. "Brother Yuan, Miss Xian, when you first came to Tang Yuan, my mother specially set up a banquet in the palace to entertain the two of you." When Crown Prince Li Qing was 14 years old, he had already married his wife. The husband and wife were very loving and respectful to each other. Unfortunately, the Crown Princess had a short life. When she was 10 months pregnant, she unfortunately met with a difficult labor when she was about to give birth. Both mother and child died. Crown Prince Li Qing was a man of affection. Ever since the Crown Princess died, he had not married. However, as the Crown Prince, it would not be good if he did not have an heir. Min Ho persuaded him many times before he was gradually persuaded. Crown Prince Li Qing had not married all these years. When he saw Xian Mimi today, he saw that she was beautiful and was the daughter of the Grand Emperor City's governor. Her background was very compatible with his. He could not help but admire her. He wanted to use this banquet to let his mother take a look. If she was suitable, he was prepared to marry Xian Mimi. Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi naturally did not know about Crown Prince Li Qing's thoughts. The two of them were currently living under someone else's roof. Moreover, they had to entrust the crown prince to find someone. Seeing the crown prince's great hospitality, the two of them could not refuse and agreed. Unexpectedly, the news that the crown prince had just invited an important guest and that Min Ho would set up a banquet in the palace to entertain the important guest from Grand Emperor City quickly reached the second Prince Li Xiao's ears. Who came from Grand Emperor City this time? Li Xiao knew that the Yuan family in Grand Emperor City had always been on good terms with the crown prince. In Madame Bai's letter, she only mentioned the female sorcerer from Zhou State. As for who came from Grand Emperor City, she did not mention it in detail. Second Prince, the Crown Prince's secret agent said that it was the daughter of the Grand Emperor City's governor and the leader of the Yuan family, Yuan Bupo. Li Xiao could not help but be shocked when he heard the guard captain's words. Damned Madame Bai. If Li Xiao knew that these two people were coming, he definitely would not have acted rashly. Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi were both leaders of the younger generation. If anything happened to either of them, the Grand Emperor City's governor would be furious and would definitely not let it go. It was also because he was momentarily muddle-headed that he almost messed up the important matter. Li Xiao understood that with Xian Wuji's death, Madame Bai had lost her value. The real power of Grand Emperor City would either fall into the hands of Xian Mimi and her future husband, or it would fall into the hands of the most outstanding person of the Yuan generation, Yuan Bupo. Fortunately, these two people were fine. Now that both of them were in Tang Yuan, he had to win them over. It was rumored that Xian Mimi was young and beautiful. Li Qing had lost his crown princess for many years. If he wanted to remarry, Xian Mimi would definitely be the most suitable candidate. How could he allow Li Qing to get what he wanted? Thinking of Li Qing's ugly appearance, Li Xiao was disdainful. As long as he appeared, Li Qing would be unremarkable. As for Xian Mimi, she would be in his bag. Li Xiao immediately ordered people to inquire about the banquet in the palace today. Empress Min set up a banquet. In the evening, Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi entered the Tang Yuan palace together under the crown prince's escort. Thank you for all the tips and tickets. I've returned home after my business trip. Although I have a slight cold, seeing everyone's support warms my heart. Tang Yuan was located on the southeast side of the mainland. The climate was humid and the flowers were abundant. The Tang Yuan palace was surrounded by colorful flowers. There were many demonic beasts and rare birds. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Queen Min knew what was on her son's mind. Along the way into the palace, there were lanterns floating in the corridor. Coupled with the unique illumination magic, it looked especially special at night. Brother Bupo, this place is much bigger than Grand Emperor City. Xian Mimi felt good being surrounded by a group of palace maids. Grand Emperor City was as rich as a country. It had been accumulating wealth for many years. However, it was still a city away from the world. The area of the city was about the same size as Biantang. Although the products it had were unique, it could not be compared to Tang Yuan. Therefore, Xian Mimi was dazzled when she entered the palace this time. Yuan Bupo was still worried about Yunxing's safety. Although Crown Prince Li Qing said that he would search for Yunxing's whereabouts in the country, he was still absent-minded. He did not listen to Xian Mimi's words at all. He only nodded casually in a perfunctory manner. Xian Mimi's joy disappeared when she saw his indifferent expression. She was furious. She tore an unknown flower by the roadside and threw it on the ground. Crown Prince Li Qing smiled gently when he heard that. He said flatteringly, "Miss Xian, if you like, you can come to Tang Yuan to play in the future. You can even stay in the palace." Xian Mimi's expression changed when she saw Li Cheng's friendly expression and thought about the meaning behind his words. She looked at Li Cheng's appearance. He had a narrow forehead, a wide nose and a short body. There was a hint of adoration in his eyes when he looked at her. A sense of disgust rose from the bottom of her heart. A person like this wanted to pursue her, Xian Mimi scoffed. Although her face was injured, she always thought that her face could be healed as long as she found the water of life. Li Qing invited her to the palace because he wanted to please her. A toad wanting to eat a swan's meat. What wishful thinking. She said coldly, "Thank you for your kindness, Crown Prince. However, I'm used to being with Brother Bupo everywhere. Or should I say that you want to invite both of us to the palace as guests?" In other words, it was obvious that he had a good impression of Yuan Bupa. Crown Prince Liqing was stunned when he heard that. He then looked at Yuan Bupo. Yuan Bupo did not seem to hear their conversation. His handsome face was tense as he looked at a magic formation not far away. He was lost. No one knew what he was thinking. Looking at the distance between him and Xian Mimi, it seemed like they were intentionally keeping a distance from each other. It seemed like the two of them had no intentions. Yuan Bupo had been inquiring about the whereabouts of a lady from the great Zhou dynasty called Yunsheng. His expression was very nervous at that time. It was obvious that he was interested in that lady. As the crown prince, Liqing was honest and considerate, but he was no fool. He knew that if he could get the help of the Xianyuan and Xianyuan clans, his chances of ascending the throne in the future would greatly increase. He had to find a way to find the lady named Yunsheng. That way, he could cut off Xian Mimi's admiration for Yuan Bupa and please Yuan Bupa at the same time. A palace appeared in front of them. The palace was a typical southern building. It had undulating eaves and was richly ornamented. Crown Prince Liqing saw a group of people coming as soon as he got close to the Morning Dew Palace. The leader was the second prince, Li Xiao. Crown Prince Liqing's expression changed when he saw that. The banquet was supposed to be a private one. Liqing did not want Li Xiao to know about it. Although he and Li Xiao were brothers, they were worlds apart in terms of appearance and ability. He wanted to please Xian Mimi and take the opportunity to propose marriage. However, if Li Xiao was there, even a blind man would know who to choose. Brother, what a coincidence. I'm here to greet Empress Min. Who are these two? Li Xiao looked elegant as usual. He was wearing a dark purple sorcerer's robe. The sorcerer's scepter was at his waist and he had a jade crown on his forehead. His features were picturesque. He looked up and saw that behind Liqing, there was a tall young man and a slim young girl following closely behind. Li Xiao saw Yuan Bupo's face clearly. He could not help but praise him in his heart. He did not expect there to be such an outstanding person in Grand Emperor City. Li Xiao and Xian Wuji had known each other for a long time. However, Xian Wuji was a mediocre person. When he saw Yuan Bupo today, he realized he was much more powerful than Xian Wuji. He looked at Xian Mimi. Although she was wearing a veil, he could tell she was a beauty just by looking at her temperament. Greeting? It's already the moon. What kind of greeting was this for an hour? Liqing was furious. Xian Mimi, who was next to him, could not help but take a few more glances when she heard it was Tang Yuan's second prince. With one look, Xian Mimi couldn't help but reveal a stunned expression. She always thought Yuan Bupo was the best-looking man in the world. She did not expect Tang Yuan's second prince to be so handsome. In fact, Li Xiao and Yuan Bupo had two different temperaments. Li Xiao was handsome with a hint of aristocratic elegance. If one did not know him well, they would think he was a gentleman. Yuan Bupo was a young man. He was beautiful from head to toe. His appearance was similar to a woman's, but he did not give off a feminine vibe. When the two of them stood together, they were like two bright stars in the sky. Their brilliance was irreconcilable. Liqing was furious. However, as the saying goes, a slap does not hit a smiling person. Li Xiao was famous for being a smiling fox. Liqing could only smile and say, "Second brother, you're so considerate. These two are important guests from Grand Emperor City. It's a coincidence today that Mother is hosting a family banquet in the palace to entertain the two guests. I saw that imperial concubine Su was not feeling well. I thought you were attending to her at her bedside, so I did not inform you. Imperial brother is really thoughtful. Mufei's health is no longer in danger. I haven't paid my respects for many days. Coincidentally, someone sent over several bolts of high-quality smoke cloud silk today. I thought of Mufei and entered the palace." Li Xiao's gaze seemed to linger on Xian Mimi's body. "If that's the case, follow me into the palace." Liqing had no choice but to enter the palace with the second prince. When Minho saw the second prince, a trace of unnoticeable displeasure flashed across his face. Li Xiao and his mother had been pampered and domineering in the palace all these years. Li Xiao even used his mother's weak body as an excuse to skip the formalities of greeting. He could have done it at any other time, but he chose to do it tonight. The group of people had their own thoughts as they took their seats. However, the palace banquet became turbulent because of Li Xiao's sudden participation. An unknown danger was approaching quietly. "Thank you, Second Prince. Today's banquet is a private banquet. I'm very happy that you can come." Although Queen Min was angry, she still looked amiable on the surface. Queen Min and Crown Prince Li Qing looked alike. Their appearances were ordinary, but their temperament was not bad. It was obvious that they were nurtured by years of palace life. Queen Min was able to stand in the harem for so many years. Compared to Queen Li of Zhou State, she was more outstanding. She then looked at the two distinguished guests from Grand Emperor City. With a kind expression, she pulled Xian Mimi over and looked her up and down. "You must be Mimi. As expected, you live up to your name. Your looks and figure are even more outstanding than your mother's." Queen Min's mind was clear. She had already guessed Crown Prince Li Qing's intention. If it was before, Queen Min would look down on Xian Mimi's background. After all, Xian Mimi was not the legitimate wife's child. Her identity was not presentable. However, now that Xian Wuji was dead, Madame Bai's downfall was inevitable. Xian Mimi's identity was different. Min Ho and Lady Ro had met once and knew that although Lady Ro wasn't the official wife, she was more shrewd than the jealous Lady Bai. Thinking about it, a daughter raised by such a woman wouldn't be too bad. Xian Mimi did not have a good impression of Crown Prince Li Qing. She did not have a good impression of Queen Min either. She responded indifferently. Queen Min seemed to have guessed something when she saw Xian Mimi's indifferent expression. She did not blame Xian Mimi. She looked at the men sitting at the side. Crown Prince Li Qing's identity was the most honorable. However, when he stood with Yuan Bupo and Li Xiao, he was inconspicuous. "I've been a vegetarian for many years. I've only prepared vegetarian dishes. If they don't suit your taste, please don't be offended." Queen Min ordered the palace maids to serve the dishes. The dishes prepared by Min Ho were very exquisite. The wine prepared was also top-grade Tang wine. It tasted like honey and was very mellow. Even Xian Mimi, who had never drunk alcohol, couldn't help but drink until her face turned red. Li Xiao was good at talking. As they chatted, he talked about many interesting stories in Tang Yuan Kingdom. Xian Mimi could not stop laughing. In comparison, Crown Prince Li Qing was very dull. He did not say much. Yuan Bupo still looked absent-minded. He did not eat much and began to drink his wine. Queen Min watched from the side and was secretly anxious for her son. If this continued, Xian Mimi's thoughts would be stolen by Li Xiao. It just so happened that at this moment, the second Prince Li Xiao mentioned something amusing. Xian Mimi laughed so hard that she was trembling. "Cheng-er." Queen Min frowned and glanced at her son. "Didn't you learn the zither a while ago? I heard that Mimi is quite accomplished in the zither. Why don't you let Mimi guide you?" Crown Prince Li Qing also saw second Prince Li Xiao and Xian Mimi having a good discussion. He was vexed in his heart. With Min Ho's reminder, the second prince and Xian Mimi looked at Li Qing. Even Yuan Bupo stopped drinking. "Oh, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince knows how to play the zither?" Xian Mimi's beautiful eyes were even more alluring under the light of the palace lanterns. Li Qing swallowed his saliva. He wanted to show off his skills in front of Xian Mimi. He hurriedly stood up. "It's just a few years of elementary school. Since mother said so, I'll show you my incompetence." He ordered the palace maid to bring the zither and placed an incense burner. Crown Prince Li Qing's cultivation was far from Li Xiao's. Li Xiao was a student of the mainland's magic elite camp, while Li Qing was only a magic master at the age of 20. However, he was fond of music when he was young. He had a famous musician in the palace as his teacher and learned the zither for 15 years. Queen Min was being humble when she said that it was his first time learning the zither. Grand Emperor City was famous for Xianxia. Xian Mimi and Yuan Bupo were proficient in music. Both of them looked down on Li Qing. However, when they heard that he was good at the zither, their gazes softened slightly. How could Li Qing not know that this was his mother's chance to show off? He took out the zither. It was a pure white jade zither. Green smoke curled up from the incense burner, illuminating the zither even more beautifully. Isn't this the famous magic zither, Snow Song? Xianmimi's expression changed slightly when she saw Crown Prince Liqing take out the zither. There were a few famous zither in the mainland. The most famous one was the one used by the first Grand Emperor City Lord, Xianyuan Nine Dragon Zither. That zither was the legendary divine zither that no longer existed in this world. There were a few other zither that were also very famous. One of them was Snow Song. The uniqueness of this zither was that its body was not made with traditional techniques. Ordinary zither were made with wood or the bones of demonic beasts. The more special ones were made with jade or metal. However, Snow Song was made with a piece of 1,000-year-old ice that was 10,000 meters below the glacier sea. The ice was accidentally fished up by a local fisherman and was transferred to Tangyuan. The magicians of Tangyuan used 3 years and used all kinds of methods but were unable to melt or carve out this piece of 1,000-year-old ice. In the end, a female magician from the immortal Ju nation used a special refining method to refine this zither. Later on, Snow Song was bought at a high price. No one knew how many owners it had passed through until more than 300 years ago, when a magician who was proficient in music used Snow Song to play snow all over the sky on a June day. That was how Snow Song got its name. I didn't think there was such a zither in this world. Crown Prince, play a song. I want to see if it can create snow all over the sky like in the legends. Xianmimi was a woman. Women were the most superstitious when it came to hearsay and legends that were like myths. It was only the end of September. It would be strange if snow suddenly fell. When Liqing heard this, he secretly cursed. This Snow Song was a newly acquired zither. His original intention was to show off in front of Xianmimi. Who knew that he would end up making a fool of himself? It was still unknown whether Snow Song could create snow all over the sky. In any case, the Crown Prince had played it 3 or 4 times. There was nothing special about it. With his zither skills, he might not even be able to play a snowflake, let alone create snow in June. However, if he could not play it, he would be ruining the beauty's heart. Then, his efforts to please Xianmimi would be in vain. Li Xiao saw the Crown Prince's troubled expression. To put it bluntly, his elder brother was an idiot. Royal brother, then you should have a good song. Don't ruin Miss Xian's good intentions. Li Xiao's eyes were filled with ridicule. Liqing clenched his teeth in hatred. Empress Man also had a helpless expression. Yuan Bupo saw the two's open and covert struggle. He shook his head in his heart. It was a good zither, a good scenery, and good wine. It was a pity that it was ruined by these people who did not know how to enjoy themselves. Yuan Bupo saw the Crown Prince's attempt to please him. He was not interested in these fights between the royal family. However, when he thought about how Li Xiao might be the mastermind behind the attack, he was furious. If the Crown Prince doesn't mind, I'm willing to play the zither with you. What do you think? Yuan Bupo's suggestion made the Crown Prince sigh in relief. Xianmimi was overjoyed too. Brother Bupo, I haven't heard you play the flute for a long time. Every person in Dihong City would follow the rules of Dihong City from the moment they were born to when they turned 1 year old. However, it was different from the boundless continent. The children in the Grand Emperor City were grabbing musical instruments. Yuan Bupo grabbed the flute with one hand. Hence, he used the flute to practice the Dihong song all these years. As for Xianmimi, she chose the guqin. It was also because of the musical instrument that Xianmimi had always claimed that she and Yuan Bupo were destined to be married. It was said that the first person in Dihong City was the city lord and his wife. One of them was good at the flute while the other was good at the guqin. It was said that the last 3 movements of the Dihong song also used the flute and the guqin to achieve the greatest effect. Hence, Xianmimi naturally thought that she and Yuan Bupo were destined to be together. Yuan Bupo was not interested in this. When they were in Dihong City, Yuan Bupo almost never played the flute in front of her. She chased after him and asked him a few times. She still remembered Yuan Bupo's words very clearly. I only play the flute for 2 people. One is my confidant, the other is my lover. In other words, Xianmimi was neither of them. At that time, Xianmimi was furious. She did not know if Yuan Bupo had too much to drink, but he took the initiative to say that he wanted to play the flute. Xianmimi was overjoyed. She wanted to see what level Yuan Bupo's flute music had reached. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Crown Prince Liqing invited Yuan Bupo to play the flute together. The two of them chose a song that was popular in the mainland, Goddess of Luo. The song Goddess of Luo came from the immortal residence. It was said that a folk musician passed by the immortal residence nation and met an elf princess by chance beside the immortal residence's border river, Luo River. The princess happened to be playing with her maid by the river. The musician remembered the princess's appearance. He looked at her from afar. She was like a hibiscus in the water. She was as beautiful as the moon. Her laughter was crisp and clear, like the sound of a falling jade pearl breaking. The musician immediately played a song praising the beauty of the elven princess. Because they had met by the Luo River, this song that was used to describe the beauty of a woman was named Goddess Luo. Crown Prince Liqing had an ulterior motive for choosing this song. He wanted to use music to describe people and praise Xianmimi. One of them played the zither while the other played the flute. Under the moonlight, one could only hear the sound of the zither and the flute. Crown Prince Liqing's zither skills were indeed extraordinary. It was no wonder that he had been immersed in the zither for more than 10 years. Coupled with the unique timbre of the snow song, there was a unique charm when he played it. Needless to say, Yuan Bupo's flute music was even better. He had added a part of the Dihong song's rhythm into his flute music. Not only was it beautiful, but it was also faintly unique. In the Morning Dew Palace, everyone was immersed in the beautiful sound of the flute and zither. At this moment, the Goddess Luo song had reached its climax. It happened to be the moment when the beauty of the elven princess was vividly described. The two people's zither and flute music kept dancing. Liqing only felt that his hands were not listening to him anymore. Yuan Bupo frowned slightly. Liqing's zither skills were not too far off from Xianmimi's, but it was still not right. The harmony of the zither and flute was about a realm. Just like the harmony of the zither and the flute, it was also a realm. This realm was not related to the zither skills, it was related to the person. The original intention of playing the Goddess Luo song was to go along with Crown Prince Liqing. However, towards the end, he seemed to be attracted by the scene in the Goddess Luo song. He could not help but see the scene of a beauty playing in the water. Yuan Bupo could not help but recall the time when he first met Yunxing. He and Yunxing had only met a few times. When they first met, Yunxing was dressed like a handsome young man. Although she was a man, Yuan Bupo, who was also a man, could not help but take a few more glances at her. At that time, Yunxing was like the rising sun. She was handsome and unruly. She did not know how to play the zither, but she rashly competed with him. He still remembered that Yunxing's zither skills were terrible. She was much worse than Crown Prince Liqing. However, she was very bold. Or perhaps she was very smart. No matter how he sped up the flute music or changed the tune, she would be able to catch up. It felt as though he had found a soulmate. At that time, the zither and flute battle skills ended in a draw. The second time they met was in the Earth's core smelting cave. When Yuan Bupo first saw her, her clothes were untidy and her face was dirty. However, even under such circumstances, her thin shoulders, slim waist, and jade-like skin still caught Yuan Bupo's attention. When she merged with the fire of elves, the lady who seemed to have been reborn from the fire. Her hair was like clouds, her eyes were charming, and her cheeks were like peach blossoms. Yuan Bupo almost used all the words that could be used to praise a lady, but he still felt that it was not enough. Every man would form their own Luotian in their heart when they heard Luotian. She would either be enchanting, pure, or outstanding. At that moment, the Luotian in Yuan Bupo's heart was Yunxing. It was a pity that Yunxing's whereabouts were unknown. If she were to die, his heart suddenly felt empty, as though something was missing. Yuan Bupo's heart was throbbing in pain. He replaced the longing and insecurity in his heart with the flute music under his lips. Just like the river after a storm, all of his worries and longing poured out in an instant. The flute music changed abruptly and became faster. Crown Prince Liqing noticed that too. He could not help but become flustered. However, how many people in the world could catch up with Yuan Bupo's flute music? He played faster and faster, and Liqing's zither music could no longer catch up with Yuan Bupo's flute music. His forehead was sweating profusely as his fingers brushed across the surface of the zither. Birum. The sound of the zither reverberated and one of the zither strings broke. Crown Prince Li Cheng's face instantly turned pale, but Yuan Bupo's flute music did not stop. Brother Bupo? Xian Mimi's face was also filled with grief. How could she not tell that Yuan Bupo's heart was already in a frenzy? Why was his heart in a mess? What was it? His face turned cold and Yuan Bupo could not help but lift his hand to touch his face. He saw that it had started snowing. The snow in September was not heavy. It was fluttering like reeds. It did not feel cold even when it landed on one's face. Crown Prince Li Cheng was shocked. It was really snowing. Was the snow really played by Snow Song? Li Xiao was also in disbelief. He looked around and saw a sorcerer quickly putting away his magic scepter. It seemed that the snow attracted by the zither and flute music. After a while, Yuan Bupo's body was covered in snow. His hair and the space between his eyebrows were also covered in snow. He looked as though his hair had turned white overnight. Xian Mimi looked at Yuan Bupo in a daze. She only felt her heart aching more and more. She had never seen her brother Bupo like that before. All of this was for Yunxing. Why did he fall madly in love with Yunxing after meeting her 3 times? Great. It's a great song. The Crown Prince and young Master Yuan's Luoshan is a perfect match. Min Ho took the opportunity to compliment. She could tell that something was wrong with Yuan Bupo earlier. Fortunately, she was prepared. She asked the palace sorcerer behind her to cast a sorcery secretly and managed to deal with it. Young Master Yuan's flute music is the best in the world. It's amazing. The second prince, Li Xiao, complimented as well. However, he did not mention Crown Prince Li Cheng's guqin skills at all. It embarrassed Li Cheng. Yuan Bupo held the 9-dragon flute in his hand as his heart turned cold. He suddenly said to Min Ho, I have a favor to ask. I came to Tangyuan with a lady named Yunxing. We were attacked on the way and she and I were separated. I hope the Empress can help me find her. She's my sweetheart. Min Ho was shocked when he heard what Yuan Bupo said. On the other hand, Xian Mimi's expression changed. She did not expect Yuan Bupo to say that Yunxing was his sweetheart in front of Min Ho. Yuan Bupo had a sweetheart? Li Qing and Li Xiao were relieved, but Li Xiao could not help but frown. The lady named Yunxing should be the female sorcerer from the residence of Yun that Xian Wuji mentioned earlier. Could it be that the 50 magicians that he had lost were related to Yunxing? Min Ho understood that Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi only had one-sided love. Judging from the flute music earlier, Yuan Bupo's talent was quite high. In time to come, his attainments in Dihonga would not be inferior to the current city lord of the Grand Emperor city. If such a person could help Cheng-Er, it would definitely be beneficial in the future. Young Master Yuan was attacked on the way? Someone dared to attack a demonic beast with Dihong City's symbol. How dare they? Cheng-Er, get someone to investigate this thoroughly tomorrow morning, Min Ho said coldly as he glanced at Li Xiao. Li Xiao's brows furrowed slightly, and then he relaxed his brows and took a sip of wine as if nothing had happened. Thank you, Queen Min, Yuan Bupo bowed slightly. Min Ho was just about to get up when his expression suddenly changed. He felt dizzy and could no longer stand, falling to the ground. Mother! Crown Prince Li Qing hurried forward. Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi were also surprised. Even the second prince, Li Xiao, was shocked. Why are you still in a daze? Immediately call for the imperial physician. Crown Prince Li Qing helped Min Ho up. Looking at her pale face, he knew that something bad had happened. The Morning Dew Palace was instantly thrown into chaos. The next morning, Yunxing stayed in the city for another half a day as she continued to look for Yuan Bupo's whereabouts. After searching for a long time, he still didn't find anyone with the surname Xian or Yuan staying in any of the inns in the city. Yunxing was tired of searching, so she casually walked into a lively restaurant in the city and ordered some wine and dishes. After eating a few mouthfuls, he suddenly heard a few guests at the neighboring table discussing. Have you heard? Something big happened in the palace yesterday. Isn't that so? The city was bustling early in the morning. It said that the palace was in a mess. Biantong was under the emperor's rule. In such a place, all kinds of news were spread quickly. Yunxing wasn't interested in the news, but when she heard that something happened in the palace, she couldn't help but listen. It said that someone from Dihong City came and the Empress held a banquet to welcome them. During the banquet, the Empress suddenly fainted and she hasn't woken up yet. Someone from Dihong City came? Could it be Yuan Bupo and the rest? Yunxing was not a fool. Yuan Bupo only briefly explained the distribution of power in Tangyuan the other day. Judging from the situation of the purple gold mine last time, Tangyuan and Dihong City's relationship wasn't simple. After she entered the city, she searched along the way but couldn't find Yuan Bupo. It turned out that Yuan Bupo had already entered the palace. However, he was in the palace and it was related to the poisoning of the Empress. It was probably very difficult to see Yuan Bupo. Waiter, Yunxing stopped a waiter, the guests are talking so enthusiastically. What happened? As she spoke, she took out a silver coin and threw it to the waiter. The waiter immediately beamed, guessed, they said that something happened in the palace. Empress Min was poisoned last night and she's still unconscious. It said that all the imperial physicians in the palace were called in. One night has passed and it's still unknown whether she's dead or alive. Oh? When Yunxing heard that, she suddenly had an idea. Waiter, I'm a physician and I know a little about poisons. If I want to recommend myself to enter the palace, what can I do? If she could sneak into the palace, she could reunite with Yuan Bupo and the rest. I'm afraid it's not easy. I heard that Imperial concubine Su's people have sealed the palace gate. She said that she wants to find the culprit. If you're not a famous physician in Tangyuan, I'm afraid it's not easy to get in. The waiter didn't dare to say more. Everyone in Biantong knew that the second prince's mother, Imperial concubine Su, and the crown prince's mother, Empress Min, were like fire and water. One of them wanted the other to die as soon as possible. This time, the biggest suspect for Empress Min's poisoning was Imperial concubine Su. However, no one dared to say it out loud. Imperial concubine Su said that she wanted to strictly investigate the physicians. However, the imperial physicians were helpless. If they couldn't find a solution, Empress Min wouldn't be able to survive the night. If Empress Min died, the palace would belong to Imperial concubine Su and the second prince. Then it's difficult. I have a good antidote. Unfortunately, I can't enter the palace. Yunxing's face was full of regret. Young lady, are you telling the truth? A famous drinker suddenly rushed up from the side. He looked at Yunxing with a nervous expression, but his eyes were full of hope. Of course it's true. When I was in Zhou State, I cured many poisons. My master is an imperial physician in Zhou State. Yunxing's face was matter of fact. Good. Come with me to the palace. I'm Empress Min's younger brother. It was a coincidence. After Empress Min was poisoned, the Min family was worried sick. They tried to find all kinds of physicians. They even went to the temple. However, they still couldn't find the cause of Empress Min's poisoning. When Yunxing heard this, she knew that there was a chance. She remained calm and followed Min Ho's younger brother all the way to the Tangyuan Imperial Palace. Inside the palace, the crown prince looked anxious as he paced back and forth. He remembered that his mother had suddenly fainted last night. His heart burned with anger. Your Majesty, you should go and rest. You haven't drunk a drop of water since last night. You haven't closed your eyes. The old palace servant next to him was worried. As he spoke, Imperial concubine Su and the second prince, Li Xiao, walked in with a magician behind them. Seeing Li Xiao, Crown Prince Li Qing rushed forward and grabbed Li Xiao. Li Xiao, were you the one who poisoned him? Queen Min's health had always been good. She had never seemed ill. Yesterday, Li Xiao had come to the banquet for no reason. Then, Queen Min had suddenly collapsed. Looking at Queen Min's appearance, she had clearly been poisoned. However, all the imperial physicians in Tangyuan had been mobilized. They had taken turns to look at her, but they could not find anything wrong with her. Li Xiao swept Li Cheng's hand away. His tone was very displeased. Li Cheng, what nonsense are you talking about? Which pair of eyes of yours saw me poisoning? Furthermore, on that night, you and I, as well as the two esteemed guests from Grand Emperor City, were all present. We used the same wine and food, and no one was poisoned. Only the Empress was poisoned. What right do you have to say that I poisoned her? Li Xiao was also surprised when he saw Empress Min suddenly fall to the ground yesterday. Although Queen Min was the Empress, she was not favored. Why would Li Xiao kill her? Crown Prince, you can't speak nonsense. Murdering the Empress is a capital offense. Besides, why would Xiao murder the Empress? Imperial concubine Su frowned. She and Queen Min had been fighting for many years. They had been at each other's throats. She was not stupid. What good would it do to harm Queen Min at this time? If I really wanted to harm the Empress, why would I invite a sorcerer from the temple? Li Xiao smoothed his collar. His face was full of disdain. Only then did everyone notice that there was a well-dressed sorcerer behind Li Xiao. That person was wearing a sorcerer's robe from the temple. Li Xiao had a good relationship with the temple. After Queen Min's accident, he immediately ordered people to invite a sorcerer from the temple. Is this Xiao Wenxiu or Xia Ximing? The crown prince could not find anything wrong with Li Xiao. He could only glare at Li Xiao angrily. The temple's elder Ximing had stopped treating people a long time ago. In these years, when important members of the imperial family were injured, it was mostly Xia Wenxiu who treated them. He could become the crown prince largely because of Queen Min. However, in these years, Queen Min's maternal family had been weakened. Li Xiao was also close to the temple. His sense of crisis had increased day by day. He didn't want to invite the people from the temple fair, but the imperial physicians were at their wits' end. They could only try using the light magic of the temple fair. Xia Ximing has been in seclusion for the past few days, so he can't come. I'm his senior, Ru Yi. The magician who spoke was young, about the same age as Crown Prince Li Qing. He was handsome, humble, and courteous, just like how the Dharma temple treated people. Not Xia Ximing. Li Qing was slightly disappointed, but in any case, this person was Xia Wenxiu's junior brother. It could be assumed that his attainments in light magic were also quite good. Li Qing hurriedly dodged, letting Rui walk in. The group of people waited outside. Inside the temple, Xia Wenxiu quietly sat in front of the Heaven's Mandate mirror. Ever since he came back from Zhou State, Elder Judge Ming, who had never lost his temper, actually scolded him fiercely. Xia Wenxiu didn't explain too much in the face of criticism. This made Ji Yu even more furious, and he immediately punished Xia Wenxiu by locking himself up for a month to reflect on his mistakes. Without permission, he was not allowed to leave the temple. This was why Xia Wenxiu couldn't go when Min He was in trouble. Xia Wenxiu didn't express any resentment in the face of the punishment. He didn't say a word, and only meditated in front of the Heaven's Mandate mirror. Xia Wenxiu also noticed the cracks on the Heaven's Mandate mirror. He couldn't help but sigh. Last time, he had to bear part of the responsibility for what happened to Yunba. He knew that his master would be furious, but he still did it. This was also the first time he disobeyed his master's wishes. He still remembered that day when his master flew into a rage and questioned him, "Why did you do it? Do you know that your actions this time have already revealed the secrets of the heavens? If the Heaven's Mandate mirror is damaged, the Dharma temple's luck will also be affected, and your own fortune will also be greatly reduced." He knew all of this. But he still did it. The reason he did it had nothing to do with the country, nor was it related to his fortune. He just wanted to help Yunsheng. That was all. Young Master Ming. Yuji quietly appeared behind him. Seeing young Master Ming staring blankly at the Heaven's Mandate mirror, he couldn't help but sigh. After his young Master Ming returned, he looked like he had lost his soul. He said that he was in seclusion to reflect on his mistakes, but he looked like he was in a daze every day. Xia Wenxiu didn't turn back. He knew what was going on. Tang Yuan Li Xiao came to the Dharma temple in the morning, saying that Min He was poisoned for no reason yesterday. Crown Prince Li Qing suspected that he was the one who poisoned her, so he personally came to the Dharma temple to prove his innocence. Li Xiao was a member of the continent's magic elite camp. His teacher was friends with Ji Yu, so Ji Yu couldn't ignore Li Xiao. But considering that Xia Wenxiu was still in seclusion to reflect on his mistakes, he sent Rui over. Senior Rui sent a message saying that Min He was poisoned. He can't find the specific reason, and light magic can't cure her either. Yuji handed over a slip of paper. Rui was a rare expert of light magic in the Dharma Temple. If even he couldn't cure her, then the poison that Tang Yuan and Min Ho were poisoned this time was no small matter. Xia Wenxiu looked at the slip of paper and was slightly moved. What did Master say? Elder Judge of Fate said that Min Ho will be fine this time. What he meant was that Xia Wenxiu didn't have to step in and continue to reflect on his mistakes. It seemed that Master was really angry this time. Xia Wenxiu couldn't help but smile bitterly. He took out the trigram and performed a divination. When the trigram appeared, it was just as Elder Judge of Fate, Jiyu said. Min Ho's trigram was a blessing in disguise. After the ominous light, there was a benefactor helping her. However, Xia Wenxiu was secretly amazed. What kind of person could cure a patient that even senior brother Rui couldn't cure? Min Ho's trigram was very special. It was a blessing in disguise. It seemed that after being poisoned this time, Min Ho and Tang Yuan's luck would change greatly. Xia Wenxiu looked thoughtfully at the heavenly fate mirror. Suddenly, a ray of auspicious light flashed. That ray of auspicious light flashed by at an extremely fast speed, but Xia Wenxiu still caught it. Ever since the last time Yunba's ominous sign suddenly appeared, the heavenly fate mirror hadn't shown any signs for a long time. Xia Wenxiu couldn't help but ponder. That ray of auspicious light seemed to have come from the west. Could it be that the benefactor who could turn Min Ho's misfortune into a blessing also came from the west? The west of the mainland happened to be Zhou State. Zhou State. Could it be her? Xia Wenxiu couldn't help but smile bitterly at his own thoughts. Why would Yanxing come to Tang Yuan? He was really crazy. He was still thinking about her at this time. The signs of auspicious light were unpredictable. Perhaps that ray of auspicious light was just an omen. Since Master didn't want him to step in, then he wouldn't step in. Tell Senior Rui to stay in the palace for the time being. Min Ho will have her benefactor to help her. Xia Wenxiu waved his hand and entered a meditative state again. Inside the palace, Rui was waiting for Xia Wenxiu's reply. Just now, he had checked Queen Min's body in front of everyone's expectations, but he didn't find anything strange. He had hoped that Junior Xia would be of some help, but he didn't expect Junior Xia to reply like this. Queen Min has a benefactor in her life. Benefactor? Even Tang Yuan's imperial doctors couldn't do anything about Queen Min's illness. Where did this benefactor come from? Crown Prince Li Qing was disheartened when he saw that the light magicians invited by the temple couldn't do anything. At this time, a servant came to report, Crown Prince, Assistant Minister Min is outside the palace. He said he found a miracle doctor who can save the Empress. Imperial concubine Su and the others were stunned. Assistant Minister Min was Queen Min's younger brother. When the Crown Prince heard this, it was as if he had seen a life-saving straw. He hurriedly said, It's Uncle Min. Let him in. Wait, Your Majesty, the godly doctors near Biantong have all been invited to the Imperial Palace. Whether or not the doctor invited by Uncle Min is a godly doctor is still unknown. You must not rashly let people outside the Imperial Palace in. Imperial concubine Su was only an imperial concubine, but she was deeply favored by Emperor Tang Yuan. When Queen Min was still alive, the two of them were in charge of half of the harem. With Queen Min's illness, imperial concubine Su immediately seized all the power in the harem with lightning speed. Even if someone from outside the palace wanted to see her, they had to get her permission. Crown Prince Li Qing's power was almost a mere figurehead. Crown Prince Li Qing was annoyed and angry. He didn't care about etiquette and pointed at Imperial concubine Su. Imperial concubine Su, my mother is terminally ill. You're stopping me from summoning a miracle doctor. What are you thinking? Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because Imperial Father favors you. I'll go see Imperial Father now and let him make the decision. The two of them pulled and pulled until they were in front of Emperor Tang Yuan. The people in Jiaolu Palace couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw such a disgraceful scene. Emperor Tang Yuan still cared about his many years of relationship with Queen Min. After receiving the news, he ordered people to summon Assistant Minister Min and the miracle doctor. Assistant Minister Min, godly Dr. Yun, please enter the palace for an audience. Yun Xing followed Assistant Minister Min all the way to Morning Cloud's palace. Yuan Bupo was stunned when he heard the eunuch call out Miracle Dr. Yun's name. Xianmimi's face also showed some surprise. Could it be that this so-called miracle doctor was actually Yunxing? A middle-aged man dressed in the uniform of an assistant minister entered. Behind him was a skinny doctor. In order to hide her identity, Yunxing even found a medicine box and carried it on her back. She looked no different from an ordinary doctor. Yuanbupa looked at the godly doctor's appearance and he was still a little confused. This was clearly not Yunxing. Just as he was suspecting, he suddenly noticed that the skinny female doctor quickly raised her head and glanced in his direction. Those eyes, even though she had disguised herself with the disguise spell, Yuanbupa could still recognize Yunxing's lively eyes with a hint of cunning in them. Her jet-black eyes did not match her appearance at all. Yuanbupa's strange behavior attracted the attention of the second prince, Li Xiao. He could not help but take a few more glances at Yunxing. This woman looked really ordinary. If she were to be thrown on the streets, there would be a bunch of her. Moreover, this miracle doctor looked sickly. She looked like a bottle of medicine. Could she really save Queen Min? You're the miracle doctor from Zhou State? The great Tang Yuan emperor also rushed over personally. When he saw his wife on the verge of death, he felt a little guilty. This woman had been with him for decades and raised a son for him. She might be ordinary, but she was still a good empress. I'm Yunxing. I was once taught by the former imperial physician of Zhou State, Fan Ji. Yunxing's voice was clear. When she faced Emperor Tang Yuan, she did not show any fear. Li Xiao could not help but look at her. He had heard of Yunxing's name before. He did not expect the miracle doctor who was in the limelight in Zhou State to be this ordinary female doctor in front of him. This person was the godly doctor who had saved the great Zhou's general, Yun Songlong. She was also the miracle doctor that Li Xiao wanted to kill. Yunxing also lowered her head and glanced at the crowd from the corner of her eyes. Other than Yuanbupa and Xianmimi, there were two other unfamiliar men standing in the hall. One of them was handsome, but he looked cunning. It seemed like he was the rumored second prince of Tang Yuan. There was another person who looked ordinary. It should be the cowardly crown prince, Li Qing. These days, the second prince seemed to be more talented than the crown prince. As for the last person, Yunxing could vaguely feel the fluctuation of light magic from him. People from the temple? Yunxing quickly recognized the identities of the people in the hall. If that's the case, quickly go forward and take a look at Empress Min, Emperor Tang Yuan urged. Thinking about it, Yunxing must have used a special method to conceal her appearance. Yuanbupa did not know why Yunxing did that, but since Yunxing did it, he would not expose her. As long as Yunxing was not dead, everything would be fine. Yuanbupa felt that the sky had cleared up after the storm. The gloomy mood from a few days ago disappeared immediately. Yunxing received Emperor Tang Yuan's permission and was about to go forward to take a look. Stop right there. Just as Yunxing was about to go forward, the second prince, Li Xiao, suddenly stepped forward and blocked Yunxing's path. He looked at Yunxing from head to toe. His tone was deliberately difficult. Royal father, this child has heard of the famous physicians of Grand Zhou. But I heard that the royal physician Fan Ji of Grand Zhou has long been banished from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. He even resorted to swindling for a living. Is that true? How dare he deceive me? Men, take this evil doctor away, Emperor Tang Yuan was furious. Wait, Yunxing was angered by Li Xiao's words. To Yunxing, Dr. Fan was not only her benefactor when she first came to Yujing, but he was also her guide on the path of becoming a doctor. If it was not for Dr. Fan, Yunxing would never have thought of combining magic and medicine. She would never have thought of refining magic potions. The second prince insulted Dr. Fan, which was equivalent to insulting her. What else do you have to explain? Li Xiao saw the change in Yunxing's expression and knew that she was indeed the miracle doctor Yunxing from Zhou State. After Yunxing became famous in Zhou State, Li Xiao had ordered people to investigate. He discovered that this godly doctor had become famous overnight. His medical records were almost blank. As for her master, Fan Ji, he was a former imperial physician who was expelled from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Second prince, I admit that my master was expelled from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion for some reason. However, it's a fact that he's an imperial physician. When he was 25 years old, he was already the youngest imperial physician in Zhou State. When he was 28 years old, he was expelled from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The reason was that he wanted to pursue a higher level of medical knowledge and combine it with magic, Xianxia said crisply. She was not afraid of Li Xiao's difficulties at all. Is this doctor talking about Zhou State's Dr. Fanji? Ru Yi, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. He was a magician from the Temple of Magic and had a very honorable status. Even Emperor Tang Yuan had to be respectful to him. Oh, could it be that Lord Ru Yi has heard of this person's name before? Emperor Tang Yuan couldn't help but ask. I've met Dr. Fan once. Ru Yi was Xiao Wenqiu's senior. Before Xiao Wenqiu became an adult, he had always been by Elder Jiyu's side. At that time, Fan Ji was still in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Ru Yi had some impression of Fan Ji. He remembered that he was a doctor with great medical skills and would occasionally have unique opinions. Unlike the Medicine Emperor Pavilion that blindly pursued ancient medical skills, Dr. Fan was a very flexible doctor in Ru Yi's opinion. Later on, he also heard that Dr. Fan left the Medicine Emperor Pavilion for some reason. However, his reputation in Zhou State was still very good. In particular, he had joined a rapidly developing medical center in Zhou State, the Little Xiantong. Emperor Tang Yuan also understood that magic and ancient medical skills were like fire and water. Ru Yi also glanced at Xianxia and recalled what junior brother Xia had said earlier. Empress Min had her own benefactor helping her. Could it be that Empress Min's benefactor was this female doctor from the Great Zhou in front of them? Your Majesty, why don't you let this lady take a look? After all, magic and ancient medical skills are unable to immediately diagnose the Empress's illness. Perhaps Miss Yun, who is proficient in magic and ancient medical skills, will be able to see the reason. I won't hide it from your Majesty. When Ru Yi entered the palace, Junior Xia had already sent someone to deliver a message. He said that the Empress's benefactor will naturally come from the southwest. Ru Yi spoke up for Xianxia. Rather than saying that Ru Yi had confidence in Xianxia, it was more accurate to say that he had confidence in his junior brother Xiao Wenqiu. Xiao Wenqiu was born with heavenly eyes and his words were never wrong. Xiao Wenqiu's words were without a doubt irrefutable and would definitely happen. A benefactor from the southwest? Wasn't that Zhou State? Even Xia Ximing from the Dharma Temple had said so. Second Prince Li Xiao could only step aside gloomily. He didn't understand why Xia Ximing, who had always been neutral, would speak up for someone from Zhou State this time. Did young Master Ming really say that? That benefactor must be Miracle Dr. Yun. There was a misunderstanding just now, please don't take it to heart. Divine Doctor, please come in and take a look. If you are able to cure the Empress' illness, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Emperor Tang Yuan said with an amiable expression. Your Majesty, if Xianxia is cured, please agree to Xianxia's 2 conditions. Don't worry, Xianxia's 2 conditions are not excessive, and they are definitely acceptable to your Majesty. Xianxia was not in a hurry to see the doctor. She actually dared to negotiate with Emperor Tang Yuan. The Morning Dew Palace was filled with astonishment. Xian Mimi sneered from the side, you don't know what's good for you. Do you really think that your medical skills are unparalleled? Accompanying the emperor was akin to accompanying a tiger. In the end, Emperor Tang Yuan killed Xianxia in a fit of anger. Emperor Tang Yuan was also somewhat angry. A mere commoner actually dared to negotiate with him. Imperial Father, please agree to Miracle Dr. Yun's 2 conditions. When Crown Prince Li Qing heard that Xianxia was Empress Min's benefactor, he hurriedly stepped forward to plead. Emperor Tang Yuan suppressed the anger in his heart. What conditions? If I cure Empress Min, your Majesty will have to make me an imperial physician and prove to the world that I'm definitely not a swindler. After Xianxia finished speaking, she glanced sideways at Second Prince Li Xiao. Xianxia was a woman. She had a small flaw that all women had, and that was that she liked to hold grudges. Moreover, now that she had offended the Imperial Medicine Pavilion, she probably wouldn't have a chance to take the physician examination. She couldn't continue to stay as a physician. She could take a shortcut and directly jump to become an imperial physician. When Second Prince Li Xiao heard this, he also knew that Xianxia's words were directed at his previous accusation. He was unhappy, but he couldn't refute and could only sulk at the side. That's easy. If you can cure an illness that even my imperial physicians can't cure, then your medical skills will naturally be above the imperial physicians. How about this? If you can cure Empress Min, then I will confer you the title of imperial physician of Tang Yuan. The emperor of Tang Yuan was very decisive. A monarch never joked. When he said these words, even Yunxing felt a little flattered. At the side, Rui was even more astonished. From a physician to an imperial physician, this directly skipped the ranks of roaming physicians, scattered physicians, and imperial physicians. This speed, in the entire continent, there wasn't a single physician who had this kind of speed. This female physician surnamed Yun was really too savage. Xian Mimi was also furious. She didn't expect that not only did Yunxing not offend the emperor, she was going to be made imperial physician of Tang Yuan, a 9-year-old imperial physician. This was really heaven-defying. On the other hand, Yuan Bupo's face was filled with worry. Although he heard from his brother-in-law that Yunxing's medical skills were unparalleled in the world, he had never seen it for himself. Empress Min's illness was very aggressive and there were no symptoms at all. If it was poisoning, at last night's banquet, he, Xian Mimi, and the rest were all present. Li Xiao didn't make any move to poison the food, so there was no chance. As for poisoning Empress Min's food alone, the chance was very slim. Because the imperial palace's dishes were all specially tasted by palace servants. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yunxing's face was indifferent. This commoner has another condition. If this commoner can cure Empress Min, it proves that this commoner's medical skills are indeed extraordinary. However, Your Majesty Second Prince just said that this commoner's master is a liar. As the saying goes, if a crown prince breaks the law, he will be punished the same as a commoner. Second Prince needs to pour tea and apologize to this commoner. Hiss, Jiaolu Palace was dead silent. However, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. Other than Li Xiao and Empress Su who were green with anger, everyone couldn't help but give Yunxing a thumbs up in their hearts. Too awesome. Li Xiao was the most favored prince. In the entire Tang Yuan, no one dared to speak to him like this. Impudent. You're just a commoner, how dare you ask my son to apologize to you? Empress Su's face was red. This precious son of hers, even she couldn't bear to let him pour tea. This lowly commoner actually made such a request. Oh. Yunxing dragged out the last syllable. Facing the furious imperial concubine Su, she only raised her eyebrows. Could it be that imperial concubine Su thinks that Empress Min's life is worth less than Second Prince's apology? Second Prince is really pampered. His cup of tea is actually more expensive than Empress Min's life. When Yuan Bupo and Rui heard this, they broke out in cold sweat for Yunxing. She was too bold. This was simply playing with fire. Emperor Tang Yuan's face was also filled with anger. He also felt that Empress Su and Second Prince were making a mountain out of a molehill. Imperial father, Empress Mother's life is in danger. Imperial father, please reconsider. Crown Prince Liqing saw this and knelt down with the palace servants to plead for leniency. Second Prince Li Xiao gritted his teeth. In his heart, he understood that today he had been tricked by Yunxing. Helpless, he could only say hatefully, if you can cure Empress Min, I will pour tea and apologize. But if you can't, don't blame me for asking you for your crimes. Don't worry, Second Prince. This commoner will definitely not do as you wish. Yunxing smiled. Only then did she enter the bedchamber of Morning Dew Palace and check on Queen Min. Time passed by, and the Morning Dew Palace was completely silent. Yunxing checked on Empress Min's body in Morning Dew Palace. She frowned and stood up to walk out. Crown Prince Liqing quickly walked forward and asked, Dr. Yun, what illness does my mother have? Empress Min doesn't have an illness. Yunxing looked around. Then is she poisoned? Crown Prince Liqing asked. It's not poison either. Yunxing looked at Morning Dew Palace and frowned even more. Seeing her frown, Second Prince Liqing mocked, it's neither an illness nor poison. Yunxing, I'm afraid you didn't even see what illness Empress Min had. You still don't admit that you're a swindler. Who were the people who drank with the Empress last night? Including the palace maids and kitchen maids, they all came forward. Yunxing ignored Li Xiao. In fact, When she entered the palace, she had already roughly determined the cause of Empress Min's illness. After checking just now, she was even more certain at this point. But after seeing the decorations in Morning Dew Palace, she was a little uncertain. A group of palace maids and a few people who were at the banquet all came forward. Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi were among them. Li Qing and Li Xiao also came forward. Last night, something happened to Empress Min and a group of people didn't remember to go back. They were all wearing yesterday's clothes. Yunxing first checked the palace maid's clothes and hands, but she didn't find anything strange. Even Yuan Bupo and Li Qing didn't find anything wrong with them. After that, it was second Prince Li Xiao. Li Xiao was humiliated by Yunxing and was furious. He glared at Yunxing. He was usually modest and polite, but towards Yunxing, it was very easy for her to arouse his anger. Second Prince, please open your hands. Yunxing spoke in a businesslike tone and did not shy away from examining Li Xiao's hands. Li Xiao noticed that Yunxing's hands were very long and slender. When she stood next to him, a sweet fragrance wafted over. It was very different from the rouge and face powder commonly used by women in the palace. Miss Xian, it's your turn. Yunxing had already checked most of the people, leaving only Xian Mimi behind. If she still couldn't confirm it, her earlier guess would be completely overturned. Humph, the one surnamed Yun, don't pretend to be mysterious. Just admit that you can't see the illness. Xian Mimi was unwilling to let Yunxing examine her and pretended to leave. Unexpectedly, Yunxing suddenly grabbed her hand. I found it, Miss Xian. The cause of the Empress' illness is in you. What? What nonsense are you talking about? Are you saying that I poisoned the Empress? Xian Mimi's face instantly turned pale. She did not poison the Empress at all. She raised her hand and was about to slap Yunxing. You damned bitch, you're framing me. Yunxing would not allow her to be so presumptuous. She grabbed Xian Mimi's hand. A hidden force was released from her body and it instantly hit Xian Mimi's arm. Xian Mimi only felt her arm go numb and she could not exert any strength. She was the daughter of the Grand Emperor City's city lord. Usually, people would treat her with respect. She had never been so wronged like today. She could not think straight and burst into tears. As she cried, she shouted, Brother Bupo, His Majesty the Crown Prince, Second Prince, you have to help me. I didn't poison her, I didn't poison her. Xian Mimi poisoned her. Yuan Bupo was also shocked. He quickly went forward and pulled Xian Mimi up. Yunxing, is there a misunderstanding? Mimi has no enmity with Empress Min. Why would she poison Empress Min? Moreover, we were all present at that time. We did not see her poison her. Yunxing shrugged. I only said that the cause of the illness was in her body. I did not say that she poisoned her. When Xian Mimi heard that, she immediately stopped crying. She glared angrily. Yunxing, what do you mean by that? Everyone at the side was also confused when they heard this. His Majesty the Crown Prince, is Empress Min allergic to pollen? Yunxing did not answer directly. Instead, she suddenly asked the Crown Prince. As soon as she asked, Yunxing realized that she had said something wrong. Allergy was a word that no one in the boundless continent knew. The Crown Prince was indeed confused. However, when he smelled the flowers, he seemed to have thought of something. Mother does not like flowers. There are no flowers in her palace and the rouge and face powder that she uses on a daily basis. Empress Min's palace was different from the other concubines' palace. There were no flowers at all. They were all potted plants like pine and bamboo. Yunxing also noticed this. That's because Empress Min is allergic to pollen. If the Crown Prince does not know, the palace servants who serve Empress Min closely will understand. Yunxing indeed called an old female official who served Empress Min. The latter also admitted that if Empress Min came into contact with pollen, her face would easily swell and her entire body would itch. Therefore, Empress Min hated flowers. People in the ancient times did not know that this was allergy. When Xian Mimi heard that, she suddenly thought of something. When I entered the palace, I plucked a flower. However, it was just an ordinary flower. How could it? At that time, she thought that she was jealous that Yuan Bupo called Yunxing his sweetheart. Therefore, she tore a flower. The flower that you tore is not an ordinary flower. It's called serene epiphyllum. It's a flower with heavy pollen. Empress Min must have held your hand and greeted you after seeing you. In the end, she accidentally came into contact with the pollen. In addition, the food that you drank that night contained allergic foods such as fresh fruits and peanuts. Empress Min accidentally ate it and went into shock due to the allergic reaction. As Xianxia spoke, a burst of cheers came from the palace. A few female officials who served Empress Min ran out with a face full of surprise. She's awake. We followed Divine Physician Yun's instructions and collected fresh honey from the palace's imperial garden. After the Empress drank it, Her Majesty the Empress woke up. Crown Prince Liqing was overjoyed when he saw this. He quickly walked in. Emperor Tang Yuan also walked forward. Empress Min had indeed woken up. When she saw the worried Crown Prince and Emperor Tang Yuan, she smiled weakly. This is too miraculous. Yunxing, you were clearly not present. How did you know what happened last night? Also, you said that the allergic reaction and shock were cured by drinking honey? Yuan Bupo was speechless when he saw this. Because he was a physician, he used golden needles or bitter medicine to treat his patients. Who knew that Yunxing did not use any of those? She only called them out and looked at their hands and smelled their clothes. Xian Mimi's face was pale as she clenched her fists. However, Empress Min had fallen ill because of her. Although the responsibility for this matter was not on her, Brother Bupo and the Crown Prince's gaze when they looked at her just now carried a hint of blame. How would she know that old woman Empress Min was allergic to some pollen? How could a normal person not be able to smell pollen at all? Tang Yuan's imperial physicians were also amazed by Yunxing's miraculous medical skills. They all gathered around and said that they wanted to discuss with Yunxing and ask about the treatment of this illness. Yunxing had a bitter smile on his face. How could she explain? She couldn't tell these doctors from the boundless world. The real cause of Min Ho's illness was very simple. It was a coma caused by allergies. Fresh honey, especially the bees raised in the imperial garden, had pollen grains that could resist allergies in their honey. This was the real reason why Min Ho woke up. She could only beat around the bush. When Li Xiao and Empress Su saw this, they were very bored. Just as they were about to sneak away, Yunxing caught them with her sharp eyes. Your Majesty Second Prince, don't forget the agreement you made with this commoner earlier. Yunxing was all smiles. Her eyes curved into two crescent moons as she smiled. Li Xiao could only stay reluctantly. After Min Ho woke up, Yunxing ordered the female palace servants to prepare some fresh dates. Yunxing told Min Ho that allergies were not completely incurable. Min Ho could add some fresh honey and fresh dates into his daily diet. These foods could alleviate the symptoms of allergies and even slowly change Min Ho's constitution. Min Ho had been troubled by allergies for many years. But the imperial physicians had been helpless for many years. When she was young, she also fainted occasionally because of allergies, but it was not as serious as this time. Yunxing smiled and suddenly said, Min Ho, do you know who planted the most pollen of the nether epiphyllum outside your morning dew palace? I heard that the nether epiphyllum is Empress Su's favorite flower. Those flowers outside your door were planted by Empress Su herself. On the sickbed, Min Ho's gaze darkened slightly as he looked meaningfully at Yunxing. After Min Ho took some medicine, the people waiting outside also entered the palace one by one to pay their respects. Second Prince, I've heard about your agreement with Miracle Dr. Yun. After Min Ho woke up, Crown Prince Liqing told her about how Empress Su stopped the Min family from entering the palace and insulted the godly doctor while she was unconscious. Along with the serene serious flower incident, Min Ho hated Empress Su and the second prince to the core. Sister. Imperial concubine Su still wanted to plead for her son. She looked at Emperor Tang Yuan plaintively. Empress. The Emperor of Tang Yuan, who was standing at the side, received the signal from his favorite concubine and wanted to help. Earlier, he had only wanted to calm Yunxing down. After thinking about it, since he had already bestowed the title of national master to her, and the second imperial prince had always been proud, it was indeed difficult for him to pour tea and apologize to her. Your Majesty, the most important thing for us in the imperial family is trust. Your Majesty's words are like gold and jade. If you go back on your words now, wouldn't you be ridiculed by the world? Empress Min said sarcastically. Only now did Yunxing realize that although Empress Min's appearance was average, she was very smart. No wonder she could stand firmly in the harem for so many years without collapsing. In this aspect, Empress Min was probably better than Empress Li of Zhou State. Emperor Tang Yuan was speechless. After a while, he said in a low voice, "Come, serve the tea." Second Prince Li Xiao's body couldn't help but stiffen. Ever since he was born, he had never been so humiliated in front of so many people like today. But since the Emperor of Tang Yuan had spoken, he couldn't say anything else. He could only take the tea against his will. Yunxing, on the other hand, sat comfortably at the side. The second prince, Li Xiao, placed the tea in front of Yunxing. Yunxing didn't take it. She said coldly, "Second prince, you forgot something." The veins on Li Xiao's temples throbbed. If looks could kill, Li Xiao's entire body would have already been pierced with hundreds of holes. He said in a muffled voice, "Great National Master Yun, I apologize to your master." "Second prince, you're too polite." Yunxing took the tea and sipped it comfortably. She was secretly pleased. Empress Min's matter came to an end. Yunxing was conferred the title of Emperor of Tang Yuan. Rui also returned to the Dharma Temple with the news. The first thing Rui did when he returned to the Dharma Temple was to inform Jiyu of this matter. Jiyu had already divined Empress Min's fortune. Empress Min's fortune was indeed ominous, but he didn't accurately predict that a noble would come from the southwest. He immediately ordered someone to call Xiao Wenxiu over. This was also the first time Jiyu had summoned Xiao Wenxiu after his return. Rui heaved a sigh of relief. Master was finally willing to forgive his junior brother. His junior brother was 10 years younger than him. When he first came to the Dharma Temple, he was only 3 or 4 years old. He had a delicate appearance and the seniors in the Dharma Temple all liked him. However, he had always been polite to others. Although Master was the harshest towards this disciple, Rui knew that Master doted on his junior brother the most. In his memory, Master had never been angry for so long like today. It seemed that this time, he had to thank that female doctor from Zhou State. Xiao Wenxiu leisurely arrived. When he saw Jiyu, he calmly called out, "Master." Jiyu only responded with an mm. Just like that, the master and disciple resolved the knot in their hearts. Rui recounted the entire incident. Even Elder Siming was stunned when he heard this. Although he was skilled in magic, because of his good relationship with Wendagua, he also had some knowledge of ancient medical techniques. That female doctor from Zhou State's method was very bold. This was definitely not the style of the Medicine Emperor's pavilion. What's more, poisoning caused by allergies was unheard of in the continent. What did that female doctor look like? What surprised Rui even more was Xiao Wenxiu. In his impression, his junior brother was rarely interested in people. Moreover, the other party was just a stranger. Very ordinary. Her skin was sallow and she looked very thin. If she didn't say anything, I would have thought that she was a patient. Rui was used to seeing handsome men and beautiful women in the Dharma Temple. He really didn't like Yunxing's appearance. She wasn't Yunxing. Xiao Wenxiu's eyes dimmed. He didn't know what to say. What's her name? Is she from the Medicine Emperor's pavilion? Elder Siming noticed Xiao Wenxiu's expression. His white eyebrows twitched as he asked casually. She said that she's the disciple of the imperial doctor from Zhou State's Medicine Emperor's pavilion. Her name is Yunxing, Rui said. Xiao Wenxiu's expression didn't change. It's her, Wenxiu. That doctor called Yunxing, is she the woman who created the Saint Grade pill and the moon god's tribute? Elder Siming probed. Elder Siming glanced at Xiao Wenxiu. He didn't find anything strange. Perhaps he was being paranoid. His disciple had always been indifferent. He definitely wouldn't fall in love with a woman. Elder Siming couldn't help but laugh at his own suspicions. What? You're saying that she's the legendary female magician? She's a dual cultivator of magic medicine and ancient medicine, the one who forced the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to retreat? Rui was surprised. He didn't expect that the sickly doctor who looked so ordinary was the female magician who was causing trouble for the temple these days. The mystery of the moon god's praise was still unknown to the temple. Even Rui and the other magicians were clueless. That's her. Speaking of which, Wenxiu, you stayed in the little Xianxia for a while, but you didn't hear any news about the moon god's praise? Elder Siming didn't give up. Earlier, when Dogwa's subordinate had sent a letter saying that he should pay attention to Xiao Wenxiu. He said that Xiao Wenxiu got along well with the people in the little Xianxia. Elder Siming, Gu, understood Xiao Wenxiu very well. This disciple of his, due to his background, treated people with gentleness, but only those who were close to him would know that under that layer of gentleness, there was indifference. He treated people with gentleness, neither happy nor sad, because he never put those people in his eyes. How could he get along with others to such an extent? Xiao Wenxiu said in his usual tone, this disciple is useless, I didn't find any clues. If I knew that she was Yunxing, I would have. Sigh, it's too late to say it now. After Minho's illness was cured, the Tangyuan emperor was very happy and bestowed Yunxing with the title of Tangyuan Imperial Hand. When Rui said this, Elder Siming took a deep breath. You said that Yunxing was bestowed with the title of Tangyuan Imperial Hand? This is ridiculous. How old is she this year? She's not more than 10 years old. How many years has she been practicing medicine? I'm afraid she hasn't even been practicing medicine for 3 years. How can she be called an imperial hand with such qualifications? If Elder Siming's good friend, Wen Dogwa, knew that a little girl enjoyed the same glory as him, he would be furious. Xiao Wenxiu secretly sighed in his heart. Master, do you know that the little girl you speak of has medical skills that can shock the entire continent? After Elder Siming heard this news, he was not in the mood to talk anymore. Yunxing was a citizen of Zhou State, but she was appointed as the national master of Tangyuan. This news will soon spread in the mainland. At that time, the reputation of little Xianxia will rise. If she were to perform outstandingly in this area, or if she were to concoct a potion of a higher grade than the moon goddess's praise, the reputation of the temple would be suppressed. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion was a good example to learn from. Wen Dogwa was not in the mood to say more and left with Rui. Yuji, you can leave as well, Xiao Wenxiu said in a low voice. Yuji nodded. The room regained its tranquility. Xiao Wenxiu's calm and emotionless face suddenly changed slightly. It was as if a crack had suddenly appeared in a glacier that had been frozen for thousands of years. It was also as if a bright sun had suddenly appeared in a cloudy sky. In that instant, Xiao Wenxiu had turned from a saint to a mortal. His expression became soft, with inexplicable feelings, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. Yunxing. Yunxing, it really is you. You are also in Tangyuan now. He took out a piece of paper from his sleeve. On the paper, the woman's beautiful handwriting scribbled a few lines. The secret of the moon goddess's praise was on this paper. Xiao Wenxiu knew that he should have burned this paper, so that no one else would know about the secret of the moon goddess's praise except for Yunxing and himself. However, he was reluctant to burn the only thing beside him that had traces of Yunxing. He sighed softly, spread out the paper again, and read it over and over again. The potion formed by the conflict of two opposite magic elements was refined under the high-grade moon goddess's praise. Two opposite magic elements. The world only said that Yunxing was a genius doctor, but who would have thought that her biggest secret was not her medical skills, but her secret was dark magic soul. Only those who possessed a dark magic soul could withstand the magical conflict caused by the conflicting magical elements of the opposite magical attributes. Yunxing's body contained a powerful dark magic soul. This secret was also the real reason why Xiao Wenxiu concealed the secret of the moon goddess's praise. He put the paper away again. Xiao Wenxiu could not help but envy the northern underworld prince of Zhou State. Compared to that man who did not have the shackles of imperial power, although he was a priest of the Dharma temple and was known as one of the Wuji Five Walls, there was never a day where he could truly do things according to his heart. Even if he knew that Yunxing was in Tangyuan, and he missed her day and night, he still could not get close to her. The only thing he could do was to protect her in his own way from the other side. Inside Tangyuan's Morning Dew Palace. Miracle Dr. Yun, no, I should call you Great Master Yun now. Minho and Crown Prince Li Qing held a banquet to entertain Yunxing, Yuan Bupo, Xian Mimi, and the others. After Minho found out the cause of the illness, she recovered very quickly. This time, Minho escaped from death. She rejoiced and felt even more grateful to Yunxing. The Empress is too polite. The Empress is blessed by the heavens. Yunxing was only lucky to find out the cause of the illness. After Yunxing thought about it, she also felt that her luck was not bad. Who would have thought that Minho's allergy would lead to bronchitis, which led to fainting and going into shock? If such a case did not happen to one of her good university friends, she was afraid that she would not have discovered it. Minho had a good impression of Yunxing. When she was talking to Yunxing, she could not help but look at Yunxing. The more Minho talked with this woman, the more she found that this woman was exceptionally intelligent. Minho had spent her life in the palace and had seen countless people. She had previously thought that Yunxing was only good in medicine because of her ordinary appearance. However, after talking in detail, she found that this woman was very knowledgeable, bold, and meticulous. Her inadequacies in appearance could be ignored when compared to her intelligence and heart. Compared to the unruly Xianxia, wouldn't it be better if her son could marry such a woman as the crown prince consort? That day at the banquet, Minho could see that Xianxia and second Prince Li Xiao were chatting happily. This woman's temperament was unstable and she was easily confused by appearances. Crown Prince Li Qing was docile and did not know how to be flexible. If he married Xianxia, he might not be able to gain any benefits in the future. However, Minho felt that Yunxing was a good candidate. After asking around, Minho found out that not only was Yunxing's medical skills good, but her family background was also very good. She was actually the granddaughter of Yunba, the famous martial saint of Zhou State. Miss Yun, are you married yet? My son, Li Qing, has a pure and honest personality and is a good match. Why don't? Minho suddenly changed the topic. When she asked this, the hands of the people present at the banquet trembled. Especially Yuan Bupo, the wine glass in his hand had been crushed into pieces. He did not even realize that he had spilled the wine all over his body. Yunxing was also very embarrassed. For a moment, what kind of show was this? Strange things happened every year. Were the empresses and crown princes stupid? Her name was Yunxing, not Tang Sanzang. Why was she so popular all of a sudden? She had even used a disguise spell to make herself look like a soybean sprout. How could someone like that be interested in her? She was a virgin girl, a virgin girl. At her age, she would be charged with kidnapping a young girl in modern times. However, looking at Crown Prince Li Cheng's expression, he was extremely dissatisfied. Yunxing mocked him secretly. Even if you are not willing, I am not willing. This young lady's fiancé is 1,000 times better than you. Fortunately, Yunxing had been with Yi Biming for a long time. She had learned the trick of a sly fox, which was to counter every move. Thank you for your kindness, Empress. The crown prince is filial and humble. There must be many young ladies in Tangyuan state who are willing to marry him. Moreover, Yunxing is already engaged. Her fiancé is Lord Biming of Zhou State. Yunxing looked shy. She thought to herself that it was very useful to have a fiancé as a shield during critical moments. After blocking the Dark Crown Prince and Tang Yuanmin, it worked every time. The engagement between Yunxing and Yi Biming was not announced to the public. Therefore, not many people knew about it. Yuan Bupo felt a buzz in his head when he heard that. He could not even hear the sounds around him. There was only one sentence in his head. Thank you for your kindness, Empress. Yunxing is already engaged. Yunxing's fiancé is Lord Biming of Zhou State. Lord Biming of Zhou State. She was already engaged. Why had he never heard her mention it? Yuan Bupo felt a dull pain in his heart. Then, he thought of something. It was just a marriage arrangement. It didn't mean anything. Didn't Big Sister and Xian Wuji also have an engagement in the past? However, Big Sister and Yun Songlong fell in love with each other and ended up together. Although her eldest sister's appearance was completely ruined, her eldest brother-in-law's care for her was not affected in the slightest. He didn't care whether Yunxing was engaged or not. She was the daughter of an aristocratic family. She must have been forced into this marriage because of the imperial decree. It was rumored that the crown prince of Zhou State was an idiot. That Lord Biming must also be a good-for-nothing. How could he be compared to him, who was handsome and proficient in music? Yes, that must be it. Yunxing was forced. As long as I worked harder, she would fall in love with me. At that time, the engagement and the North Underworld king would be thrown to the back of my mind. At worst, I'll elope with her in the future. Yuan Bupo had already come up with a series of plans in his head. All that was left was the name of their child in the future. Minho was disappointed when he heard that. It was a pity that such a good girl was already engaged. However, Minho quickly composed himself. Yunxing pretended to lead the topic to women's beauty and maintenance. Minho was indeed interested. He threw away the idea of matching his son to a matchmaker. On one side, Yunxing and the Empress were chatting happily. On the other side, Yuan Bupo's mind was filled with thoughts of eloping. Crown Prince Li Qing and Xian Mimi heaved a sigh of relief. Li Qing heaved a sigh of relief. Naturally, it was because he didn't want to marry such an ordinary-looking girl as his crown princess. He still had fantasies about Xian Mimi. Xian Mimi, who had been a delicate guest earlier, was suddenly left out. She was originally very unhappy. However, when she heard that Minho was going to arrange a marriage for Crown Prince Li Qing to Yunxing, she immediately perked up. However, Yunxing rejected him directly. That meant that she was engaged. If that was the case, Brother Bupo should give up, right? Xian Mimi couldn't help but look in Yuan Bupo's direction. However, he was staring at Yunxing with a strange look in his eyes. He didn't look like he was depressed or had given up at all. Xian Mimi was annoyed when she saw that. She was even more jealous of Yunxing. After the banquet, Crown Prince Li Qing prepared a few carriages to send Yunxing and the others back. Many thanks to Great Imperial Master Yun. This Imperial Master medallion was entrusted to me by Imperial Father to bestow upon you. In the future, with this medallion, Great Imperial Master Yun can move unimpeded within the borders of Tangyuan without any identity checks. Although Li Qing was unwilling to marry Yunxing, he was still very grateful to her for saving his mother's life. Crown Prince, you don't have to be so formal. It's just a small matter. Crown Prince is kind and benevolent. Empress Min is the mother of the country. Naturally, you are blessed. When I was in Zhou State, I often heard Lord Baiming mention you. Yunxing smiled. She thought for a while and suddenly said softly, Crown Prince, if there's a chance, you can get closer to Zhou State's Lord Baiming. Just say that I recommended you. Crown Prince Li Qing was slightly stunned. However, he immediately understood. Yunxing's words meant that she wanted him to join forces with Zhou State's Lord Baiming. However, Lord Baiming of Zhou State was just a dethroned crown prince who had fallen out of favor, Li Qing muttered in his heart. He thought that he should return to the palace and discuss with his mother before making a decision. Yunxing didn't say much. She acted as if she didn't say anything and got into the carriage. The carriage sent the three of them back to the inn. Yunxing said in her heart, Second Prince Li Xiao, if I don't trick you to death, my name isn't Yunxing. After Crown Prince Li Qing received Yunxing's reminder, he hurriedly returned to Morning Dew Palace. Queen Min had just recovered from a serious illness. She drank some wine during the banquet, so she was a little dispirited. She was letting a palace maid massage her temples. When Li Qing saw Queen Min, he complained, Mother, why did you randomly matchmake me? I don't like that miracle Dr. Yun at all. Queen Min raised her phoenix eyes and waved her hand, indicating for the palace maid behind her to leave. When only the mother and son were left in the palace, Queen Min's face was filled with anger. She reprimanded, Qing you're really becoming more and more useless. How did I teach you? You can't just look at appearances. It's your loss if you can't marry Miracle Dr. Yun. It's also our Tang Yuan's loss. If she wasn't good, why would Yuan Bupo keep nagging about her? Seeing that Queen Min was angry, Li Qing hurriedly went forward and massaged Queen Min's shoulders. He said carefully, Mother, I know my mistake. Ever since seeing you as deaf, I haven't had any feelings for anyone. I've met that Xian Mimi before. I was indeed moved. That's why. Moved? Beauty is just a fleeting moment. No matter how beautiful a woman is, how many years can she be pampered? An emperor's wife is chosen based on virtue and not appearance. How do you think Yingyue died? She was killed by that bitch, Empress Su. Queen Min's expression was gloomy. It was poles apart from her benevolent appearance during the day. How could Queen Min not know about the dirty things in Tang Yuan's harem? It wasn't just Tang Yuan. Every palace in the boundless continent was like this. It was a pity that her mother's family had been weakened over the years. She was also getting older and couldn't keep the emperor's favor. When Yingyue was pregnant for 9 months, her body was always strong. If she gave birth to a child, he would be the first grandchild of the imperial family. Li Cheng's position as crown prince would be more stable. When Empress Su found out, she secretly killed Yingyue. When Crown Princess Yingyue was about to give birth, she lost a lot of blood. When the child was born, he had been suffocated for a long time. It was a full-term baby boy. "Mother, why did you hide this from me?" When Crown Prince Li Cheng heard this, he felt like the world was spinning. He had never thought that his crown princess and his son were killed by Empress Su and her son. Yingyue was his first wife. Their temperament was similar. The couple was deeply in love. "If I didn't hide it from you, wouldn't you fight Empress Su? If you don't like Yunqing's looks, you can take a concubine. With her medical skills, she can help you deal with Empress Su and her son. She can make your concubines give birth to children. Xian Mimi can't compare to her in this aspect. Alone. Baiming Wang of Zhou State is so lucky," Minho said enviously. Crown Prince Li Cheng was silent. He understood Minho's meaning. This time, Minho's poison suddenly flared up. If it wasn't for a coincidence, his life would be even more difficult after his mother died. After knowing the truth, Crown Prince Li Cheng hated Li Xiao and her son even more. But after his mother was poisoned and Empress Su and her son covered the sky with one hand, Crown Prince Li Cheng grew some brains. He suddenly remembered the person Yunqing told him about. "Mother, I have another thing to report. Just now, Dr. Yun mentioned Baiming Wang to me. She seems to want to make me cooperate with Baiming Wang," Li Cheng said in a low voice. When Queen Min heard this, she was a little surprised at first, but she quickly understood. "The North Nether King's fiancé saved my life. According to etiquette, you should prepare a gift as a reward." Baiming Wang, Tang Yuan, Crown Prince Li Cheng sent a gift. In Wushuan Wuji Pavilion, Yi Baiming suddenly received a gift. Tang Yuan and Li Cheng, Yi Baiming was a little unfamiliar with this name. He was a nosy prince. He didn't have a position in the court and didn't have much contact with the envoys and princes of other countries. However, some time ago, he robbed Tang Yuan's second prince Li Xiao of a batch of purple gold Oregon. However, Yi Baiming believed that Li Xiao would never know that it was him, a nameless former crown prince of Zhou State, who had stolen his ore. This prince does not have any dealings with the Tang Yuan kingdom, so there's no need for a gift of thanks. "Throw it out," Yi Baiming coldly replied. But the other party said that this gift is related to His Highness's little fiancé, Divine Dr. Yun. About the little wildcat, Yi Baiming raised his beautiful eyebrows. The little wildcat actually ran to Tang Yuan? Shouldn't she be in the Grand Emperor city? After ordering someone to bring in the gift of thanks, Yi Baiming received a gift letter from Tang Yuan's crown Prince Li Cheng. The letter was personally written by Li Cheng. It said that when Yunqing was passing by Tang Yuan, she was ambushed. She happened to pass by Tang Yuan and accidentally saved Tang Yuan Min. After that, she was conferred the title of Great Tang's national champion. When he saw the word ambushed, Yi Baiming's expression changed slightly. Crown Prince Li Cheng's words all pointed to Tang Yuan's Li Xiao as the culprit. Li Xiao again. Yi Baiming's thin lips slightly pursed. A biting cold murderous aura flitted across his eyebrows. When he saw the two words Yunqing, the murderous aura suddenly disappeared. Like the sun after the rain, a somewhat evil smile appeared on his foxy face. The little wildcat admitted that he was her fiancé in front of outsiders, although he couldn't help but be a shield. Yi Baiming was incomparably carefree. This little wildcat was indeed someone who didn't know her place. It seemed that Li Xiao had angered her. This fellow was very lazy and pushed her to his side. Forget it. Someone who offended his little fiancé would not be able to escape the word death sooner or later. The Tang Yuan kingdom was the headquarters of the Dharma temple. Sooner or later, he would devour Tang Yuan. It was just that the time was not right yet. Since the little wildcat had spoken, no matter how cowardly and incompetent Crown Prince Li Cheng was, he could still make him a puppet emperor of Tang Yuan. A wave of dark magic elements fluctuated in Yi Baiming's hand. Li Qing's letter immediately turned into a wisp of green smoke. Li Qing sent news of Yunxing. This made Yi Baiming happy, but also somewhat angry. After not seeing the little wild cat for a while, she ran all over the continent. At the end of the letter, Crown Prince Li Qing mentioned that Yunxing and the others were going to the Immortal Residence. Immortal Residence country, they were probably looking for the water of life. Yi Baiming immediately understood. Something must have happened in the Grand Emperor city for Yunxing to change her mind and go to the Immortal Residence. This was too much. Yi Baiming couldn't help but feel a little angry. The Immortal Residence country was not a place where people could go as they pleased. Although the elves were a peace-loving race, they were also the race that hated humans the most on the continent. But with the little wild cat's intelligence and the rich gold, it shouldn't be a big problem. It was just that, the Immortal Residence country was thousands of miles away from Zhou State. Even with flying magical beasts, it would still take 2 months to go back and forth. If there was any delay in the middle, they might miss the selection of the continent's magic elite camp. He hadn't had time to inform Yunxing about this matter. Because of their Dharma souls, he and Yunxing had an inexplicable bond. Their thoughts could resonate. However, there was a prerequisite. The prerequisite was that both of them were willing. Last time in the Earth's core smelted cave, after accidentally catching a glimpse of the little wildcat's disheveled appearance, her face was full of disdain. She strongly expressed that if Yi Baiming dared to rashly resonate with her thoughts next time, she wouldn't spare him. Although he liked the little wildcat's appearance when she occasionally lost her cool and bared her fangs and brandished her claws, Yi Baiming was still unwilling to be angry with Yunxing. It seemed that he could only wait until she contacted him before telling her this news. After leaving Biantang, Yunxing removed the disguise spell on her body. This time, Li Xiao's sneak attack was a blessing in disguise. With the title of Tang Yuan's great national master, Yunxing's following journey through Tang Yuan's border was very smooth. Crown Prince Li Qing had even arranged for the best inns for them to stay in. This made Yunxing feel like she wasn't going to the Immortal Residence to seek the water of life, but was going on a vacation. Moreover, she could clearly feel that there was something wrong with Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi. Xian Mimi's resentment towards her had increased significantly. She looked as if she had killed her entire family. Yuan Bupo was the exact opposite. His eagerness towards her had obviously exceeded the level of a friend. For example, during mealtimes, he would continuously put food on her plate. Early in the morning, he would play the flute outside her room. Yunxing, what do you want to hear? I'll play it for you. Yuan Bupo blinked his eyes. It was another morning where she could meditate properly. Yunxing had no choice but to walk out of her room after being played by the flute. Di Hong Song. Yunxing was not a fool. Since Yuan Bupo had to play the flute every day, she might as well let him play the last 3 chapters of the Di Hong Song. Yun Songlong had only taught Yunxing the first 3 chapters of the Di Hong Song. Yun Songlong and Yuan Shahua had only pledged their lives to each other. Yuan Shahua was cautious and did not dare to teach Yun Songlong the last 3 chapters of the Yuan family. Yuan Bupo was put in a difficult position when he heard that Yunxing wanted to listen to the last few chapters of the Di Hong Song. He scratched his head and stole a glance at Yunxing. In the morning, Yunxing looked as if she had brought morning dew. She was exceptionally beautiful. The Di Hong Song can't be taught to outsiders unless you're from the Di Hong city. Yuan Bupo stuttered when he said the short sentence. He was tactful enough. If the same words came out from the night fox's mouth, it would definitely sound different. That fox would definitely say in a domineering manner, "You can listen to it, but you have to be my woman." Yunxing pursed her lips and turned to leave. She was really not interested in the Di Hong city. Yuan Bupo thought that she was angry, so he stopped her in a hurry. His face that was as handsome as a woman's had a layer of red glow that resembled the morning glow. "I'm afraid of you. I'll boast. However, this is the only time." Yuan Bupo was able to show a cold face to other women. However, when facing Yunxing, he was unable to harden his heart. "Just this once," Yunxing said slyly. Yuan Bupo would never have thought that Yunxing's memory was extraordinary. The Di Hong Song, which was difficult for others to understand and memorize in one go, was difficult for her. She only needed to listen to it once to memorize it. Yuan Bupo really started playing the Dihong song. This was a famous ancient song. Every chapter was different, and the effects it produced were also very different. In the inn, Xian Mimi's expression changed when she heard the flute music. When she arrived at the courtyard, she saw Yuan Bupo standing beside Yunxing. He was looking at Yunxing affectionately, and she was the only one in his eyes. Yunxing, on the other hand, was lazily sitting on a stone table, listening to the sound of the flute. Brother Bupo actually played the last 3 chapters of the Imperial Hong Pavilion to an outsider. I must tell father about this matter. If the people outside of Grand Emperor City learn the Dihong song, only death awaits them. Yunxing, don't be complacent. When I find the water of life, it will be the time of your death. Xian Mimi stomped her feet and ran away. After Yunxing heard the last 3 chapters of the Dihong song, she hurriedly sent Yuan Bupo away. She closed her door and recorded the 4th to 6th chapters of the Dihong song. Yunxing always had an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the Dihong song. It was as if the Dihong song and the techniques passed down in the Yan family naturally complemented each other. With Yunxing's current cultivation, the Jade Marrow technique had broken through to the 4th level with the techniques passed down in her family. Shenong's eyes were at the 3rd level, and Trillium Hand was at the 3rd level. Her summoner level was at the wizard level, and her sorcerer level was at the master level. This kind of progress was very shocking. Part of it was due to luck, but a bigger part of it was due to Yunxing's hard work and the accumulation of her 2 lifetimes. Recently, she realized that the speed of her progress in teaching the techniques at home had slowed down. Thinking about it, she had reached the bottleneck. If she continued like this, she was afraid that she would not be able to reach the supreme level of Shenong's ancestor, the Yan Emperor. Ever since she learned how to meditate, she rarely slept. Whenever she had time, she would go to the Royal Magic Academy and use the magic tower to comprehend magic. However, she realized that there were too many masters in the Wuji continent. If she did not have the summoning magic beasts and tycoon gold, she would have died a few times. Therefore, ever since she realized that the Dihong song might be able to help her achieve a breakthrough in her techniques, Yunxing had never slacked off. Legend had it that the Dihong song had 9 chapters. Today, Yuan Bupo played the 4th, 5th, and 6th chapters of the Dihong song. As for the 7th, 8th, and 9th chapters, it was said that only people from the Dihong city who entered the legendary emperor's tomb had the chance to obtain them. Even the governor of the Dihong city, Xianxia, only obtained 2 chapters of the Dihong song by luck when he entered the emperor's tomb. Yunxing looked through the chapters that she obtained and realized that she was not familiar with music theory. She could not ask Yuan Bupo directly. After thinking about it, she could only come up with one method, which was to ask Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming was cultivating when he suddenly felt something strange in his heart. Then, he smiled. The resonance between Yunxing and Yi Baiming's Dharma soul was quite interesting. In a sense, it was like a modern internet communication tool. Their thoughts were like the internet, and their resonance was like QQ online. Usually, if Yunxing was not willing, even if Yi Baiming contacted her a million times, she would just go into hiding. However, the moment Yunxing contacted Yi Baiming, he would immediately jump up and down. Yi Baiming was dissatisfied with this situation, but he could not do anything to Yunxing. Just like what Qingbai said, Yunxing was his destined nemesis. Little wildcat, you thought of me. Yi Baiming, I obtained the last 3 chapters of the Dihong song, but there are some problems with the music. Can you help me take a look? Yunxing had not seen Yi Baiming for a long time. In her mind, Yi Baiming's devilish face appeared. After not seeing him for a long time, Yi Baiming seemed to have become, well, even better looking. Yeah, Yunxing noticed that this fox had changed. He was wearing a training suit, and there was sweat on his forehead. The Yi Baiming that Yunxing knew was a nosy prince. The first time they met, he was sleeping on a tree. She had never seen him cultivating. Every time they met, he would hug her. If he could sit, he would never stand. If he could lie down, he would never sit. But today, he was actually cultivating. His sweat soaked his clothes and made them stick to his body, outlining his firm but not too exaggerated muscles. His waist was narrow, his legs were long, and his buttocks were perky. He gave off an aura that made people want to commit a crime. Yunxing only felt her face turn red. She almost stopped resonating with Yi Baiming's thoughts. Perhaps Yi Baiming noticed Yunxing's strange behavior, so he lowered his voice and chuckled. There was a hint of pride in his voice. Suddenly, he thought of something and frowned. The last few chapters of the Dihong song should be a secret. How did you get your hands on it? Don't tell me that you're also a master thief while you're a master doctor. What nonsense are you talking about? Yuan Bupo bragged to me. I memorized it all in one go. In front of Yi Baiming, Yunxing did not need to hide anything. Due to the spiritual resonance, Yunxing always had a feeling that Yi Baiming could see through her at any time. Yuan Bupo, from the Yuan family of Grand Emperor City. Yuan Bupo? A man? Yi Baiming lowered his voice. Thank you everyone for your tips. I can't thank you individually, but I've received your support. Fuzi is not a full-time writer, so I can't explode with a lot of words. I can only promise that I'll try my best to maintain the 10,000 words per chapter. If the subscriptions can go up and I can get the website's recommendation, my little universe will explode. I'll rest for 3 days during National Day, and I'll work hard to write. Thank you to every reader who supported me, voted, and left a message. You're all the motivation for me to become a full-time writer. In Yunxing's ears, it was like someone was blowing air into her ear. Yunxing remembered that day in the medicinal hall when Yi Baiming bit her earlobe. Her heart suddenly jumped. He's second aunt's younger brother, Yunxing blurted out. However, she thought angrily inside, why did she have to explain it to Night Fox? Little Wildcat, you seem to have forgotten something. You're now a married woman. In the future, you're not allowed to mention any other men in front of me. Otherwise, the next time we meet, I'll properly teach you your duty as a fiancé, Yi Baiming said domineeringly. Night Fox, are you jealous? Yunxing suddenly understood. She was jealous. I'm jealous, Yi Baiming said matter-of-factly. Our engagement is just a cover-up, Yunxing said helplessly. This kid actually took it seriously. She would not discuss marriage with a youth who was younger than her by in years. Since the engagement is set, then you're mine. There's one more thing that I have to tell you. Regardless of whether or not you can find the water of life, you have to hurry back to Zhou State in 2 months. Yi Baiming did not want to push Yunxing too far. He had known Yunxing for many years. He also knew that the little wildcat was different from any other woman he knew. She valued friendship, but she was most afraid of restrictions. For some reason, she was especially slow when it came to the feelings of men and women. Whether it was Yuan Bupo, Du Guxiu, or Xia Wenqiu from the Temple of Dharma whom he hated the most, they all had feelings for her. However, she could ignore them. If she wasn't naturally slow, then she was naturally a little fool when it came to feelings. However, this was also good. Once he kidnapped her into the elite camp of the mainland and cut her off from everyone else, he would have plenty of ways to train the little fool. This was also why Yi Baiming did not hesitate to use a marriage contract to tie Yunxing down. 2 months? We haven't reached the Immortal Keeper Nation yet, so we're still in a bit of a rush. Yunxing wasn't too sure. In 2 months, the selection for the Continental Magic Elite Camp will begin. This time, you must obtain this spot. Yunxing went to the Wushuan Limitless Martial Arts School in the name of an exchange student. At that time, the exchange period agreed upon by the martial arts school and the academy was 4 years, which was limited to the next divine artifact search. However, during this period of time, Yunxing's student status remained in the Royal Magic Academy. This also meant that she had the qualifications to participate in the Royal Magic Academy selection this time. However, the prerequisite was that Yunxing had to rush back before the selection in 2 months. Elite Mage Camp? I've thought about joining the elite camp, but I'm not interested in competing with the people from the Royal Magic Academy. Yunxing still had some recollection of this term. She remembered that when she was in Luoxia City, the female magician called Blue was a member of the Magic Elite Camp of the continent. It was said that the Elite Mage Camp was the headquarters of the geniuses. Geniuses from all over the continent would gather in the Elite Mage Camp to receive the continent's best guidance in magic and battle techniques. However, Yunxing did not intend to join the Elite Mage Camp. She had never liked to interact with these so-called geniuses. Moreover, since it was the Royal Magic Academy's internal selection, needless to say, Chen Lian'er would definitely participate. She did not like interacting with Chen Lian'er. Yunxing did not realize that she was already a monstrous genius. You must join. Yi Baiming's tone was non-negotiable. This prince wants to join the elite mage camp. What he meant was, if you don't want to see your dear fiancé and Chen Lian'er being lovey-dovey for the next few years, then you should obediently follow the man you married and follow him to the elite camp of the continent with me. Yunxing wanted to refute, but for some reason, when she thought of Yi Baiming and Chen Lian'er's faces overlapping, she felt a little depressed. However, she still refused to admit it. I'm not going. Yi Baiming persisted, if you want to learn dark magic, then you must go to the elite mage camp. When Yunxing heard about dark magic, she was like a cat that had heard a fish. She immediately perked up. Dark magic, most of Yunxing's magic, including wind, earth, water and fire, had already reached the intermediate level. She had even comprehended some profound magic. However, her dark magic was still stuck at the most basic level. There was no other reason other than the fact that the mage temple had banned it, so there were very few opportunities to learn dark magic on the continent. Yunxing could only rely on the books in the Royal Magic Academy, so there was no way for her to learn dark magic of a higher level. Therefore, when she suddenly heard that the elite mage camp could learn dark magic, Yunxing had such a reaction. You're not tricking me, are you? How can the elite mage camp break the rules and learn dark magic? Yunxing did not understand. The mainland's understanding of dark magic is a little extreme. However, due to the huge influence of the Temple of Sorcery, most countries, including Tang Yuan, rarely see traces of dark magic. However, the mainland's magic elite camp is different. They only have one purpose, which is to pursue the highest level of magic and battle techniques. Regardless of whether it is light magic or dark magic, they are all magic. As Yi Baiming narrated, Yunxing roughly pictured the mainland's magic elite camp in her mind. It was a concentration camp for warriors and magicians. Everywhere, there were madmen who were obsessed with magic and battle techniques. However, Yunxing did not feel the slightest bit of fear. The stronger the opponent, the stronger the opponent, the stronger the opponent. This was Yunxing. Yunxing was like this, and so was Yi Baiming. I will find a way to rush back. Yunxing calculated her itinerary. It seemed that she had to change her traveling method. Yunxing's zither skills had improved under Yi Baiming's guidance. Her performance of the last 3 movements of the Dihong song was also decent. At the end, Yi Baiming did not forget to remind Yunxing, the power of the Dihong song cannot be displayed without a corresponding instrument. You must not play it rashly. Yunxing also had a sense of propriety. She had already asked Zhou Qingchuan to use the power of the everlasting Chamber of Commerce to search for a good zither. Before that, she would not use the Dihong song in battle. After a few more days, Yunxing finally arrived at the border between the Immortal Residence and Tang Yuan. Yunxing had been to the border between the later Qin and Zhou state. She had also been to the border between Zhou state and Tang Yuan. However, there was no border like the one between Tang Yuan and the Immortal Residence. Most of the countries would build a common city between them. However, there was no city between Tang Yuan and the Immortal Residence. The border of the Immortal Residence is just ahead. We can only send you here. A few of the Tang Yuan guards in charge of escorting them asked. Yunxing looked ahead with a face full of suspicion. You're saying that behind the sea of trees is the Immortal Ju nation? Not to mention Yunxing, even Yuan Bu-pa and Xian Mimi were at a loss. They had all heard that the Immortal Ju nation was the Elven nation. It was normal for the Elven nation to have some special features. But this sea of trees, a sea of white that looked like it was covered in snow. Was this really the Immortal Ju nation? This was the most distinct border between the two nations. On one side was the lush Tang Yuan nation, and on the other side was the snowy Snow nation. Yunxing had originally planned to ask around for the whereabouts of the Divine Wind after entering the Immortal Ju nation. But now, it seemed that she had to find someone from the Immortal Ju nation to ask. Miss Yun, to be exact, that sea of trees is the border of the Immortal Ju nation. The soldiers looked troubled. After some thought, they still explained to Yunxing. The Sea of White was also known as the Snow Forest Sea. The trees there were white all year round. The Sea of Trees had no borders. No one knew where the end of the Sea of Trees was. But one thing was for sure. The immortal Ju nation was deep within the Snow Forest Sea. Isn't there a guide? Facing a completely unfamiliar area, Yuanbu did not dare to advance recklessly. One thing was for sure. Flying magical. Beasts could not fly in this area. The elven tribe and their descendants were very good at magic, especially archery. This was known to all. If they forced their way in, they would be shot into a hornet's nest. To be honest, there are only two outcomes for people from the Tangyuan nation who enter the Snow Forest Sea. Those with pure intentions will return to the exit. But those with evil intentions will never be able to find the exit. They will be trapped in the immortal Ju nation forever. Therefore, even though this area was the border between the Tangyuan nation and the immortal Ju nation, the Tangyuan nation had never sent a single soldier to guard this place. Because no one would be stupid enough to enter the Snow Forest Sea. Even magical beasts can't enter? Yuanbu did not give up. Ordinary magical beasts will freeze to death if they enter the Snow Forest Sea. The queen of the elven race once commanded a divine beast. Tangyuan's guards shook their heads. Ordinary magical beasts would be so scared that they wouldn't be able to move once they got close. Yuanbu was hesitant. Yunxing, Mimi, why don't we retreat to the Tangyuan nation and discuss if we should enter the Snow Forest Sea? No. We must go in, Yunxing and Xian Mimi said in unison. This time, they had the same opinion. The two looked at each other and turned their heads away at the same time. Yuanbu was speechless. Mimi Mimi. Mimi Mimi, of course, Mimi of the immortal Ju nation of the immortal Ju of the immortal Ju nation. She was my mortal she of the Yun Mimi of the life of life. She didn't have much time left. There was only a little more than a month left until the selection of the continent's magic elite camp. She couldn't afford to waste too much time. Xian Mimi, you really dare to go in? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to return? Yunxing wanted to go in, but she was not willing to go in with Xian Mimi. Xian Mimi's chest was not big, but she was not smart either. After leaving the Tangyuan nation, Xian Mimi had been arguing with her. Since they were already at the immortal residence, Xian Mimi could not be bothered to go with her. Xian Mimi felt guilty after being mocked by Xian Mimi. But in front of Yuanbu, she would never admit that she did not dare to enter the Snow Forest Sea. If you insist on going in, then we'll take our leave first. The wind from the Snow Forest Sea is bone-chilling. Our cultivation levels are not as high as yours. If we get too much of it, I'm afraid our bodies won't be able to take it. These Tangyuan soldiers were also magicians. At this moment, they were shivering. Yunxing, Yuanbu, and the rest entered the Snow Forest Sea. When they first entered the Snow Forest Sea, they felt like they had entered a world of ice and snow. The trees in the Snow Forest Sea were completely white. The trunks of the trees were like icicles. The leaves on the trees were like pine needles. But every leaf was sparkling like ice. It was as if they would break with a touch. Walking in the Snow Forest Sea, they could only hear the sound of the wind. A narrow entrance appeared in front of them. It was said that this was the entrance to the Snow Forest Sea. I will walk in front. You two follow behind me. Yuanbu could not argue with the two of them. He could only bite the bullet and walk forward. It was a coincidence. The three of them had risked their lives in the geocentric cave last time. Now, they were venturing into the Snow Forest Sea together. But compared to the geocentric cave, the Snow Forest Sea was like ice and fire. Little red and blue danced on Yuanbu's body. The red and blue feathers danced happily in the Snow Forest Sea. This place was really cold. Fortunately, Yunxing had the spirit fire brand on her body. She could not feel the cold. Yuanbu was a man, so his body was better. Xian Mimi was not so lucky. She was just a sorcerer. Her body was average. After a few steps, she froze and could not walk anymore. Brother Bupa, I can't walk anymore. Xian Mimi complained. Carry me. Mimi, let's walk for a while. Eat something and recover some energy before we continue. Yuanbu glanced at Yunxing. At that moment, Yunxing was carving a mark on a cedar tree beside her. They had walked for a while. But Yunxing had an illusion that they were in the same place. They kept going back and forth. Xianmimi took out some food from her storage ring. Xianmimi took out a water bag from her storage ring. She wanted to drink some water. But after a long time, not a single drop of water came out. She took a closer look and realized that the water in the water bag that they had prepared before entering was completely frozen. It was the same for the other water bags. She looked at the food. It was the same. The meat and dry food were all frozen hard. If she bit into them, she would break her teeth. Because of this, the food and water that they had prepared before entering the snow forest sea were all wasted. What the hell is this place? I want to get out. Xianmimi was anxious and panicked. She threw the water bag on the ground. At this moment, Xianmimi was truly afraid. Rather than being trapped here to death, she would rather live her life with this ugly face. Yuan Bupo checked his storage ring. The items inside were the same. They were all frozen and could not be used or consumed. This has happened before in the geocentric cave. I think it's due to the influence of a special magic element. The immortal Ju nation was indeed a land of fairies. The magic of outsiders would be greatly affected here. Yunxing was not too surprised. When Tang Yuan's guards talked about how scary the snow forest sea was, she was already mentally prepared. Yunxing also noticed that they had been walking all the way, but they had been circling around the pine tree that they had marked. Xianmimi looked in the direction that they had come from and realized that they were surrounded by paths that looked similar. She could not tell which path was the one that they had come from. If you want to go out by yourself if you can find a way out. Yunxing grabbed a handful of snow from the ground and put it in her mouth. She chewed a few mouthfuls and felt her cheeks turn cold. However, the snow water here was not bad. It had the fragrance of pine trees. Brother Bupo. Xianmimi did not give up. Shut up. If you make any more noise, I'll leave you alone. Yunxing glared at Xianmimi. Mimi, stop fooling around. Yuan Bupo ordered Xiao Hanlan to fly higher. Little Hanlan flew over and landed on Yuan Bupo's shoulder, chirping non-stop. Lil Hanlan said that there's an obstacle in the sky above the forest. It can't fly too high. Yuan Bupo began to feel nervous. He initially thought that no matter how powerful the elf tribe was, it was just a rumor. However, it seemed that they had really hit a wall. They could not see where they were going and there was no way out. The food in everyone's storage ring was frozen and could not be eaten. If they continued to be trapped like this, only death would await them. Yunxing was silent. She listened to the sound of the wind. At that moment, the spirit stone on Yunxing's magic scepter glowed with a green color. Demonic Spirit Soul Stone? Yunxing's demonic spirit soul stone was given to her by Shenfeng. It was the first time that the spirit stone glowed. The spirit stone glowed brighter and brighter. A beautiful spirit appeared. The elf was very small, like a small green butterfly, but she had the body of a human and a pair of pointy ears that protruded from the wind. She did not expect the spirit stone given to her by divine wind to suddenly wake up after entering the immortal Ju nation. Perhaps it had sensed that it had returned to its hometown, which it had not seen for a long time. The demon spirit butterfly happily danced in the sky, drawing beautiful emerald trails. Chirp chirp. Xiao Hanlan seemed to be very interested in this beautiful little thing. It chased after the Qimei fairy butterfly. The spirit butterfly quickly flew to Yunxing's side and gently touched Yunxing with its wings. Quick, follow it. It said that it knows the way home. Yunxing felt an unfamiliar language being transmitted to her. Yuan Bupo and Xianmimi were still immersed in this strange scene. After being reminded by Yunxing, the two of them quickly followed Yunxing and followed the Qimei fairy butterfly as they ran forward. The three of them only felt waves of icy cold wind blowing past their ears, and countless tall pine and cypress trees swept past them. The spirit butterfly's agile body as it led the way. Gradually, the few of them left the core area of the snow forest sea and entered the outer area. Just as Yunxing and the others entered the outer area of the snow forest sea, In a majestic city not far from the snow forest sea, a few white-haired, blue-eyed elven archers who looked like enlarged versions of the spirit butterfly heard the alarm. There are outsiders in the direction of the snow forest sea. As if they were facing a great enemy, the elven soldiers immediately gathered more than 100 people and rushed towards the snow forest sea. Quick, look in front. We should have already entered the immortal Junation. After running for a while, Xianxia and the others were exhausted. The spirit butterfly danced happily in the air. At the end of the snow forest sea, a few miles away, they could see a majestic city of ice and snow. The city of ice and snow was like a palace that only existed in fairy tales. Under the bright sunlight, it reflected a colorful luster. Yuanbupa had always thought that the Grand Emperor city was the real city. However, compared to the city of ice and snow in front of him, he, who came from the Grand Emperor city, felt ashamed. The elves and their descendants craftsmen were world-famous. The city they built was so beautiful that it did not seem like a palace in the mortal world. The three of them walked forward. Suddenly, little Hong Lan let out a sharp cry in the sky. Then, more than 100 snow-white figures appeared in the sky. They were elven archers. Their white hair danced in the wind and they held magic bows in their hands. The person in the lead had an exquisite face like an ice sculpture. However, his expression was cold. Outsiders. What's your purpose in entering the immortal Junation? The snow forest sea was not an ordinary forest. It was an illusion array set up by the intelligent elven ancestors. Ordinary people could not pass through it. For many years, Icefall City, which was the outermost and most important defensive city of the immortal Junation, relied on the snow forest sea to defend against foreign enemies. However, some outsiders would unintentionally break the illusion array of the forest sea and break into Icefall City. The elves, who didn't like fighting, would erase the memories of outsiders who accidentally broke in and send them out. However, the elves would imprison those who tried to spy on the elves' treasures forever in Icefall City. Therefore, Icefall City was also where the elves' biggest prison was located. Although these elves looked very beautiful, their faces were cold, and this place was also very cold. We're here to look for the water of life. After seeing the elves, Xianmimi thought that everything was safe. She could not wait to find the water of life and leave this damned place as soon as possible. When Xianxia heard this, he almost cursed out loud. Most elves did not seem to understand the human language. The captain who could understand the human language understood Xianmimi's words. Human thieves, catch them. She had seen stupid people, but she had never seen such stupid people. Xianmimi's words were like a robber running to the police and yelling, "This is a robbery, take out your guns." The water of life was the holy water of the elves. Even the elven royal family could not obtain much of it in a year. Xianmimi, an intruder, actually asked for the water of life. Sure enough, the elven archers of the Ice Clan all frowned. The bows in their hands flickered with magic light. Run! Being faced by 100 elven archers who were good at shooting, Yunxing's first reaction was to run without any hesitation. With a whoosh, a magic ice arrow fell on a stone beside Yunxing. Whoosh, another arrow was shot, and the rock immediately exploded. A magic array quickly formed between the two arrows. Almost at the same time, Yunxing, Yuan Bupo, and the others felt the magic souls in their bodies stiffen. A strange feeling surrounded them. Not good. Their Dharma souls were sealed, cold sweat appeared on the foreheads of the three people. There will be a major turning point next. He, wait for me to smash my phone. I'm going to write, Happy National Day, double monthly ticket period, true love, Kong Ming * magic seal. It was the elf tribe's most unique magic that could seal a person's magic power instantly. The three of them did not run away. Facing a group of winged archers, running away seemed to be an unwise choice. The three of them were tied up, their magic scepters and musical instruments were taken away. Even Xiao Honglan's wings were tied up and they were taken to Icefall City. The fairy butterfly saw that Yunxing was taken away and hesitated for a moment before it flapped its wings and escaped. When they were close to Icefall City, Yunxing noticed that the city was built in front of a huge icefall. The icefall formed a natural city wall. They passed through the icefall and walked inside. They saw many pointy-eared elves along the street. Those with wings were real elves. The rest looked similar to humans. Those without wings were the descendants of elves and humans. The elf tribe did not have a good impression of humans. After knowing that Yunxing and the rest were here to steal the water of life, the three of them were locked up in Icefall City's prison. Yunxing and Xianmimi were locked up in Icefall City's prison. It was a natural ice house. The prison cells here were separated into male and female cells. They were locked up separately. No one knew where Yuan Bupa was locked up. Looking at the cold cave, Xianmimi's face was filled with fear. Yunxing also frowned. There were already more than 30 prisoners in the prison. They were all women. These women were of different ages. Most of them were in their 30s or 40s. Looking at their figures, they were either mages or warriors. They had been locked up for a long time. Their skin was pale due to the lack of sunlight. When the two of them walked in, they felt like sheep walking into a tiger's den. The elves walked away. "Newcomer, take off all your clothes and shoes." The one who spoke was a female warrior sitting on the far left. She spoke in a rough voice as she stared at Xianmimi's clothes fiercely. There were 7 to 8 female prisoners sitting next to her. Xianmimi was wearing a mage's robe with beautiful workmanship. Her leather boots were also exquisite. Yunxing, on the other hand, was wearing ordinary clothes for convenience. Xianmimi raised her head in disdain. "Who are you to order me around? Do you know that I am?" Before Xianmimi could finish, a fist came flying over. She immediately covered her face and screamed, "You dare to hit me? You lowly prisoner, how dare you hit me? What a picky little wench. Go pull out her teeth one by one." Xianmimi did not have good eyesight. This female warrior was obviously the leader of this prison. In this prison cell, most of the prisoners had their Dharma souls and battle chi sealed with a special method after they were locked up. In addition, their belongings and magic scepters had all been taken away. At this moment, their ability to resist was very limited. But that female warrior was different. Even if a warrior didn't have Do Chi, she could still rely on her innate strength and tyrannical physique to be much stronger than an average adult male. Xianmimi was used to being rude and unreasonable. Today was the first time she suffered. As soon as the female warrior's voice fell, several female prisoners pounced on Xianmimi like wolves and tigers and pressed her to the ground. "No, help! Yunxing, save me!" Xianmimi remembered that she still had Yunxing as her companion. The veil on her face had long been torn off. In her panic, the sand and snow on the ground splashed on her face, making her look even uglier. The female warrior looked at Yunxing with disdain. "What could a thin and weak female mage do? You want to resist? I advise you to obediently take off all your clothes and shoes. This is a rule for newcomers. I am the boss here, Xianxia. There are some rules in this prison cell. You'd better remember them clearly," Xianxia said slowly. This prison cell was the only female prison in Icefall City. There were 32 female prisoners here. Xianxia was the most senior one here. Before she was imprisoned, she was a powerful martial artist from the later Qing dynasty. After she came to this prison cell, she made a few rules. The first rule: when newcomers came in, all their clothes and shoes, except for their underwear, must be given to Xianxia. The second rule: there will be a meal in the prison cell every day. For the first 3 days, food and water must be given to Xianxia out of respect. The third rule: absolutely obey Xianxia's orders. Do you all understand these 3 rules? Xianxia said fiercely. I heard you. Yunxing lowered her head, looking very obedient. She took the initiative to take off her coat and shoes. It was very cold in the female prison. After taking off her coat and shoes, it was even colder when she stepped on the ground barefoot. The elves didn't kill these foreign invaders, but they would lock them in the prison cell forever and give them only 1 meal a day. Between the prisoners, because of fighting for food or because their clothes were stolen, every once in a while, some people would die. It was also because of this that the number of people in the female prison decreased day by day, and those who survived became more and more indifferent. Regarding the evil deeds of the few people led by Xianxia, most of the other people in the prison cell opened their eyes and closed their eyes. You're quite obedient. Bring everything over. Xianxia saw that Yunxing was so obedient and relaxed her vigilance against her. Yunxing walked forward. Just as she approached Xianxia, she quickly covered Xianxia's head with the clothes in her hands. She bent her knees and slammed them into Xianxia's knees. Beside her, several female prisoners turned pale with fright. They all jumped up, wanting to grab Yunxing. "Whoever dares to come over, I'll poke her eyes blind." Yunxing sneered and pressed her finger on Xiao's eyes. The latter felt waves of stinging pain in her eyes. This female magician's strength was very great, not inferior to that of an ordinary warrior. Xiao naturally wouldn't have thought that Yunxing was not an ordinary female magician. She had stayed in Wushuan Limitless School before. Although she didn't have a magic scepter or a beast language ring at the moment, with her jade marrow technique and physique, it was more than enough to survive in the female prison cell. "Little hussy, you dare." Xiao's head was covered by the clothes and her throat was choked by Yunxing. Her face was red from suffocation. Before she broke into the immortal residence country, she was a fugitive who lived by robbing and killing. Because she was wanted by the officials of various countries, she was chased until she had nowhere to go and mistakenly entered this forest. She didn't expect to fall into the hands of the elves and be locked in this prison for 10 whole years. In these 10 years, she had almost never been defeated. Many new female prisoners who came in were tortured to death by her. Who knew that today, she would kick an iron plate on Yunxing's body? "You can try." Yunxing didn't have the slightest intention of letting go. "If you dare to hurt me, your companion is dead." Xiao was certain that Yunxing came with Xianmimi. "Whether she lives or dies, what does it have to do with me?" Yunxing smiled coldly. Xianmimi's face turned ashen when she heard this. She glared at Yunxing with hatred. Xiao hesitated when she saw their reactions. "What do you want?" "It's very simple. You be the boss, and I'll be the newcomer. I'm not willing to follow any of your 3 stupid rules." After Yunxing finished speaking, she suddenly raised her elbows and grabbed Xiao's shoulders with both hands. She only exerted a little strength. Xiao only felt a gotcha sound coming from his hand. He was thrown out and fell flat on his face. Xiao struggled to get up from the ground. She felt a huge pain in her shoulders. She took a closer look and realized that her shoulders had been dislocated in an instant. She glanced at Yunxing and then at Xianmimi. Viciousness flashed across her eyes. "Let her go." Xiao did not dare to be presumptuous when she realized that Yunxing was not an ordinary person. She asked someone to let go of Xianmimi. Xianmimi quickly ran behind Yunxing. Although she still hated Yunxing, she could see that under such harsh conditions, without Yunxing, she would not have a chance to survive. These people who were locked up in the prison were all fugitives. After this fight, there was a temporary peace in the women's prison. Yunxing ignored Xianmimi. She found a quiet corner in the prison and rested. Xianmimi curled up into a ball and widened her eyes, guarding against Xiao and the others. In an area far away from the women's prison, Yuan Bupo, who was locked up in the men's prison, was anxious. There were more men's prison cells in Icefall City. Yuan Bupo was locked up in a cell with 8 people. Most of them accidentally broke into the Snow Forest Sea and were locked up here. "You said that your 2 companions are locked up in the women's prison?" "Sigh, I'm afraid they're doomed." Yuan Bupo asked around and found out that the living environment of the women's prison was much worse than that of the men's. "Why do you say that?" "I don't think the elves are torturing us, nor are they harsh on us." Yuan Bupo also tried to shout, asking the elves to lock him up with Yunxing and the others, but the elves completely ignored him. The elves were known for being peace-loving and not bloodthirsty. Along the way, Yuan Bupo did not see any torture tools. "That's what you think. There's nothing scarier than endless imprisonment. The boss of the women's cell is called Xiao. That person used to be a murderer. If your 2 companions are more docile, they might be able to endure less torture. But if they have a bad temper, they might be tortured to death." The prisoner in the same cell shook his head. "Xiao is nothing. At most, it's just a competition of torture. If we meet that she-devil." The person who spoke had a face full of fear. The others also revealed looks of horror. "What she-devil?" Yuan Bupo was worried. Unfortunately, the Yunxing he knew was definitely not a docile person. After an unknown period of time, the elves delivered food once. As soon as the food was delivered, everyone fought for it. Yixiao's shoulder had yet to be reattached, and it hurt terribly. She did not dare to fight with Yunxing again. After eating a few mouthfuls of food that she did not know the taste of, Yunxing leaned against the wall. Yixiao's words earlier still lingered in her ears. She said that she had been in this cell for 10 years. Did that mean that there was no hope for her to escape once she was locked up? Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the door opening. On the other side of the cell, the door was opened. Bang! 2 elven soldiers threw a woman with wounds all over her body into the cell. When the woman was thrown in, Yixia, who was in the corner, trembled. She was like a hungry wolf that suddenly saw a lion standing in front of her. In the cell, the female prisoners who were minding their own business turned their heads around. It was obvious that the female prisoner had been severely tortured. The clothes on her back were torn, and her flesh was badly mutilated. Her pale bones could be vaguely seen. Despite that, the female prisoner's hands and feet were still shackled. This was obviously different from the other female prisoners in the cell. The elves were not violent. After they had locked a person's combat energy and dharma soul, they would not be shackled in the cell. From this, it could be seen that this female prisoner who was being tortured must have committed some heinous crime. The female prisoner was unconscious. She lay on the ground as if she was dead. The atmosphere in the female prisoner's cell became tense. Yunxing looked at the wounds on the female prisoner's body. Her healer's blood was boiling. She stood up and wanted to go forward to take a look. "Don't move. Are you trying to get us killed?" Yixia scolded fiercely. "She's severely injured, and she's having a fever." Yunxing knew that the female prisoner had a fever when she saw her panting and her heaving chest. In this kind of environment, if the wounds were not treated, the female prisoner's situation would be very dangerous. "She'll die." "What a joke." Yixia snorted, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Yunxing was too lazy to argue with her. She walked forward and wanted to take a look at the woman's wounds. As soon as she walked in, there was an uproar. A black shadow swept over. It turned out that the female prisoner was not completely unconscious. When she heard the footsteps, she subconsciously flew up and the iron chains on her hands and feet rolled towards Yunxing. Yunxing did not expect that a seriously injured prisoner with a high fever would be so agile. However, Yunxing's reaction was not slow. She slipped and her body moved back a few meters, just brushing past the female prisoner's iron chains. "I'm a doctor. If you don't want the wounds on your back to rupture and die from a high fever, it's best to let me take a look at your wounds." Yunxing observed and found that Yixiao's group, for unknown reasons, were very afraid of this female prisoner. The more this was the case, the more she wanted to be on good terms with this female prisoner. Yunxing knew very well that she could not be locked up here forever. Since this female prisoner had been taken out for interrogation, there must be a special reason. Perhaps she could find out a way to escape from the prison from her. Hearing Yunxing's words, the female prisoner stopped in her tracks. She looked up and her hair was thrown aside, revealing a mask. The patterns on the mask were very strange. Only a pair of eyes were revealed, but even just a pair of eyes lit up the entire cell in an instant. It was a pair of almond-shaped eyes. Under her thick and long eyelashes, her pitch-black eyes were like the night stars. Even in a country like the Elf Kingdom that was rich in beautiful men and women, it was difficult to find such a pair of soul-stirring eyes. Just these eyes alone made it easy to guess that the female prisoner must be very beautiful. Other than the mask on her face, the woman's entire body was like a jade sculpture. Her hair was silvery white, and other than the mask, the rest of her skin was like the finest cloud satin, exuding a seductive charm from her bones. She was a natural beauty, and her entire person was so unreal. "You're a doctor?" The woman's eyes were very beautiful, but her voice was very unpleasant. When it landed in her ears, it was as if a file was being scraped hard. "I'm a doctor from Zhou State." Zhou State, a trace of hesitation flashed across the woman's eyes. The female prisoner heard Yunxing mention Zhou State. Where was Zhou State? The name sounded a little familiar. The female prisoner felt a dull pain in her head. She wanted to think clearly, but her mind was muddled. There seemed to be a hand in her mind. Every time she vaguely recalled a figure, that hand would quickly scatter her memories. This female prisoner was a felon. After Yunxing and the others were locked in prison, their shackles were removed. However, this female prisoner's hands and feet were all shackled with magic shackles. Moreover, upon closer inspection, one would find that her magic shackles were very special. They were actually magic shackles made of a mixture of 4 magic elements. The cold magic shackles made her slender limbs look even thinner. Her body shook and she fell to the ground on her back, making a dull sound. When the people in the ice prison saw that the masked female prisoner had fallen, no one dared to go forward. All of them only avoided the masked female prisoner vigilantly. "Xian Mimi, help me carry her to the corner." Yunxing gave Xian Mimi a look. Xian Mimi walked over reluctantly. Yunxing was her backer now. Yunxing lifted the woman's long hair and saw her wound. What a serious injury! Yunxing had seen countless thrilling scenes since she started practicing medicine, but this was the first time she saw such a shocking wound on a woman's body. There were hundreds of messy whip wounds, some horizontal, some vertical, all over the place. Compared to the skin on the masked female prisoner's body, it was even more shocking. What kind of felony would make the elves, who had always loved peace, treat this female prisoner so heavily? What did she do? Why did she have to be punished so severely? Yunxing was puzzled as she checked the wound. No one in the cell answered. Yunxing didn't ask further. In this cell, people's hearts were as cold as ice. "Her body is so hot," Xian Mimi exclaimed. Yunxing touched the woman's forehead. Sure enough, it was scalding hot. Yunxing checked the woman's pulse and heartbeat, and found that her heartbeat was very fast, and her body temperature was shockingly high. The wound must have been infected, causing tetanus. If the fever didn't subside, even if the woman managed to survive by the time dawn came, she would have turned into a retard. Yunxing couldn't help but frown. The facilities in the cell were very simple. There wasn't even a bed. Her orc speech ring and magic scepter had all been confiscated. He didn't have any medicine or tools on hand. What should he do? Yunxing thought for a while. She couldn't cook without rice. In a situation where there was no medicine to be used, she could only use the materials on the ground. She casually grabbed a handful of clean snow from the ground. There was nothing in the ice cell except for snow everywhere. Yunxing quickly squeezed the snow into a small ball and threw a piece to Xian Mimi. "What are you doing?" Xian Mimi was annoyed. "Let's cool her down physically. You use this snowball to follow my method and gestures. Wipe her armpits, knees, armpits, limbs, and her entire body until her body temperature drops." After Yunxing finished speaking, she took the lead and started to move her hands. "You want me to serve a female prisoner?" Xian Mimi's spoiled temper flared up again. "You're also a female prisoner now. Either you help or get lost." Yunxing shouted sternly. Xian Mimi was frightened by Yunxing's imposing manner. She could only look at Yunxing's actions with resentment. Following Yunxing's instructions, she squeezed the snowball and wiped the masked female prisoner's body. There were only women in the female prison. Yunxing didn't have any concerns. She took off the woman's outer clothes. The woman's outer clothes had long been torn apart. The outer clothes were still covered with flesh and blood. With a rip, a large piece of skin on the woman's back was torn off. Even Yunxing's heart trembled for no reason when she made her move. The woman, who had fallen into a coma due to her high fever, stiffened her back and didn't make any unnecessary sounds. This was a very strong-willed woman. She wouldn't beg for mercy even when she was being tortured. Yunxing thought as she continued to wipe the woman with ice and snow. Xian Mimi wiped for an hour and refused to do any more. Yunxing could only hold on by herself. After 5 to 6 hours, Yunxing's fingers were stiff. A layer of ice had formed on the woman's body and then evaporated into a thin layer of mist. The temperature of the masked female prisoner's body had also dropped. Yunxing touched the woman's forehead with her hand. After confirming that the fever had subsided, she breathed a sigh of relief. Her body temperature is normal. She'll be fine after drinking some water. Yunxing also noticed that the woman didn't look very strong, but her recovery ability was amazing. The whip wounds that were fatal had actually healed spontaneously after 12 to 12 hours. The whip wounds on her back had already scabbed over on their own without the use of any medicine. Presumably, her wounds would be healed in a few days. When Xianxia examined the woman, she also secretly paid attention to the woman's body. She didn't find any fighting energy or magic power in the woman's body. It seemed that this masked female prisoner, who was a taboo in the female prison, wasn't a warrior. She wasn't even a magician. Then who was she? Why was her self-healing ability so amazing? Among all the patients that Xianxia had come in contact with, only Yi Baiming had a self-healing ability comparable to this masked female prisoner. The physiques of the masked female prisoner and Yi Baiming could be regarded as monstrous. 5 to 6 hours had passed. In the female prison, most of the female prisoners were either asleep or in a daze. This was the normal pace of life in the female prison. Only Xianxia, after learning that Xianxia was a doctor, had been secretly observing Xianxia. "Are you really a doctor?" Xianxia suddenly opened her mouth. For 5 to 6 hours, Xianxia had been watching Xianxia's movements from the side. She didn't expect that this thin girl was actually a doctor. Xianxia didn't say a word. She took out the fresh water that was sent yesterday and fed it to the woman's mouth. "I advise you not to save her. Even the elves have to retreat from this woman. Maybe the first thing she will do when she wakes up is to kill you." After learning about Xianxia's identity, Xianxia wanted to befriend her. She pointed to her arm that was still hanging down. "Put my arm back and I will tell you about this woman." Xianxia had been in the prison for 10 years and had seen all kinds of people. She also saw that Xianxia was very interested in the masked female prisoner. Xianxia didn't say much. She stepped forward, grabbed Xiao's arm, and pulled it hard. With a crack, Xiao twisted her hand and found that her hand, which had been completely numb, had recovered. Before Xiao was locked up in the female prison, she was a wanted warrior. She had been on the run for many years, so she knew some superficial martial arts. When Xianxia dislocated her arm, she thought that she was careless and accidentally fell into the other party's ambush. However, when she secretly wanted to set her arm back, she found that Xianxia's treatment method was very special. She actually couldn't set her broken arm back. Xiao naturally didn't know that Xianxia's treatment method was special because she secretly used a hidden needle when she made the move. If Xianxia didn't personally treat the needle, Xiao's arm wouldn't be able to recover for the rest of her life. Seeing that her arm had recovered, Xiao opened her mouth to speak. "That woman is a lunatic. Not long after she was locked up, she killed an elven guard who came to deliver food." When Xiao talked about that incident, she couldn't help but shiver. She boasted that she was a murderer who killed people without batting an eyelid, but after being locked up in the ice prison, she didn't dare to act presumptuously. The magic arrows of the elves were really powerful. Anyone who was shot would have their movement restricted, and the magic souls of the magicians sealed. Without the magic of the elves, it was impossible to recover. As a result, these once notorious fugitives didn't dare to act presumptuously in the ice prison of Icefall City. But that masked female prisoner was different. Her skill seemed to have nothing to do with magic power or doqi. She killed that elven guard in the blink of an eye. It was also because of this incident that the elves, who had always loved peace and didn't want to kill, took special care of the masked female prisoner. Not only did they put her in shackles, they also imposed additional punishments on her. Every 10 days, the elven guards would take the masked female prisoner out alone and give her 100 lashes. The elves' weapons were all very powerful and could slowly wear down a person's magic soul and doqi. This female prisoner had been locked up for more than 3 years and had been whipped more than 30 times. She became weaker each time, but she was able to survive every time. This time was the most serious. If it weren't for Xianxia, she probably wouldn't have been able to survive. That female prisoner was actually able to kill an elven guard in one move. When Xianxia heard this, she still didn't believe it. The elves of Icefall City were the bravest and most warlike elven warriors of the Immortal Keeper Nation. Their elven magic was very powerful, and most of them cultivated both magic and martial arts. In a situation where her magic soul was suppressed and her doqi circulation was impeded, she was still able to kill him in a single move. Just how powerful was this masked woman? As he spoke, the woman on the ground let out a soft sound. "You saved me?" The woman's ear-piercing voice sounded from behind him. Although she had just woken up, her voice sounded very clear. She didn't sound like someone who had almost died from a high fever. From this, it could be seen how amazing her recovery ability was. Although the masked female prisoner did not say anything, the moment she woke up, she began to examine her body. Upon examination, she discovered that her injuries were especially serious this time around. While she was unconscious, she could feel that someone was constantly cooling her down. At the same time, that person was constantly whispering in her ear, "Hang in there." That voice was very friendly. "Senior, you're awake." Yunxing was not frightened by Yixia's words. When she heard Yunxing's voice, the masked female prisoner's brain suddenly twitched. The masked female prisoner curled up her body, not knowing whether it was because of pain or because of her injuries. "What's wrong with you? Are you still not feeling well?" Yunxing wanted to go forward and check. The woman forcefully shook off Yunxing. Yunxing was not on guard and was thrown out. "Don't touch me," the masked female prisoner said fiercely. "I forgot to tell you that this woman hates being touched. The last person who touched her was torn into two by her. She's just like a wild beast." Yixia watched from the side and rejoiced in other people's misfortune. "She deliberately didn't tell me." Yunxing glanced at Yixia. Yixia did have the intention to harm Yunxing. Who told Yunxing to give her a show of strength as soon as she entered the cell? In this female prison, other than the masked female prisoner who was like a killing machine, Yixia had never been bullied by anyone else. She couldn't wait for Yunxing to anger the masked female prisoner and be torn in half. However, the masked female prisoner looked a little strange today. If it was any other day, Yunxing would have been killed long ago. She seemed to have hit her hard just now, but compared to her previous fierceness, it was nothing. After the masked female prisoner threw Yunxing away, she gasped for breath and looked at Yunxing warily. She was a very beautiful young lady, and it was easy for people to have a good impression of her. Although she was unreasonably thrown away, she didn't seem angry. Soon, the masked female prisoner noticed the water bag beside her. That was the young lady's water. A trace of surprise flashed through the masked female's eyes. She understood that it was the young lady who had been taking care of her last night. She even left her own water for her. "Senior, I didn't mean to offend you." Yunxing no longer pestered her and didn't look angry. She found a clean corner and sat down, closed her eyes and rested. Without magic power and with the demon sealing arrow, she was busy all night and her situation wasn't good. Not long after the masked female prisoner woke up, the elven guards brought dry food and water as usual. Unlike the previous scene of a hubbub, this time, no one in the prison dared to rob her. Everyone looked at the masked female prisoner. As long as the masked female prisoner wasn't taken out and tortured, the female prisoners in the female prison were most in awe of her. She didn't move, and the others didn't dare to step forward. Even Yixia didn't move. Time seemed to have frozen. The masked female prisoner moved, and the magic chains on her body made an uproar on the ground. "You, take it first." The masked female prisoner said was Yunxing. Yunxing was surprised. Was she repaying her for saving her life last night? Yunxing didn't refuse. The food and water in the ice prison was very limited. Everyone only had 1 meal a day. For Yunxing, who was used to 3 meals a day, this was obviously not enough. Under the gaze of dozens of people in the ice prison, Yunxing took 2 portions of water and 2 portions of dry food. Xianxia, who was at the side, was also starving. Seeing that Yunxing could take the food, she mustered up her courage and walked forward. "Get lost, who do you think you are?" The masked female prisoner waved the chain in her hand. The magic chain looked thick and heavy, but in the hands of the masked female prisoner, it was like a dancer's sleeves, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. "Pa!" The chain smashed down. Xianxia screamed and covered her hand. A piece of flesh had been torn off her arm, and blood flowed out. "I'm her companion," Xianxia cried. The masked female prisoner looked at Yunxing. Yunxing took a bite of dry food, drank a mouthful of water, and chewed a few mouthfuls. Her face was expressionless. Yunxing wouldn't easily forget what Grand Emperor City had done to the Yun residents. She wasn't a saint. Yunxing's indifference was undoubtedly the best denial. "Yunxing, wait until I get out." I won't let you off. Xianmimi covered her wound and cursed fiercely. She couldn't wait to tear Yunxing apart. Yunxing's meaning was very clear. Xianmimi didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. She could only put down the food and water and retreat. Yunxing said indifferently, "It's not too late to say ruthless words when you can get out." Yunxing's words were like a stone falling into the calm water, evoking the thoughts of everyone present. The masked female prisoner closed her eyes and no longer spoke. Yunxing sighed. Xianmimi was still sitting at the side, sobbing softly. After Yunxing finished eating, she felt more comfortable. She leaned against the cold wall, which made her sleepy. Her mind was full of what Xianxia had said earlier. 10 years, Xianxia said that she had been locked up here for 10 years and had never had a chance to escape from Icefall City. The elves had mastered the demon sealing arrow, so it was almost impossible to escape from here. Was she also going to be locked up for an endless 10 years? 10 years, father, had she waited for 10 years? When Yunxing thought of this, her heart clenched. A few days passed in a flash. After that day, the masked female prisoner was still sitting alone in the corner of the ice prison. She had never spoken to anyone, but her attitude towards Yunxing was undoubtedly the best. Although she didn't say anything, her behavior made it clear that the little girl was under her protection. Yunxing was the first to take food and water, and the second was the masked female prisoner. The two didn't communicate directly, but they had a tacit understanding of each other. This was also a tacit agreement of the entire female prison. With the silent protection of the masked female prisoner, Yixia's group didn't dare to do anything to Yunxing. Yunxing could receive an extra set of water and dry food every day. The days in the ice prison passed day and night. Yunxing could only count on the meals sent by the elves every day. The days passed. She engraved a stroke on the wall of the cell every day. In the blink of an eye, she had already written 3 Jing characters. In other words, she had been imprisoned in Icefall City for 15 days. Counting the days, it was only a month away from the selection of the mainland's magic elite camp. The date agreed upon by Yunxing and Yibaiming was also approaching day by day. During this period, the masked female prisoner was taken out and whipped again. This time, it was even worse than the last time. As if there was a natural tacit understanding between them, Yunxing continued to use ice and snow to cool her down. The masked woman didn't thank Yunxing afterwards, but her attitude towards Yunxing was much better. Yunxing had also tried to contact Yibaiming, but due to the demon sealing arrow, she could not even meditate, let alone use her Dharma soul to resonate with him. If this continued, she would definitely miss the appointment. Night Fox would probably be angry. Yunxing sighed. She squatted in a corner with a sad face and used her fingers to rub the snow on the ground. She raised her eyes slightly and saw the masked female prisoner sitting in the corner like an ice sculpture. Other than the first time they met, when the other party was in a sorry state, the masked female prisoner was mostly clean and neat. Yunxing also later found out why Xianxia and the others forced the new prisoners to take off their clothes and boots. It turned out that they were all used to show filial respect to the masked female prisoner. The expensive magician's robe and boots that Xianmimi had taken off earlier were now on the female prisoner. Xianmimi was angry for a long time because of this. The masked female prisoner was combing her long hair with a small ice comb. She had the most beautiful long hair Yunxing had ever seen. The hair was very good, straight, smooth, and silver white. This made Yunxing think of a good fox fur coat. Every prisoner who came in would be searched thoroughly. That ice comb was obviously not brought in from outside by the masked female prisoner. "Senior?" Yunxing asked boldly. "You know how to sculpt ice?" The ice comb was very exquisite. At a glance, it was obvious that it was hand-polished. The patterns on it were also very delicate. It was hard to tell that the masked female prisoner's hands could do such delicate handiwork other than killing people. The masked female prisoner's hand paused, as if she was considering whether to answer or not. Finally, she spat out a word. "Yes." Yunxing came closer. The masked female prisoner's body stiffened, but she still managed to resist the urge to throw Yunxing out. Yunxing had helped her treat her wounds twice. She had already let down her guard against Yunxing to a certain extent. "Then can you teach me how to sculpt ice?" Yunxing probed again. Yunxing wanted to sculpt a zither, an ice zither that would allow her to play the Dihong song. Her beast language ring and magic scepter were all taken away. Her Dharma soul was also restrained. Under such circumstances, she thought of the Dihong song. Earlier, Yi Baiming had said that Yunxing's Dihong song could only be played with a suitable zither. Yunxing had never found a suitable zither. But today, when she saw the masked female prisoner's ice comb, she suddenly remembered that the ice and snow in the ice prison had accumulated for thousands of years. It was incomparably hard. If she could sculpt a 1,000-year-old ice zither, she would have a zither that she could use temporarily. The masked female prisoner actually agreed to Yunxing's suggestion. Although she did not directly agree, she nodded. The masked female prisoner's hands were indeed very skillful. Yunxing did as she said. She used the materials on the ground and chiseled a large piece of ice from the wall of the prison cell. She carefully polished the ice into an ice knife and began to sculpt the rough shape of the ice zither. The masked female prisoner still did not like to talk. She just watched from the side. If Yunxing did something wrong, she would correct her. The two of them, one guiding and the other sculpting, soon had a rough outline of the zither. At first, Xian Mimi was very disdainful of Yunxing's actions. But later, she understood Yunxing's intentions. The days in the ice prison slowly passed by in the long sculpting. Ice sculpting was a craft that tested a person's patience and perseverance. Yunxing also unconsciously forgot that she was in the ice prison while sculpting. Those people and things in Zhou State were also temporarily forgotten by her. There was only one zither in her eyes. Now, her only thought was to sculpt the ice zither as soon as possible and play the Dihong song as soon as possible. This way, she might be able to reverse the situation of her being trapped. What Yunxing did not know was that during the days when she lost contact, Yi Baiming had already gone crazy. Within a month, Yi Baiming had tried to resonate his thoughts nearly 100 times. After failing without exception, Yi Baiming could no longer hold back. He was like a male beast on the verge of collapse, looking for a female beast that was alone. I need to go to the immortal residence nation. Yi Baiming immediately found battle strength. Go to the immortal residence? Baiming, the examiner of the mainland's warriors' elite camp, is about to arrive at Yujing. This trip to the immortal residence will take at least a month. Battle Strength also knew that Yunxing had gone to the immortal residence nation. He also knew that there was no news of Yunxing now. Battle Strength and the Yun residents had a deep relationship. Yunxing was also important to Wuxuan Limitless School and Battle Strength himself. But this did not mean that Battle Strength would agree to Yi Baiming going to the immortal residence. If it was any other country on the mainland, Battle Strength would definitely agree. After all, Yi Baiming's strength was there. But the immortal residence nation was different from other places on the mainland. The immortal residence nation was not like any other place on the mainland. The elves were mysterious since ancient times and had mastered many skills that humans did not know. If it was any other country, Yi Baiming could make use of his special space-time magic to travel thousands of miles in a day. But the immortal residence country was very special. It was surrounded by special elven restrictions. Magic could not be used to enter the immortal residence country, and one had to pass through the snow forest sea. There, the magic of any human would be restricted. Only those who had been baptized by the elves could survive in the immortal residence country. Even Yi Baiming's strength would be greatly reduced in the immortal residence country. It was too dangerous for him to go alone. I haven't heard from the little wildcat in a long time. Yi Baiming recalled the various legends of the immortal Jew country. The most famous of them all was the immortal Jew's snow forest sea. It was rumored that no one who entered the snow forest sea had ever successfully left. Just as Yi Baiming and Zhonli were in a deadlock, a warrior guarding the entrance of the martial arts hall delivered a message. Senior Brother Yi, someone just delivered a message at the entrance of the martial arts hall. That person told me to tell you that if you want to know Elder Yun's whereabouts, you have to go to the 1,000 Snow Pavilion in the city alone at midnight. He said that he has news of Elder Yun's whereabouts. That person also specifically said that you have to go alone. Otherwise, don't even think about getting any information. The warrior said. The person who delivered the message was wearing a bamboo hat. He was neither tall nor short. From his accent, it was hard to tell if he was male or female. Little wildcat's whereabouts, Yi Baiming could not help but become excited. Baiming, there's something wrong. Zhonli felt that there must be some conspiracy behind this. It's better to believe it than not. It's just a meeting. I've been to the Thousand Snow Pavilion a few times. Even if there was just a little bit of news about Yunxing, he would not let it go. Zhonli could not help but shake his head. Once the matter involved Yunxing, Yi Baiming's calmness completely disappeared. The word love was really misleading. He could only hope that Yi Baiming would be able to find out about Yunxing's whereabouts tonight. Otherwise, Zhonli could not imagine what Yi Baiming would do. At night, Yi Baiming arrived at the Thousand Snow Pavilion around midnight, just as he had been told. Thousand Snow Pavilion was a small tea house in the city for people to rest. It was built by a famous philanthropist and official in Jade Capital City. There was a row of stone tables and chairs set up inside for the passers-by to rest and recuperate. The pavilion was warm in winter and cool in summer. The surrounding scenery was beautiful, and there was a field of canna growing quite well. At this time, the fat green banana leaves and red canna were in full bloom, often attracting passers-by to stop and watch. At night, the tea house should have been empty. Yi Baiming strolled over, looking around cautiously. After making sure that no one was lying in ambush, he entered the Thousand Snow Pavilion. As soon as he entered the tea house, Yi Baiming saw a person lying on the stone table. Although he hadn't approached, Yi Baiming could smell a faint scent of blood in the air. Looking at the clothes, Yi Baiming felt a chill in his heart. He was just about to back away. Suddenly, the surrounding area was brightly lit. A group of fully armed imperial guards rushed out. The one leading them was Chen Lianer, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. However, tonight, Chen Lianer's expression was clearly different from usual. Yi Baiming, you actually dared to poison the crown prince. Chen Lianer's face was tear-stained. She held a letter in her hand, her eyes filled with accusation. It was a letter signed by Yi Baiming. The handwriting was also written by Yi Baiming. The letter said that Baiming King had invited the crown prince to the Thousand Snow Pavilion for a gathering at noon. Behind Chen Lianer were dozens of imperial guards. Each of them held a crossbow and surrounded the Thousand Snow Pavilion. Yi Baiming narrowed his eyes. His initial shock had already disappeared. Like a tide. He didn't even look at Chen Lianer. He only glanced sideways at the dead Yi Baiming. He had been tricked. He knew that this was a trap, but because it involved the little wildcat, he had lost his composure. Yi Baiming didn't explain. He knew that tonight's trap was not set up by Chen Lianer alone. The people behind her had already blocked off all his escape routes. Dozens of imperial guards were nothing in Yi Baiming's eyes. Chen Lianer was also not his match. However, he wouldn't run away. If he ran away, everyone related to him would be implicated. The Emperor of Zhou State was never someone who cared about old friendships. Yi Baiming's silence was a confession in the eyes of the imperial guards. They also didn't expect Baiming King to be so bold as to poison the crown prince. You have nothing to say? Yi Baiming, I didn't expect you to be so vicious. Men, take Baiming King back and put him in prison, Chen Lianer said harshly. The imperial guards swarmed forward and took Yi Baiming away. The tears on Chen Lianer's face hadn't dried yet. Seeing Yi Baiming being taken away, she felt a tearing pain in her heart. Even when Yi Baiming was taken away, he didn't even look at her. In his heart, she couldn't even compare to a speck of dust. She muttered to herself, Yi Baiming, you're really smart all your life, but now you're stupid. You completely lose your cool when it comes to Yunxing. You clearly know that this is a trap, but you still jumped into it? Why? Don't you remember at all? When we were young, we sneaked out of the palace for the first time and stopped outside to drink water at the Thousand Snow Pavilion. Chen Lianer cried silently. Tonight's incident was ordered by the Dark Crown Prince, Du Guxiu. Yi Baiming beat the Dark Crown Prince to the marriage agreement with Yunxing. This matter made the proud and arrogant Du Guxiu extremely angry. He had been looking for an opportunity to take revenge on Yi Baiming. This time, he ordered Chen Lianer to frame Yi Baiming. Although Chen Lianer was unwilling, she couldn't do anything when she thought of the Dark Crown Prince's threat. She purposely chose the Thousand Snow Pavilion to remind Yi Baiming of the past and to be vigilant. However, Yi Biming didn't remember anything about the past and went straight to the appointment. You were the one who chose to give up on me. Wait until I enter the magic elite camp of the continent, I will definitely transform into someone even more dazzling than Yunsheng. At that time, you will definitely regret the choice you made back then. Chen Lianer's heart filled with sorrow turned into anger. She wiped her tears and walked to Yi Balian's side, who was already dead. She glanced coldly at her ex-fiancé. Fiancé. Yi Balian, if you didn't try to fight with me for the spot in the mainland's magic elite camp, I wouldn't have killed you so quickly. Mediocre is mediocre. Even if you were born in the imperial family, you are still mediocre. Chen Lianer kicked the crown prince, Yi Balian, to the ground. The crown prince's corpse was completely cold the next day before it was carried back by the palace guards. After the news of Yi Biming poisoning the crown prince broke out, the news didn't immediately spread. The Zhou state's emperor ordered people to block the news. When Empress Ji saw her son's corpse, she cried her heart out. She begged the Zhou state's emperor several times, hoping that he could immediately execute Yi Biming. However, this time, the Zhou state's emperor didn't listen to Empress Ji's pillow talk like before. He dismissed Empress Ji and didn't immediately interrogate Yi Biming. It was as if he had forgotten that the crown prince was poisoned to death. No one knew what the Zhou state's emperor was thinking. Yi Biming was only imprisoned in the prison. Zhonli, Qingbai, and the others also tried to mediate, but they were all rejected. The guards in the prison were all replaced by the Marquis of Jiayuan's subordinates. They had no chance at all. On the other side, in Icefall City, there was a different scene. Yunxing's ice zither, after nearly half a month of meticulous carving, had finally been made into a zither embryo. The moment she saw the zither embryo, even the masked female prisoner couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. This zither was sparkling and translucent, having been carved out of a complete piece of 1,000-year-old ice. It looked like a reclining ice sculpture of a beauty. From head to toe, there wasn't a single spot that wasn't beautiful and delicate. She didn't expect that Yunxing's technique would be so good on her first attempt at ice sculpting. Ice sculpting wasn't a quick skill. During this period of time, the masked female prisoner also noticed that Yunxing's attention and imitating ability were the best among all the people she had seen. If this kind of temperament appeared in an old man or a middle-aged man who had experienced the world, it wouldn't be strange. But if Yunxing was at her age, it was very strange. The masked female prisoner was really puzzled. What kind of experience could make a young girl develop such a calm habit? Yunxing didn't know that the masked female prisoner was gradually becoming curious about her. Because she had trillium hands and Shinnon pupil, she was observant and remembered all the masked female prisoners' carving tips in her heart. After careful carving, it finally became a good zither. The 1,000-year-old ice zither was purely handmade, without a trace of flaw. The entire body of the zither was carved out of ice. Although it wasn't jade, it was countless times better than jade. If Yunxing wasn't in prison and didn't have any distractions, she wouldn't have been able to carve such a good zither in one go. She also knew in her heart that even if she could do it again, she wouldn't be able to carve an identical zither. The moment the zither was carved out, even someone like Xian Mimi, who was born in Grand Emperor City and had seen all kinds of first-class musical instruments, couldn't help but be envious. What's the use of having a zither embryo? The most important part of a zither is the strings. Don't tell me you can carve the strings out of ice? Xian Mimi said sarcastically. After she understood the purpose of Yunxing carving the guqin, she had secretly learned from her. However, Xian Mimi wasn't Yunxing. She was an impetuous person and only wanted to speed things up. After carving for a few days, she gave up and wasted a lot of good ice materials. She could only be envious of Yunxing's guqin. With Xian Mimi's reminder, Yunxing finally noticed that the zither in her hand was just a stand without any strings. The zither strings on the continent were mostly made from the tendons or hides of various magical beasts. However, Yunxing was now trapped in a place like the ice prison. Where could she find the zither strings? The Millennium Ice Zither had a zither but no strings. Without strings, how could she play it? Ice could not be carved into elastic zither strings. How could she play the Dihong song without the strings? Yunxing was a little discouraged. Her dejected look fell into the eyes of the masked female prisoner. The masked female prisoner thoughtfully glanced at the skeleton of the ice zither. Although there were no strings, Yunxing still cherished this newly carved thousand-year-old ice zither very much. She carefully carved a few karmic fire lotus patterns on the body of the zither. The whole zither also became more beautiful. The next morning, Yunxing woke up after a nap. She suddenly noticed that there were a few more silver strings on her zither. This is? Yunxing was astonished. She touched the zither strings. When her hand touched the zither strings were full of elasticity. The luster was light silver, as if it was draped in the moonlight. She looked at the masked female prisoner in disbelief. Those few silver strings were actually the silver hair of the masked female prisoner. From the moment Yunxing entered this ice prison, Yunxing noticed that the masked female prisoner liked her long hair very much. She would usually use clean snow to wipe her hair. Last time, Xian Mimi only looked at her hair a few more times and she was ruthlessly slapped in the face. But, she cut off her own hair and used it to make zither strings. Thinking about it, the masked female prisoner took advantage of the time when she was asleep last night to make zither strings for her without telling her. Yunxing's nose turned sour. After coming to the boundless land, there were indeed many people who cared about her. But this unfamiliar care came from a stranger. "Thank you," Yunxing said softly. Her lips had an additional smile that came from the bottom of her heart. 2 deep dimples appeared on her face. A pair of black eyes that could speak were filled with joy. This was the first time the masked female prisoner saw a sincere smile on Yunxing's face. Under the mask, that beautiful face, the corners of her mouth could not help but curl up. But just as the masked female prisoner was about to laugh, her expression suddenly became alert, as if she felt uneasy about her strange emotions. She was not good at expressing goodwill to people, but she did not know why, but she liked this young lady who knew medicine. Seeing her smile, the masked female prisoner's mood would be much better. Yunxing did not like to receive benefits from others for no reason. After thinking for a while, she took out a hairpin from her sleeve. That hairpin was polished by Yunxing when she was making the Millennium Ice Zither. Her original intention was to let the masked female prisoner use it to tie up her hair. The woman's silver hair was very beautiful. If she used such a sparkling and translucent hairpin, it would definitely be very suitable. The masked female prisoner hesitated for a moment. Then, with a swift hand gesture, she snatched the hairpin away. After receiving the hairpin, she did not wear it. She only rubbed it in her hand and did not allow others to see it. She was afraid that those people would snatch it away. Although she could not see the expression under the mask, Yunxing saw a trace of joy in the masked female prisoner's eyes. That trace of joy made the warmth in Yunxing's heart thicker. Because of this incident, the relationship between Yunxing and the masked female prisoner became more harmonious. The two of them still did not speak much, but their private interactions revealed a sense of harmony that they had never felt before. This sense of harmony made the other female prisoners in the ice prison very apprehensive. The masked female prisoner's hair was unexpectedly suitable for making zither strings. Not only was the quality of her hair good, but it was also very flexible. Yunxing tried it and found that the tone was very beautiful. It was also the first time that Yunxing found out that human hair was actually so suitable for making zither strings. With the zither strings, Yunxing began to practice playing the Dihong song according to her plan. In the next few days, the mellow sound of the zither could be heard from time to time in the cold ice prison. The moment she heard the sound of the zither, the masked female prisoner leaned against the cold wall and closed her eyes. In the ice prison, an unprecedented emotion also appeared. The martial artists and mages more or less felt the uniqueness of Yunxing's zither music. On the other end of the ice prison, Yuan Bupo also heard the zither music that he had not heard for a long time. The moment he heard the zither music, Yuan Bupo, who had been worried about Yunxing's safety for the past month, jumped excitedly. "It's Yunxing's zither music." Yuan Bupo recognized Yunxing's zither music. What surprised him even more was that Yunxing played the Dihong song intermittently for the next few days. A few of the movements were clearly the last 3 movements of the Dihong song that he had only played once in front of Yunxing. Yuan Bupo suddenly realized that Yunxing's attainment and improvement in the Dihong song had far exceeded his expectations. As he was concerned about Yunxing's identity, he had only played it once in front of her. She could remember such a complicated piece of music just by playing it once. In the past, Yunxing was clearly a tone-deaf person who did not know how to play the zither. She must have hired a musician after the incident. That musician must be quite skilled in the zither. In just a few short months, Yunxing's zither skills were quite good. In the field of Dihong song, she could be said to have improved the fastest among all the people that Yuan Bupo had seen. She was definitely a genius. Yuan Bupo was suspicious. Yunxing was locked up in the prison cell and he did not know where she got the zither from. However, from the sound of the music, it was undoubtedly a very good zither. Even Xian Mimi's zither might not be comparable to that zither. Perhaps, a bold thought appeared in Yuan Bupo's mind. While he was overjoyed, Yunxing was the most suitable person to enter Emperor's tomb with him. According to the rules of Grand Emperor City, a woman would play the zither and a man would play the flute. They would complement each other. After entering Emperor's tomb, they would be tested by Grand Emperor's ancestor. Only those who passed the test would be able to obtain the last 3 chapters of the Dihong song. The 7th, 8th, and 9th chapters. Legend had it that they were the true essence of the Dihong song. All this while, Grand Emperor City had been looking for the most suitable person to play the zither and flute in order to enter Emperor's tomb. However, for countless generations, Grand Emperor City had never had a pair that could pass Emperor's tomb's test. Those who entered Emperor's tomb had to have good teamwork. Only those who had good teamwork could understand the essence of the last 3 chapters of the Dihong song. For this teamwork, Grand Emperor City's rule had always been to select couples or young men and women who had feelings for each other to enter. Yuan Bupo had a crush on Yunxing. He also believed that as long as he persevered, he would be able to move Yunxing one day. This time, as long as he could lead the immortal Zhu nation smoothly, he had to find a way to convince Yunxing. As for Grand Emperor City, if his parents heard about Yunxing's zither skills, they would definitely agree. Yuan Bupo secretly made up his mind. After knowing that Yunxing was safe and sound, Yuan Bupo's heart calmed down. He began to get close to the people in the prison cell and asked about Icefall City and the Water of Life. On the other side of the cell, Xian Mimi was also shocked when she heard the zither music up close. It was hard for her to imagine that an outsider who had only learned the Dihong song for a few months at most could play the Dihong song so well. Jealousy and hatred grew wildly in her heart. Yunxing was the first person who could make her envious of her zither skills and gain Yuan Bupo's favor. For a moment, Xian Mimi even had the urge to rush forward and smash Yunxing's zither to stop her from playing. She knew that Yunxing's music must have passed through the ice prison and reached Brother Bupo's ears. If Brother Bupo heard this kind of music, he would definitely be even more loyal to Yunxing. However, when she saw the masked female prisoner sitting not far from Yunxing looking at her like a venomous snake, Xian Mimi couldn't help but give up on that idea. That masked female prisoner was terrifying. Xian Mimi didn't know how strong she was, but she had never been so afraid even when facing her own father. At the same time, Yunxing's zither music shocked everyone in the cell. Xianxia secretly channeled the combat energy in her body. She realized that Yunxing's music had an unknown mysterious power. Under the effect of that power, the combat energy in her body that was originally sealed by the elves using a special method was slowly recovering. Although the recovery speed was very slow, the music was like an endless spring rain day by day. The combat energy and magic elements in her body were like a rising stream, recovering bit by bit. If this continued, a crazy idea appeared in Xiao's mind. Perhaps they had hope of escaping the ice prison. Similar thoughts were born in the hearts of every prisoner in the ice prison, just like a drug addiction. Once the idea popped up, it was deeply rooted and couldn't be removed. Everyone's situation was similar. After being hit by the demon sealing arrow, their combat energy and magic power loosened and began to show signs of recovery. The elves also heard the music. They checked and found that it was a little girl playing an ice harp that they carved themselves. They didn't take it to heart and allowed Yunxing to play the ice harp. Ever since Yunxing played the Dihong song, there were more and more people in the ice prison who couldn't sleep every night. They were all silently waiting for that moment, the moment of eruption to arrive. In the depths of the immortal Zhu nation, there was a huge tree that towered into the clouds. The tree was so tall that at a glance, one couldn't see the top of the tree. On top of the mushroom cloud-like treetops, there was a breathtaking elven palace. The elves were originally the race with the most outstanding craftsmanship in the boundless continent. The royal families and rich people on the continent wanted to spend a lot of money just to hire an elven craftsman. Unfortunately, the elves didn't like to deal with humans. They weren't interested in human gold coins. Therefore, a miracle like the Elven Palace could only be seen in the immortal Jew nation. The Elven Palace was the painstaking work of countless generations of outstanding elven craftsmen. Every cornerstone here was made of the finest white marble. The White Palace had lofts of various sizes with arched roofs. The doors were also made of refined white gold. The walls were inlaid with luminous pearls that would never dim. Under the moonlight, it would be covered with a layer of light purple that was like a veil. It was so dreamy that it didn't seem to belong to the human world. In one of the palace rooms of the elven royal court, a handsome man sat amidst piles of files. The man had blonde hair and blue eyes. His long hair was casually draped behind his back. He pinched the space between his eyebrows from time to time as he looked at a pile of memorials from various elven tribes. So boring. Divine Wind couldn't remember how many times he had sighed. He threw the memorials to the side. How many books was this already? Divine Wind was depressed. Ever since he returned to the immortal Jew nation, the Elven Queen, Divine Wind's mother, had thrown all kinds of affairs to him. The people of the boundless continent knew that the immortal Jew nation was ruled by the Elven Queen. But in reality, the immortal Jew nation only began to implement the unified rule of the Elven court in the last 1,000 years. More than 1,000 years ago, there were 4 elven queens of fire, water, wind, and earth in the immortal abode nation. Each of them had a different ability to control magic. At that time, the immortal abode nation was at its most prosperous. But at some point, the 3 elven queens of fire, water, and earth fell one after another. The ancestor of Divine Wind, the Wind Elven Queen, became the only remaining elven queen. In the generation of the Divine Wind's mother, she became the only queen of the immortal Jew nation. The other major tribes were ruled by the elven patriarchs. The Divine Wind's mother, the Wind Elven Queen, had inherited the elven throne for nearly 500 years. In the past 500 years, the immortal Jew nation had been stable and prosperous. Divine Wind was the only son of the Wind Elven Queen. This was somewhat different from the other elven tribes, which had many descendants. This was because the Divine Wind's mother only had one husband, while the elven race practiced polygamy. Divine Wind was not only the only son of the Wind Elven Queen, but he was also a half-elf hybrid. Divine Wind's father was a mixed-blood elf court musician. His bloodline wasn't high, but not long after Divine Wind's mother gave birth to Divine Wind, her husband died in an accident. And that accident happened to be caused by the invasion of the human race. Since then, the Elf Queen closed the Snow Forest Sea and prohibited outsiders from entering. She also hated the human race very much. Anyone who invaded the Snow Forest Sea would be thrown into Icefall City. As the only son of the Elf Queen, Divine Wind grew up in that kind of environment. Because of his human bloodline, when Divine Wind was young, he heard his father talk about the life of the human race in the outside world. After his father died, no one dared to talk about the outside world in front of him. Divine Wind had always had a longing and curiosity for the outside world. Although from the moment he was born, he was destined to inherit the elf throne and become the next elf king. But just like his name, Divine Wind's temperament was naturally erratic, like the most erratic wind in the Snow Forest Sea. He didn't want to face mountains of memorials all day long, nor did he want to face the balance between the different races in the immortal residence country. He also didn't want to accept the elf throne, which made the elf queen very distressed. Divine Wind missed Xianxia very much after parting ways with her at Daoi Mountain. But because the elf queen summoned him, he had to return to the immortal residence. He came back, but his heart was lost. I really want to sneak out of the immortal residence and go to Zhou State. How long has it been since I last saw little Loli? 721 days plus 2.5 hours. Divine Wind picked up a brush and wrote a number on the thickest memorial. He missed little Loli very much. In the past 2 years, he always wanted to find a chance to sneak out, but unfortunately, the Elf Queen kept a close eye on him. Sigh, if this goes on, the Elf Queen will definitely make me the Crown Prince. After I become the Crown Prince, I won't have so much free time to sneak out to see little Sheng. Little Xing has gotten fat in the past 2 years? Taller? I really miss her. Divine Wind's face was full of worry. There was a slight sound, but Divine Wind didn't turn around. He seemed to inadvertently flick his finger and a gust of wind rolled towards the source of the sound. As the wind came and went, it formed a palm-sized magic cage with a little fellow inside. Divine Wind's handsome face moved closer to take a look. The source of the sound was a moth-sized demon spirit butterfly. Little guy, why did you come to the king tree? If the cleaning lady saw you, she would slap you flat. Divine Wind played with the wind cage in her hand. The Chi-Mei spirit butterfly kept bumping into the cage. It looked like it wanted to rush out and tell Divine Wind something. Normally, this kind of spirit butterfly would not be able to fly up the elven king tree. For this Chi-Mei spirit butterfly to be able to fly up here, it must have gone through a lot of hardships. Divine Wind noticed that on the wings of the demon spirit butterfly, there were small wounds caused by excessive flapping of its wings. Divine Wind frowned as he recalled something. The Chi-Mei spirit butterfly seemed to know that Divine Wind didn't understand its meaning, so it shook its body and turned into a light green Chi-Mei spirit stone. Little Xianxia soul stone. Divine Wind's 5 fingers exerted force, and the wind cage turned into a few wisps of wind. The Chi-Mei spirit stone appeared in his palm. Divine Wind remembered very clearly that this was the Chi-Mei spirit stone he gave to Yunxing. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Ai would not separate the spirit stone from the magic scepter, but the Chi-Mei spirit stone was different. The Chi-Mei spirit stone that Divine Wind gave her was a little special. It was a wind Chi-Mei spirit stone that could transform into a spirit butterfly. Divine Wind's original intention was to use the spirit stone when he wanted to find Yunxing in the future. He didn't expect that it would come in handy today. Why would Yunxing come to the immortal residence for no reason? Moreover, looking at the situation of the Chi-Mei spirit butterfly, it was very likely that Yunxing was in deep danger. There was only one way for outsiders to enter the immortal residence country, and the first stop was the snow forest sea. If they were caught, they would definitely be imprisoned in Icefall City. Divine Wind immediately had the court's female officer send over the list of prisoners in Icefall City. Every prisoner's name and country of origin would be recorded and updated in real time. Divine Wind read 10 lines at a glance, his mouth muttering Yunxing's name. He had already inquired about it. Yan Yun was only Yunxing's pseudonym. Her real identity was a descendant of the Zhou State's Yun residents. Divine Wind wanted to see Yunxing's name, but at the same time, he was afraid of finding Yunxing's name. If she was imprisoned in Icefall City, it would not be easy to rescue her. Yunxing, Zhou State citizen, imprisoned in the women's ice prison for attempting to steal the water of life. Divine Wind's hand paused when he saw Yunxing's name. Just a few lines below Yunxing's name, there was another name, but Divine Wind didn't pay attention to that name. Little Loli came to the Immortal Keeper Nation to look for the water of life? Divine Wind wanted to immediately go to Icefall City, but he still had a layer of concern in his heart. Icefall City's status in the Immortal Keeper Nation was very special. The prisoners inside would only be pardoned during the Queen's coronation or the 100th birthday. On ordinary days, the prisoners of Icefall City would never be released. Even if he was the Divine Wind King in the Immortal Keeper Nation, he couldn't break this rule. Divine Wind pondered. In a few days, it will be the 497th birthday of the Queen Mother. Maybe I can take advantage of her birthday to secretly go to Icefall City. The Elven Queen's birthday was a national celebration. The elves, according to tradition, would fast and bathe on that day. The guards of Icefall City would be no exception. If Divine Wind sneaked into Icefall City at that time and released a female prisoner, it wouldn't attract much attention. Divine Wind decided to secretly bring a bottle of water of life to Yunxing on the day of the Queen's birthday after the birthday celebration. Yunxing didn't care too much about the disappearance of the demon spirit butterfly. After all, her magic scepter had been confiscated. With the Millennium Ice Zither, Yunxing's days in the ice prison were a little better. At least, each day didn't feel like a year. The Dihong song was worthy of being called an ancient war song. Its effect was very significant. Yunxing's magic soul, which had been suppressed by the elves, was gradually recovering. Although it still couldn't reach the state before she was locked in the ice prison, it had at least 50 to 60% of its usual magic power. She also gradually resumed her meditation. But to Yunxing's disappointment, every time she tried to contact the night fox, her thoughts would be interrupted. It seemed that there was a mysterious power in the elven kingdom that prevented her from contacting the outside world. Under the influence of the Dihong song and her constant meditation, Yunxing waited for her opportunity to escape. On this day, as usual, Yunxing received food and water in advance. Why is today's food and water a little different? As usual, Yunxing took 2 sets of water and food. She found that today's food and water were a little different. For more than a month, most of the food given by the elves was dry and hard steamed buns and water melted from snow. But today, there were some fruits, and the water was replaced with fruit wine that tasted good. The elves were vegetarians. They did not eat magic beasts or wild beast meat, so fruits were their main food source, supplemented by some staple foods. Their elf queen's birthday is celebrated for 3 days in a row. It's the same every year at this time. Xianxia could be considered a 10-year veteran, so she was very familiar with some of the daily activities of the elves. While speaking, the masked female prisoner had already taken her food and wine. Xianxia also took her food and wine. She also enjoyed a big mouthful of elven fruit wine. The elves were the first race to learn the art of brewing in recorded history, so their fruit wine tasted very good even if it was for prisoners. What are the activities for the queen's birthday? Yunxing asked very casually. The food will be more sumptuous. On the day of the queen's birthday, the elves have to bathe and pray. During that time, there are almost no people in the ice prison. When Xianxia said this, she looked at Yunxing thoughtfully. However, Yunxing just smiled and didn't take it a step further. Boring. Xianxia thought she would do something. Seeing that Yunxing was indifferent, she could not help but feel a little discouraged. During this time, Xiao's doqi had also recovered. She also secretly asked a few of her companions, and their situation was similar. Yunxing's situation should be similar. She even began to meditate these days, and the time she spent meditating was much longer than the other mages. Xianxia did not know what cultivation level Yunxing was as a mage, but from the way she meditated, her strength was definitely not bad. In the whole cell, if there was anyone who was still as calm as before, it was probably the masked female prisoner. During this period of time, the masked woman did not meditate, nor did she meditate. Most of the time, she would just listen quietly to Yunxing play the zither. In fact, during the days they spent with her, Xianxia and the others could not tell whether she was a warrior or a mage, or even both. Everything about this woman was too mysterious. When she was crazy, she was like a killing machine, but when she was quiet, she was as quiet as a painting. The more she was like this, the more the people in the female prison were apprehensive of her. Only Yunxing would get along with her calmly. After eating some food, Yunxing entered a state of meditation as usual. This time, she actually succeeded in entering a state of deep meditation. This meant that Yunxing's magical strength had at least recovered 50%, and the effect of the demon arrow on her was gradually disappearing. Unfortunately, today was the day that the masked female prisoner was to be punished. This didn't seem to have changed because of the arrival of the queen's birthday. Xianmimi took advantage of the fact that Yunxing was in deep meditation and had no time to pay attention to the outside world to sneak in front of Xianxia and the others. I know you want to break out of prison. I want to join you. I can help you, but you have to help me snatch that Millennium Ice Zither from Yunxing's hands. Xianmimi had been drooling over Yunxing's ice zither for a long time. Although she also had an expensive colored zither, in terms of sound and appearance, it was not at the same level as the Millennium Ice Zither. Under the effect of the Dihong song, Xian Mimi's magical strength had recovered 30% to 40%. She believed that as long as she snatched Yunxing's zither, she would definitely be able to escape from Icefall City. Moreover, if the Dihong song was played with the Millennium Ice Zither, it would definitely have unexpected effects. Perhaps with that zither, she would be able to enter the Emperor's tomb with Brother Bupo in the future. Why should I believe you? You're with her. Xianxia saw Xianmimi and snorted disdainfully. She didn't like Yunxing, but she didn't have a good impression of Xianmimi either. Together? I can't wait for her to die. I have nothing to do with her. If you promise me, after leaving the immortal Ju Nation, my father will definitely reward you handsomely. I am the daughter of the Grand Emperor City's city lord. Xianmimi revealed her identity. The daughter of the Grand Emperor City's city lord, although most of the female prisoners present had been locked in prison for many years, and some had even been locked up for as long as 10 years, they had all heard of the Grand Emperor City's prestige. They didn't expect Xianmimi to be the Grand Emperor City's young Mississippi. If it was in the past, even if these prisoners saw the Grand Emperor City's city lord, they wouldn't have anything to say. This was because they had always believed that once they were locked up in Icefall City, it meant that they wouldn't be able to leave for the rest of their lives. No matter how powerful the Grand Emperor City was, it was impossible for them to invade the immortal Ju Nation and take down Icefall City. However, it was different now. The female prisoner's cultivation had recovered due to Yunxing's zither music. In addition, this time, it just so happened that the queen's birthday had happened, so the city's defenses had become lax. Their chances of escaping had greatly increased. If there was another group prison break at this time, as long as they waited for the elven guards to deliver food the next day, they would still have a chance to escape if everyone swarmed together. Xianxia didn't immediately believe Xianmimi's words. She had a certain level of intelligence to be able to become the boss of the female prison. She had offended Xianmimi before and could also see that this woman had a mean appearance and wasn't a kind person. Who said I'm going to leave? I've committed many murders. Even if I leave, it won't be any better than in Icefall City. There's no place for me on the continent. Although 10 years had passed, Xia's enemies from back then might not let her go. What's so difficult about that? Other places won't tolerate you. As long as you help me snatch the zither, I guarantee that the Grand Emperor City will take you in. I can tell my father that you're my savior. When the time comes, you'll be a member of the Grand Emperor City. What enemies would you be afraid of? Xianmimi coaxed. Xianmimi thought to herself, this damned thieving woman has some brains. Do you really think I'll treat you well? Wait until I escape from Icefall City, then see how I'll deal with you. I'll make you my servant for the rest of your life and enslave and torture you. Xianxia was a bit tempted when she heard this. She looked warily at Yunxing, who was still meditating, and the 1,000-year-old ice zither beside her. Xia's biggest taboo was the masked female prisoner with Yunxing. Although the masked female prisoner was cold to everyone, it was undeniable that she was very special to Yunxing. If the two of them joined forces, she didn't have much of a chance of winning. What are you still hesitating for? Tomorrow must be the best chance to escape. Yunxing's Dihong song was secretly learned from our Grand Emperor City. She's only learned it for a few days, so she can't compare to me at all. There's also that masked female prisoner. She was whipped again today and will definitely be seriously injured when she returns. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Xianmimi didn't want to wait for the next queen's birthday. Xianmimi didn't want to stay in this cold place for a moment longer. While they were talking, the door of the cell opened. The masked female prisoner had finished her punishment and was thrown in like a broken sack. She fell to the ground with a dull thud. It was the Elven Queen's birthday, so her punishment was much lighter than before. She could even struggle to sit in a corner and close her eyes to rest. Because her injuries weren't serious, the masked female prisoner didn't wake Yunxing up this time. When Xianmimi, Xianxia, and the others saw her, they immediately fell silent. The masked female prisoner didn't have any reaction. She always disdained to pay attention to the actions of others in the cell and didn't care what Xianxia and the others were discussing. After another half a day, Yunxing woke up from her deep meditation state. She felt that the magic power in her body had recovered by a lot. It was at least 60% of her usual magic power. She looked around and didn't find anything strange. The masked female prisoner had returned and was sitting cross-legged on the side with an expressionless face. "Senior, you were tortured again?" Yunxing walked up and looked behind her. She found that the punishment this time was much lighter than a few days ago. While pretending to check her wounds, Yunxing lowered her voice and said in a mosquito-like voice, "Senior, I want to break out of prison. Afternoon is the best time to break out of prison. If you want, we can escape together." The masked female prisoner didn't say a word as if she didn't hear her. She neither objected nor agreed. Yunxing couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She and the masked female prisoner didn't know each other for long, but they got along very well. Xianxia and the masked female prisoner didn't know each other for long, but the two of them had cultivated a very special tacit understanding. The masked female prisoner looked lonely and didn't know which country she was from. Xianxia thought that if she could successfully break out of prison this time, she might be able to persuade her to return to Zhou State with her. However, the masked female prisoner didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. While they were talking, the door of the cell opened and two elves came to deliver food. In the cell, Xianxia and the others, as well as Xianxia, were all sitting in a corner, pretending that nothing had happened. Xianxia used her hand to gently stroke her 1,000-year-old ice zither, while Xianxia gave several female prisoners a meaningful glance. Today was the birthday of the elf queen, so the food delivered by the elves was more abundant than usual. The moment the two elves bent down, Xianxia and Xianxia moved at the same time. Xianxia was surprised by Xianxia's skill. She couldn't tell what skill Xianxia was using. She only saw a green shadow flash by. A strange gust of wind blew past their ears. When they realized that something was wrong with the prisoners, the elves hurriedly tried to pull out their elven bows. However, it was already too late. Xianxia used Black Tiger Steel's heart and punched the elf's chest. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. At the same time, several female prisoners rushed forward and covered the elf's mouth and nose. Compared to Xianxia and the others, Xianxia's killing was much faster and more convenient. A sharp icicle suddenly appeared in her hand. The icicle pierced the elf's Achilles heel. The elf swallowed his last breath and fainted. Whether it was elves or humans, even if their bloodlines were different, the acupoints on their bodies were the same. Xiao's expression became serious when she saw Xianxia easily knocked out an elf without making a sound. In the cell, there was dead silence. In the next second, almost at the same time, Xian Mimi was the first to dash out of the cell, followed by Xiao and the others. The other prisoners hesitated for a while before they followed suit and dashed out of the ice prison one after another. At the same time, on the other side of the cell. In the men's cell, Yuan Bupo and a few other male prisoners who had been locked up for a long time decided to make their move on the same day. The advantage of the Dihong Song allowed the mages and warriors whose combat energy and magic power were restricted to recover some of their abilities. They also thought of breaking out of the prison on the day of the queen's birthday. As soon as Yuan Bupo left the cell, he was not in a hurry to escape. He dashed to the other side of the ice prison like an arrow, trying to find Xianxia and the others. The women's cell was emptied in a matter of moments. "Senior, aren't you leaving?" Yuxing hugged the 1,000-year-old ice harp and asked the masked female prisoner again. The latter still did not move, as if everything that happened in the prison had nothing to do with her. She seemed to be petrified. She sat there without moving and had no intention of leaving. If she was not still breathing, Xianxia would have thought that she was dead. The masked female prisoner still did not speak. Her actions had already explained everything. It was as if there was something that she had to stay for. "I'll take my leave then." Xianxia saw that persuasion was useless, so she could only leave. The elves would soon find out that the prisoners had escaped. She had to leave Icefall City as soon as possible. When she reached the door of the ice prison, Xianxia thought of something and turned her head. "Senior, we have been together for a month, but we still don't know each other's names. My name is Xianxia, from Jade Capital, Zhou State. In the future, if you leave the immortal residence and want to go to Zhou State, you can come to Jade Capital's Little Ci Endong or Tian Fa Hunting Corps to find me." The masked female prisoner still did not say a word. Xianxia was a little disappointed and could only turn and leave. The masked female prisoner suddenly spoke, her voice was still hoarse. "My name is..." "They want to plot against you." The masked female prisoner wanted to say her name, but she quickly remembered her real identity. She still did not say it and only warned Xianxia. Xianxia heard and smiled. "Thank you for the reminder, senior." The masked female prisoner was stunned and then nodded. Why didn't she ask how those people wanted to frame her? Why didn't they ask her for help? The two of them had been together in the cell for so long that they had formed a tacit understanding between each other. "Senior, don't worry. They can't do anything to me. We will meet again if fate wills it." Xianxia smiled for the last time. She quickly disappeared outside the cell and did not look back. She was afraid that if she hesitated and looked back, she would not be able to resist the urge to knock the masked female prisoner out and take her out. Yunxing's tone was full of absolute confidence. She, Yunxing, was not someone that could be plotted against by that kind of person. That confidence made the smile on Yunxing's face even brighter. Those who saw it could not help but be infected, and their hearts were filled with courage. One person, she had the confidence to stop a group of people. This child, should she be said to be overconfident or arrogant? Under the mask of the masked female prisoner, there was a moment of hesitation on her beautiful face. She opened her mouth. When she saw that girl leave, for a moment, she actually wanted to call out to Yunxing. Yunxing. Yunxing, it was a very nice name. It was as if she had heard this name before. Yunxing of Zhou State. She remembered this name. Not long after Yunxing left, there was another series of hurried footsteps. Yuan Bupo kicked open the cell door and looked inside. Yuan Bupo was stunned when he saw that there was nobody inside. However, he soon realized that the female prisoners in the female prison had the same thought as them. They had broken out of the prison together. He was to blame for being stupid. Yunxing was smarter than most people. Since she could play the Dihong song in the prison, she must have planned to break out of the prison. Yuan Bupo looked at the female prison. Everyone had left and there was only a female prisoner with a mask sitting at the corner of the prison cell. Yuan Bupo paused for a moment, then he walked up and asked, "Were there two young ladies imprisoned here before?" One of them had two dimples when she smiled. "Senior, do you know where she went?" The masked female prisoner did not say a word. This female prisoner was very strange. Yuan Bupo did not even dare to get close to her as he felt an inexplicable sense of danger when he was too close to this woman. "Weirdo," Yuan Bupo mumbled. He did not stay any longer and rushed out to look for Yunxing and the rest. When Yunxing left the female prison, she wanted to return to the male prison to look for Yuan Bupo. However, she happened to choose the opposite path from Yuan Bupo. She ran halfway, but before she reached the male prison, she saw a few male prisoners running out. She grabbed one of them and asked. Only then did she know that Yuan Bupo and the rest had broken out of the prison too. There might be a riot in Icefall City today. Along the way, Yunxing saw that every cell was opened. It seemed like someone was purposely confusing the elves and releasing the prisoners who did not break out of the prison. When Yunxing was halfway there, she still did not see Yuan Bupo. To make matters worse, just as Yunxing planned to continue searching, a bugle horn sounded above Icefall City. It was clear that the elves had discovered that someone had broken out of the prison. This was the first time in the history of Icefall City, as well as the first time in the history of the elves that something like this had happened. The elven archers, who were still immersed in the joy of celebrating the queen's birthday, were now fully armed and carrying elven bows on their backs. They flapped their wings and appeared above Icefall City like locusts. Most of the prisoners who escaped without any preparation. They had no plan or organization, and all of them fled in all directions. "We've discovered a group of prisoners. Shoot them." A red-haired elven captain led 50 to 60 elven archers. They looked down from above, and after discovering the fugitive, they showed no mercy. Flame arrows fell like meteors. This time, they did not use demon-sealing arrows. Instead, they used arrows that directly carried fatal magic attacks. The magic arrows were shot at the fugitives. The fugitives either turned into fireballs or ice shards. The 50 to 60 elven archers killed several of the fugitives in an instant. Yunxing hugged the 1,000-year liar and did not immediately escape from Icefall City. Unlike the others, after hearing the elven bugle horn, she did not rush out of the city. Instead, she ran towards the elven warriors' residence. Since most of the elven warriors were out hunting the fugitives, the palace, which was originally the most heavily guarded residence, was now the most lightly guarded. Yunxing looked through a few rooms and only met one elven warrior. After knocking him out, Yunxing broke into one of the elven rooms. There were wine and fruits for today's birthday celebration in the room. It seemed that this room was more luxurious than the others. It should be the residence of the captain of Icefall City. Yunxing rummaged through the room. As expected, she found the orc language ring and magic scepter that were taken away from her earlier. After putting away the ring and scepter, Yunxing took out a defensive map of Icefall City from her room. Only then was she fully prepared for her escape. After opening the defensive map and seeing her current location, Yunxing quickly determined that she was at the northwest corner of Icefall City. It was an empty spot. She could break through there and leave Icefall City smoothly. Yunxing put away the defensive map. Just as she was about to walk out of the room, a few people rushed in. Leading them were the complacent Xianmimi and Xianxia, as well as a few warriors and mages. It turned out that Xianmimi asked Xianxia to find Yuan Bupo, but the prison that held the male prisoners was empty. When Xianmimi was looking for Yuan Bupo, she saw Yunxing and followed her quietly with Xianxia. Hand over the defensive map. Xianxia was very experienced in escaping. She knew that if she wanted to escape from Icefall City, she must have the defensive map in her hands. Otherwise, they would be killed by the elf sooner or later. Why are you talking to her? Just kill her and snatch it. Xianmimi wanted to kill Yunxing immediately. As long as Yunxing died, Brother Bupo would give up on her. If you want to kill me, we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. Yunxing took out her magic scepter and chanted an incantation. Suddenly, a pair of wings sprouted from her back. She cleverly used an earth-meld spell to avoid Xianxia, Xianmimi, and the others, and escaped from the room. The situation in Icefall City was urgent. Yunxing did not want to be entangled with Xianmimi and the others. In an instant, she had completed the body fusion technique with puffed egg. What are you waiting for? Chase after her and kill her. Xianmimi was anxious. They all had weapons in their hands. Along the way, they killed a few elves and snatched them from them. The magicians immediately chanted and Xianxia no longer hesitated. If she succeeded in breaking out of prison, she would be able to see the sky and have a slight chance of survival. However, if she failed, the enraged elves would definitely retaliate crazily. The combat energy in her body suddenly surged and a pair of combat energy wings appeared on her back. It turned out that Xianxia had actually made a breakthrough in her combat energy during the 10 years she was imprisoned. Under the influence of the Dihong song, she had actually begun to comprehend the flight of combat energy. Xianxia leaped into the air, and several magic attacks followed closely behind him, chasing after Yunxing relentlessly. The magicians also separately cast their magic attacks. Wind blades, water arrows, and fireballs all attacked Yunxing at the same time. Seeing this, Yunxing waved her magic scepter. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if countless bullets had been fired from the ground. Dozens of thorns rose from the ground. The thorns were ferocious and ruthless, and they were mixed with a dark energy. They were clearly the dark thorns that Yunxing had modified. The magicians were not prepared and were pierced through the soles of their feet. Blood immediately gushed out and they fell to the ground, dead. Dark magic was so domineering. It was fine if it was not used, but if it was used, it would definitely cause damage. Yunxing never showed mercy to her enemies. She released several dark thorns in one go, and the originally flat ground cracked apart as if it had been hit by a magnitude 6 earthquake. Xianmimi's expression changed. She did not expect Yunxing's magic to be so overbearing. Xianxia, take the millenniumized zither from her and give it to me. Xianmimi dodged as she scolded. Xianxia saw that Yunxing's magic was endless. She thought to herself, so what if your magic is strong? I don't believe that your magic is limitless. After Yunxing used magic a few times, the magic in her body had dissipated quite a bit. Especially after using the dark thorns, the magic in her body was consumed at an alarming rate. Yunxing's biggest weakness was that most of her magic was already intermediate magic. She even possessed profound magic. However, these magic consumed a shocking amount of magic. For a normal master magician like Yunxing, her magic was not enough. Usually, Yunxing would still have some meditation water with her. However, after coming to the snow forest sea, the meditation water was all frozen and could not be used at all. After a few more fireballs, Yunxing barely managed to beat back Xianxia, who was relentlessly chasing after her. She was flying at a low altitude. She was still within the Icefall City's range. The sky was the real territory of the elves. Yunxing also didn't dare to rashly rise into the air, but because of this, Xianxia and Xianmimi chased after her relentlessly. Yunxing. Yuan Bupo ran out of the city and saw Yunxing. Yunxing heard Yuan Bupo's voice and looked down. However, Xianmimi was very cunning. The moment Yunxing lowered her head, she actually cast a wind blade. The wind blade slashed Yunxing's wings. This pair of wings was formed after Yunxing and the puffed egg fused. However, in reality, it was the body of the puffed egg. With this attack, Yunxing's fusion skill was immediately dispelled. There was a deep wound on her body. The puffed egg was Yunxing's natal beast. The natal beast was closely related to the summoner. Yunxing endured the pain on her body and quickly chanted a wind magic. She barely managed to stop herself from falling and hovered in the air. "Mimi, what are you doing?" Yuan Bupo saw the attacker clearly. It was Xianmimi. Yunxing was more worried about the puffed egg. It had never been defeated since it was born. "Brother Bupo, don't worry about me. Why is Xianxia still standing there? Kill this brat." Xianmimi saw that she had been exposed and decided to shed all pretenses. She hugged Yuan Bupo. Earlier on, she wanted to use Yunxing to heal her face. However, now that she was in the immortal Ju nation, she did not need to use Yunxing anymore as long as she thought of a way to get the life water. She knew very well that Yuan Bupo had fallen in love with Yunxing. Other than killing Yunxing, there was no other way to get back Yuan Bupo's heart. She did not care about the life water anymore. She only wanted to kill Yunxing. Half an hour ago, not long after Yunxing and the rest had successfully escaped from prison. After Yuan Bupo had left the prison cell and there was no one else around. The masked female prisoner who had been sitting in the corner of the prison cell opened her eyes. She stood up, took out a ring from her clothes, and put it on her finger. If Yunxing saw the ring, she would definitely be shocked. That was because she had a similar ring too. It was a beast language ring disguised as a summoner's ring. There were only 2 such rings in the entire mainland. One of them was in Yunxing's hand while the other one was in the masked woman's hand. However, the ring in the masked woman's hand looked different from Yunxing's. That was because the patterns on her ring were more complicated and mysterious, as if it contained some mysterious power. After the woman wore the ring, she looked different. A silver light flashed and an ochre summoner's robe appeared on the woman's body. There was only one organization in the mainland that owned such a summoner's robe, and that was the Zao state. The masked female prisoner was from the Zao state. After waiting for so many years, this moment has finally come. By the order of the Emperor Zao in Red, I shall present a special gift for the Elven Queen's birthday. A magic scepter appeared in the woman's hand. The masked female prisoner walked out of the prison cell and walked towards the deepest part of Icefall City. There were all kinds of prison cells above Icefall City. After passing through a long and narrow staircase, there was an entrance. The entrance was usually sealed with powerful elven magic. Even the elves would be attacked by the powerful elven magic and turned into ashes if they approached it, let alone the prisoners. The masked female prisoner raised her magic scepter high and an ancient chanting sound accompanied by a deep voice. The magic scepter emitted a blood-red glow. Bam! The masked female prisoner slammed her magic scepter down heavily. The magic circle was like a beast that was awakened. Countless magic radiances shot out in all directions and brushed past the masked female prisoner. The magic radiances were like countless elven arrows and scratched the masked female prisoner's clothes. However, she did not let go of her grip and the magic scepter brushed against the magic circle. The magic circle was broken and the scenery around her disappeared. The path under her feet turned into a huge and vast lake. Who would have thought that at the bottom of Icefall City, there was actually a frozen lake? The entire prison cell of Icefall City was built on the ice lake. The magic scepter was pulled out and a cold hole appeared in the lake. The masked female prisoner cut her finger and dripped her blood into the hole. The originally silent hole began to shake violently, as if something was about to break out of the ice. In my name, I summon the 3-winged flying dragon that has been sleeping for hundreds of years. Awaken, evil beast of the ice lake. The masked female prisoner's chanting became faster and faster. A bloody shadow shot into the sky like a cannonball. The masked female prisoner's figure flashed and rushed into the sky together with the red shadow. At this time, Yunxing and the others were in a stalemate with Xianmimi. The elven warriors in the sky had already discovered them. The elves flew towards Yunxing and Xianmimi. They were about to be surrounded and turned into a hornet's nest. Suddenly, the entire bottom of Icefall City shook violently and a terrifying beast's roar came from underground. The expression of the elven warrior captain, who was originally in the sky, immediately changed. Not good, someone opened the seal of the ice lake. All the elves moved in unison as if someone had issued an order in an instant. They rushed towards the seal of Icefall City together. They did not even have time to worry about the people who had broken out of prison. What's that sound? The terrifying beast's roar made the people who were originally fighting stop. They also noticed the elf's strange movements. It seems to be. Xiao's face was very gloomy. Yunxing frowned. With her summoner's intuition, Yunxing could feel the powerful fluctuations of a magic beast. It was an unprecedented bloody, violent, and restless fluctuation. It was a magic beast, a very powerful magic beast. End of chapter 480. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.